Chapter 1. Reclaiming the Bracelet. At the entrance of the jewelry store, a fierce and coarse woman knocked Su Yin to the ground. Not feeling satisfied, she then climbed on top of Su Yin and slapped her twice. Be grateful for being alive. Do you understand? Stinky girl, hand it over. A nearby ugly and fat man seized the opportunity to drag the bag from Su Yan's arms, not forgetting to kick her twice. The couple patted the wrinkles out of their clothes and, satisfied, turned to walk into the jewelry store with the bag. With blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, Su Yin slowly got up from the ground amidst the strange gazes of the onlookers, looking around in confusion. The jewelry store entrance, the aunt and uncle, the bag snatching, the crowd of onlookers. Wasn't this the day when her aunt and uncle forcibly sold the jade bracelet her mother left her before passing away? Could it be a rebirth? Su Yin pulled out her phone and checked the date. It turned out to be July 16th, 2034.1 week before the apocalypse. On this day, her aunt and uncle forcibly sold her jade bracelet to buy a house for their son. But that bracelet was her mother's keepsake, the only thing her mother left in this world that in her previous life. No matter how miserable her circumstances were, she never thought of selling it. When Su Yin was 7, her mother passed away, entrusting her to her aunt, Zhou Kaifeng. However, the heartless Zhou Kaifeng treated Su Yin like a slave, never giving her a single day of happiness. Later, when the apocalypse struck and corpses lay everywhere, everyone struggled to survive in dire straits. Zhou Kaifeng sold Su Yin to a local thug for 3 buns. Su Yin suffered humiliation at the hands of that thug and, after escaping, survived by scavenging through garbage. Eventually, by chance, Su Yin learned that the jade bracelet her mother left her was a treasure that could summon a storage space. If she had utilized it from the start, she wouldn't have had to endure such hardships in the apocalypse. I could see this moment. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai were haggling with the shop owner. This material is so good. Add 8,000, maximum 3,000. If not, you can take it elsewhere to see. Fine. That's right, in our first collaboration. Let's each take a step back, haha. The owner smiled cheerfully as he placed a milk green jade bracelet into a velvet box. Suddenly, Su Yin shouted, "Put it down." The 3 froze simultaneously and turned to look at her in confusion. Without saying a word, Su Yin rushed forward and snatched the bracelet from the owner's hand, then turned and ran outside. The quick-witted 3 reached out to grab her, but Su Yin ran out of the jewelry store as if she were on fire. To survive in the apocalypse, she needed some skills that in just 1 week, the first wave of extreme weather would arrive, and the global average surface temperature would reach a terrifying 70 degrees Celsius. Fresh water would evaporate rapidly, rivers would dry up, land would crack, crops would die, and millions would die each day. Following that, there would be water, electricity, and gas shortages, and people would struggle in the scorching heat, unbearable hunger, and dehydration. Thinking of the terrifying experiences of her previous life, Su Yin broke into a cold sweat. If she had to experience the despair of her previous life again, she would rather explode on the spot and die a quick death. Her mother's jade bracelet could summon an alternate space. With that space, she could hoard supplies, and with supplies, she could survive the apocalypse. Now that hope was in her hands, Su Yin quickened her pace. I could see this moment. She had already reached the bustling city center, running against the flow of the crowd. Move aside, she shouted as she ran. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai were hot on her heels. This couple, who were usually lazier than snakes and made Su Yin do everything, was now chasing her faster than dogs. Su Yin made a quick turn and slipped into a side entrance of the mall. She needed to activate the space quickly. Once inside the mall, Su Yin headed straight for the restroom, found an empty stall, closed the door, and while heavily panting, rubbed the bracelet against her mouth, instantly. Smearing it with blood. A few seconds later, the bracelet emitted a colorful glow that left Su Yin mesmerized. While she was dazed, the jade bracelet suddenly shattered with a bang in midair, revealing a mirror-like object floating in front of her. Congratulations, host is bound to the alternate space. I'm a space steward, you can call me Zero. Suddenly, a childlike voice echoed in Su Yin's mind. Who is speaking? Su Yin looked left and right, but couldn't find the source of the voice. That I have no physical form, I am a consciousness energy. When the space level reaches level 3, the host can design a physical form for me, and then you'll be able to see me. The child's voice sounded again. So this space could talk. Su Yin felt as if she were dreaming. Current space level is level 1. Space size is 3m times 3m times 3m, a total of 27 cubic meters. The host can enter the space to check it out. With a thought, Su-Yin entered the space. The space resembled a cubic box, self-illuminated, with each wall emitting a faint white glow. Su-Yin pondered this space was as big as a 9 square meter small room and could only hold a limited amount of things. In the apocalypse, hoarding just this little wouldn't be enough. 0. How can I make the space bigger? Upgrading can enlarge the space. Feeding the space with 10 grams of gold can raise it to level 2, 15 grams can raise it to level 3, 20 grams can raise it to level 4. The higher the level, the more gold is needed, and the more functions are unlocked. It turned out that it needed gold to upgrade. It seemed that merely activating the space wasn't enough. She also had to prepare some gold. Su-Yin opened her phone to check the current gold price, which was 560 yuan per gram. Calculating it, she would need several tens of thousands of yuan to buy gold. Money. Only with money could she buy supplies, and only with money could she buy gold to upgrade the space. But where could she get money? It was truly difficult to find money. Su-Yin sat on the toilet lid, deep in thought. After graduating from high school, Su-Yin was kicked out by her aunt to work, and she had to hand over her entire monthly salary. If she didn't, she would be beaten. Su-Yin clearly remembered that the 5,000 yuan she had secretly saved under her bed was also found and taken away by her aunt. Could there be money hidden somewhere else? Su-Yin searched everywhere and finally found 300 yuan in her WeChat wallet, recalling that it was a bonus her boss had given her in her previous life, which her aunt didn't know about. But what could 300 yuan do? Just as she felt despair, she suddenly remembered that in her previous life, she had a habit of buying lottery tickets. She always fantasized about winning a big prize one day, so she could break free from her aunt's control. Her way of playing the lottery was to buy the same numbers every time. On this day in her previous life, due to the jade bracelet being forcibly sold by her aunt and getting beaten, she was in a bad mood and forgot to buy the lottery ticket. Yet it turned out that in this very issue, the number she had been keeping won the grand prize of 8 million. Chapter 2. Winning 400 million. Right? The lottery. Su-Yin excitedly jumped down from the toilet lid. Rebirth felt like knowing the answers to an exam in advance, and only she knew. As long as she bought that lottery ticket, she could become a billionaire. Thinking of this, Su-Yin's heart raced with excitement. She exited the restroom, glanced around, and didn't see Zhou, Kaifeng, and Ding Yukai in the mall, so she quickly slipped out through a nearby side door. She first spent 50 cents to buy a mask at a roadside pharmacy, then teamed up with an aunt handing out flyers to scan a QR code and received a low-quality baseball cap. Next, she chose a lottery shop with fewer customers and walked in, skillfully picking up a pencil and lottery ticket, quickly marking the numbers she had been pursuing for 3 years. Boss, place 50 bets for me. Su-Yin handed the lottery ticket to the owner. Several lottery players around turned to look at her, their eyes shining with unusual light. Su-Yin knew this would happen, but fortunately, her hat and mask concealed her face, and no one recognized her. The owner was already used to players buying multiple tickets at once. He took Su-Yin's 100 yuan and directly printed the tickets for her. Here are your tickets. Keep them safe, and good luck winning the jackpot. Thank you. Su-Yin carefully tucked the lottery ticket, which carried her hope for survival in the apocalypse, into her pocket and quickly walked out of the lottery shop with her head down. She walked to a corner of the square where no one was around and quietly asked, "Zero, if I put the lottery ticket into the space, it won't mysteriously disappear, will it? This is my lifeline. If I lose it, everything is over." Host, please rest assured, the host space has unlimited storage capabilities. Even if stored for 10,000 years, items will remain unchanged and will not be lost or deteriorate. Whether it's food or a grain of sand, it will be the same when taken out as it was when stored. Su-Yin smiled with satisfaction. Great. Thank you, Zero. Then she concentrated, and the lottery ticket was stored in the space. Uncertain, she entered the space again to confirm that the ticket was still there. Upon entering, she saw the ticket lying intact on the ground, which finally put her mind at ease. The draw time is 8:30 tonight. As long as time and space do not change, after 8:30 tonight, she will be a billionaire. You, a grown man, can't even outrun a little girl. Are you still a man? Why blame me? Why didn't you break her legs from the start? That cunning little girl will be caught by me sooner or later. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Their son, Ding Yaozu, was currently in his room playing computer games. Ding Yaozu is 24 years old and has been living off his parents since graduating from college. Regarding her son spending all day playing games at home, Zhou Caifeng's exact words were, "As long as Su Yin is earning money, my precious son can stay home comfortably. There's no need for him to go out and be mistreated." That night, the three of them lay on the sofa eating watermelon and watching short videos. Suddenly, Ding Yaozu jumped up from the sofa. "Wow, someone actually won 400 million in the latest lottery. 400 million. Oh my god." Ding Yukai immediately sprang up from the sofa, shouting, "Really? Let me see." He snatched his son's phone and read it word by word. A certain lottery player in City C won 50 first prizes, totaling 400 million yuan. The betting station is at XX Street, XX number, which is the largest win in recent years. Damn it, why wasn't I the one who won? Ding Yukai lay back down, frustrated. He had been buying lottery tickets since he was young, with his highest one being 200 yuan. Zhou Caifeng and Ding Yaozu felt equally angry, as if the money won by others was taken from their own pockets. That moment. Su Yin was sitting on a park bench, her hands trembling. She won. She really won. The number she had been pursuing indeed won the first prize. 400 million. 400 million. What could be more exciting than winning 400 million? Nothing. This is the happiest thing in the world. Tomorrow morning, she would go to the lottery center to claim her prize, and by then, she would be a true billionaire. Su Yin tried to contain her excitement, not allowing herself to scream out loud. Suddenly, she was doused with cold water when she remembered that she must present her ID to claim the lottery. But her ID was with her aunt. The apocalypse was about to arrive. She only had 7 days to prepare, and she couldn't afford any mistakes at this crucial moment. Half an hour later, she stood at her aunt's door with 2 police officers. The police sternly demanded Zhou Caifeng immediately return Su Yan's ID. Illegally detaining someone else's ID, bank card, and other important personal documents is a criminal offense. Please return them immediately. Zhou Caifeng shot a glare at Su Yan. She was already fuming, and that little girl had the audacity to call the police. With tears and a runny nose, she said, "Officer, Su Yan was raised by me. She's like my own daughter. I keep her documents because I'm worried she'll be scammed outside. Nowadays, scams and pyramid schemes are rampant. If she gets scammed in northern Myanmar, how am I supposed to explain it to her deceased parents?" Ding Yukai nodded gravely in agreement. "We're only doing this for her good. There's absolutely no malice. It's just that she doesn't understand our good intentions and even called you officers here. That's just wasting judicial resources. Officer, please rest assured, we will definitely strengthen her education." Ding Yaozu, standing behind his father, secretly made a fist gesture at Su Yin, silently threatening, "If you dare to cause trouble for my parents, just wait and see how I deal with you." The police naturally did not buy into their sophistry and reiterated sternly that if they insisted on detaining Su Yan's documents, they would be detained themselves. Upon hearing the word detained, Zhou Caifeng and Ding Yukai immediately panicked. If they were detained, who would cook for their son? The two hurriedly scurried into the room to retrieve Su Yan's ID, bank card, social security card, and high school diploma, handing them over to Su Yan. Su Yan touched her ID, secretly relieved. However, she also understood that her aunt's family would not let her off easily, so she quickly followed them as the police left. Once downstairs, the police reminded Su Yan a few times before driving away that Su Yan walked to an empty walkway and instantly stored her ID and other documents in space. She looked around to see that no one from her aunt's family had followed her, then hurried towards the front gate. Suddenly, someone pushed her hard from behind, causing her to stumble and fall flat on the ground. "You little bitch, trying to run? Not a chance, you're dead today." It was Ding Yaozu's rough and unpleasant voice. Chapter 3. The bonus received, 320 million. Su Yan silently lamented the unfortunate turn of events. She had been ambushed. Ding Yaozu, while cursing, grasped the collar of Su Yan's shirt, his height of 6 feet and weight of 200 pounds rendering her as light as a chick in his grasp. "Let me go. If you don't, I'll scream for help," she protested. "You can forget about that." Suddenly, a large, plump hand covered Su Yan's mouth and nose, dragging her into the elevator of the apartment building. Tragically, there was not a single resident to be seen during her harrowing journey, filling Su Yan with a sense of dread. It seemed that trouble was brewing for her that night. As soon as the door to the apartment was closed, Zhou Caifeng seized Su Yan by the hair and struck her twice across the face. In her previous life, Su Yan had taken on all household chores at her aunt's home since the age of 7, handling laundry and cooking, and was met with violence at the slightest misstep. During mealtimes, her aunt's family of 3 enjoyed fresh dishes, while Su Yin was left with nothing but the remnants of stale food. She had no bed of her own, nor a room. Year after year, she was forced to sleep on a military cot on the balcony, which had to be stowed away during the day. The post-apocalyptic world was even harsher. Zhou Kaifeng had sold Su Yin to a local thug named Wu De for merely 3 steamed buns, subjecting her to endless humiliation. The thought of these memories made Su Yan's heart bleed, while Zhou Kaifeng and her husband continued to demand gratitude from her. "Dear, the bracelet," Ding Yukai reminded. "I almost forgot. You have cost me 30,000 yuan today. Where's the bracelet? Bring it to me." Su Yin knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the 2 before her. How shameless, this pair of wretched souls. She spat a mouthful of blood towards Zhou Caifeng's face. Yu Zhou Kaifeng, disgusted, hurried to the restroom to wash her face. Ding Yaozu stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking down at Su Yin with an expression akin to that of a person observing an insignificant insect. "You worthless fool, do you still dare to challenge us?" He uttered a derisive laugh. In her previous life, Su Yin had felt powerless against her aunt's family. This time, however, she resolved to fight back. In this apocalyptic world, it would be foolish to leave grievances unavenged. With a sudden surge of strength in her legs, she forcefully charged her shoulder into Ding Yaozu's groin, causing him to recoil in pain. At that moment, Su Yin had risen to her feet and aimed a fierce stomp at his groin. "Oh!" The house was filled with Ding Yaozu's agonized screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his groin and rolling in distress, his legs twisted in a painful knot. Su Yin had long harbored a desire to confront him in such a manner. In her previous life, ever since Su Yin had come to her aunt's home, Ding Yaozu had relentlessly bullied her. As she entered puberty and her body began to develop, Ding Yaozu would often sneak peeks while she bathed, lift her skirts, and utter lewd remarks. When Su Yin sought solace in her aunt, she was met with humiliation. "Isn't it typical for boys in their adolescence to behave this way? What's the fuss? You haven't suffered any real loss. Besides, weren't you the one who seduced my son? You lack self-restraint and dare to blame others. Yet you come to me to complain." With Zhou Kaifeng backing him, Ding Yaozu's harassment of Su Yin escalated further. Several attempts by Su Yin to retaliate against him ended in failure, with her instead suffering physical assaults. Upon hearing their son's cries, Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai rushed over, both hurrying to support their precious boy. With rage in his eyes, Ding Yukai lunged at Su Yin, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "Are you trying to ruin my son? You vile wretch, you shall not leave here alive." Su Yan, petite in stature, naturally found herself unable to contend with the towering Ding Yukai. Thus, retreat became her only recourse, and with a mere thought, she deftly slipped into the realm of space. Su Yin vanished before Ding Yotsai's eyes, as if by magic. Ding Yukai rubbed her eyes, convinced that her presbyopia had set in prematurely. Where did she go?" Ding Yukai was so frightened that she stuttered. Moments earlier, Su Yin had slipped into the space to evade Ding Yotsai's attack. With a mere thought, she emerged from that realm, reappearing in the restroom. In the next moment, Ding Yukai beheld Su Yin stepping out of the bathroom, one hand grasping a wastebasket and the other wielding a toilet brush and a plunger. Su Yin shouted fiercely, "Zhou Kaifeng, Ding Yukai, you 2 wretches." He rushed forward and overturned the trash can on his Zhou Caifeng's head. Subsequently, he began to strike at Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng indiscriminately with a plunger and a toilet brush. "Oh my goodness, this is excrement." Zhou Kaifeng was drenched in filth, unable to contain her nausea and vomiting, leaving her with no strength to defend against Su Yan's assault. The plunger and the squat toilet brush were both disgustingly filthy, and Ding Yukai, too afraid to confront the onslaught, had no choice but to abandon his son and hide behind the sofa. Su Yin hurried into the kitchen, one hand grasping a trash can and the other an oil container. Before the 2 could comprehend her intentions, she had already upended the kitchen waist atop Ding Yotsai's head. As for the oil container, she unscrewed the lid and poured its contents over Zhou Kaifeng. The howls of her cousin, along with the disheveled and filthy appearance of her aunt and uncle, presented a comical yet pitiful sight, filling Su Yin with a sense of vindication. However, compared to the transgressions they had inflicted upon her, this punishment was woefully inadequate. Yet, she had no time to linger. Far more pressing matters awaited her. Today, I shall spare you, but should I encounter you again, I will ensure you soil yourselves. With this stern declaration, Su Yin strode confidently away from her aunt's house. Once outside, inhaling the refreshing outdoor air, she felt a profound sense of relief. At long last, she had retaliated against her aunt's family. Her hands still trembled with adrenaline. The streets buzzed with activity, vibrant and lively. Yet unbeknownst to the throngs, the apocalypse loomed just a week away. Spending 120 yuan for a single room. After taking a shower, she checked the items she had stored in her space, ensuring everything was intact before finally succumbing to slumber. The first thing she did upon waking the next day was to verify the presence of her lottery ticket. She feared she might be dreaming or misread the numbers, so she meticulously cross-checked the winning digits once more. Yes, everything was indeed real. This morning, 400 million would soon be transformed into a string of numbers in her bank account. The lottery center would not open until 9:30, yet by 8 o'clock, Su Yin found herself seated in a breakfast shop adjacent to the center, pretending to be an ordinary patron. She ordered a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick, eating leisurely while scrolling through her phone. News of her victory was spreading wildly online. Fortunately, many were skeptical that an ordinary citizen had won. Instead, they darkly speculated that the director of the lottery center must be the actual winner. Chapter 4. Purchasing a home and a car at last. The clock struck 9:30. Su Yin donned a mask and a baseball cap as she discreetly exited the CF, making her way directly to the lottery center. As the attendant at the window accepted her ticket, she gazed at Su Yin with profound admiration. After deducting a 20 personal income tax, your total winnings amount to 320 million yuan. Congratulations. The attendant gracefully presented the check with both hands. Su Yin approached another counter to collect her winnings. A man, resembling a lobby manager, approached her, attempting to persuade her to make a donation. Although Su Yin had no desire to contribute, acutely aware that the world was on the brink of collapse and that the monetary system would soon disintegrate, she deemed charitable giving futile. Nevertheless, to avoid drawing attention, she acquiesced and donated 300,000 yuan. Within half an hour, she completed the formalities for her prize. Her bank account now boasted over 300 million yuan, allowing her to truly grasp the essence of sudden wealth. As she contemplated leaving, two fund managers approached her, eager to promote their services. In the past, she would have patiently listened to enthusiastic sales pitches, empathizing with the struggles of those in lower socioeconomic positions. However, with the impending apocalypse, she had no time for sales talk. "No, thank you," she replied curtly. To evade being tracked or recognized, she swiftly entered a nearby clothing store, casually selecting a tracksuit without glancing at the price. After changing in the fitting room, she proceeded directly to the counter. "That will be 1,800 yuan," the attendant said politely. 1,800? That's rather expensive. Su Yin instinctively felt a pang of disbelief. She had never worn clothing exceeding 200 yuan. She momentarily struggled to reconcile her new identity as a billionaire, still envisioning herself as the frugal girl who, to save money, had ridden a dilapidated bicycle home after work. "Oh, all right, I'll pay by card," she said politely, handing over a bank card. Once outside the clothing store, Su Yin continually encouraged herself. "Su Yan, you are now wealthy. Don't be timid, be assertive. You possess 320 million yuan, more than 99 of the population." After repeating this mantra several times, she felt a surge of confidence. She then turned into a nearby accessory shop, casually purchasing a pair of sunglasses, a sun hat, and a crossbody bag. This time, the expenditure was 900 yuan, and she paid without hesitation. Having grown accustomed to the carefree spending habits of the affluent, Su Yin resolved to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Her first priority was to acquire a sturdy home. The end of the world would commence with extreme heat, followed by floods, blood mist, acid rain, frost, zombies, and pandemics. An array of calamities would unfold in succession. Government rescue efforts would only safeguard a select few, leaving the vast majority of the populace to fend for themselves. Securing a solid shelter was paramount. She entered a nearby real estate agency. "Excuse me, are you looking to rent?" A young man in a white shirt assessed Su Yin, noting her youth, which suggested she might not be in the market to buy. "Yes, I wish to purchase a property," Su Yin replied with an air of calmness. "Oh, what size are you considering? 60 square meters? 70 square meters?" His tone was rather indifferent, and he made no effort to invite her to take a seat. Su Yin harbored a profound disdain for the condescending demeanor of salespeople, who, with their discerning eyes, favored those adorned with wealth while neglecting the less affluent. How vexing! Even with substantial funds at her disposal, she had no intention of enriching such individuals. However, now was not the moment for indignation. She needed to expedite the purchase of her home to stockpile essential provisions. Time was of the essence. The male salesperson, momentarily taken aback, could not help but scrutinize Su Yin from head to toe. A familiar adage echoed in his mind. Appearances can be deceiving. Much like the vastness of the sea cannot be measured in mere buckets. This young lady, seemingly without means, was here to acquire a villa. What was he dawdling for? Was he still in the business? If not, she would take her leave. Su Yin interrupted his reverie. How delightful it was to possess wealth, for it imbued her speech with an air of authority. "My apologies, please step inside and take a seat." "Xiao Wang, do fetch a glass of water for our esteemed guest," the male salesperson said, his frostbitten expression transforming into a warm smile, as he eagerly presented his tablet to showcase the properties. "Dear miss, you have chosen the perfect place to purchase a villa. How many will be residing with you? What area do you desire?" "I require a single-story dwelling with an area of 200 square meters. In her previous life, during the tumult of survival, Su Yin had encountered a few companions, and together they had huddled for warmth. In this life, she intended to welcome them all into her home, necessitating ample space and numerous rooms. The Bibu Gulf Yawang Villa community in City C ranked among the top 3 luxury villa enclaves, comprising a mere 80 households, each inhabited by affluent individuals, thus ensuring an abundance of resources and alleviating concerns of neighbors raiding her home for sustenance in the face of an impending apocalypse. Nestled at the foot of a mountain, the community boasted an elevation 80 meters higher than the city center, rendering it less susceptible to flooding during torrential rains. Located a mere 20 minutes from the bustling urban center, it provided a sanctuary from chaos and turmoil. The first property the male salesperson showed Su Yin captivated her immediately. It aligned perfectly with her specifications. The exterior boasted a sprawling lawn of approximately 100 square meters, ample enough for a helicopter and kayak. "What is the price for this particular villa?" "The owner's asking price is $6.8 million. However, if you pay in full, it could be reduced to $6 million. "Very well, I shall take it for $6 million, settled in one transaction. I expect to receive the purchase agreement today. Is that feasible?" With financial backing, Su Yin spoke with confidence and assertiveness. "Absolutely. With such a straightforward buyer, we must assure it can be done." The male salesperson hurried outside to contact the owner. Meanwhile, Su Yin meandered through the house, inspecting the utilities and furnishings. Having experienced the harrowing events of an apocalypse, she understood that in times of chaos, societal order disintegrated, and survival became the sole truth, rendering morals and laws irrelevant. Chapter 5. Stockpiling fruits, what is the status? Will the owner arrive to sign the contract? He heard you are prepared to pay in full today and has rushed over without delay. The male salesperson appeared exuberant, for he was on the verge of receiving a substantial commission. Hearing that the owner would take another 2 hours to arrive, Su Yin decided to head to the car market to purchase 2 vehicles. The male salesperson, fearing the imminent loss of a promising sale, proactively offered to accompany Su Yin to assist her in selecting the cars. Su Yin did not decline the offer. She needed someone to drive her to the car market. Upon arriving, she first examined pickup trucks, as she intended to begin stockpiling supplies today and required a vehicle capable of carrying goods. Her knowledge of cars was rather limited, relying solely on the enthusiastic descriptions of the salesman. Unsure of how to make her selection, she reasoned that choosing the more expensive option could not be a mistake. Thus, She opted for a luxurious black pickup truck. Next, she turned her attention to off-road vehicles. In her previous life, during times of escape, she had witnessed countless private cars become stranded in muddy terrain due to inadequate performance, ultimately abandoned in favor of survival. While the salesman excitedly elaborated on various models, Su Yin felt no time to spare. She masked her urgency with a nonchalant demeanor, stating, "Let us go with this one. Too many choices will only confuse the eyes." She placed her hand on the hood of a deep green off-road vehicle. At the checkout, the total for both vehicles amounted to 1 million. Without a blink, Su Yin made the payment. "I will drive off with the pickup truck, and please deliver the off-road vehicle to Bibu Bay Yaguang Villa." Certainly, the salesman responded with eager agreement. After both parties joyfully signed the contract, Su Yin transferred a sum of 5 million for the house, with the remaining 500,000 to be settled post-transfer. She was aware that the property would not undergo transfer, as the world would descend into chaos within a month, rendering any official oversight moot. However, Su Yin preferred to avoid complications. Besides, with ample funds at her disposal, a mere 5 million was inconsequential. With the housing arrangements secured, Su Yin departed the real estate agency amidst the salesman's beaming smile. Back in her vehicle, she stored the contract in her space. Now that she had both a car and a house, her next step was to stockpile supplies, to avoid drawing attention while purchasing in bulk at supermarkets. She followed her phone's navigation to a wholesale fruit market in City C, where no one would raise an eyebrow at her extensive purchases. "Boss, I'll take 50 boxes of crystal grapes, 50 boxes of bananas, 50 boxes of cantaloupes, and 50 large watermelons." The outdoor temperature stood at 35 degrees Celsius, and in a week it was expected to double, reaching a staggering 70 degrees. Su Yin vividly recalled the harrowing scenes from her previous life, where an unbearable heat wave claimed countless lives, leaving the streets littered with the deceased, both human and animal. Medical personnel donned in protective gear traversed the neighborhoods, tending to the decaying bodies. Vehicles spontaneously ignited as they traversed the roads. In the initial month, with air conditioning and government aid, people managed to scrape by. However, as the weeks progressed, water and gas supplies dwindled, plunging the world into chaos. Without electricity and water, cooking became a formidable challenge, and the sweltering heat dulled appetites. Fruits, offering both sustenance and hydration, became a necessity to stockpile. Upon hearing that someone sought to procure such a substantial quantity of goods, the fruit vendor hastily set aside his meal, barely wiping his mouth as he emerged from his stall. "Here they come. When do you need the items? Or shall we deliver them?" he exclaimed eagerly. "No need for home delivery. I'm quite willing to help." He shouted back into the shop, "Wife, come out and assist with the loading." Moments later, a middle-aged woman appeared, smacking her lips, with remnants of grease still clinging to her mouth. As she approached Su Yin, she let out a silent burp, releasing a waft of stir-fried green peppers and meat into the air. Su Yin instinctively took a step back and raised his gaze to her. Upon closer inspection, he found the woman strikingly familiar, reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance. "What is it that you seek?" the woman inquired, turning her head towards the man. Upon hearing her voice, a jolt of electricity coursed through Su Yin's entire being. It was indeed her. Even if reduced to ashes, Su Yin would still recognize this woman, his middle school homeroom teacher, Li Ping. Su Yin instinctively sought to evade, the psychological shadows left from years past still wielding their influence. Wait, the apocalypse is imminent. Should she truly let this wicked woman slip away? Must she endure a lifetime bearing the shame of being bullied? With clarity dawning upon her, Su Yin shouted, "Li Ping." Both Li Ping and her husband, Chen Dong, lifted their heads to gaze at Su Yin. "Indeed, it is you, Li Ping." Su Yin could discern from Li Ping's expression that she had not misidentified her. "Young lady, do you recognize me?" Li Ping inquired. "Ah, Teacher Li, how forgetful you are. Have you truly forgotten even me?" Li Ping scrutinized Su Yin from head to toe, and after a lengthy pause, she seemed to finally recollect, smiling as she said, "I remember now. You were once a student in my class, weren't you? The teacher has an impression of you, though the name escapes me for the moment. Ha ha." Observing Li Ping's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Su Yin's ire further. A decade ago, Su Yin was merely a middle school student, and Li Ping served as her homeroom teacher. Li Ping frequently hinted to students' parents to bestow gifts upon her. Those who complied received her preferential treatment, while those who did not faced her cold indifference, regardless of their academic prowess, and were subjected to her disdain. Su Yin lived with her aunt's family, enduring frequent beatings and scoldings, which gradually rendered her reclusive. Before long, she became the target of bullying by the unruly children in her class, who tore her assignments, spread malicious rumors about her, and cornered her in the restroom to slap her. When Su Yin sought help from Li Ping, she found herself thwarted. The parents of the bullies had bestowed gifts upon Li Ping, including a discount voucher for real estate from one affluent parent. Naturally, Li Ping would not come to Su Yin's aid. How could she offend the influential families of her students for the sake of a poor student like Su Yin, who offered no such presents? During class, a boy seated behind her, driven by hormones, stealthily tugged at her bra strap. Infuriated, Su Yin stood up to report him to Li Ping. "Teacher Li, he is harassing me." Rather than reprimanding the boy, Li Ping mocked Su Yin for her supposed promiscuity. "If you hadn't exposed your straps, how would he have been tempted to pull them? Your own indecent behavior disrupts the class. Go stand in the back." With Li Ping's tacit approval, the bullying of Su Yin escalated unabated. For 3 years, she led a life akin to hell, shrouded in darkness. Chapter 6. Creating a fortress of safety later. During an act of self-defense, Su Yin pushed one of her tormentors to the ground. Although the bully was hardly injured, under Li Ping's so-called fair judgment, Su Yin was compelled to bow an apology to her aggressor and was consequently handed a severe reprimand. "Li Ping, you may not remember me, but I have a vivid impression of you. Even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you." With that, Su Yin picked up a half-cut watermelon from a stall and smashed it onto Li Ping's head. Li Ping, caught off guard, found her face smeared with bright red watermelon flesh. "Oh dear, I can't see," she exclaimed, her hands flailing as she tried to wipe the pulp from her face, looking utterly disheveled. "Young lady, are you here to shop or to cause a scene?" Chen Dong shouted, pointing at Su Yin. "Su Yin demandam fast," seizing a halved mango and thrusting it towards Li Ping's face. "Li Ping, you disgrace your role as a teacher. Had it not been for your indulgence of the bullies, my 3 years in middle school would not have been so arduous. You are unworthy of being an educator. You are nothing but a blight upon society." As Su Yin spoke, he picked up a pair of gloves from his stall and donned them. He then seized a large durian and hurled it towards Li Ping's chest. Caught off guard, Li Ping fell to the ground, her forehead beaded with sweat from the pain. Who exactly are you?" Li Ping kidat, pointing at Su Yin. "I am your father." Su Yin lifted the second durian and struck Li Ping's knee several times. Li Ping, clad in shorts, had no protection on her knee, and the spikes of the durian pierced in her flesh, causing excruciating pain. Chen Dong rushed into the shop to retrieve a watermelon knife, determined to confront the villainous Su Yin. However, upon emerging, he was met with the sight of rotten fruits piled at the entrance, with none of the good produce that had once adorned his stall remaining, and his wife Li Ping's head entangled amidst the decayed fruits. "Darling, pull me out," Li Ping weakly called out. Moments earlier, when Su Yin saw Chen Dong retreat into the store for a weapon, she chose not to linger. With a swift motion, she stored away the hundreds of pounds of fruit displayed outside into her space. Not far off, in the corner, was the dumping ground for spoiled fruits, where moldy oranges, smashed watermelons, and rotten bananas lay. All inedible and unsellable fruits were concentrated in that spot, estimated to weigh several hundred pounds. "I don't know." Su Yin shrugged her shoulders, feigning indifference as she turned to leave. She had no time to waste here. It must be your doing. Just wait. I will call the police and have you arrested." Chen Dong threw down the watermelon knife and pulled out his phone to report the incident. Su Yin expressed her fearless resolve, stating that when the police arrived, she would simply retreat into her own sanctuary. Su Yin drove her pickup truck to another wholesale fruit market, selecting a stall that caught her eye. Without inquiring about prices, she ordered 50 large watermelons, 50 boxes of cantaloupes, 50 boxes of oranges, 50 boxes of grapes, 50 boxes of bananas, and 50 boxes of cherries. The proprietor, delighted by the substantial order and her lack of haggling, was overjoyed. Such ideal customers were a rare delight. "Miss," he said, I will give you a discount of 10 cents on each item. Let us be friends, and should you require more supplies in the future, I hope you will return to me." Suyin casually agreed. "No problem. Just give me your business card, and next time I will call directly to place an order. You could deliver it to my doorstep." All right. The owner respectfully handed over a business card with both hands. With so many goods, Suyin's pickup truck would not suffice. He would still need to trouble the owner to deliver the items using a small truck. After settling the payment, Suyin drove away in his pickup, leaving a trail of dust behind. Suyin recalled an urgent matter that required immediate attention: the renovation of her residence. This villa, at present, could merely accommodate normal living conditions. It fell significantly short of serving as a sanctuary in the apocalypse. In such dire circumstances, morality was a luxury that humanity could scarcely afford. In her previous life, Suyin had witnessed countless instances of kin turning against one another over a mere packet of instant noodles, and she herself had been surreptitiously sold by her aunt in exchange for steamed buns. Consequently, the safe house must not only withstand the threats posed by zombies, mutated creatures, floods, and extreme heat, but also bear the responsibility of keeping marauding humans at bay. After experiencing an apocalyptic scenario, Suyin realized that the existence of safe houses in this world was a reality. The ultra-wealthy often construct such refuges, primarily out of fear of robbery, but also because they possess access to information that surpasses that of the average person. They are privy to insights regarding impending disasters through clandestine channels and thus prepare in advance. Some individuals also build safe houses to evade enemies. Regardless of the motive, it has been demonstrated that those who possess safe houses have a greater chance of survival during catastrophic events. Upon meeting Suyin, the representatives of the Xiaolong company presented her with their product brochure with utmost respect. However, Suyin dismissed it with a wave of her hand and directly stated her request: "I want a level 10 safe house." The business manager swallowed hard, gazing at Suyin in bewilderment. According to the classifications of the Xiaolong Security Company, Level 10 represents the most expensive and secure safe house tier, typically chosen by billionaires who prefer to construct not just ordinary safe houses, but rather bunkers, fortresses built underground or within mountains. The business manager instinctively surveyed Suyin's villa, noting that no other client had ever requested the transformation of a standard residential property into a level 10 safe house. He regarded Suyin with a look of intrigue. Many affluent individuals, in order to conceal their true identities, do not directly interface with security firms. Instead, they delegate a trusted relative or subordinate. Thus, the manager did not question Suyin's appearance, but rather pondered why she would invest millions to convert such a commonplace detached villa into a safe haven. Indeed, at Xiaolong Security Company, the fees for a level 10 safe house begin at 10 million. Are you suggesting that this villa itself be transformed into a level 10 safe house? The business manager inquired cautiously. Yes, Suyin affirmed. Every door, every window, every wall of the house must possess level 10 bulletproof capabilities, impervious to any weapon or explosive, including the ceiling and basement floor. The iron railing surrounding the lawn must be electrified, topped with 30 centimeters of iron spikes, ensuring that even if the electric grid fails, no intruder can breach the perimeter. The rooftop and outer walls must feature the highest quality waterproofing to guarantee that not a single drop of water seeps inside, regardless of torrential rain or hail. The exterior must be reinforced to ensure that during frigid weather, no moisture infiltrates the interior, safeguarding against acid rain corrosion, while also providing optimal insulation. Within the basement, a water reservoir must be constructed, measuring 30 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, equipped with a high-grade purification system, capable of collecting fresh rainwater directly from the surface. A sturdy sunroom should be built in the backyard, complete with a wood-burning stove. Additionally, a spacious bathroom with a shower must be established in the backyard, for having a domestic water reservoir alone does not guarantee safety. When the city's sewage system fails, the disposal of waste becomes a critical issue. In a previous existence, following the advent of the apocalypse, many households became increasingly unbearable due to the lack of water for flushing toilets or the blockage of sewage systems, soon becoming more odorous than public restrooms. Within a mere 3 months post-apocalypse, The entire city devolved into a vast cesspool, with numerous sewage pipelines beneath the streets bursting, filth flowing freely in every direction, enveloping the city in a noxious stench. Originally, Su Yin had envisioned creating a traditional heated bed in the northeast, where the warmth from the stove could radiate throughout the room, serving a dual purpose of comfort while conserving firewood. In the post-apocalyptic world, the extreme heat would inevitably give way to frigid temperatures, blanketing everything in ice and snow, making the heated bed highly practical. Alas, time proved insufficient, and this plan had to be relegated to the recesses of her mind. Su Yin conveyed all her requirements to the business manager in a single breath, who diligently recorded her requests while nodding in acknowledgement. "I expect to see the finished product within 7 days," Su Yin asserted earnestly. 7 days? The business manager's pupils dilated in surprise. Although Su Yan's residence was not particularly vast, her demand for a level 10 safe house entailed intricate construction. Numerous high-tech materials and bespoke components were necessary, such as blast-resistant doors and windows, oxygen generators, waste disposal systems, and fire smoke control systems. Completing all of this within a mere 7 days was utterly unfeasible. "Madam, our typical construction timeline is as follows." Without waiting for the business manager to clarify, Su Yin confidently raised 3 fingers and declared, "I shall add 3 million. Madam, you misunderstand. This is not merely a matter of money. 5 million. That truly won't suffice. We adhere to a standard operating procedure. 10 million. The business manager paused, captivated by the sparkle in Su Yan's eyes. I will arrange for 3 construction teams to commence work." Su Yin forced a smile, her lips curving in a manner that belied the true nature of her feelings. It dawned upon her just how splendid money could be. She had finally grasped its allure. Su Yin did not dare to be idle, for there were still numerous supplies she needed to procure. Just as she was driving her pickup truck away from the villa, the dealership personnel conveniently delivered the off-road vehicle she had purchased right to her doorstep. Su Yin switched to an off-road vehicle, securing the pickup truck in the garage. The purpose of this change was twofold: to experience the capabilities of the off-roader and to evade the watchful eyes of the police. It was highly likely that Li Ping and her husband had already reported her disappearance, and the authorities might be searching for her at this very moment. If she were to be apprehended, it would lead to significant delays. Su Yin drove her off-road vehicle directly to the bank, intent on purchasing gold to enhance her space. Earlier, while at the wholesale market procuring fruits, she had acutely felt the constraints of her limited space. The inability to acquire more goods due to insufficient storage compelled her to rely on the vendor for home delivery, as her pickup truck could not accommodate additional items. Reflecting on the events of her previous life, she recalled that the bank had been overrun by the masses in the first month of the apocalypse. During that time, many were deprived of food amidst a global power outage, suffering under the oppressive heat. Streets were rife with vandalism and chaos, with banks, supermarkets, and government buildings among the first to fall victim. However, institutions like banks, which hold the lifeblood of the nation, were always the first to act. As the apocalypse unfolded, gold bars, an enduring currency, had long since been relocated elsewhere. There was little chance of acquisition, not even through theft, except at a few sluggish gold shops or small-scale refining workshops where gold might still be seized. Thus, advanced purchasing was imperative. 0 was the upper limit for the level of space. What about spiritual energy? Isn't it sufficient to feed it gold for upgrades? For the first 30 levels, feeding it gold suffices for upgrades. Beyond level 30, the space will evolve to include resources such as spiritual springs, forests, minerals, and crops. At that point, the host must possess substantial spiritual energy to facilitate further upgrades. Merely feeding it gold becomes ineffective. How much gold is required to reach level 30 in total? A total of 475 grams is needed. All right, let us proceed. Su Yin parked her car in the lot outside the bank and entered the lobby, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary affluent individual. After inquiring about several fundamental aspects of purchasing gold, she cheerfully declared, "I would like to buy 500 grams of gold in spot." Upon hearing this, several staff members, along with the lobby manager attending to a high-profile client, turned in unison to gaze at Su Yin. their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. The lobby manager approached Su Yin, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Such a young girl hardly resembled a wealthy patron, let alone a prospective gold buyer. To demand over $1 million in merchandise right off the bat, could she possibly be unhinged? Good day, miss. Today's gold price is 560 yuan per gram. How many grams would you like to purchase? The manager inquired with a tone of professional politeness, though his face betrayed skepticism and disdain. I just mentioned it, too. 500 grams, which is equivalent to 5 jin, Su Yin replied, extending her left hand and spreading her fingers to illustrate her point. The manager swallowed hard, grinding his teeth. Do you realize how much 5 jin of gold costs? He retorted, having worked at this branch for 3 years without encountering a client wishing to buy such a substantial quantity of gold bars. This young lady was either deranged or simply not sane. In any case, she could not be considered a typical customer. Su Yin pouted, casting him a disdainful glance. Here we go again, with that condescending attitude. She felt a surge of impatience and raised her voice. Is it just one? For million? Are you going to make the purchase or not? If not, I shall take my leave, for I have much to attend to. The manager, previously serving high-profile clients, was approached by a heavily made-up aristocratic lady who sauntered over with an air of arrogance. My dear, she remarked one, for million is no trifling sum. You would have the staff toil away to wrap the gold bars for you, only for you to be unable to produce the funds in the end. Would that not be a mockery of their efforts? As she spoke, she delicately held her alabaster hand before her, admiring the exquisite manicure she had just received. Chapter 8. Purchasing gold bars, Su Yin suddenly felt that the apocalypse would not be such a terrible thing. It would provide an opportunity to cleanse the world of those who looked down upon others, who were self-righteous, and who were solely driven by profit, restoring tranquility to the realm. Bring me the POS machine, Su Yin commanded with a wave of her delicate hand. The cashier glanced at the manager, momentarily uncertain whether to retrieve the machine. The manager nodded in assent. The cashier entered the amount of one for million and handed the POS machine to Su Yin, deliberately avoiding eye contact with her. That will suffice, she remarked in an exceptionally indifferent tone. Everyone had come to the conclusion that Su Yin was merely a patient who had escaped from a mental institution, someone with a troubled mind desperately attempting to act superior. Su Yin produced her bank card and gently swept it through the card slot, prompting the machine to emit a successful payment notification. The clerk took the POS machine, fixating on the electronic screen for 3 seconds, her eyelids fluttering incessantly. Manager, the money has arrived, she exclaimed, handing the POS machine to the manager. Her gaze flitted up and down Su Yin, astonished that such an unassuming girl could possess such wealth. 1,400,000. It would take her a decade to earn that amount at this establishment. The affluent woman leaned in to scrutinize the POS machine's display. Upon seeing the words "payment successful," a look of dissatisfaction and embarrassment immediately crossed her face, akin to being publicly slapped by Su Yin. She was no longer the most esteemed customer of the store, and with a forced smile, she awkwardly addressed the manager, Xiao Wang. I have other matters to attend to. I shall return another day. With that, she strutted away in her ostentatious high heels. The wealthy woman had visited 3 times, each time merely purchasing gold bars worth a mere 200,000. A stark contrast to Su Yin's lavish expenditure. The manager, ignoring the affluent woman's departure, transformed his expression, beaming with joy as he turned to Su Yin. Madam, you are now our SVP customer. Please allow me to escort you to our VIP lounge, where your gold bars will be prepared momentarily. Su Yin cast him a disdainful glance. His swift change of demeanor was utterly contemptible. There's no need. I'll wait in the hall. Please hurry with the packing, as I have other matters to attend to. Very well. Lily, Xiao Yuan, all of you go inside and pack the gold bars. Madam, please take a seat on the sofa. May I offer you a cup of tea? Would you prefer to Hong Pao? Su Yin was amused to the point of laughter, gazing at the manager with an expression of incredulity, and teasingly remarked, Oh, is it now that I am worthy of sipping such an expensive tea? Am I also deserving of sitting on the sofa? The manager was rendered speechless. His face flushed a deep crimson. Su Yin did not enter the VIP room. Instead, he languidly leaned against the counter, awaiting the emergence of the gold bar, his gaze fixed upon the street outside the door, treating the manager beside him as if he were invisible. The manager stood there, caught in a limbo, neither standing nor sitting, unable to walk away. And continuing to engage in conversation with Su Yan was not an option either. Fortunately, 10 minutes later, the gold bar was packaged and presented, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. "Madam, here is your gold bar, complete with a certificate. Please take good care of it," a staff member said with utmost caution. Su Yan remained silent, not sparing her a glance as he departed with the gold bars in hand. "Madam, please take care, and we look forward to your next visit." The manager bowed respectfully, escorting Su Yan through the entrance of the hall. Several staff members followed suit, bending at the waist to bow towards Su Yan's retreating figure, loudly echoing the manager's words. "Madam, please take care, and we look forward to your next visit." Congratulations to the host. The space has been upgraded to level 2, with dimensions of 3 meters by 6 meters by 3 meters, totaling 54 cubic meters. Su Yan stored the remaining gold into the space, then stepped in himself, discovering that the space had indeed doubled in size. How splendid! Now I can confidently and boldly stockpile supplies. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, Su Yan followed the navigation to a wholesale grocery market. The array of food items was splendid and impeccably clean. She selected a shop that seemed rather appealing, named Lin-S Groceries, and without glancing at the prices, directly informed the proprietor of her desired items. "Kind sir, I would like 100 bags of rice, 100 boxes of pure milk, 100 boxes of assorted instant noodles, 100 boxes of compressed biscuits, 100 boxes of canned meats, 50 boxes of premium sausages, and 50 pounds of fruit candies." The shopkeeper, taken aback by her substantial order, beamed widely. "Young lady, are you planning to open a store?" "Indeed, my family runs a small convenience shop," Su Yan replied casually. At that moment, the owner of the neighboring Li-S Groceries emerged, eager to attract customers. Cradling a collection of pristine food items, he approached Su Yan with a smile. "Miss, come take a look at my offerings. We have just received a fresh batch of semi-processed foods, all delectable and affordably priced. Sour and spicy noodles are merely 2 yuan per pack, while river snail noodles are 5 yuan. Purchase 10 packs and receive a small stewing pot as a gift. We also have self-heating meals in various flavors, including mushroom beef and spicy sausage rice, among many others." Upon hearing this, Su Yan became intrigued and turned to head towards Li Ji, only to be abruptly halted by the owner of Lin-S Delicacies, who grasped her arm firmly. "Miss," he exclaimed, "what he offers I have as well, and my prices are far more reasonable. If you purchase from me, I'll provide complimentary delivery to your doorstep, and I'll even gift you 20 self-heating hot pots." How ran, we have a guest. Bring out the tea." "Miss, please come inside and enjoy the cool air conditioning," the owner insisted, gripping Su Yan's arm tightly, as if fearing her escape. With a forceful tug, he led her into the shop to sit down. A tall, slender young man emerged from behind the beaded curtain, balancing a tea tray in one hand while gracefully pushing aside the door. Upon seeing his son, the owner finally relaxed, saying, "Please sit a moment. I shall fetch your goods from the warehouse." He rubbed his hands together eagerly and dashed off. "Dear guest, please enjoy some tea," the boy said, placing the tray before Su Yan and courteously pouring her a cup. The exquisite tea tray boasted not only fine Longjing tea, but also an array of dried fruits, peanuts, and cherry tomatoes. As Su Yan lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip, her gaze inadvertently wandered to the handsome young man. In that instant, she was taken aback, and she inadvertently sprayed her tea across the table. With a resounding pft, the hot liquid landed squarely on the boy's chest, soaking his clothing and leaving him equally astonished as he stared back at Su Yan. However, this revelation was equally shocking. He was none other than her most loathed pursuer. "It's you?" the boy exclaimed, his mouth agape in exaggerated surprise. Lin Haoran. Su Yan stood abruptly from her chair, her eyes ablaze with fury. In her previous life, Su Yan had been a devoted admirer of Lin Haoran, enduring the risk of familial wrath as she secretly saved money to spend on him, investing her body, finances, and emotions. She had believed herself to be Lin Haoran's girlfriend, yet he had never acknowledged her in front of others. It took 3 years for Su Yin to discover that he had been seeing another woman behind her back all along. At that moment, she realized with a profound clarity that to him, she was merely a tool for satisfying his carnal desires, not even worthy of being considered a backup girlfriend. Yet, the most despicable act came later, during the apocalypse of her past life, when Lin Hao Ran betrayed her, leading to her suffering a grievous injury. In that moment, she had wished to drag him down to hell with her. Throughout those 3 years, the money Su Yin had given him was squandered on gifts for life.But, the daughter of the academic director at S University, the pinnacle of women within Lin Hao Ran's reach. On the day of their graduation, the unassuming Su Yin, carrying a congratulatory cake, arrived at S University only to stumble upon the truth of Lin Hao Ran's relationship with life.In a fit of tears and outrage, she drew the attention of onlookers, leading to the entire school discovering that life.Er was, in fact, the other woman. In a fit of anger, life.Er ended her relationship with Lin Hao. In an effort to protect his daughter's reputation, the academic director deliberately issued Lin Hao a serious reprimand, emphasizing his misconduct while portraying life.Er as blameless. This incident fueled Lin Hao's deep-seated resentment towards Su Yin. With a scornful gaze fixed upon Su Yin, he coldly remarked, "Su Yin, do not delude yourself into thinking that my breakup with life.Er opens a door for you. Let me make it abundantly clear. I, Lin Hao, shall never harbor any feelings for you in this lifetime." Su Yin tilted his head, his brows furrowing into a question mark. Su Yin scoffed, "Huh? Surely you do not believe I have come here to seek you out?" Lin Hao set down the teapot in his hands and plopped himself onto the chair opposite Su Yin, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. "Are you not here to draw closer to me, deliberately coming to my home to make a purchase? You must have exerted considerable effort to inquire about the location of my family's shop. Let me make it clear, Su Yin. I would sell our goods to anyone but you. You are a person who achieves nothing but causes harm. If it were not for your sabotage, life.Er and I would have been married by now. I shall never forgive you, and do not think to grovel before me again. Your face repulses me." In her previous life, Lin Hao had uttered similar words to her, and at that time, Su Yin harbored a flicker of hope, believing he spoke thus out of anger. It was only during the apocalypse that Su Yin was betrayed by Lin Hao, witnessing him join others in devouring her flesh, his eyes devoid of any remorse. At that moment, she finally saw through Lin Hao's true nature. Thus, she no longer held any affection for him, but rather felt contempt and disgust due to his despicable character. Therefore, hearing Lin Hao's self-righteous insults brought her nothing but amusement. As the apocalypse loomed, Su Yin did not anticipate that her casual choice would lead her to Lin Hao's family shop. Since fate had brought her to him, it seemed the heavens were providing her with an opportunity for revenge. No sooner had Lin Hao's words faded than the sound of wheels echoed in the air. Lin Guohua arrived, driving a 3-wheeled vehicle laden with goods, and after disembarking, he entered with a cheerful demeanor. "Miss, the goods you requested are ready. Please come out to inspect them." Su Yin glanced at Lin Hao, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the fleeting second that had just passed, she had already devised a plan to undermine him. "The boss has arrived," she acknowledged. Su Yin approached the entrance, gazing at the cart laden with goods. Instead of placing an order, she addressed Lin Guohua, saying, "Boss, I just remembered that I need 100 cases of mineral water, 100 cases of cola, 100 boxes of eggs, 100 bags of salt, 100 barrels of oil, and 100 bottles of Lao Gan Ma." As she surveyed the shelves of Lin's grocery, she meticulously pointed out each item, requesting 100 of each. Lin Guohua felt increasingly exhilarated. A quick mental calculation revealed that this amounted to several tens of thousands in value. Typically, the patrons frequenting this wholesale market were small shop owners or individuals seeking bargains. And encountering someone like Su Yin, who ordered in such bulk, was a rarity throughout the year. He realized that his own warehouse couldn't accommodate such quantities and contemplated redistributing some stock from friend's store. All right, young lady. Please hold on a moment while I jot this down," Lin Guohua exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He called out to Lin Hao, who was inside the shop. "Hao, hurry and bring me a pen and paper." Lin Hao had initially believed that his previous humiliation of Su Yin would be sufficient to send her away in disgrace. However, this tenacious woman seemed intent on clinging to the situation, leaving him with no choice but to respond without courtesy. He emerged, taunting Su Yan with a mocking tone. "What are you pretending for? I know exactly how much money you have. You're just looking for an excuse to see me, and now you're putting on a show?" Su Yan spread her hands and shrugged her shoulders, addressing Lin Guohua with a tone steeped in regret. "Boss, your son just mentioned that you would never sell your goods to me. I suppose I should seek my purchases elsewhere." With that, she turned and walked toward Li Ji Grocery, leaving Lin Guohua in a state of bewilderment. Previously, the owner of Li Ji had been disheartened by his unsuccessful attempts to attract customers, feeling envious as he watched Su Yan select numerous items at the Lin establishment. Now, seeing her bypass Lin's in favor of his own shop, he was overjoyed and rushed to greet her. "Young lady, I knew you possessed the finest discernment. Our goods are the best on this street. Please come in." Su Yan, following the guidance of the shop owner Li, stepped into the store without any hesitation. With a sweeping glance at the items on the shelves, he boldly declared, "My good sir, I shall take everything in your establishment, including the stock in your warehouse. Whatever you have, I will acquire it all." As Su Yan uttered these words, she deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that Lin Guohua and his son could hear her distinctly. Lin Howard chuckled, finding Su Yan particularly ludicrous. After all, she had simply suffered a setback at his expense and, unable to maintain her dignity, had rushed over to Li Ji's side to save face. He was eager to observe how this impoverished individual would continue to perform. Lin Howard scoffed, crossing his arms with a visage full of indifference. "Dad, this is the Su Yan I mentioned, the one who pursued me for 3 years. She possesses neither education nor family, merely a wretched soul working at a convenience store. Do you truly believe she can produce over 100,000 in one go for procurement? She merely seeks to rekindle our past relationship." Chapter 10. She could not possibly be so wealthy. Lin Guohua was momentarily taken aback, filled with skepticism. He ceased speaking, instead observing quietly towards Li Ji's direction, curious to discern whether this woman was genuinely there for the purpose of procurement. Upon hearing Su Yan declare her intention to purchase all the goods in his store, the proprietor of Li Ji believed he was mistaken, for the total value of his inventory approached 500,000. Su Yan extracted her bank card from her bag and waved it before the boss of Li Ji, smiling as she inquired, "Can you deliver it to my warehouse before nightfall? If so, I shall pay the full amount immediately." The boss of Li Ji was momentarily taken aback, stunned for a few seconds before hastily responding, Yes, I can do that. I will start counting the goods right away. Please have a seat." "No need for that. Just give me a figure," Su Yan replied, as she had other supplies to procure and no time to wait for him to tally the inventory. The boss soon realized that this young lady was quite affluent and thus refrained from further delays. With a quick flick of his eyes, he declared a number, 800,000. In truth, the value of his goods barely reached 470 to 80,000, and many items in the warehouse were nearing their expiration dates, making them virtually unsellable. Embracing the philosophy of seizing the opportunity presented by a willing customer, he boldly quoted 800,000, hoping to pocket an additional 300,000 and enjoy a month-long respite thereafter. Su Yan was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, yet Lin Guohua and his son were acutely aware. Upon hearing Li Ji's inflated price of 800,000, both were astounded by the audacity of Li Ji. What left the father and son even more astonished was Su Yan's immediate decision to swipe the card on the POS machine without a moment's hesitation. Lin Guohua's face darkened. He knew that as Lin's food wholesale store could barely earn a net profit of 300,000 after a year of diligent toil. Had he known this woman was so affluent and easily deceived, he would have never allowed her to venture to Li Ji's establishment. He blamed his foolish son entirely for this predicament. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and struck Lin Howard sharply on the back of the head. "You troublemaker." Lin Howard was left dumbfounded. When had Su Yan become so wealthy? Wasn't she earning merely 3,000 yuan a month working at the convenience store? After Su Yan clarified the delivery address with the owner of Li Ji, she exited the establishment, intending to ascend to the second floor to procure daily necessities. As she passed the entrance of Lin's grocery, She cast a disdainful smile at Lin Howard, standing at the threshold of his own shop. Lin Howard felt a jolt of indignation. Did she truly look down upon him? To Su Yin, he was merely a dog in her eyes, summoned at her whim and dismissed just as easily. Even when she offered him money, it was as if she were pleading for him to accept it. When had it come to a point where she could treat him with such disrespect? Was it simply because she had come into some wealth? No. He was determined to uncover the source of Su Yan's newfound affluence. Father, this Su Yan is nothing more than a lowly worker. Her sudden wealth must be suspicious. I need to get to the bottom of this. You keep an eye on the shop for now. Lin Howard, fixated on Su Yan's retreating figure, resolved to follow her. Lin Guohua let out a heavy snort, clearly incensed. Lin Howard wholeheartedly agreed. He should not have acted impulsively, resulting in the loss of substantial sums of money. This matter could not be brushed aside. He grunted in agreement, and then trailed after Su Yin towards the elevator. Su Yin ascended to the second floor of the wholesale market, a level predominantly dedicated to the distribution of daily necessities. He casually entered a shop that appeared to have few patrons and, after surveying his surroundings, addressed the proprietor. "Good sir, I require 100 packs of toilet paper, 100 bars of sulfur soap, 100 bottles of shampoo, 5,000 sets of disposable tableware, 1,000 sets of day and night combination sanitary pads, 100 sets of bedding, 100 cotton quilts, 50 pairs each of size 36 cotton slippers and flip-flops, 10 sets of stainless steel kitchenware, 20 sets of cookware, 20 large cutting boards, 100 clothes hangers, 100 bath towels, and 1,000 hand towels." Su Yin selected a myriad of items, choosing everything she deemed essential for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. The proprietor, encountering such a substantial customer for the first time, anxiously recorded each item and its quantity on the computer. Meanwhile, Lin Howard concealed himself outside the shop, furtively observing Su Yan's every move. Upon hearing her intention to purchase such an extensive array of supplies, he could not help but feel a sense of skepticism. Was Su Yan, perhaps, venturing into e-commerce? How could she possibly possess such a considerable sum of money? He overheard the shopkeeper mention a total of 200,000 after discounting the cents, and then saw Su Yan produce her bank card, paying the amount with unwavering composure and without a hint of hesitation. After Su Yan provided her boss with the delivery address, she exited the store. Reflecting on the reality of the apocalypse, she recognized that it was impractical to prepare every meal herself. Thus, it was essential to procure some ready-made dishes to store in her space, allowing her to simply retrieve them when hunger struck. Having realized that she was indeed quite famished, she resolved to dine at an upscale restaurant, intending to order some hot dishes for takeaway afterward. As she stepped out of the wholesale market, Lin Howard trailed behind her, initially assuming she was heading to the roadside for a taxi. However, to his surprise, Su Yin walked directly to a dark green SUV, opened the door, and settled inside. Lin Howard recognized the emblem on the vehicle. It belonged to a foreign brand, and was certainly not inexpensive. His curiosity about Su Yin intensified. Based on his understanding of her, it was inconceivable that she could amass such wealth through her own efforts. Promptly, he hailed a taxi from the roadside and followed her vehicle to a hidden high-end private kitchen restaurant nestled within the bustling city. The establishment, named Yutangshan Guan Fu Kai, was among the most prestigious in City C, where a banquet for 8 could easily cost upwards of 30 to 50,000 yuan. Su Yin became acquainted with this restaurant through mentions made by her aunt's family. Su Yin remembered the name Yutangshan. Now that she possessed a considerable fortune, she was determined to savor its exquisite delicacies. With nearly 300 million in her bank account, it was imperative to spend lavishly, for in the impending apocalypse, wealth would become utterly worthless. If she did not indulge now, there would soon be no opportunity to spend it all. Similarly, fine dining establishments like Yutangshan would soon find themselves deserted. Thus, she must seize the moment to relish and stock up on culinary delights. The off-road vehicle, guided by the navigation system, arrived at the entrance of Yutangshan, known for its imperial cuisine. The establishment was an elegant, 3-story building, resplendent with traditional Eastern architectural features. As Su Yin alighted from her vehicle, a young male attendant promptly approached to assist with parking. Chapter 11. dining at the most expensive restaurant accustomed to being flattered and adored due to her wealth. Su Yin offered a subtle smile to the attendant before handing over her car keys and confidently striding towards the restaurant's entrance. Another attendant greeted her at the door, politely inquiring, "Good day, Mississippi. How many in your party?" "Just one. I desire a tranquil dining environment." "Certainly. Please follow me." The attendant escorted Su Yin into a private room with a breathtaking view of the river. Shortly thereafter, a stunning waitress clad in a cheapao entered to take her order. Holding the menu, Su Yin selected a variety of dishes that piqued her interest: caviar salmon tart, braised aged abalone, bird's nest with tofu, steamed East China yellow fish with 30-year-old orange peel, spicy wine-soaked flour snails, fresh poached peony shrimp, deep-fried milk, clay pot bass stew, and braised beef ribs. After the waitress exited, a tall, elegant young man entered, dressed in a pale blue long robe, his long hair flowing gracefully, exuding an extraordinary charm. He positioned himself at a respectful distance from Su Yin, bowing slightly. With a gentle, melodious voice, he introduced himself. "I am Ling Xiao, a musician of Yutangshan. Which piece would you like to hear, esteemed guest?" Su Yin was taken aback by the handsome musician's appearance, hardly registering his words. The charming musician smiled lightly as he approached Su Yin, picked up the sheet music from the table, and presented it before her. He then reiterated his earlier introduction. "I am Ling Xiao, the musician of Yutangshan. Which piece would you like to hear, esteemed guest?" Su Yin finally realized the situation and hurriedly took the sheet music, noticing the titles of 10 pieces listed upon it. As she lifted her gaze, she discovered a guqin placed in the corner of the window. It was her first time understanding that one could enjoy a meal while being serenaded by the enchanting sound of the instrument. Su Yin had never heard the sound of the guqin. She chose a piece entitled 3 Variations of Plum Blossom based solely on her instincts. It was rather laughable that she had once cherished such a shabby artifact, as if it were a treasure for 3 years in her past life. Ultimately, it boiled down to her impoverished circumstances. Having never tasted the exquisite nor witnessed the refined, she mistook trash for treasure. Unable to resist, she touched the bank card in her purse, reveling in the simple truth that wealth brings comfort. Who says money cannot buy happiness? At this moment, she felt more content than ever before. Meanwhile, Lin Howren, constrained by his meager finances, timidly lingered at the entrance of Yutangshan, hesitant to step inside. Renowned for its exorbitant prices and equally celebrated cuisine, he had longed to indulge in the delights of Yutangshan, yet he lacked the means. Just moments ago, he had watched Su Yin stride confidently through the door, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How could a person like Su Yin possibly afford a meal at Yutangshan? It is indeed quite perplexing. The attendant at the entrance noticed Lin Howren lingering outside for an extended period and naturally understood that he hesitated to enter due to his lack of funds. He was all too familiar with the expression of longing mingled with trepidation that impoverished individuals often display. Nevertheless, he donned a professional smile and greeted Lin Howren, saying, "Sir, please come in." With a courteous demeanor, the attendant smiled, yet the corners of his eyes betrayed a subtle roll, which left Lin Howren feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing he could vanish in the ground. Dejected, he departed from the scene of Yutangshan and wandered onto the bustling street, seeking refuge in a nearby KFC to await Su Yin's return after a meal. Within the private room, the dishes that Su Yin had ordered began to arrive in succession, each exquisite delicacy gliding past her on a revolving platter. She picked up a delicate, fragrant shrimp and savored it, then sampled a spoonful of fish with bird's nest and tofu, followed by a slice of succulent steak. A symphony of flavors blossomed on her palate. Meanwhile, the handsome musician had transitioned to a new piece, now playing flowing wine. Su Yin felt that dining alone at such a lavish table of delicacies was rather dull. She approached the musician and gently pressed down on his hand as he played the zither. "Handsome, cease your playing and come join me for a meal. It's perfectly all right. I insist. Come now." Su Yin pressed the musician down onto the chair, incessantly serving him dishes filled with food, while the musician hesitated to take up his chopsticks, repeatedly declining the offerings. Su Yin, feeling somewhat displeased, set down his glass of red wine and casually rummaged through the musician's belongings until he retrieved his phone. He opened the WeChat payment code and promptly transferred 200,000 yuan from his own device. Can you accompany me for dinner now? Su Yin returned the phone to the musician, gazing at him with sincere eyes. The musician, upon seeing the additional 200,000 in his WeChat balance, dared not utter another word and swiftly poured himself a glass of red wine. You are truly generous. I toast to you. Su Yin smiled lightly, raising his wine cup to clink with the musician's. The musician, well aware of the adage that one should be soft-handed with those who offer generosity, diligently rummaged through his repertoire of humorous quips to amuse Su Yin. Delighted by the merriment, Su Yin rewarded him with an additional 200,000. Although Su Yin wore a smile on her face, her heart was secretly mocking. Indeed, wealth can move mountains, but soon the apocalypse would arrive, rendering any amount of money utterly useless. After finishing her meal, Su Yin rang the bell to summon the waiter. I truly admire your cuisine. My family is hosting a banquet tomorrow, and I would like to order several dishes to be delivered to my home. Would that be possible? Certainly, madam. Which dishes would you like to order? After this tasting experience, Su Yin had identified the dishes that suited her palate well enough to accompany her into the impending apocalypse. She picked up the menu and began to place her order. 100 portions of spicy boiled prawn, 100 portions of Taiwanese mountain vegetable salad, 100 portions of golden crispy ribbon fish, 100 portions of bird's nest with tofu pudding, 100 portions of clay pot braised base with pepper, 100 portions of crispy braised pork intestines, and 50 kilograms of cooked rice. Su Yin, increasingly exhilarated, was on the verge of ordering 100 portions of every dish from Yutang Chan. Oblivious to the astonished expressions on the faces of the waiter and musician standing nearby, she continued her extravagant ordering. This was indeed an overwhelming amount. Let us go with this, she said with a smile. We can pack each box full, and our chefs will replate them as needed. Chapter 12, The Stench. The waiter, though filled with questions, recognized that such a lavish order could yield substantial profits for the establishment, and she would earn a generous commission herself. Thus, she wisely chose to remain silent, jotting down Su Yin's request before discreetly exiting the private room. The entire meal cost Su Yin over 80,000 yuan, including the dishes she wished to take away. The total approached 800,000 yuan. Upon learning of this, the floor manager promptly instructed the front desk not to accept any new patrons that day and ordered the kitchen to work overtime to ensure all dishes were prepared, to be delivered to the client the following day. Meanwhile, Lin Howard sat by the window at a fast food joint, staring intently at the intersection. Ever since his family fell into debt, their standard of living had plummeted drastically. They could scarcely afford to buy a chicken. He ordered the cheapest drink available, an ice-cold cola, priced at a mere yuan per cup, sipping while fixating on the street. His heart brimmed with indignation. Why was Su Yin able to drive a fine car and dine in upscale restaurants? How could she casually spend 800,000 yuan? Why? And he, Lin Howard, who ought to have been the son-in-law of the director of S University, now found himself confined to a fast food establishment, sipping a 1 yuan drink. Why? Why? He internally screamed, gripping the cola cup with increasing intensity. At last, Su Yin's SUV came into view. He discarded the cup, his eyes reddening, and dashed out in pursuit. As Su Yin's car swiftly passed before him, Lin Howard's heart brimmed with resentment at the sight of Su Yin's satiated countenance. He hastily hailed a taxi to pursue him. The taxi trailed behind Su Yin's vehicle, venturing away from the bustling city center. After traversing a less frequented road for over 20 minutes, both cars entered the Bibu Gulf Yaguang residential community. Lin Howard had previously visited this neighborhood, as Li Feier resided within its confines, and he was aware that its inhabitants were either affluent or of high status. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Su Yin lived here? From the taxi's window, Lin Howard observed Su Yin's car come to a halt in the square before the community's entrance. He instructed the driver to stop, eager to discern Su Yin's next move. To his astonishment, Su Yin emerged from the vehicle and began walking towards Lin Howard's direction. A surge of panic gripped him. Just as he contemplated pressing the button to raise the window, he heard Su Yin's piercing voice call out, Lin Howard. His heart skipped a beat. When had she discovered his presence? Su Yin approached Lin Howard, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of her lips as she taunted. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with me? Following me all the way? Lin Howren's expression stiffened. Despite his efforts to conceal himself, he had been discovered by Su Yin long ago. However, he was prepared for this encounter. Stepping out of the car, he retrieved 2 tickets from his pocket, raising them before Su Yin while deliberately lowering his voice to produce a bubbly tone. Su Yin, I was rather presumptuous this afternoon, and my father has given me a stern reprimand. He insisted that I come and apologize to you. Here, I remembered how much you adore Jay Cho, so I bought 2 tickets to his concert. Shall we go together? As Lin Howren spoke, he leaned in closer to Su Yin, attempting to envelop her in an air of intimacy that would stir her desires. He was acutely aware of her affection for him. A mere hint of flirtation was enough for Su Yin to acquiesce to any of his requests. In his previous life, whenever Lin Howren sought financial assistance or wished to fulfill his physical needs, he employed this same tactic, and it had never failed him. Yet, now that Su Yin had discerned Lin Howren's true nature, she found him utterly repulsive. Instinctively, she took a step back, even waving her hand in front of her nose, for his sweat was overwhelmingly unpleasant. You reek. Su Yan's face contorted in disgust. Lin Howren, embarrassed, felt a surge of irritation. In her eyes, was he not handsome, impressive, and exuding masculinity? How dare she express disdain and claim he stinks? Su Yin, did you not always say that my scent was delightful? That it was pheromones, a testament to your genes, choosing me? Lin Howren attempted to salvage his dignity. Su Yin felt a wave of nausea. She recalled that in her previous life, she had indeed spoken similarly to Lin Howren. At that time, she had always perceived an indescribable fragrance emanating from him, but now, that aroma was absent, replaced instead by an unpleasant odor. Was it not true? It was genuinely repugnant. If you do not believe me, just ask the driver. Su Yin adopted a mockingly incredulous expression, as if questioning whether he truly remained oblivious to his own scent. Driver, would you kindly confirm whether he carries an unusual smell? She inquired of the chauffeur. Su Yin, Lin Howren's face turned ashen with fury. The driver, however, had no interest in involving himself in their quarrel. He merely wished to collect his fare and depart. Hey, young man, you haven't settled the fare yet, he said curtly, presenting a receipt for the fare, a total of 108. WeChat or Alipay? Upon seeing the receipt, Lin Howren erupted. He had been so fixated on Su Yan's vehicle that he had completely lost track of the distance they had traveled, which was now several dozen kilometers. How could it possibly cost that much? There must be an error with your meter. 108 yuan was exorbitant for Lin Howren, who was burdened with his family's debts amounting to millions. Taxi drivers were typically reluctant to venture into the suburbs, as the return trips seldom yielded passengers, making it an unprofitable journey. Lin Howren's perception of the fare being excessive only added to the driver's frustration. He thrust a payment QR code through the window, exclaiming, "You boarded in the city center, and now we're in the suburbs. Do you really think the fare would be low? Enough chatter. Just pay up. Is it as simple as you say? I need to verify this. You must be cheating. Just wait. I will file a complaint against you." Had Li Fei been present beside him, Lin Howren would have readily coughed up the cash without hesitation. However, in Su Yan's presence, he felt no such obligation. For regardless of his demeanor, she cherished him, and it would not tarnish his status as her idol. As Lin Howren prepared to calculate the distance using his phone's map, an electronic notification chimed. Ding! 5,000 yuan has been credited. Driver, have you received the money? Su Yin asked with a smile. The driver, suspecting he had misheard, quickly checked his phone and was astonished to find that Su Yin had indeed transferred 5,000 yuan. Young lady, did you input the wrong amount? The fare for this trip is 108 yuan. In an instant, the driver's mood brightened, as 5,000 yuan represented the earnings he would typically accumulate over 3 or 4 months. Young lady, you are quite considerate. You are a good person. Just remember to find a reliable boyfriend next time, he said with a grin, giving Su Yin a thumbs up before casting a disparaging glance at Lin Howren. Bah! He spat disdainfully out of the window, openly disparaging Lin Howren, before starting the engine and driving away. Lin Howren felt a surge of humiliation from the driver's sudden insult and contemplated chasing after him to argue, but the taxi had already vanished from view. A flush of red and white crossed his face as he gazed at Su Yin, feeling quite irked by her recent actions. Over the course of 3 years, Su Yin had been trained impeccably by him. In any situation, she would uphold his dignity. Why, then, did she deliberately choose to embarrass him today? Suppressing his anger, he managed a smile and said, Su Yin, you really need not give him any money. I have already stated that his watch must be flawed. It's not that I am unwilling to pay for the fare. Rather, I refuse to indulge these drivers in their unruly behavior, taking advantage of us as customers. However, individuals of such lowly status often lack basic morals and decency. Giving him 50,000 is simply not worth it. Though he spoke these words, his mind was occupied with the thought that if Su Yin could so carelessly part with 50,000 for a mere taxi driver, it would surely be effortless for him, as her idol, to extract some fun from her as well. Su Yin let out a cold laugh, choosing to disregard Lin Howren entirely. She had witnessed too many instances of individuals like him, who resorted to belittling others to elevate themselves. Lin Howren was precisely such a person, adorned in superficial charm, yet fundamentally flawed. She withdrew the 2 concert tickets from Lin Howren's grasp and observed them closely. Priced at $488. These must be the least expensive seats in the house, she mused mockingly, casting a derisive glance at Lin Howren. This remark unsettled Lin Howren, who found it perplexing that she would critique him. In the past, no matter how trivial the gift, she would joyfully exclaim, Howren, you're so wonderful. But today, she dared to express disdain for tickets worth several hundred yuan to a Jade concert. Lin Howren hastily clarified, No, the cheapest ones are 388. These are 488. While the inner circle seats are indeed closer, their elevation is lower than the stage, necessitating a constant craning of the neck, which is detrimental to one's posture. The stands, however, are far less straining on the neck and offer greater value for the price. Su Yin let out a cold laugh, mocking, Come on, you can't even bear to buy an inner venue ticket. Do you have any sincerity? Su Yin casually tossed the ticket into Lin Howren's embrace and turned astride towards her SUV. Lin Howren was momentarily taken aback. Those words felt oddly familiar. Previously, when Su Yin gifted him or treated him to a meal, he would often remark on the price. For instance, he would say, How could you dare bring me to such an inexpensive restaurant? Do you even possess any sincerity? This phrase had become a universal formula. Whenever Lin Howren was dissatisfied with Su Yin, he would use the question of sincerity as a label. Consequently, Su Yin had always been exceedingly cautious in her interactions with Lin Howren, fearful of inciting his displeasure. As Lin Howren gazed at Su Yin's retreating figure, he pondered how she had begun to mimic his manner of speaking. Was she attempting to provoke him? He quickened his pace, catching up to her and firmly grasping her arm. Su Yin, let us reconcile, he implored. Ah, Su Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, rendered speechless by Lin Howren's audacity. Did you not say that the sight of my face made you nauseous? Did you not claim that you could never harbor any affection for me? If that is the case, why seek reconciliation? She was acutely aware of Lin Howren's motives for wanting to mend their relationship. Rather than expose him, Su Yin found more amusement in playing along, especially since Lin Howren had once caused her immense suffering in her previous life. As she voiced her thoughts, Lin Howren's eyes shimmered with a tenderness he had never before directed towards Su Yin, a gaze that was particularly effective with Li Feier. Whenever he fixed that soulful look upon her, she would be utterly captivated. Yet, upon hearing Lin Howren's shameless declarations, Su Yin felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly overwhelming her composure. Su Yin turned to Lin Howren with a teasing smile, suggesting they would first observe his performance. Lin Howren was momentarily taken aback. This phrase, let's see your performance, was one he often employed on Su Yin, yet now it was being wielded against him. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Lin Howren noted how hard it had become to win Su Yin over and pondered alternative strategies. As he saw her preparing to leave, he hastily inquired about a matter of utmost interest to him. Su Yin, are you currently residing in this neighborhood? Lin Howren thought to himself, as expected, feeling both astonishment and indignation, but predominantly envy. He feigned a friendly demeanor, smiling as he remarked, It's been a few months since we last met. You've changed remarkably, managing to afford such an expensive residence. This statement, laced with encouragement yet tinged with humiliation, irked Lin Howren. for Su Yan had never dared to speak to him in such a manner before. He intended to probe further into Su Yan's circumstances when, at that moment, she received a phone call regarding a delivery of items she had purchased at the wholesale market, with the driver confirming the unloading address at the entrance of the community. As Su Yan answered the phone, he settled into his rugged SUV. Moments later, two medium-sized freight trucks appeared at the entrance of Bibu Gulf Yawang Villa, each laden with an abundance of goods. The packaging boxes bore inscriptions such as Sunshine Rose grapes, premium seedless watermelons, and imported cherries, all of which were the fresh fruits he had previously acquired at the wholesale market. After Su Yan explained the situation to the security office, the intercepting gate slowly opened. A fruit-laden truck followed closely behind Su Yan's vehicle, entering the community in succession. The security guard at the booth rendered a dignified military salute to the procession of vehicles. This was a villa district where every household possessed a private car. Lin Howard had waited for quite some time without sighting a single taxi. As dusk approached, he reluctantly began walking towards the city while keeping an eye out for a taxi. After walking for over 10 minutes, three medium-sized trucks approached him from the opposite direction, similarly laden with an abundance of goods. The packaging boxes bore faintly visible inscriptions of high-quality cotton, daily necessities, and kitchenware. Lin Howard paid them little mind and continued forward, remaining vigilant for any taxis behind him. Chapter 14. Li Ping brings the police to his door. A few minutes later, two more medium-sized trucks came towards him, also filled to the brim with merchandise. Lin Howard recognized one of the drivers as Xiao Wang, a freight driver from their local wholesale food market. A sudden shock coursed through him. Could it be that all these goods were ordered by Su Yan? It seemed likely, considering the extravagant expenditure Su Yan had made today. The combined weight of these several trucks could easily amount to dozens of tons. If she had indeed placed the order, it would hardly be surprising. However, the sheer volume of her purchases was rather excessive, especially for delivery to a residential area. Was it possible that she had opened a large supermarket in Yawang Yuan? Though the notion of establishing a large supermarket within the community seemed somewhat implausible, it was the only explanation Lin Howard could conceive for Su Yan's bulk procurement of goods. Having only parted ways a few months ago, Su Yan had evidently become quite affluent. It was clear that her newfound wealth was of dubious origin. She might have even aligned herself with a wealthy benefactor. In such a case, there would be no moral qualms in extracting money from her. This thought brought a flicker of joy to Lin Howard's heart, lightening his steps as he continued on. Su Yan's off-road vehicle led two fruit trucks to the front of her residence, where she directed the laborers to unload tons of fruit onto her lawn. "Young lady, surely you don't intend to consume all this fruit?" Well, the drivers jested. Everyone present was intrigued by Su Yan's motivation for purchasing such a vast quantity of fruit to store at her home. After all, this is a villa district. It would be rather peculiar for her to sell fruit within the community, wouldn't it? Su Yan casually remarked that they were planning several fruit parties at home, as they had many guests and needed to prepare abundantly. "Oh, I see. You wealthy folks are indeed generous." A few believed this jest, refraining from further comments. And after quietly unloading the goods, they drove away. Su Yan firmly shut the courtyard door, placing her hands on her hips as she gazed at the mountain of fruits, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. "0. Is my current space capable of accommodating all these items?" Current space dimensions are 3m times 6m times 3m, totaling 54 cubic meters, which cannot fully contain these supplies. It is recommended that the host upgrade the space to level 3. Su Yan nodded slightly, and with a thought, extracted several gold bars from the spatial realm. Upon feeding them into the space, 0 immediately announced, "Congratulations, host. The space has been upgraded to level 8, measuring 50 meters by 80 meters by 15 meters, totaling 60,000 cubic meters. The capacity of the space had significantly increased, now able to accommodate all the goods purchased today. Su Yan glanced around, checking to see if anyone was observing him. Fortunately, the houses in Yawang Yuan were relatively distant from one another, with at least 50 meters separating each residence. Furthermore, the residents exhibited a high level of civility, typically refraining from prying into the affairs of their neighbors. After confirming that no one was watching his family's yard, Su Yin focused his thoughts, and several tons of fruit were instantly absorbed into his space. Soon, a vehicle laden with daily necessities and provisions arrived, filling Su Yan's front lawn to the brim with the sheer volume of items. Once the workers had unloaded the goods and driven away, Su Yin repeated the process, swiftly storing all the supplies into his space. This space is truly remarkable. Zero, you are extraordinary. Su Yin couldn't help but praise. Thank you for your kind words, host. By the way, do you remember that I previously mentioned that when the space reaches level 3, I can design an appearance for the butler? Zero's tone carried a hint of shyness. Does that mean I will be able to see you in the future? Su Yin inquired. Yes, indeed. In this post-apocalyptic world, trust between individuals is scarce, and the prospect of forming friendships seems almost unattainable. The companionship of an electronic robot to converse with would be a delightful diversion. What kind of appearance should I design for you? Su Yin asked. The butler system offers hundreds of design elements, and the host can mix and match as desired. If possible, Zero hopes to select the design for itself, Zero replied. Su Yin understood that this Zero was much like humanity, desiring to adorn itself according to its own preferences. This was, of course, entirely acceptable. Just as Su Yin turned to enter the house, the doorbell of the courtyard rang. Through the narrow gap of the black iron gate, she vaguely discerned two men clad in light blue uniforms. A sense of foreboding washed over her. It seemed trouble was afoot. Sure enough, as the iron gate swung open, she was greeted by the sight of two police officers, with Li Ping standing behind them, supported by Chen Dong. Su Yin cast a glance at Li Ping and observed that both of her knees were swathed in white bandages, while the neckline of her blouse revealed a substantial area stained with purple antiseptic. One side of her face was swollen and dark, a direct consequence of the injury inflicted upon her at the fruit wholesale market by Su Yin. Upon seeing Su Yin, Li Ping became agitated and pointed at her, exclaiming, "Officer, it was her. She is the one who struck me." The police officer regarded Su Yin with a frosty demeanor and inquired, "We have received a report indicating that Ms. Li Ping was assaulted in her own shop. According to the surveillance footage, the assailant is you. Your name is Su Yin, is it not?" "Yes, I am Su Yin," she affirmed, her composure unwavering. She had anticipated this moment and was confident that her actions against Li Ping had been merely a light blow, easily rectifiable with some monetary compensation. The questioning officer nodded and proceeded to ask, "What prompted you to strike Li Ping?" The surveillance footage from the wholesale market depicted Su Yin launching an unexpected attack on Li Ping, devoid of any prior indication. When Li Ping reported the incident at the police station, she struggled to articulate the sequence of events and had yet to recall precisely who Su Yin was. "Indeed, why did you assault my wife?" Chen Dong interjected, echoing the officer's inquiry. "Yes, why did you hit me?" Li Ping added, reiterating Chen Dong's question. Su Yin gazed at Li Ping's face, which was unevenly high on one side and low on the other, with one side pale and the other shade of green, reminiscent of a traditional Peking opera mask, and found it exceedingly amusing. She could not restrain a chuckle, then shook her head, not for any particular reason, but simply because she found her distasteful. She endeavored to press her lips together, attempting to suppress her laughter from becoming too overt. "Hitting someone is against the law. Do you not comprehend?" The police officer admonished sternly. Su Yan strived indifferently. "So what? What of it?" This statement undoubtedly detonated a bomb, igniting the fury of everyone present, including the police. Chen Dong stepped forward, loudly condemning Su Yin. "You may appear young, yet your heart is so wicked, even in the presence of law enforcement. You dare to disregard the law. You are utterly contemptuous of justice." Chapter 15. A slap worth 100,000. Will you accept it? Before confronting Su Yin, Li Ping and Chen Dong were filled with confidence, believing that she would cower before the police. However, Su Yin's audacious reaction was utterly unexpected. Li Ping felt deeply insulted, her chest heaving in anger. She pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yin, insisting that this lunatic must be severely punished. "Not only did she injure me, but she also discarded my family's fruits into the trash. Compensation is imperative. Compensation. Indeed, compensation. If she does not pay us 200,000 today, this matter will not end." Chen Dong shouted defiantly. Yet for Su Yin, money was the least of her concerns at that moment. With a stern expression, the police officer addressed Su Yin. The opposing party demands compensation. You have two choices. Either you voluntarily compensate and reach an agreement, or we will implement detention measures against you in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. The choice is yours. As soon as the officer spoke, Chen Dong and his wife instantly found their courage. Compensation. It is essential, Chen Dong exclaimed. Officer, merely detaining her is insufficient. She must pay, or no one leaves here today. Li Ping echoed her husband's words, lamenting. She must not only cover my medical expenses, but also compensate for the losses incurred from my inability to conduct business due to my injuries. My shop generates nearly 10,000 in net profit daily, and I will need at least a month to recuperate. Just calculate my losses. I believe 200,000 is far too little. 30,000 is what I require. Chen Dong nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. 200,000 is not enough. It must be 30,000. Officer, demand 30,000 from her. The police officer cast a sidelong glance at Chen Dong, appearing somewhat speechless. Upon hearing that Su Yin chose to compensate, Li Ping and Chen Dong exchanged a knowing glance, each recognizing the triumphant glimmer in the other's eyes. As if to say, indeed, she fears the police. That's right, you owe us 30,000. Pay up now. Chen Dong's tone was menacingly assertive. Su Yin glanced at the two police officers, who remained silent. In fact, for the police, the most effective resolution for such an incident involving injury is mutual reconciliation. The perpetrator compensates the victim, thus sparing considerable judicial resources. However, with the couple Chen Dong demanding an exorbitant compensation of 300,000 yuan, the officers were decidedly disinclined to acquiesce, as it was clearly a case of extortion. Yet, they were not in a position to voice this, as they were not judges, and could only encourage the parties to resolve the matter amongst themselves. 300,000, is it? Li Ping stepped forward aggressively, closing the distance between them, and declared in a menacing tone, yes, 300,000. If you refuse, we will have the police arrest you, leaving you with a criminal record, and we will take you to court. Suddenly, without warning, Su Yin delivered a sharp slap to Li Ping's left cheek. You want 300,000, do you? Fine. Take one slap from me, and I will give you 100,000. 100,000. As the impending apocalypse loomed, money had become virtually worthless, and Su Yin's bank account was overflowing. Her animosity towards Li Ping was profound. This woman, unworthy of her role as a teacher, deserved to be slapped repeatedly. The unexpected strike left everyone present in a state of shock. Li Ping, clutching her face, was still grappling with how to respond when Su Yin delivered another swift blow, this time to her right cheek. 200,000. This blow was delivered with such force that Li Ping stumbled and fell to the ground. You! Li Ping's eyes were wide with astonishment. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Su Yin's third slap followed. 300,000. 400,000. 500,000. 600,000. Su Yin mounted Li Ping, exerting all his strength as he unleashed a relentless barrage of slaps, delivering blows without mercy, leaving her disoriented and dazed. Li Ping merely desired money. Today, Su Yin could reduce her to a state of severe disability and then toss her a sum of cash, allowing her to suffer in the ICU. Observing the scene, two police officers hurried forward to restrain Su Yin, commanding him to cease his actions. Li Ping, struck repeatedly, felt her head spinning and her vision blurring, weakly calling out, "Husband, save me." Chen Dong stood awkwardly to the side, torn between his reluctance to witness his wife being assaulted and his overwhelming desire for the enticing sum of 500 to 600,000 that Su Yin had mentioned. As the police intervened, a flicker of resentment arose within Chen Dong. He felt the officers were meddling unnecessarily. Leaning closer to Li Ping, he whispered, "Darling, why not endure a little longer? Each slap is worth 10,000. Li Ping gazed into Chen Dong's eyes, her emotions a tumultuous mix of hatred for his callousness and a yearning for the money Su Yin promised, finding some merit in her husband's words. "Look, they desire to be struck. I want to do it for free. I will compensate them." Su Yin smirked at the police. The officers exchanged complex glances as Chen Dong stood up, extending his hand towards Su Yin, demanding, You've struck my wife numerous times. You promised 10,000 per slap. Pay up. The police were at a loss. It was clear that the two parties were complicit in this arrangement, rendering their presence seemingly superfluous. Wait. I will retrieve the money, Su Yin replied, turning towards the villa. Su Yin entered the villa, skillfully evading the gaze of the police and the couple. Li Ping and her husband. From within the confines of the space, he retrieved a substantial stack of 100 yuan bills. Upon the sight of a large bag filled with pink notes, the eyes of Li Ping and her husband widened in astonishment. Initially, they held a modicum of concern regarding the possibility of Su Yin defaulting on his debts, but the sight of tangible wealth assuaged their worries. Coupled with the initial demand of 300,000 yuan, it appeared that Su Yin owed Li Ping a total of 2 million yuan. Such an amount is a significant sum for an ordinary family, and it was evident that Li Ping and Chun Dong's fruit wholesale business, after 5 arduous years, might not even yield that amount in pure profit. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with suppressed mirth. The two police officers, witnessing Su Yin's display of cash, felt a sense of relief wash over them, signifying that the case was nearing resolution, and they would soon be able to depart. Chapter 16. The money shower. Suddenly, Su Yin scattered the money and sprang to his feet, charging towards Li Ping. Gripping her collar with one hand, he brandished a wad of cash with the other, striking her face with a resounding slap. Li Ping, is your desire for money so insatiable? 10,000 per slap. Do you want or not? Su Yin shouted. The air crackled with the sound of slaps, and Li Ping, pushed back by Su Yin's brute force, staggered. Her face, already marred by previous injuries, swelled grotesquely after receiving 9 blows from Su Yin, resembling 2 steamed buns. This time, Su Yin's strikes were even more forceful. Memories flooded back of how, during her childhood, she had been bullied by Li Ping, a woman unworthy of her role as a teacher, leading to a dark and oppressive 3 years in middle school. The mere thought ignited a fury within Su Yin, transforming her anger into the very strength of her assault on Li Ping's face. The two police officers, at a loss for words, approached to restrain Su Yin. However, Chun Dong lingered behind the officers, pulling them back and signaling that they need not intervene. His reluctance to assist Li Ping stemmed from the sight of the immense bag of money on the floor. Inwardly, he urged her to endure, whispering in his heart, "Wife, hold on just a little longer. Do not let a small loss jeopardize our fortune." The officers, seasoned in dealing with various situations, understood Chun Dong's intent. After giving him a fierce glare, they shook off his grip and continued to restrain Su Yin. "Stop the assault, do you hear me?" one officer bellowed. At that moment, Li Ping lay on the ground, nearly incapacitated, her swollen mouth rendering her unable to speak. Had Su Yin not grown weary from the exertion, she would not have heeded the officer's command to cease. Su Yin was pulled away by the police from Li Ping, his face glistening with excited perspiration. "Ouch, ouch, it hurts." Husband, where are you? Why can't I see you?" Li Ping cried out in a garbled voice, her eyes completely obscured by her severely swollen face. Su Yin disdainfully kicked her, as one would a piece of refuse. "Li Ping, during your tenure as a teacher, you incited the entire class to bully me. You are truly despicable. I've yearned to strike you for over a decade, and this is all of your own making." Li Ping's ears buzzed painfully, her eardrums seemingly damaged. The words of Su Yin were not entirely clear to her, but she caught phrases such as teacher inciting bullying, which sent a jolt through her heart. It dawned on her that a student she had once oppressed had returned seeking retribution. Yet, Li Ping still could not recall who Su Yin was, for the students she had suppressed were numerous. Her departure from the teaching profession stemmed from persistent reports by parents regarding her long-standing bullying of students, which ultimately led to the revocation of her teaching credentials by the Education Bureau. The police sternly reprimanded Su Yin for her violent behavior, stating, "If you strike again, we will arrest you. Do not assume that your wealth allows you to assault others. This is a criminal act. Do you understand?" "Understood. I shall refrain from violence," Su Yin retorted casually as she bent down to pick up the black garbage bag from the ground. Su Yin grasped a handful of pristine pink banknotes from a trash bag and forcefully tossed them at Li Ping. "This is your hard-earned fee, teacher Li. You indeed have no moral boundaries when it comes to money." His tone dripped with disdain. However, Li Ping remained oblivious to his words, for she could not hear him clearly, and more importantly, she caught the scent of wealth. The aroma of money invigorated her like a blind dog detecting a bone. She immediately sprang to life. Rising from the ground, she knelt on the grass, her hands eagerly searching for the scattered pink bills. Money, my money, my money. She sobbed with excitement as she collected the cash, having lost all sense of reason. The only thought left in her mind was that she had come for money today, and she needed an immense amount of it. Chendong, witnessing the cascade of currency raining down, swiftly lunged forward to gather it. Money, it's money. Hurry, pick it up. Su Yin seized handfuls of money and cast them into the air, the pink bills cascading down like delicate snowflakes upon the lawn. Meanwhile, Li Ping and her husband knelt on the ground, frantically gathering the notes, fearful that any delay might result in others snatching them away. Two police officers observed this scene, shaking their heads in resignation before departing. Hurry, there is still so much money on the ground. We cannot let a single bill escape us. Chen Dong exclaimed as he bent over to collect the scattered notes. Li Ping, with one hand prying open her swollen cheek to reveal one eye, used her other hand to scoop up the money, mumbling in agreement with Chen Dong, mm. Before long, Li Ping and Chen Dong had gathered every last bill from the lawn. Their pockets, trousers, and bags were brimming with cash. However, the sheer volume of bills scattered by Su Yin was overwhelming. Chen Dong fashioned his socks into makeshift bags, stuffing the notes into the legs of his trousers, which bulged alarmingly, resembling two sausages on the verge of bursting. Li Ping, on the other hand, tucked the bills into her lingerie, resulting in her chest swelling to the size of two footballs, straining against the confines of her t-shirt, which seemed on the brink of tearing. Standing by the window on the second floor of the villa, Su Yin coldly observed the two shameless individuals demanding money, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Hello, property manager. There are two trespassers on my lawn. Kindly send someone to remove them. Within a minute, 3 security guards armed with steel forks arrived at Su Yan's yard. Upon seeing Li Ping and Chen Dong, who resembled two spherical creatures, they were taken aback. Hey, what are you doing? What are you hiding? One burly security guard questioned sternly. Chen Dong, who was assisting Li Ping with her disheveled clothing, turned to look for the 2 police officers who had previously escorted them in, allowing them unhindered access. However, the officers had long departed, leaving Chen Dong to force a smile and say, "We're leaving right away." Grasping Li Ping's hand, he attempted to flee. Their peculiar appearance naturally drew the attention of the security personnel. The tall guard stepped forward and seized Chen Dong by the collar. Wait, what are you hiding? Remove your clothing. We need to search you. A keen-eyed young guard noticed a corner of a banknote peeking out from Li Ping's chest and immediately deduced that they were concealing money. Captain, it appears they are hiding cash. I suspect it has been stolen from a resident. Panic surged through Chen Dong's mind as he waved his hands frantically, exclaiming, "It's not stolen! It's not stolen! So you admit you have cash?" The security captain narrowed his eyes. Chen Dong retorted defiantly, "Yes, it's cash." "What of it? We were assaulted. This is compensation." The 3 guards were unaware that Li Ping and Chen Dong had been brought in by the police and were oblivious to Su Yan's involvement in the altercation and subsequent compensation. Li Ping, unable to see and struggling to hear, felt the chaos around her and sensed Chen Dong's distress as he shouted for release. "Dear, what is happening?" she called out, extending her arms in search of him. The young security guard seized her arm, pushing her away as well. "You have illegally entered our community, and your behavior is suspicious. You must submit to questioning. Come, any concerns can be addressed at the security office." Thus, the 2 were shoved towards the security office of Yaguang Villa. Upon their arrival at the reception area of the security office, the captain closed the door and commenced an interrogation of Chen Dong and Li Ping. They demanded Chen Dong to reveal everything concealed on his person, which he vehemently refused, feeling that the guards had no authority to search him and fearing his money would be stolen. The captain ordered his subordinates to forcibly search Chen Dong, summoning a female guard to search Li Ping. Chen Dong protested vehemently, jumping and striking out to keep the guards at bay. "What gives you the right to search me? Who are you to accuse me of stealing from a resident? Who is your superior? Bring them here so I can speak to them directly. I refuse to converse with you lowly minions." Chun Dong shouted, his face flushed with indignation. Li Ping was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet she sensed someone attempting to unfasten her garment. While they were permitted to gaze upon her bare form, her wealth was another matter entirely, prompting her to resist vehemently. In a desperate struggle, she violently shoved a nearby female security guard to the ground. The head of the security team, a rough-spoken veteran of limited education, stood abruptly upon witnessing Chun Dong and his wife's blatant defiance and insolent remarks. With a swift motion, he delivered a forceful kick toward Chun Dong. Enough of the chatter. Comply as instructed. Chun Dong was violently propelled against the opposite wall, spitting blood, and simultaneously, a cascade of cash tumbled from his concealed stash, transforming the floor into a rosy expanse. "Oh no, my money, my money!" Chun Dong, in a state of panic, knelt upon the ground, scrambling to gather the scattered bills, oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. The head of security, initially incredulous, bent down to scrutinize the fluttering currency. Well, how audacious of you to come to our community and pilfer funds. You lot, come here and search him thoroughly for all the ill-gotten gains. I wish to see just how much commotion you can stir up on my territory. And you, madam, ensure her pockets are emptied as well." Upon realizing the severity of the theft, the trio of junior security guards abandoned any pretense of civility. Two male guards began to search Chun Dong, while a female guard scrutinized Li Ping, employing brute force to strip them of their clothing. "Do not move. Comply with our orders," the guards bellowed as they rummaged through their belongings. Chun Dong flailed his arms and kicked his legs in protest, cursing vehemently, "To hell with you. Who do you think you're to search me? It's clear you're attempting to rob me. You're not security. You're nothing but a bunch of thugs and ruffians." Li Ping, with her arms tightly shielded across her chest, cried out in distress. Who is stealing my money? Get away, get away." Amidst the chaos, their clothing was forcibly removed, and the reception area's floor became almost entirely covered in pink notes, leaving the security guards in a state of shock at the sheer volume of money concealed on the couple. "Ah, you still claim to be innocent? You've stolen a significant sum from the homeowners. Do you believe I want to call the police to apprehend you?" The head of security glared furiously. Chun Dong, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "Watch your words. Stealing? This is compensation owed to me, you imbecilic guard." The head of security scoffed. "Compensation? In cash? Who do you think you're fooling? Now confess how you infiltrated our community. We were brought in by the police to collect compensation. What is this? Do you dare disregard the authority of the police? If you search me unlawfully, I will sue you." The head of security hesitated. "The police brought you in? What is your name?" "I am Chun Dong, and this is my wife, Li Ping. We are here on legitimate business, not for any illicit intrusion. You're all nothing but ruffians. Just wait, I will file a lawsuit against every one of you." A flicker of doubt began to stir within the head of security. Today, he has been patrolling the community, and the situation at the security booth remains unclear. To be on the safe side, he personally called the security booth to verify the situation. Upon answering, the young security guard confirmed that Chun Dong's earlier statement was indeed truthful. The security team leader then glanced at the thick stack of cash on the ground, and a devious thought began to stir within him. It was the owner of that very house, known as Su Yin. Su Yin is a newly arrived resident, well known among the security personnel, yet they were taken aback by the revelation that she kept such a substantial amount of cash in her home. The head of the security team called Su Yin to verify the matter. Provided she could substantiate Chun Dong's claims, they would immediately release the detained individuals. However, on the other end of the line, Su Yin merely stated, "I prefer not to discuss this matter. You may handle these two individuals as you see fit. I do not wish to get involved." With that, she ended the call. In the subtle undertones of Su Yan's words, the seasoned security captain immediately discerned the underlying implications. The owner was insinuating that she could take some action against Chun Dong and his wife. With a nimble mind, he decided to exploit the situation for a little personal gain. He sent away the 3 junior security guards and remained alone with Chun Dong and his wife in the reception room. "I inquired with the owner, and she did not mention any compensation owed to you," the captain began. Chun Dong, momentarily bewildered, exclaimed, "How could that be? Just look at my wife's condition. She has been brutally assaulted. This money is what that vile woman compensated my wife with." She even stated in front of the police that for one slap, she would pay 100,000. As he spoke, Chen Dong approached and lifted Li Ping, who was slumped on the floor, revealing her swollen, bruised face to the security captain. Chapter 18. A windfall of hundreds of thousands, since the owner herself had not come forward to acknowledge this as compensation, and the police, who could serve as witnesses, had already departed. There was indeed room for maneuvering. He gestured for Chen Dong to lower his voice with a pressing motion of his hands. However, he intentionally raised his volume, stating the owner did not claim she lost any money. Chen Dong paused, somewhat confused. The captain, observing his bewilderment, approached him and spoke in a normal tone. Although you entered with the police, you did not leave with them. What transpired during your stay here is difficult to ascertain. The owner has not provided you with proof that this money is indeed compensation. Thus, we have every reason to suspect you may have engaged in illicit activities within the community. Therefore, in principle, to safeguard the owner's interests, the property management will promptly call the police to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's anger surged, and he shouted, "What do you mean by that? Are you intending to summon the police to arrest me? Pull up the surveillance footage and see if I actually stole this money." The captain patted his shoulder, lowering his voice. "Brother, do not be so agitated. Allow me to finish my explanation. The property management policy dictates that surveillance cameras can only monitor public areas. We cannot capture footage of the owner's private garden. In principle, we should report this, but since the owner claims no money was lost, the handling of this matter could indeed be less severe. Do you understand my point?" As the captain spoke, his eyes flickered towards the cash strewn on the ground. The implication was unmistakable. He merely sought a bribe from Chen Dong in exchange for leniency. However, Chen Dong was oblivious to the nuances of the conversation. The series of events that had transpired that day had left him in a heightened state of tension, his mind unable to think flexibly. He was solely focused on the fact that, although this substantial sum was not obtained through legitimate means, it still fell within the bounds of legality, representing lawful earnings beyond reproach. In the words of the security captain, the only things that struck him were the statements regarding the absence of surveillance in the owner's private garden and the principle that they should indeed report the incident. Chen Dong felt that the security captain was deliberately making things difficult for him. A mere minion wielding a modicum of power, he was acting like a tyrant, truly believing himself to be someone of significance. Furthermore, having previously received a kick from the captain, Chen Dong harbored a grudge against him. In a fit of rage, he swung a fist that struck the captain squarely in the face. "How dare you threaten me? Just because you say there's no surveillance in the owner's garden. Does that make a fact? I refuse to believe it. Summon your manager at once. I have no interest in conversing with someone of your lowly status." Chen Dong viewed himself as a small-time wholesale businessman, recently having acquired 1.2 million, which placed him far above a mere security guard in societal hierarchy. "You old fool. How dare you lay a hand on me? Are you tired of living?" Despite being significantly older than the security captain, Chen Dong was of a smaller stature, and he was unprepared for the punch that sent him sprawling 3 meters away. "Damn it. Ouch, that hurts." The commotion alerted Li Ping, who had been cowering in the corner. Eager to ascertain the source of the disturbance, she painfully pried her swollen cheek apart to see, only to discover that her husband, Wu Qindong, was the one being assaulted. Having been previously cowed by Su Yin, Li Ping was now in considerable pain herself. Faced with such a scene, she naturally did not dare to intervene for her husband. In fact, a small part of her felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Chen Dong had subjected her to humiliation and violence for money, and now the tables had turned. Seeing him take a beating brought her a measure of joy. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled softly. "Ha ha, ha ha." At that moment, Chen Dong was on the verge of losing consciousness. "Damn it. How dare you strike me? I will end you." Just as the security captain prepared to deliver his final blow to Chen Dong, he suddenly realized something. He lowered his fist, rose to secure the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. Then, he retrieved several black garbage bags and began scooping up the heaps of money strewn across the floor. Initially, he had intended to demand a mere 20,000 as a bribe, enough to release both Chen Dong and Li Ping, but given Chen Dong's indiscriminate aggression, he decided to take everything for himself. After all, with no surveillance and no witnesses, who would know the money was in his possession. He filled several bags with an estimated sum of over several $100,000, then, in a state of anxious exhilaration, stowed the bulging bags into the filing cabinet in the reception area, locking it securely. Shortly thereafter, he summoned the 3 junior security guards, handing each a black garbage bag and instructing them to gather 5 handfuls of cash from the pile on the floor, regardless of how much they managed to collect. They were limited to just 5 handfuls, leaving the remainder for Chun Dong and his wife. The 3 junior guards were initially taken aback. Was this not akin to robbery in broad daylight? As community security personnel, could they truly engage in such an act? Captain, this may not bode well. The 3 of them exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to heed the security captain's directive. The captain shot them a disdainful look, silently chastising them for their cowardice. He had 2 reasons for instructing the trio to gather the money. Firstly, to ensnare a few accomplices for greater security. Should Chun Dong and his wife later seek to reclaim the lost funds, the 4 of them could shield one another, none daring to betray the others. Secondly, it served as a form of remuneration, a hush money, ensuring that today's events remained undisclosed. It would not be long before he awoke. The captain gestured with his chin towards the unconscious Chun Dong lying on the ground. The trio followed his gaze to Chun Dong, then to Li Ping in the corner, and finally to the scattered pink banknotes strewn across the floor, swallowing hard in silence. They exchanged furtive glances. Indeed, just as birds perish for food, so too do men for wealth. Thus, they crouched down, their hands spread wide, fiercely grasping the money. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls for handfuls, 5 handfuls. Chapter 19. Renting a warehouse, providing cover before long. Each of the 3 held a bulging bundle of cash, though their hearts raced with anxiety. A sense of elation filled them. Subsequently, one of the junior security guards drove the other 2 to the nearest hospital. Upon arrival, the junior guard used the cash from Chun Dong to pay for the hospitalization fee before making a swift exit. When Chun Dong and Li Ping finally regained consciousness in the hospital 3 days later, the first thing Chun Dong searched for was his money. After a thorough search, they discovered that the combined pink banknotes belonging to both Chun Dong and Li Ping amounted to less than 200,000. Shortly after Chun Dong and Li Ping departed from Su Yan's courtyard, the construction personnel, designers, and engineers from the Xiaolong Company entered the Yaguang Villa. They devised a highly reliable security plan for Su Yan's villa, which Su Yan found satisfactory, agreeing to commence construction immediately. Su Yan drove her pickup truck away from Yaguang Villa, resolving to seek out a warehouse. With her villa currently under construction, she aimed to avoid any suspicion. Thus, the supplies she intended to procure could not be delivered to her home. She drove to a warehouse base located between the city and Yaguang Villa, planning to rent a space solely for the purpose of receiving materials discreetly. This site had previously served as a logistics hub for a self-operated e-commerce platform, encompassing an area of over 200,000 square meters. In recent years, the platform's performance had declined, resulting in slower turnover of goods and leaving many warehouses unoccupied. To boost revenue, these warehouses were now available for external rental. Su Yan located the warehouse manager and rented a spacious 500 square meter warehouse. At that moment, Li Wei, the manager of Yutang Chun, called to inform Su Yan that her reserved meal had been fully prepared and inquired whether it could be delivered immediately. Su Yan reported the location of the warehouse to the other party, instructing them to deliver the meal immediately. Upon hearing that the delivery address had been changed to a warehouse in a logistics park, Li Wei was filled with suspicion and continued to ponder the matter after hanging up the phone. Su Yan placed an order for several thousand meals, a quantity that far surpassed that of ordinary patrons by several hundred times. This was inherently peculiar, and it was baffling to consider why one would host a banquet in a logistics park. Thus, under the pretense of providing exceptional service to esteemed VIP clients, he personally led the delivery vehicles to the logistics park, intent on uncovering the truth. Yutang Chun employed 3 large catering trucks to accommodate all of Su Yan's culinary orders. Upon arriving at the designated warehouse, Su Yan conveyed his unloading instructions to Li Wei, who promptly directed the workers to carefully unload the meals inside. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yan meticulously observed the warehouse, noting its expansive floor area, estimated at 500 square meters and a ceiling height of approximately 10 meters. The warehouse was equipped with refrigeration capabilities, making it exceptionally suitable for food storage. What eluded his understanding was why Su Yin chose to store prepared dishes meant for a banquet in a warehouse. It was evident that Su Yan's explanation during the ordering process was disingenuous. Typically, Yu Tangchun catered to affluent individuals, and during his interactions with them, Li Wei had occasionally overheard discussions among the wealthy regarding preparations for an impending apocalypse, stockpiling supplies, and the like. Initially, he dismissed these as mere expressions of anxiety from the wealthy, akin to ancient emperors who, having acquired everything, were solely preoccupied with the pursuit of immortality. However, witnessing Su Yin renting such a large warehouse and procuring a vast quantity of meals from Yu Tangchun prompted Li Wei to entertain the notion of a potential doomsday scenario. As he worked, he pondered this idea silently. Li Wei, perceptive and quick-witted, suddenly considered the implications. If the affluent were indeed hoarding supplies, could this signify something more? He approached Su Yin with a smile, gently advising, "Miss Su, these dishes are freshly prepared and should be consumed promptly. If they sit for over 24 hours, their flavor will diminish." He continued, "To ensure your order is completed on time, our boss has instructed all other branches to halt operations and dedicate our full efforts solely to your request, relying solely on our establishment. It would take 7 days and nights to fulfill this order, and even then, the meals prepared in the first 6 days would likely spoil." "Indeed," Su Yin replied politely, smiling yet choosing not to engage further. She understood that Li Wei's inquiries were merely attempts to extract information, whether driven by Yu Tangchun's desire to investigate the truth behind her order or Li Wei's personal curiosity. She found such probing tiresome and was resolute in withholding any hint of apocalyptic information from someone as cunning as Li Wei. Su Yin held a profound disdain for such individuals. Li Wei, observing Su Yan's reticence, felt a surge of discontent within him. His narrow eyes narrowed further, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Miss Su, you are now a paramount client of Yu Tangchun. Should you require it, we can dispatch chefs from every establishment across the city to the venue, providing you with bespoke service." He began to entertain the notion that perhaps something significant was indeed about to transpire, and that he ought to make some preparations. Once the culinary offerings from Yu Tangchun were unloaded, Li Wei and his associates departed in their vehicle. Su Yin swiftly entered the warehouse, securing the door behind her. As the workers unloaded the goods, she inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the culinary delights, her mouth watering incessantly. It must be said that the dishes from Yu Tangchun are truly delectable. Even those devoid of appetite would find themselves devouring 3 bowls of rice in one, sitting upon catching a whiff of its enticing fragrance. Su Yin approached the area designated for the exquisite boiled prawns, lifted a box, and deftly plucked a shrimp with his fingers, placing it directly into his mouth. Instantly, a burst of delightful flavors enveloped his palate. These dishes had been meticulously preserved at an optimal temperature, arriving at the warehouse while retaining the warmth and aroma as if they had just been prepared. Su Yin was thoroughly pleased with this arrangement. After savoring the culinary delights, he focused his thoughts and effortlessly stored all the dishes and rice from the warehouse into his spatial realm. Henceforth, he would no longer need to worry about maintaining the warmth and texture of these delectable meals, for the space possessed a constant temperature function. Whatever state the items were in upon storage, that state would be perpetually preserved, ensuring they would remain unspoiled and unchanged. Su Yin wiped the grease from his lips, feeling utterly content as he opened the door to the warehouse and stepped outside. After locking the door behind him, he strolled towards the parking lot with a light and cheerful gait. Su Yin's villa was undergoing renovations for a safe house, and for the past few days, she had been forced to stay outside. She took out her phone and searched for the finest hotels in the city, sorting the results by price from highest to lowest. A luxurious platinum diamond hotel, namely Baogu, caught her eye, boasting a suite that cost an astounding 300,000 per night. Such an establishment was beyond anything Su Yin had ever heard of in her previous life. The most extravagant hotel she had stayed in was a budget chain that charged merely 200 per night. Lin Howren, gently touching her forehead, praised her for being sensible and intelligent. Overjoyed, Su Yin opted to reserve a budget hotel for 200 per night. Although Lin Howren believed he was content, everything changed when Su Yin, in tears, confronted him about his infidelity. With a heartless response, he remarked that lowering himself to stay in such a modest hotel was already a significant concession, admonishing her not to overstep her bounds, reminding her of her position in his life. Reflecting on this, Su Yin felt a wave of regret, slapping her forehead in realization. How could she have been so foolish in her previous life, devoted to a scoundrel? Yet in the next moment, she rallied her spirits and promptly booked a lavish suite at Rebirth for 5 nights. Upon checking into the hotel, Su Yin wandered through the expansive 200-square-meter suite, which featured a dining bar and a Western kitchen. The wine cabinet was stocked with premium red wines, and the dining table displayed exquisite imported fruits. The bedroom offered a stunning 270-degree view, complete with a fitness area, office space, and a reception area. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 56th floor, she marveled at the breathtaking urban landscape of City C, feeling a peculiar sense of empowerment. Every detail of the suite's decor and arrangement was crafted by renowned designers, with carefully selected ornaments and artworks adorning the space. Even the toiletries in the bathroom were imported from Italy. Everything surpassed Su Yin's previous understanding, truly justifying the exorbitant nightly rate of 300,000. As she reveled in the suite's opulence, Su Yin couldn't help but reflect on her past life. Realizing how inhumane her former existence had been, she recalled living in her aunt's 60-square-meter-old house, where she had been relegated to the balcony, sleeping on a second-hand army cot for over a decade. Every night, after 10:30 p.m., she was permitted to set up her bed, only to dismantle it before 6 a.m., as her aunt's family found a nuisance. In the winter, the balcony was a frigid space, and her aunt was too stingy to provide even a worn quilt, forcing Su Yin to don all her clothes to keep warm. If one were to catch a cold, Zhou Kaifeng would, under the pretext of preventing the spread of the virus, send Su Yin away to stay elsewhere for several days. During such times, Su Yin is left with no choice but to reside in a shabby motel, charging a mere 20 yuan a night. The bittersweet essence of this experience is something only Su Yin can truly comprehend. As the room service attendant arrived, Su Yin pressed the doorbell. "Good day, esteemed guest. Here is a specially gifted agarwood pillow from the hotel, wishing you a restful slumber." The courteous attendant entered, placing the pillow, known for its soothing and healthful properties, upon the bed in the bedroom. Su Yin retrieved a stack of pink bills from her bag and graciously offered it as a tip to the waitress. The exact amount remained unknown to her, yet the degree of astonishment on the waitress's face indicated it was certainly substantial. After the server departed, Su Yin made her way to the bedroom and sprawled out on the bed in a relaxed manner. The automatic sensing light transitioned to a warm yellow hue suitable for slumber after 3 minutes, while the gentle and intoxicating fragrance in the air possessed soothing properties conducive to sleep. Exhausted from a long day, Su Yin soon found herself drifting into a drowsy state. How blissful it felt to lie on such a comfortable bed, to possess such a splendid resting place amidst the chaos of the apocalypse would be nothing short of extraordinary. Regardless of the calamities unfolding outside or the fierce struggles for survival among people, Su Yin could continue to enjoy a peaceful slumber in her room, and the mere thought of it was immensely satisfying. Su Yin placed a call to the manager of the Xiaolong Security Company, requesting enhancements to the comfort of her bedroom, ensuring that all bedding, lighting, and soft furnishings adhered to the standards of her current suite. Seizing the opportunity, the manager proposed an additional cost of 1 million, to which Su Yin, without a flutter of her eyelids, promptly transferred the funds. Once these arrangements were made, a thought struck her. How would Lin Howren react upon discovering that she was residing in such a luxurious hotel? She captured photographs throughout the room and subsequently posted a 9-square grid on her social media, captioned, "Rebirth Suite, the photos truly turn out splendidly." As expected from a hotel costing 300,000 per night. After posting, she proceeded to take a shower. He had even taken the initiative to engage her in conversation and gifted her concert tickets, yet she had responded with such indifference. It was perplexing. Did Su Yin not once express that if she possessed 100 yuan, she would willingly spend 99 on herself? She had also confided in him that she supported her artistic aspirations and was willing to set aside her earnings to fund his studies abroad. How could such a devoted admirer alter his attitude simply due to a few harsh words? He had already apologized. What more could she possibly desire? Contemplating this, he irritably raised his head and took a sip of beer. A trivial matter, indeed, a can of beer costing 5 yuan. How could he bear to indulge in it? He ought to hastily clean up the litter at the entrance. Lin Howren felt increasingly agitated, fully aware of his own shortcomings, and refrained from arguing with his father. Grasping the beer can, he exited the shop, and as soon as Lin Guohua retreated into the back room, he hurled the beer can away in frustration. Enraged, he pulled out his phone and accessed Su Yan's WeChat, intending to send her a message. The top of the chat displayed that Su Yan had just updated her moments. Instantly piquing his interest, he was eager to discover what she had shared. However, upon opening her latest post and meticulously reading through the text, as well as examining the 9 accompanying photos, his first reaction was to question whether he had clicked on the correct WeChat account. Exiting Su Yan's moments, he repeatedly checked to confirm he had not made an error, and upon re-entering her moments, he was met with the same post. Li bao jiu suite. The photography truly captures the essence. It is well-deserved at the 3,000 yuan per night hotel. He silently repeated this caption, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. Su Yan could afford a hotel room costing 30,000 a night. 30,000 to spend just one night at that price? And yet he himself had not even saved up 3,000 yuan. The disparity was staggering. Wait, he rubbed his eyes, focusing on the series of numbers in the text. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands. It turned out to be 300,000 instead of 30,000. 300,000 for one night? Lin Howren was instantly taken aback. Is there truly such an expensive hotel in this world? If one checks in at 2 p.m. and checks out by noon the next day, spending 300,000 in 10 hours means 30,000 per hour, 500 per minute, and 3 per second. He would be scolded by his father for buying a 5 yuan beer, while Su Yin could spend 8 yuan in a second. The wealth gap was outrageously vast. Chapter 21. Lavish banquet and expired instant noodles. This revelation made him realize that Su Yin was a woman he must pursue. The situation had changed. He previously thought that by associating with Li Feier, he could ascend through his father-in-law's influence. But now he understood that Su Yin, already part of the wealthy elite, was the one who could truly assist him in achieving success. He excitedly sent a WeChat message to Su Yin. Yin, I saw your post on Moments. Are you staying alone? I am truly impressed that you can afford such a fine hotel. I had no idea we had such high-end accommodations in Sea City. Could you send me a few more photos of the room? One day, when I am as successful as you, I too wish to experience the luxury of Li Bao Ge. After sending the message, he carefully selected a humorous mushroom head emoji to lighten the mood. As Lin Howren cleaned up the trash outside the shop, he repeatedly checked his phone. This hotel looks quite nice. You should come experience it when you have the chance. As evening approached, he sent another message. Have you had dinner yet? I'm about to eat. Accompanying those 3 words was a freshly taken photo. Lin Howren opened the image and saw a luxurious restaurant with several elegantly dressed patrons gathered around tables adorned with exquisite dishes. In the background, a buffet area showcased a variety of foods, including spicy crayfish, seafood platters, Boston lobsters, and sushi. Meanwhile, Lin Guohua sat at the tea table in their shop, pouring boiling water into 2 bowls of instant noodles. This marked the 5th month the father and son had relied on expired instant noodles for sustenance. Come in for noodles. Lin Guohua called out without looking up. Lin Howren felt a surge of frustration. He had long grown weary of instant noodles, and now, just the smell made him feel nauseous. He cast another glance at the photograph sent by Su Yin, marveling at the exquisite and elegant restaurant, the tantalizing delicacies that adorned the tables. Surely, if he merely hinted that he had yet to dine, Su Yin would promptly extend an invitation for him to join her for a meal. Perhaps she would even send a car specifically to fetch him, or better yet, come herself to escort him. It all looked so delightful. He felt an urge to indulge, laughing softly to himself. She was acutely aware of Lin Howren's intentions. In the past, whenever he expressed a craving for something, she would willingly forego her own meals, subsisting on plain buns to save money for their outings. On one occasion, when he mentioned a desire to experience a 3-Michelin-star restaurant, Su Yin eagerly saved her salary for a month, treating Lin Howren to a dining experience at such a prestigious establishment. However, due to the exorbitant prices and small portions, she graciously offered not to eat, allowing him to enjoy the meal alone. Lin Howren feigned reluctance, posing the question, "Aren't you hungry?" Su Yin, with a playful smile, shook her head and replied, "I'm not hungry. I'm content just watching you eat." As he immersed himself in the meal, she observed him intently, her own stomach grumbling with hunger. Yet her heart brimmed with satisfaction. Lin Howren was handsome, well-built, and possessed a melodious voice, all while being a university student. To Su Yin, he epitomized the unreachable ideal of a male deity. The fact that he experienced his first Michelin dining experience as her guest filled her with immense pride. Upon reading her message, Lin Howren felt a mix of joy and discontent. He was elated that Su Yin was willing to treat him to such an upscale dining experience, a testament to her lingering affection for him, aligning with his own hopes. Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment that she had not invited him immediately. Lin Guohua, noticing his son's delay in entering the house, barked, "Did you hear me calling you for dinner?" "I'm coming," Lin Howren grumbled as he stepped inside. The pungent aroma of instant noodles assaulted his senses, making him gag involuntarily. "Don't want to eat?" Lin Guohua sneered. "Let me tell you, once you win over that little wealthy lady, you can bid farewell to instant noodles." With that, he buried his face in a bowl of noodles. Lin Howren felt a surge of frustration as his father resumed, nagging him about Su Yin. In a moment of impulse, he quickly sent a message to Su Yin on WeChat. "Yin Yin, would you treat me tonight? It's peculiar. Ever since I saw you today, you've been occupying my thoughts." His stomach growled in protest. A tall young man, surviving on instant noodles daily. How could he possibly be satisfied? Yet, he refrained from touching the bowl of noodles prepared for him, wanting to save room for a sumptuous meal with Su Yin. Chapter 22. Zero has a body. Su Yin was indulging in the succulent and fragrant lobster meat when she noticed a message from Lin Howren expressing his longing for her. In an instant, she spat out the lobster in a fit of laughter. How utterly ridiculous! Lin Howren could yearn for anyone, yet it was inconceivable that he would miss Su Yin. After wiping her mouth, she swirled her glass of red wine, took a sip, and raised her phone, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she read the chat. "What is this? Suddenly thinking of me?" Su Yin deliberately emitted a hint of flirtation. Seeing her reaction, Lin Howren felt a twinge of triumph. He resolved to engage in a flirtatious exchange with Su Yin first, aiming to mend the emotional wounds he had inflicted upon her. He planned to seize an opportunity to deepen their relationship and, step by step, extract her wealth. Lin Howren believed he had lured Su Yin, while she merely regarded their flirtation as a delightful diversion. She was eager to witness Lin Howren grovel before her, and even more so to see him humiliate himself, especially in a post-apocalyptic scenario where he would undoubtedly reveal his true, unsightly nature. As Su Yin leisurely dined, she engaged in conversation with Lin Howren, who was under the impression that she would soon invite him to the restaurant at the Li Bao Hotel. However, after half an hour had passed, no such invitation was forthcoming. Lin Howren, upon realizing this, felt a surge of frustration. Had he truly endured this hunger for nothing? The instant noodles on the table had become soft and mushy from prolonged soaking. He took a hefty bite, grappling with the unpleasant texture while silently vowing, "Su Yin, I shall make you submit to me once more." Having explored every amenity of the suite, she suddenly felt a twinge of loneliness. She craved companionship, a reliable partner. In a post-apocalyptic world, trust is a precious commodity. One must not easily place faith in others, especially not adopt a savior stance. When survival hinges on seizing resources, the darkest aspects of human nature invariably surface. This was a lesson Su Yin had learned from her previous life. Yet, there was one who would never betray her. Her space steward, Zero. Zero, let us design a physical form for you, she declared. Upon hearing Su Yan's intention to grant him a body, Zero, who had been in a dormant state, responded with unrestrained joy. Master, you finally remembered me. Zero has longed for a body. You cannot imagine how much I wish to partake in the feast you just enjoyed. Zero's childlike voice was imbued with a mix of grievance, anticipation, and a hint of complaint. Su Yan found this endearing, envisioning him with a round, plump form. Following Zero's guidance, Su Yan entered the space and manipulated the controls on the butler panel. As she emerged from the realm, she was greeted by the sight of a round, cherubic figure in the living room of her suite. None other than the personified Zero. This spherical entity, predominantly pink with a face that stood out, sported short limbs and large, expressive eyes, resembling the adorable characters from Egg Party. Suspended in midair, Zero spun joyfully, reveling in its newfound form. Though capable of savoring delectable morsels like a human, it lacked a digestive system. Food would transform into energy stored within its being. Like an infant exploring its surroundings, Zero flitted around Su Yan's suite, eagerly pouncing on the fruits and snacks on the table, sampling this and sniffing that. Delicious, delicious. MMM. Mia, 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 mia. Observing the lively antics of Zero, Su Yan felt a warm smile spread across her face. In the event of an apocalypse, having such a spirited and charming robot for companionship within the safety of her abode would surely alleviate the monotony of survival. Contemplating the potential tedium of life in a post-apocalyptic world, Su Yan deemed it prudent to amass items to occupy her time. Films, books, games, and more. With Zero now possessing a physical form and a keen curiosity about the material world, it would undoubtedly prefer to venture outdoors for amusement rather than remain confined within the space. Thus, she resolved to procure some entertaining activities for it. With this thought in mind, Su Yan swiftly slung her crossbody bag over her shoulder and stepped outside. Since Zero was intrinsically linked to the spatial system, which in turn was connected to Su Yan, she could summon Zero to her side with merely a thought, even from vast distances. Therefore, as she ventured out, she chose not to call upon Zero, allowing it to relish the wonders of the material world for a while longer. Under the guidance of the hotel staff, Su Yan stepped into the elevator, while Zero, unable to keep pace with Su Yan, roamed the corridor on the 56th floor in search of him. After a fruitless search, Zero decided to vanish into thin air within the hotel corridor. At that moment, Su Yan emerged from the elevator, entering the bustling lobby on the ground floor. Amidst the throngs of people, Zero refrained from making any sound to avoid drawing attention. Hey, why didn't you wait for me? It transmitted a series of electromagnetic signals to Su Yan. Su Yan received Zero's complaints in her mind. She gently patted Zero on the right shoulder with her left hand and softly said, "Seeing how fond you are of that sweet, I couldn't bear to disturb you." Zero's gentle demeanor caused a blush to rise on her small face, and her grievances evaporated instantly. "Where shall we go?" "To the bookstore." As Su Yan descended in the elevator, she discovered through her mobile device that there was a grand bookstore nearby, open until 10 in the evening. With the clock still reading 8, she resolved to procure a selection of books from this establishment. Upon her arrival, Su Yan was captivated by the bookstore's exquisite decor, which fostered an inviting atmosphere for reading. The extensive collection of literature was impressive, encompassing a diverse array of genres. In addition to books, the store boasted a coffee corner, a toy section, and a stationery area. Most surprisingly, the second floor featured a nostalgic zone, which housed thousands of vintage CD records and over 10,000 DVD discs. Su Yan reminisced about her childhood, when her home possessed a silver DVD player, and her father frequently accompanied her in watching martial arts films. Her mother, on the other hand, had a penchant for singing, and the household was filled with numerous music records. When her mother inserted a record into the DVD player, a girl named Yiding would appear on the television, singing, while her mother would grasp the microphone and sing along with her. Author's note: the narrative is set in the year 2034, which is 25 years ahead, thus, theoretically, the protagonist would not have had experiences of watching DVD discs with her parents during her childhood, as DVD players and discs have long been obsolete. These experiences, however, are drawn from the author's own childhood, including the classic films and books mentioned later in the text. This is penned to express the author's reflections on the passage of time and nostalgia for her youth. Chapter 23. Selecting vintage DVD discs first. There were the classic domestic dramas. Qing Shun, Shun Yu Meng Meng, Huan Zhuge Ge, Lao Fong Yu Shi, Yi Tian Tu Long Ji. Xin by Nyang Zi Chuan Chi, Tian Long Babu, Kong Shi Wang Chao, Xiaoyan Bao Qing Tian, Xiaoyan Huang Fei Hong, Ji Ling Xiao Budong, Shi Yu Ji, Hong Lu Meng, Jiefong Ling Ju, Shan Cheng Bang Bang Jun, Wu Du Yihua, Zhu Dai Shuang Jiao, Jian Wang Li Chuan, Sun Yi Chao. Upon seeing these covers steeped in nostalgia, Su Yin felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Since her childhood, she had cherished watching television dramas. After her parents passed away, she lived with her aunt's family, who cherished the evenings spent lounging on the sofa watching dramas or playing mahjong. Su Yin often found herself doing household chores while listening to the sounds of the television, and though it was intermittent, she had watched quite a number of dramas. It was these very dramas that accompanied her through those dark years. Observing that she had amassed dozens of DVD discs at her feet, the shop assistant quickly wheeled over a small cart to assist her. Su Yin pushed her cart, perusing the aisles as if wandering through a supermarket, selecting items one by one. Next, she came across foreign television dramas that she had previously enjoyed: Sherlock, Galileo, Funny Family, My Name is Kim Samsoon, Winter Sonata, Descendants of the Sun, Miss Mermaid, Little Women, Journey Under the Midnight Sun, The Big Bang Theory, Prison Break, Warriors of the Magic City, and The Great Jangjiam. The store attendant followed behind her, noticing that her cart had already formed a small mountain of items, and quickly brought over 2 empty carts. Su Yin pushed the second cart into the animation section and was instantly captivated by the animated series she had cherished since childhood: Ultraman, Sailor Moon, Calabash Brothers, Detective Conan, Natsum's Book of Friends, Level E, Naruto, One Piece, Chibi Maruko-chan, Peppa Pig, Tom and Jerry. After selecting her favorite animations, she turned and made her way to the music section. Here, an array of authentic albums from renowned domestic and international artists awaited her. Concert DVDs, compilations of songs from various eras, soundtracks from television dramas, and classical music collections. Jay Cho, J.J. Lin, S.G., Cindy Wong, Bandari, Inya, 100 classic Western songs, representative works of 19th century composers, top 10 hits from Hong Kong and Taiwan for specific years, complete soundtracks of certain dramas, and popular songs from the internet for designated years were all available. Although the world had long since transitioned into the digital age, Su Yin felt that listening to music through a DVD player provided a more profound experience. In the corner of the area, 2 self-service download stations were available, allowing customers to choose their preferred USB drives or hard disks from the wall and download various music and film content from the machines. Su Yin selected a 2000T portable hard drive and downloaded hundreds of live-action web dramas, hundreds of animated series, hundreds of documentaries, over 1,000 films, and 1,000 pieces of music from the downloader. In the apocalyptic world, merely passing the time with songs and films was insufficient. Physical exercise was also imperative. Therefore, Su Yin opted for hundreds of instructional materials on yoga, aerobics, martial arts, boxing, and shooting. Although the downloader operated at an exceptionally rapid speed, the sheer volume of content Su Yin desired made the progress bar indicate that an additional hour was required for completion. Su Yin had no time to linger here. She still needed to head to the first floor library area to purchase some books. "Excuse me, do you sell this?" Su Yin inquired, pointing at the downloading machine. The clerk smiled and shook his head, indicating that the downloading machine was not for sale. Su Yin placed his finger upon his lips, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Inform the owner that I am willing to pay triple the price." The clerk, hesitant to offend a significant client, promptly contacted the proprietor. Upon learning that Su Yin was on the verge of depleting the entire collection of discs, the owner was taken aback. A fervent enthusiast of optical media himself, his intention in establishing the disc section was not for profit, but rather for nostalgia. In this era, individuals under 30 have scarcely encountered DVD players or such antiquated audiovisual devices, and those inclined to purchase discs seldom exceed 10 in a year. Thus, when the owner heard of Su Yin's enthusiastic acquisition of the majority of the discs, he was nearly moved to tears. He found it exceedingly rare that someone in this day and age still cherished optical media. Had he not been on a business trip, he would have eagerly sought to meet this kindred spirit at once. Consequently, he readily acquiesced to Su Yan's proposal of purchasing the download machine at 3 times the price, and without seizing the opportunity to inflate the cost, quoted a fair price of 5,000 yuan per unit. In Su Yan's selection of discs, many are out of print, and a few even belong to a collectible grade, given their substantial price. In total, Su Yan spent 490,000 yuan, transferring 500,000 yuan to account for an additional 10,000 yuan intended for shipping costs. After providing the staff with the delivery address, Su Yan proceeded to the bookstore located on the first floor. By now, it was already past 9 in the evening, and there were few customers left browsing or purchasing books. Upon learning that Su Yan intended to buy more books from his shop, the owner had previously instructed the staff in the book section to provide exceptional service. Thus, as soon as Su Yan arrived on the first floor, 2 young and handsome male attendants, each pushing a cart, followed closely behind him. Su Yan first arrived at the literary section, where 5 rows of renowned literary masterpieces from both Chinese and foreign authors were displayed. Her eyes swiftly scanned the titles, and any book that piqued her interest or that she had previously read was promptly selected and placed into her small cart. Works such as the complete works of Lu Sun, short stories by Lu Sun, the 4 great classic novels of China, song lyrics, yuan drama, The Scholars, 3 Words and 2 Bumps, The Travels of Lao Can, Records of Floating Life, The Palace of Eternal Life, The Flower Mirror, The Investiture of the Gods, The Tale of the Demons Subduing, The Cases of Judge D, The Classic of Mountains and Seas, The Count of Monte Cristo, short stories by O. Henry, Around the World in 80 Days, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, Siddhartha, The Red and the Black, The Hunter's Notes, The Old Man and the Sea, Greek mythology, and Grimm's fairy tales were among her selections. Su Yan had a profound passion for reading from an early age. During her childhood, whenever her birthday approached, her parents would bestow upon her numerous sets of children's literature as gifts. However, after moving to her aunt's home, her aunt discarded all her extracurricular books, asserting that reading would hinder her ability to perform household chores. Eventually, she was even prohibited from completing her homework, as it too was deemed a distraction from her domestic responsibilities. Chapter 24. Acquiring a substantial collection of books. Su Yan turned to the next shelf, which was filled with contemporary domestic and international novels. The titles of those books filled her with excitement. The 2 attentive male staff members promptly brought over an empty cart, while Su Yan, with unwavering focus, began to place books into the cart with fervor. Death and Fatigue, White Deer Plain, The Family of Golden Powder, The Complete Works of Jin Yong, The Complete Works of Qiong Yao, The Complete Works of Gulong, The Complete Works of Zhang Ailing, Stories from the South of the City, The Collected Works of Wang Shaw, The Golden Lotus, The Grave Robbers Chronicles, Ghost Blows Out the Light, Anthology of Classic Thrillers, Selected Science Fiction from the World, The Martian, Those Things of the Ming Dynasty, the prequel of Du Yuexin. These were all books that Su Yan had yet to read. She had only heard her classmates discuss them at school. At that time, she felt a deep yearning and vowed that when she grew up, she would certainly buy them for herself to enjoy. Su Yan's selection of books has reached a point of thoughtlessness, a sheer act of retaliatory purchasing. 2 male clerks follow closely behind her, hesitant to speak. Whenever Su Yan cannot reach a book, they promptly showcase their height advantage, effortlessly retrieving the volumes she desires from shelves. Su Yan turned once more to the shelves dedicated to social sciences and humanities. She believed that acquiring knowledge about society and human nature would be invaluable for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Consequently, she selected a plethora of popular psychology books, along with a compendium on the practical applications of the art of manipulation. Following this, she chose a variety of texts concerning geography, weaponry, botany, natural environments, wilderness survival, and natural disasters. She understood that it was impossible to remain indefinitely in a safe house. To survive, she would eventually have to venture beyond its confines. Thus, procuring this knowledge in advance would better equip her for survival in the impending challenges of the apocalypse. Next, she selected several medical books intended for the general public. In her previous life, Su Yin had encountered a physician named Miyu, and together they had supported one another through numerous trials. In this lifetime, she hoped to encounter a similar ally, as having a medical partner would significantly enhance her chances of survival. However, the uncertainty of when she might meet Miyu lingered in her mind, prompting her to independently acquire basic medical skills as a precaution. After gathering the medical texts, she recognized the necessity of learning about health preservation. The post-apocalyptic realm could be fraught with extreme hazards such as sweltering heat, frigid cold, toxic mists, and infectious viruses, conditions capable of swiftly claiming the lives of those with weakened immune systems. Therefore, maintaining one's health was paramount. Prevention was better than cure. Thus, Su Yin selected volumes such as The Rapid Aging of Those with Spleen Deficiency, a comprehensive exposition of the Hoarding aging, 100 Tips for Traditional Chinese Medicine Wellness, 900 Health Living Taboo, Dietary Metabolism, Nurturing Qi and Blood to Ward Off Illness, and The Complete Guide to Self-Medication. Continuing her exploration, she moved on to the next section, which offered a wealth of encyclopedic knowledge pertaining to daily life, encompassing categories such as cooking, gardening, home repair, interior decoration, handicrafts, parenting, animal husbandry, and landscaping. Su Yin stroked her chin, collected a dozen cookbooks on both Chinese and Western cuisine, along with numerous recipe books, and tossed them into a small cart. Spending an extended period in the safe house could become rather monotonous, so occasionally experimenting with the recipes from the books seemed quite appealing. Her gaze was drawn to 3 particular volumes: Balcony Vegetable Garden, 100 Indoor Plants Beneficial to Health, and a comprehensive guide to chicken diseases and treatments. After a moment of contemplation, she silently inquired to Zero in her mind. "Butler, you previously mentioned that upon reaching level 30, the space would activate the spiritual spring, farm, mines, and livestock areas, correct?" Su Yin nodded in agreement. Furthermore, one cannot possibly confine oneself to a dwelling with limited space for a lifetime. To truly live, one must embody the essence of humanity, cultivating crops, raising livestock, and achieving self-sufficiency while possessing an abundance of resources to exchange. Such a life epitomizes the normal existence of a human being. Su Yin aspired to achieve her goals, and her space perfectly accommodated her desires to raise livestock and cultivate crops. Without hesitation, she picked up numerous books, including Balcony Vegetable Garden, Illustrated Key Techniques for Grafting Fruit Trees, 100 Indoor Plants Beneficial to Health, Comprehensive Guide to Diagnosing Chicken Diseases, Rapid Diagnosis and Prevention Techniques for Fish Diseases, How to Enhance the Reproductive Efficiency of Ewes, Painless Slaughtering of Livestock, and Illustrated Guide to Efficient Cultivation of Edible Mushrooms, among others. Considering her future endeavors in mining, she also selected several volumes concerning topography, mineral classification, and mining tools and techniques. Anticipating the need to manage extensive forests, lakes, rivers, and mountains, she acquired additional literature on natural ecology and environmental protection. Perhaps you should also purchase some books on appliance repair. If something breaks down, I won't be able to assist you, Zero reminded her in her mind. Since gaining a physical form, Zero had become enamored with the pleasures of the material world. While Su Yin was at the bookstore, it indulged in savoring the various delicacies she had stored in her space. Zero was equally fascinated by tactile sensations. Often touching the diverse array of supplies Su Yin had accumulated: blankets, slippers, pots, bowls, packaging boxes, plastic bags, and more. Each material offered a unique texture, and Zero was utterly captivated by this. Its earlier reminder to Su Yin stemmed from its growing familiarity with the material world, acknowledging that all physical objects are prone to wear and tear. Upon hearing this, Su Yin nearly forgot about the matter at hand. Any damage to the facilities within the safe house could render it unsafe, and at that point, she would be unable to summon repair workers through the local service app. Everything ultimately depended on her own capabilities. Consequently, Su Yin gathered dozens of books on practical skills, essential chemistry for everyday life, comprehensive guide to air conditioner repair, principles in maintenance of automobile construction, practical welding techniques, self-taught electrician, and 45 emergency evacuation strategies. among others. As she continuously selected books, her cart filled to the brim, prompting 2 male staff members to rush about exchanging carts for her, while the remaining employees busily packaged the chosen volumes. Almost all the staff in the bookstore were engaged in assisting Su Yin. Chapter 25. The Malice of the Underprivileged. After selecting her books, Su Yin proceeded to the toy section, where an array of games awaited her, including Go, chess, 5 in a row, and airplane chess, as well as various card games, figurines, and magic props, all of which she added to her cart. As time swiftly passed, it soon reached 10 o'clock in the evening, and Su Yin felt she had gathered nearly enough items. She turned to the 2 male staff members trailing her and said, "All right, this will suffice. Please tally the total." "Certainly," they replied enthusiastically. Each of them pushed their overflowing carts toward the checkout counter, calling out for assistance from other staff members as they ran. At the counter, 7 or 8 employees simultaneously wielded scanners to facilitate the checkout process, all diligently focused on their tasks. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin settled into a booth in the coffee area, savoring the hot beverage freshly prepared by the barista. Su Yin glanced at her phone and noticed over 20 new messages on WeChat. Upon opening the app, she found that a dozen or so messages were from Lin Howard. "Yin Yin, the moon is particularly round tonight. Can you see it for where you live? Yin Yin, this is the scarf you once gifted me. You mentioned that you unraveled it and then reknit it, spending an entire month to complete it. Look, I've kept it all this time. Every evening when the shop closes, I see this cat. Can you guess whether it's male or female? Listen to this song. I wonder if you'll find yourself moved to tears just as I did." Su Yin cradled a warm beverage in one hand, savoring each sip, while her other hand held her phone, her thumb gliding slowly across the screen. However, the days of lowering herself to please men were irrevocably behind her. In this lifetime, she vowed to be a woman who lived solely for herself. Su Yin casually snapped a couple of photos of the bar counter and sent them to Lin Howard, who was enjoying a drink outside. "Are you still awake?" Su Yin was perusing her social media feed, where she had showcased a lavish hotel suite costing $300,000 for a single night, leaving over a dozen messages unread. Staying in such an opulent establishment, had she perhaps ensnared a wealthy patron? It was hard to believe, for which affluent gentleman could possibly have taken notice of her. How amusing! Let us gather some time and share insights on how to attract affluent companions. Is this not an image from the internet? I've encountered several posts featuring the Baogu Hotel that resemble yours quite closely. Su Yin, do you truly think posting on social media would render you unrecognizable as a mere internet image? Haha, with a monthly salary of $3,000, how could you afford a suite at Li Baogu for $300,000 a night? I would rather believe I am the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The individuals mocking Su Yin in the comments were former colleagues from her days of labor, a mix of men and women, burdened by their long-standing positions at the bottom of society, harboring considerable resentment towards other successes. In the past, while toiling away at work, Su Yin had secretly studied English. Upon being discovered, her colleagues ridiculed her, deriding her pronunciation and dismissing her aspirations to self-educate as mere folly, accusing her of neglecting her duties for personal pursuits. One former acquaintance, Chung Lin, a so-called friend from her past, sent her a private message demanding the removal of the post. She questioned the intent behind Su Yin's display of such photographs, suggesting it was a deliberate attempt to provoke her. Chung Lin lamented her own misfortunes, stating her second husband was unsupportive, incapable of earning, and that she struggled to pay rent while raising 2 children and selling goods on the streets. In her difficulties, she felt further aggrieved by Su Yin's post, accusing her of flaunting her fortune and prophesying that she would eventually suffer dire consequences for her ostentation. Faced with these spiteful remarks, Su Yin felt no anger. She was, after all, a bona fide billionaire, far above engaging with such narrow-minded individuals. She selected a few more images from her phone gallery depicting the grandeur of the Li Baogu Hotel, arranging them into a 9-grid collage for another social media post. The caption read, "The experience has been truly splendid. I simply couldn't bear to check out, so I've booked 5 nights. My sisters are welcome to come find me." Among the 9 images, 5 showcased the hotel's opulent lobby, 3 depicted the interior of her suite, and 1 was a selfie of Su Yin herself. Are you busy having fun with friends? Too preoccupied to acknowledge me? Boo-hoo, Lin Howard lamented, adopting a pitiful demeanor that only deepened Su Yin's disdain for him. Yet, she found no annoyance. Having someone like him to amuse herself with amidst the chaos of the world was not such a bad thing. With a dismissive huff, she typed on her screen, "It's still early. Let us grab a drink and perhaps do some shopping." Just then, a staff member approached, handing her a 2-meter-long receipt detailing her recent purchases of books and discs. The total came to 1,300,000, but the owner had instructed to round down, resulting in a neat sum of 1 million. Su Yin cast a glance at the final total, then withdrew her bank card from her bag and handed it to the cashier. "Here, please proceed with the transaction." After the cashier departed, Su Yin snapped a photograph of the receipt displaying the total amount and sent it, along with a freshly composed message, to Lin Howard. Lin Howard, still pondering what Su Yin might be purchasing at such a late hour, opened the image only to be taken aback by the staggering sum of 1 million. He rubbed his eyes and meticulously counted the zeros, confirming the figure was indeed 1 million, which sent a cold sweat cascading down his spine. At that moment, he was lying on a hard, cold bed, the broken fan creaking ominously, as his father, Lin Guohua, adamantly refused to install air conditioning in their cramped sleeping quarters in a bid to save money. Lin Howard surveyed the mere 8 square meters of their cramped room, listening to his father's thunderous snores, and felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance within himself. Chapter 26. Spending 10 million on clothes ever since his father fell into debt. Their home had been mortgaged, leaving them to reside in a wholesale shop. 2 wire beds were placed on either side of the small room, with a curtain drawn between them. To fend off the large, menacing mosquitoes, they would light a sizable plate of incense beneath the beds, enveloping the room in a haze for much of the night. Observing the stark contrast between his own living conditions and the hotel where Su Yin resided, Lin Howard's agitation grew. He suddenly felt as though he no longer recognized Su Yin. Was she still the same girl who had once doted on him? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Jealousy would not extricate him from his current predicament. The only path to a prosperous life lay in finding a way to reconcile with Su Yin. Su Yin exited WeChat and made her way to the front desk. The staff members were collaborating with the delivery personnel to transport books and CDs as cardboard boxes were being loaded onto a small truck. After a brief span of 10 minutes, 5 small trucks, brimming with goods, set off toward the warehouse designated by Su Yin. As it was the height of summer, acquiring winter apparel from physical stores was out of the question. Online shopping was the sole alternative. Given the substantial quantity of items, which could easily attract attention, Su Yin opted for a wholesale shopping app akin to Tao Gongchang. She placed an order for 50 pieces of Everest down jackets, 50 high-end water, mink-lined winter coats, 50 outdoor hiking windproof jackets, 50 pairs of high-altitude mountaineering boots, 50 pairs of high-top trekking boots, 50 pairs of hiking work boots, and 50 pairs of outdoor combat boots. Additionally, she ordered a variety of winter accessories, including robust thermal hats, gloves, warm socks, earmuffs, thermal underwear, thermal masks, windproof goggles, and scarves made from animal fur. All these garments were selected at the highest price point. For instance, an Everest down jacket was priced above 10,000. When it came to winter clothing, quality could not be compromised. Only the best would suffice. After purchasing the attire suitable for frigid conditions, Su Yin realized she had yet to acquire clothing for the sweltering heat, prompting her to place another order for various short-sleeve shirts, shorts, tank tops, sandals, sheer skirts, and lightweight jackets, each in quantities of 500. The focus for these garments was not on the highest price, but rather on the comfort of the fabric and the appropriateness of the sizes, leading her to select items from brand flagship stores, each priced at several hundred. The rationale behind Su Yan's bulk purchase of clothing was rooted in the scarcity of water resources in a post-apocalyptic world. Once worn, it was more economical to discard garments rather than wash them. Thus, having a surplus was essential. Furthermore, she anticipated forming trustworthy alliances during her survival journey, enabling her to share provisions with others. Offering assistance to others and forging connections was something Su Yin deemed viable after much contemplation. In a world where trust among individuals was a rare commodity, Su Yin was acutely aware of this truth, having been betrayed by the baseness of human nature in her previous life. However, navigating the apocalypse alone proved to be an arduous endeavor, particularly when others became aware of one's resources, food, and supplies. They might band together to confront you. Such threats would not be singular occurrences. In these perilous times, the presence of companions for mutual protection became exceedingly vital. Su Yin generously compensated each merchant with an additional 100,000 yuan as an expedited shipping fee. This series of transactions amounted to nearly 10 million yuan. The notion of spending 10 million on clothing was something Su Yin had never contemplated before. Yet it was now a tangible reality. After processing the payment, she accessed her banking app to check her balance. Upon discovering that she still possessed over 200 million yuan, an exhilarating sensation washed over her, as if she had stumbled upon a glitch in the fabric of reality, enabling her to acquire vast resources without any exertion, merely by manipulating those figures. Following her order, Su Yin retreated to the bathroom for a shower, and afterward, she arranged for a health and wellness massage service. 2 elegant female therapists arrived at her suite, providing her with a full-body massage on the massage table. Su Yin indulged herself while contemplating the supplies she needed to procure for the following day. Is this never-ending? If you are so affluent, why do you feel the need to flaunt your wealth on social media? Is it merely to seek a sense of superiority? Although we may not have experienced such luxuries, you would do well to showcase your opulence before the truly wealthy and witness how they effortlessly overshadow you. Oh, Su Yin, have you found yourself a wealthy older gentleman? I wonder if he can satisfy you over the course of 5 consecutive days. Haha. Countless individuals in this world continue to endure hunger and poverty, struggling to fill their stomachs, while people like you only know how to revel in pleasure. Our society has been corrupted by the likes of you affluent individuals. I refuse to believe you can genuinely afford such an expensive hotel. Prove your worth by sending me 300, or I shall report you for disseminating remarks detrimental to social harmony. Chung Lin initially thought that by sending a private message to berate Su Yin, she would elicit anger or distress. Instead, to her surprise, Su Yin completely ignored her and promptly posted another display of wealth on social media. Chung Lin's hair seemed to stand on end in fury upon seeing this. What a show-off. Everyone is criticizing you for being involved with older men. Yet you seem so proud. I see you. In the WeChat dialogue, she unleashed her extraordinary talent for insults, venting her jealousy and resentment. However, inspiration struck her. Since Su Yin was so wealthy, why not extort a sum from her? Sister, I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier. I apologize. Life has forced me into this irritable state, but deep down, I truly envy you. Please don't take my previous messages to heart, all right? Given our history as sisters, could you lend me 500,000 to buy a house? As she sent the message, Su Yin was busy placing orders on a shopping app. Noticing that Su Yin had not responded, Chung Lin sent another message. 40,000 would suffice, mainly because I have 2 children, and our family of 4 is cramped in this 45-square-meter apartment. I genuinely wish to provide my children with a better living environment. Surely you can empathize with a mother's feelings? How about this? You give me 300,000 and consider it as you treating me to a night at the life.But hotel. Su Yin, we were once sisters who struggled together. Now that you have prospered, you look down upon others, don't you? Spending 300,000 for one night at a hotel is nothing to you. So what is the harm in giving me that amount? Is this request unreasonable? Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy with such a trivial sum. If you are so miserly, why flaunt your wealth on social media? You are truly repulsive. Chung Lin furiously typed away, solely focused on expressing her dissatisfaction with life and her jealousy towards Su Yin, completely disregarding the potential consequences of her outburst. In that moment, she felt victorious. Ha! No matter how rich you are, Su Yin, you are still beneath my scorn. After finishing her massage, Su Yin felt a sense of clarity and comfort enveloping her entire being. Adorned in a luxurious silk robe worth 50,000 yuan, she strolled leisurely towards her bedroom, her gaze drifting to her WeChat notifications. Upon reading Chung Lin's frantic messages, she felt no stirrings of emotion, and a hint of amusement flickered within her. In her previous life, she and Chung Lin had worked together as assembly line workers in the same garment factory, becoming inseparable confidants over time, back when Chung Lin was still unmarried. Su Yin, due to her diligent and conscientious work ethic, frequently received praise from the team leader, who had even awarded her bonuses on 2 separate occasions. Chung Lin, however, felt a sense of discontent, suspecting that there was some sort of underhanded connection between Su Yin and the team leader. Otherwise, it seemed improbable that she would receive such preferential treatment. At that time, Su Yin was still oblivious to the concept of a miscarriage. Observing her bewildered expression, Chung Lin assumed she was feigning ignorance and leaned closer to whisper, "Word around the factory is that you have an inappropriate relationship with the team leader. Since we are such good friends, why not confide in me? Is the child you're carrying the team leader's?" With that, she couldn't help but smirk mischievously, embodying the very essence of gossip. At that moment, Su Yin was so infuriated that she was brought to tears, hastily shaking her head and waving her hands in denial, insisting that such an event had never occurred. Following that day, Su Yin began to perceive a negative shift in the attitudes of her colleagues towards her. They seemed increasingly reluctant to engage with her, and even their greetings took on a noticeably cooler tone. It was only later that she learned of Chung Lin's infatuation with the team leader, who frequently praised him. Consumed by jealousy, Chung Lin resorted to spreading malicious rumors behind Su Yan's back, eager to witness her humiliation. Su Yin resigned due to her inability to endure the malicious gossip circulating within the factory. In her previous life, she would have been deeply saddened, retreating under her covers to weep whenever she sensed disapproval from friends. However, now, when Chung Lin looks at her with disdain, she finds a sense of satisfaction in it. She relishes witnessing the helplessness of those who despise her yet cannot bring her down. What she received in return was a notification in crimson. "You are not yet friends with this individual. Please add them as a friend first." Su Yin was amused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Chung Lin's incompetence was truly remarkable. She sought to borrow money, yet displayed no proper demeanor. She wished to scold others, but feared the repercussions. The moment anyone slighted her, she would immediately crumble. Such a person could either be deemed mentally unstable or a quintessential example of a perpetual infant. Su Yin decided to play a little game with Chung Lin before going to bed. She clicked to add her as a friend and wrote in the message box, "I've been busy and have only just seen your message. I originally intended to borrow 1 million from you, but since you've removed me, let it be." After sending this message, Su Yin tossed her phone aside and sank in her luxurious 2 million yuan sleep therapy bed, drifting off into a deep slumber. After cursing Su Yin, Chung Lin lay on the untidy bed of her rental apartment, scrolling through short videos. Her 1-year-old twin sons woke up hungry, wailing loudly. Chung Lin, already irritated, became even more agitated upon hearing their cries and kicked her snoring husband. "The kids are hungry," she shouted. Her husband, who despised being disturbed during his sleep, bellowed back at Chung Lin, "You crazy woman, are you looking for trouble? The kids are hungry. Can't you get up and feed them?" "How can I feed them when there's no formula left? What am I supposed to do? You useless man. You can't even earn a living. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have married a man like you." Chung Lin unleashed a torrent of profanity. Awakened and already seething with anger, the man retaliated by slapping her twice. "You're the one who's worthless. I'll smash that foul mouth of yours. A woman who can't even take care of her children, always crying. Cry, 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 you damn brat." In his fury, he slapped each child once, then grumbled as he got up and moved to the living room sofa to sleep. Chung Lin spat at her husband's retreating figure, muttering as she tried to fix her disheveled hair from the blows. The children, now crying even louder, only added to her irritation. Unable to contain herself, she struck each child in frustration. "All you do is cry. Keep it up, and I swear I'll make you regret it." At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed, indicating someone had added her as a friend. Curious, she opened the app and was astonished to find it was Su Yin. Upon reading Su Yin's message, she could hardly believe her eyes. 1 million? She wants to lend me 1 million? Am I about to strike it rich? Suddenly, she felt that Su Yin was not so unbearable after all. In fact, she thought that despite Su Yin's newfound wealth, her personality remained the same, weak and easily bullied. Chung Lin felt victorious. After all the insults she had hurled at Su Yin, the latter was still willing to lend her money. This only confirmed that Su Yin was indeed quite foolish. Without hesitation, she clicked to accept a friend request and added Su Yin on WeChat. Chapter 28. The joy of spending lavishly. The next morning at 8:30, Su Yin arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast. She selected 2 slices of toasted bread, a German sausage, a tea egg, a small handful of Finnish wild blueberries, and 3 slices of apple. Her hot beverages consisted of a latte and a glass of warm water. The aroma of various dishes filled the air, and the restaurant was populated by affluent individuals like herself, who exhibited courtesy, savoring their meals slowly and conversing in hushed tones. All of this made Su Yin feel immensely comfortable. She savored her breakfast delicately, yearning for such delectable morning meals to be a regular indulgence rather than a mere luxury confined to her stay at the life.The hotel. Consequently, she summoned the waiter and requested the presence of the restaurant manager. "I wish to place an order for breakfast with you. You may determine the price, though the quantity might be somewhat substantial. Can this order be accommodated?" Su Yin regarded the restaurant manager with the demeanor of a shrewd business magnate. Su Yin chuckled softly, rising from her chair while snapping her fingers with her right hand. I remarked on her commanding demeanor, reminiscent of a true leader. The restaurant manager, sensing the potential for a substantial order, immediately tensed up, following Su Yin's steps toward the dining selection area, hastily retrieving his phone and opening the Notes app. Fried bacon, sunny-side-up eggs, toasted bread, mushroom and spinach omelet, smoked salmon sandwich, apple brie croissant, avocado cheese sausage croissant, mashed potatoes, pan-seared chicken breast, baked beans, croissants, grilled sausages, fried tomatoes, cucumber shrimp pancakes, hand-pulled pancakes, sugar-free 8 treasure porridge, tea eggs, fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, steamed buns, shao mai, sweet steamed buns, shrimp and seaweed egg, vegetable century egg, lean meat congee, steamed sweet corn, roasted sweet potatoes, pasta, nut oatmeal, steamed pumpkin, mixed grain rice, boiled snow peas, boiled broccoli, boiled asparagus, crab sticks, scrambled eggs, garlic butter prawns, yam millet porridge, shrimp wontons with seaweed, for happiness dumplings, scallion oil noodles, black pepper beef patties, osmanthus soup dumplings, sesame balls, hot dry noodles, 5-spice beef noodles, glutinous rice chicken, flaky baked pancakes, savory tofu pudding, soy milk, and wraps. I need 500 portions of each delivered to my specified location by 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. 500 portions? The restaurant manager's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, 500 portions, I reiterated. Each item must be 500 portions, and the delivery time is before 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I will provide the address shortly. Su Yin slowed her speech, earnestly repeating her request. The restaurant manager stared blankly at Su Yin, his mind swirling with confusion. Why would she order such an immense quantity? Was it merely for the sake of deliciousness? Having worked at this hotel for nearly a decade, he had never encountered a client with such a demand. He briefly entertained the notion that Su Yin might be a corporate spy, only to dismiss it. After all, the life.The hotel did not derive its profits from food. Dining was merely a supplementary service included with accommodations. He then speculated that perhaps Su Yin was engaged in wholesale, but that theory was quickly quashed as well. This was not a wholesale market, and the food would be sold to Su Yin at 3 times the cost price. Who in their right mind would wholesale breakfast from them? Moreover, such a large volume of breakfast would surely spoil before it could be sold. Ultimately, the restaurant manager relinquished his conjectures and cautiously inquired, Madam, may I ask what you intend to do with such a large breakfast order? The restaurant manager rushed to the kitchen to inform the chef of this development. After calculating the costs and profits together, they both shared a knowing smile upon discovering that the rough estimate of profit approached 5 million. The owner is more than willing to collaborate with you. The delivery time has also been confirmed with the head chef, ensuring that your order will be delivered on schedule. However, our charges may be somewhat higher. As you are aware, the ingredients and condiments utilized in our kitchen are of the finest quality, and our chefs are of Michelin 3-star caliber. The restaurant manager elaborated extensively, but Su Yin lacked the patience to listen. She was solely interested in the final cost. The total amounted to 7 million. After the restaurant manager spoke, a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes, causing him to avert his gaze slightly. Su Yin was acutely aware of the complexities surrounding her situation, yet she remained indifferent to the allure of wealth. After all, it would be nearly impossible for her to squander 320 million within a mere 7 days. Bring over the cash register, she instructed. Once the payment was settled and the delivery address confirmed, Su Yin departed from Libao Ge, as she still had a plethora of items to acquire. Last night, she had contemplated the essentials for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. How could one endure without hot pot, barbecues, beer, smoothies, and milk tea? The thought of witnessing those less fortunate struggling against extreme weather while she luxuriated in her comfortable, cool sanctuary, savoring delectable food and refreshing drinks, filled her with delight. Thus, she set out in her pickup truck, placing orders in batches from various restaurants for her desired delicacies. Freshly prepared hot pot bases, an array of hot pot ingredients, dipping sauces, diverse milk teas and smoothies, soft drinks, imported beers, and domestic brews. Her generous spending, often offering more than double the owner's expected prices, made restaurant owners eager to accommodate her, even willing to temporarily suspend their public operations to expedite her orders. During a brief respite, she glanced at her phone, where a multitude of unread messages awaited her attention. Upon re-adding Su Yin on WeChat, Chung Lin had sent over 20 voice messages, each lasting a minute. The sight of those incessant red dots filled Su Yin with irritation. Chung Lin, having waited for a response from Su Yin, was instantly incensed. As soon as she reconnected with Su Yin, she unleashed a torrent of grievances, detailing the hardships she had endured over the years. Her husband's inability to earn, his neglect of their child, the difficulties of parenting, and the harsh treatment from her in-laws, culminating in her eviction due to overdue rent. Like a modern-day Xianglin Saw, she recounted her sorrows without end, believing her confessions would forge a bond of camaraderie with Su Yin. She suppressed her impulse to lash out at Su Yin, choosing instead to remain patient. Upon reading Su Yin's terse message, Chung Lin felt deeply humiliated. Despite her eagerness to share her trials, Su Yin seemed disinterested, ignoring her plight. What she could offer were only repeated complaints about her husband's shortcomings and her own sacrifices for the family, all in a bid to elicit sympathy. For half an hour, she poured her heart out, alternating between tears and curses. Yet Su Yin remained unresponsive, coldly instructing her to text instead. Chung Lin clenched her teeth, feeling humiliated. Had it not been for the prospect of that 1 million, she would have unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Su Yin. It's nothing much. Just sharing my experiences over the years. Sister, I truly need money. You mentioned you would lend me 1 million. Could you transfer the funds to my bank account today? My card number is XXXXX. Ever since Su Yin voluntarily promised to lend Chung Lin 1 million, she has assumed that this sum is a gift rather than a loan. For Su Yin is wealthy. What difference does it make? Since repayment is not required, this money is, by all accounts, rightfully hers. Conversely, Su Yin, who had committed to providing the funds, has yet to transfer the money, which appears quite insincere and indeed infuriating. A notification pinged with a new message. All right, I'll call you once I finish. Have you double-checked the car number? Don't make any mistakes. This statement extinguished Chung Lin's lingering anger, transforming her perception of Su Yin with a complete turnaround. It turns out Su Yin is a person of her word, kindly reminding her not to input her bank card number incorrectly. How fortunate she was to have restrained her anger. Otherwise, the 1 million would have slipped away. Sister, you are truly wonderful. I want to be your lifelong confidant. Love you. Chung Lin's elation nearly overflowed from the chat interface. At that moment, Su Yin, who was driving, caught sight of Chung Lin's message and couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. You wretched woman, do you truly think me a fool? Do you honestly believe I would transfer 1 million? What a delusion. Do you not recall how you treated me? Just yesterday, you hurled the most vicious insults at me. And now you speak of wanting to be lifelong sisters. Who in their right mind would wish to associate with someone like you? Su Yin disregarded Chung Lin's messages, directing her focus solely on the task of driving. The books and DVDs she had purchased at the bookstore last night were delivered to the warehouse overnight, with the management personnel of the logistics park assisting her in opening the warehouse doors. Now, she needed to inspect the warehouse. Upon arrival, Su Yin locked the main door from the inside. After promptly opening several cardboard boxes for inspection and finding everything in order, she waved her hand, and dozens of cardboard boxes were instantly absorbed into her space, rendering the warehouse once again devoid of any items. Su Yin took out her phone to check the time. It was already noon, signaling the hour for lunch. She decided to venture into the city to seek out a foreign restaurant to sample its fare. And if it proved delectable, she would stock up. At that moment, a message from Lin Howard popped up. Yin Yin, a beautiful girl on the street asked for my WeChat today, saying I resemble a certain male celebrity. Do you think I truly do? Facepalm emoji. Accompanying this message was a photo of Lin Howard striking a pose in front of the bathroom mirror, holding his phone to capture a self-indulgent picture. His bare upper body glistened with moisture. Damp strands of hair clung to his forehead, and he displayed his chiseled abs in a manner that exuded a deliberately provocative allure. The sight nearly made Su Yin nauseous. To solicit her opinion on whether he resembled the celebrity was merely a pretext. His true intention was to seduce her. In her previous life, such overt insinuations would have left Su Yin drooling over her phone screen. Whenever Lin Howard hinted at his desires, she felt like a favored concubine in a palace, basking in the glory of his attention. However, now, all she felt was a sense of disgust. Had he not exercised in quite some time? His abs seemed to have diminished in number, and there was an increase in the fat around his chest. Men ought to pay more attention to their grooming and fitness. Which woman would desire a man with an unfit physique? Su Yan's candid criticism and emotional manipulation caused Lin Howard's smile to fade instantly. In the past, he would have willingly showcased his physique to her, considering it a privilege that would undoubtedly elicit her admiration and provoke a physiological response. After all, he possessed an undeniable charm in her presence, while she seemed so beneath him. Yet, how could Su Yin so brazenly belittle herself this time? Indeed, he had been preoccupied with family business affairs lately, neglecting his fitness routine. Yin Yin, why don't you join me at the gym for personal training sessions? We can motivate each other and improve together. Despite the frustration simmering within him, Lin Howard kept his ultimate goal of getting closer to Su Yin in mind, opting for a strategic retreat by inviting her to work out together. After sending the message, Su Yin tucked her phone away, exited the warehouse, and headed towards the parking lot. Lin Howard, sensing her interest, felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping with joy at the thought that if Su Yin accompanied him to the gym, he could surely charm her into his bed within 3 days. He eagerly shared this delightful news with Lin Guohua, who beamed with delight and urged him to head out immediately to find a gym. As long as we can win over Su Yin, our futures will be secure. All right, Yin Yin, I'll find one right away and let you know. Sending a flying kiss emoji, Su Yin cast a glance at the WeChat message sent by Lin Howard, muttering a curse before pocketing her phone and continuing towards the parking lot. Upon returning to the city center, she discovered a Thai restaurant within a grand shopping mall, where both the owner and the chef hailed from Thailand, with an average expenditure of 500 yuan per person. This price point, albeit somewhat steep, suggested a promising culinary experience. With such thoughts, she stepped inside the establishment. Chapter 30. The repayment agreement. She reserved a private room and ordered one of every dish on the menu. Coconut curry beef brisket, spicy stir-fried chicken feet, pandan toast, seafood tom yum soup, pitaya volcanic ribs, roasted chili century egg minced pork rice, sour and spicy shredded bass, mango squid and shrimp, Thai grilled chicken wings, Thai grilled fish, basil pork stir-fry, Thai stir-fried rice noodles, pineapple rice, crab fried rice, northern Thai fish, Thai boat noodles, and green papaya salad. While awaiting the arrival of her dishes, Su Yin logged into a wholesale shopping app to check the logistics of her online purchases, which indicated that her various clothing items would begin arriving as early as tomorrow. With only 4 days remaining before the apocalypse commenced, the anticipated delivery speed suggested that receiving all her items before the onset of chaos would be feasible. As the dishes gradually filled the large round table, the air became suffused with the enchanting aromas of Thai cuisine. Su Yin placed her phone on the table and began to savor the exquisite offerings. A beautiful waitress stood nearby, assisting her with the food while gently introducing the names of the dishes and their ingredient pairings. Just as Su Yin became engrossed in the delightful flavors, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with an unceremonious force. "Ah, Su Yin, here you are indeed." A sharp and crude voice echoed from the entrance. Su Yin looked up, only to find Zhou Kaifeng, Ding Yukai, and Ding Yaozu standing before her. "I apologize, but our guests are currently dining. You cannot enter." A petite waitress timidly blocked their path from behind. Noticing the commotion, the waitress attending to Su Yin leaned forward and quietly inquired, "Are they your guests?" Understanding her intent, the first waitress promptly set down her soup spoon, straightened her posture, and approached the entrance with a polite yet stern demeanor, stating, "If you wish to dine, you may proceed to the lobby or another private room." Enough chatter. We did not come here to eat. We are here to confront that vile wretch. Ding Yaozu forcefully shoved the waitress aside, and the trio advanced menacingly toward Su Yin. Zhou Kaifeng cast a furious glance at the feast laid out on the table, her eyes nearly bulging with rage as she plopped down into the chair opposite Su Yin, slamming her palm onto the table. "You truly are a despicable creature, daring to lay hands upon us. Today, we finally found you. You must realize the consequences that await you." 2 nights prior, Su Yin had brought the police to Zhou Caifeng's residence to retrieve her identification. As she left, she was intercepted by Ding Yaozu, and the three initially intended to give her a severe beating. However, Su Yin cleverly utilized her spatial abilities to render herself invisible, ultimately turning the tables and delivering a severe thrashing to Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai, while Ding Yaozu suffered an injury to his manhood, which had since become inflamed and painful. For the past couple of days, the trio had been relentlessly searching for Su Yin, swearing to incapacitate her upon finding her. Despite their exhaustive search throughout City C, they had been unsuccessful until today. By sheer coincidence, while Su Yin was driving into the underground parking of a shopping mall, they spotted her, leading them to this Thai restaurant's private room, where they finally confronted her. In her previous life, Su Yin had harbored both fear and resentment towards Zhou Kaifeng. Every time she attempted to resist, Ding Yukai and Ding Yaozu would side with Zhou Kaifeng to torment her. Outnumbered and unable to escape, she had resigned herself to a subservient existence at her aunt's home. However, today was a different affair. After merely 2 days of living a wealthy life, Su Yin now possessed an unshakable confidence, unafraid of any confrontation. Su Yin leisurely set down her chopsticks, leaning back in her seat with her arms crossed over her chest, raising her chin as she inquired of Zhou Kaifeng, "It was you who initiated the confrontation." "I was merely acting in self-defense." Her scornful gaze further incensed Ding Yaozu, who seized a nearby chair and slammed it down onto the floor, barking, "You speak nonsense. You were the one who called the police to stir up trouble at our home. We did not attack you without reason." He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yin while placing one foot atop another chair, exuding an air of brutish menace. "Oh dear, son, what has happened to you? Are you in pain?" Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed in a flurry, rushing to assist Ding Yaozu. Be careful, be careful." Ding Yaozu winced as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had been injured by Su Yin and daily applied ointment as per the doctor's orders, who had sternly advised against any contact or friction. Unfortunately, in his attempt to appear fierce, he inadvertently aggravated his injury with a careless movement of his foot. Su Yin let out a chuckle, remarking on the diminutive nature of the object in question, questioning how it could have been so easily injured. Surely, it cannot be feigned. The man was particularly sensitive to remarks about size, leaving Ding Yaozu at a loss for words, retreating into Zhou Caifeng's embrace, whimpering in pain. Ding Yukai slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Su Yin, how do you intend to explain the injury to my son's most sensitive area? And what about the matter of you pilfering from my household?" Following their usual pattern, Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai would have initially resorted to slapping Su Yin several times. However, after the last encounter, where Su Yin single-handedly dealt with their entire family, the couple now harbored a degree of apprehension towards him, hesitating to act rashly. Su Yin let out a cold snort, finding the accusation utterly absurd. Have I stolen your money? Do you possess any wealth for me to pilfer? She retorted, and yet you refuse to acknowledge the truth? After you departed, I discovered that my bank card had vanished. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Furthermore, if you hadn't taken my money, how could you possibly afford such an extravagant feast? Zhou Kaifeng bellowed, her voice piercing the air. Indeed, her bank card was missing, and without a moment's hesitation, the family concluded that Su Yin must be the culprit. Upon entering the private room and witnessing the lavish spread ordered by Su Yin, Zhou Kaifeng was seething with rage. How dare that wretched woman squander her money so recklessly? Without a doubt, your sudden wealth must stem from illicit means, especially since our household has suffered a financial loss. If you didn't steal it, then who could have? You are to immediately sign a repayment agreement, covering the compensation for injuring Yaozu, as well as the sum you pilfered from my family, totaling 1 million. From this day forth, you shall work in a nightclub, and every penny you earn will be allocated towards repaying your debt, Ding Yukai proclaimed, as he retrieved a printed copy of the repayment agreement from his clothing and slammed it onto the table. Su Yin peered at the printed document from across the table, unable to suppress a smirk that curled at the corners of his mouth. Tell me, he said, have you all consumed so much nonsense that you can no longer articulate a coherent thought? You accuse me of stealing your money. Then, kindly provide me with a statement so I may ascertain the balance in your bank accounts. Can you even afford the cost of this feast? You casually toss around figures like 1 million. Have you lost your sanity in the pursuit of wealth? Perhaps you should consider selling your useless son to the northern borders of Myanmar for organ harvesting. A kidney fetches 1 million, 2 kidneys 2 million, a heart 70,000, a liver 80,000, a lung 60,000, and a scalp 50,000. Simply sell a few, and you shall instantly achieve financial freedom. Ha! Ding Yaozu, I bet you never imagined that your worth, despite being deemed worthless, could be so considerable, did you? As Su Yin spoke, she could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 31. Humiliating Oneself. Su Yan's scorn ignited an uncontrollable fury within Zhou Kaifeng and her companions, particularly her mocking laughter that pushed them to the brink of explosion. I will kill you, Ding Yaozu growled in agony, clutching his groin with both hands. Su Yan's words left Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai utterly humiliated. Indeed, the lost bank card contained a mere 8,000 yuan, which represented nearly all of their family's savings. The household's daily expenses were primarily covered by the money Su Yin earned from her labor, while Zhou Kaifeng and her husband squandered their earnings on mahjong and stock trading, ultimately losing it all. This is precisely why they sought to seize Su Yan's jade bracelet to sell for quick cash. Now that their source of labor has escaped and their savings are gone, how could they not harbor resentment towards her? Ding Yukai, inflamed by Su Yan's earlier humiliation, flushed with anger, raised his hands on the table, ready to overturn it. You wretched girl, having stolen money, you dare to be so arrogant? I shall strike you until you beg for mercy. Su Yin set down her chopsticks, letting out a cold snort, her countenance betraying no fear. It's nothing. Go ahead and turn it over. This table of dishes isn't expensive, only a little over 10,000 yuan. If you can't afford to compensate, you can always go to jail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaifeng chuckled. Who do you think you're intimidating? Trying to ensnare me? Darling, don't fall for her tricks. She swiftly intervened, blocking Ding Yukai, then leaned closer to whisper in his ear. This feast is so costly. Why don't we just eat it? We can deal with this wretched woman later. Once we leave this establishment, we shall find a secluded spot to. Zhou Kaifeng signaled with her hands to indicate binding Su Yin, intending to seize all her money before selling her into a nightclub as an escort. Ding Yukai nodded, silently releasing his grip on the table's edge. Son, darling, let us eat. With Zhou Kaifeng's command, the trio immediately took their seats, ravenously devouring the exquisite Thai delicacies laid before them. Oh, how delicious! Ding Yaozu, with a roasted chicken leg in his right hand, simultaneously reached for spicy, stir-fried chicken feet with his left. Wife, this shrimp is delightful. Do give it a try. Ding Yukai offered a large shrimp to Zhou Kaifeng from the mango squid shrimp platter. You're so kind. Dear, you should eat more too. With a mouthful of pork neck, Zhou Kaifeng opened her mouth to receive the shrimp, inadvertently dropping the pork neck on her collar. Brushing it off nonchalantly, she reached for the volcanic ribs in the pot. The three of them resembled famished refugees, creating a chaotic mess with the meticulously arranged dishes. At that moment, the beautiful waitress who had been attending to Su Yin's meal entered the room, accompanied by three tall, burly security guards and the restaurant manager. "Dear guest, are you all right? I will have the security escort them out immediately," the manager inquired with concern. Without further ado, the three security guards advanced, forcefully pressing Zhou Kaifeng and her companions' heads into the dishes, loudly admonishing, "Where do these ruffians come from? If you continue to provoke trouble, we will call the police." Damn it, my eyes. Just as Ding Yaozu found himself face to face with a plate of spicy chicken feet, a guard pressed his head into the dish, causing the spice to sting his eyes. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai struggled violently, shouting, "Let go, let go." However, the three security guards, all robust young men with muscular arms, were far too strong for Zhou Kaifeng and her companions to resist. Su Yin rose from his seat, waved his hand dramatically, and proclaimed loudly, "They have sullied my food, which I find unacceptable. Please remove all the dishes from this table and dispose of them. Additionally, I request a complete reservice of identical dishes, for I am still hungry. Furthermore, I wish to change to a different private room, as this one has been tainted by these three individuals. It would be prudent to sanitize this space." "Yes, of course. Please follow me," the restaurant manager replied, his tone laced with embarrassment. In all his years of service, he had never encountered a distinguished guest who ordered the entire menu at once, only to fail in providing satisfactory service, allowing three beggars to invade and consume the patron's food. Su Yin followed the restaurant manager into another private room, where the manager personally attended to his dining needs, accompanied by two security guards stationed at the entrance to prevent any unauthorized entry. In room number 9, a beautiful waitress instructed through the intercom, then addressed the three diligent security guards, saying, "It's time. You may let them go." The guards finally released their grip, allowing Zhou Kaifeng and her companions to breathe the fresh air again, after feeling suffocated moments earlier trapped among the dishes. Four waitstaff entered the room with cleaning buckets, expressionless as they began to clear the table, unceremoniously discarding untouched delicacies into the trash. "Who authorized you to throw this away? We haven't finished eating," Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed, reaching out to stop the nearest waitress. The waitress shot her a glare and coldly replied, "Do not impede our work." Another waitress, attending to the customers, coldly remarked to Zhou Kaifeng, "The guest has instructed to remove the dishes. If you do not leave, I will have the security forcibly remove you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaifeng's irritation flared. She threw a greasy paper towel onto the floor and approached the waitress with her hands on her hips. "Oh, young lady, so you're feeling important as a server now, are you? Do you even know where the money she spends here comes from? It's stolen." "Stolen from whom?" "From me." Zhou pointed to herself with a raised thumb. The waitress regarded her impassively, her face betraying no emotion. Ding Yukai chimed in. "This meal was ordered with our money. We have every right to eat it. On what grounds do you have to kick us out? Why remove the dishes?" The waitress remained silent, merely tilting her head slightly towards the three security guards, signaling them to take action. Typically, the mall maintained a decent security environment, with rare instances of unruly customers. The security guards, whose daily tasks involved patrolling and routine checks, often found themselves bored and welcomed the prospect of any incident to break the monotony. With the waitress's authorization, the three robust guards flexed their muscles and approached Zhou Kaifeng and her companions expressionlessly. Without uttering a word, each guard hoisted one of them onto their shoulders and began marching towards the exit. "Oh, my groin hurts. Let me down, you bastard," Ding Yaozu cried out, feeling the pressure of the guard's shoulder against his own, painfully grinding against him. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai, having lived half their lives, found themselves bewildered, experiencing this indignity for the first time. Thus, the three were carried by the guards through the bustling dining area, where astonished patrons paused in their meals, captivated by the unusual spectacle of their departure. Chapter 32. A temperature of 48 degrees. The end of days approaches under the watchful eyes of many. Zhou Kaifeng and her companions were escorted out of the restaurant by the security guards. As they reached the entrance, the security guards executed a swift throw, tossing them into the corridor outside the restaurant. Thud, 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 like 3 parcels, they were unceremoniously hurled to the ground. Subsequently, 3 formidable security personnel, their expressions impassive, stood shoulder to shoulder with their hands clasped behind their backs, effectively blocking the restaurant's entrance to prevent Zhou Kaifeng and her companions from re-entering. A beautiful waitress emerged, arms crossed over her chest, looking down with an air of superiority at the trio sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Zhou Kaifeng and her companions groaned as they struggled to rise, the fall having inflicted considerable pain upon them, particularly on Ding Yaozu, who grimaced in agony, cursing vehemently and vowing revenge against Su Yin. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at the security guards, Zhou Kaifeng loudly berated them, calling them despicable guards, mere watchdogs bullying defenseless citizens, utterly shameless. Ding Yukai, with blood streaming from his nose, deliberately smeared the crimson stains across his palms and presented them to the guards, bellowing for compensation for medical expenses. If not, he threatened to escalate the matter to the police, pursue legal action, and even summon health inspectors to scrutinize the hygiene standards of the Thai restaurant. Certain that issues would be uncovered, the trio vociferously hurled insults at the restaurant entrance, resembling 3 raucous toy poodles, while the well-trained security guards remained unfazed by their provocations, struggling to suppress their laughter at the absurdity of the trio, who, though brimming with indignation, dared not lay a finger on them. Su Yin indulged in exquisite cuisine in the newly appointed private room, while a beautiful waitress entered to report the outcome of her duties to the restaurant manager and Su Yin. Upon hearing the report, Su Yin expressed her satisfaction. She was quite occupied today and had no time to engage with Zhou Kaifeng and her family. When the apocalypse arrived, fate would undoubtedly provide her with a chance to deal with the 3 of them decisively. There was no rush. She would take her time. Su Yin was exceedingly satisfied with the cuisine at the Thai restaurant, and on the spot, he ordered 100 portions of every dish available on the table, to be delivered to a designated location before the following evening. The restaurant manager stood frozen for 3 seconds, fully aware that Su Yin was a significant client. Yet he never anticipated such an immense order. Without hesitation, he made a call to his boss right there in the private room to seek approval. The owner, a Thai national, had always conducted business in China with utmost caution, reluctant to offend any customer. Given the magnitude of this order, there was no reason to decline. He would rather pause the restaurant's operations for 2 days than not exert every effort to fulfill Su Yan's request. Very well. I shall personally supervise the kitchen and ensure that every detail is meticulously managed. The manager's hand trembled with perspiration as he held the phone. In all his years in the restaurant industry, he had never encountered such a substantial order. He mentally calculated that this single transaction would yield him nearly 200,000 in commission, an amount exceeding his annual salary. Su Yin held no interest in money. Her sole desire was for the restaurant to accept her order, fulfill it with utmost quality, and deliver it punctually to her warehouse. Bring in the cash register, she commanded. The tone and demeanor with which she spoke now were a stark contrast to her previously timid and meek self, exuding the authoritative presence of a formidable entrepreneur. Her voice imbued with an air of dignified authority. Very well, replied the restaurant manager, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried towards the front desk to retrieve the POS machine. Su Yin settled the dining expenses amounting to 1.5 million. After providing the warehouse address, he departed from the restaurant amidst the respectful bows and nods of the restaurant manager. As Su Yin descended to the underground parking lot via the elevator, she overheard several passengers lamenting about the sweltering weather. Why is it so hot today? After just 5 minutes outside, I felt as though I might suffer from heat stroke. Indeed, I checked the weather forecast this morning, which predicted a mere 34 degrees. It hardly seemed unbearable. Yet, by noon, the temperature skyrocketed to 45 degrees. Those who work outdoors are truly unfortunate. Having lived in this city for over 30 years, I have never encountered a summer where the temperature reached 45 degrees. It is nothing short of a historical record. Indeed, I have resolved to reside in the shopping mall. Surviving this heat without air conditioning is simply untenable. Su Yin stood in the corner of the elevator, listening to the chatter of those around her. She longed to interject, remarking on how this was merely the beginning, for in a few days the temperature would soar to 70 degrees. Yet, she refrained. She was not a savior. She lacked the power to persuade others to heed her words, nor could she elucidate how she possessed knowledge of the impending apocalypse. Should she speak out, she would likely be dismissed as delusional. Thus, why bother to speak at all? Su Yin shrugged her shoulders, her hands nestled in her pockets, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, indifferent to the murmurs of those around her. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, she climbed into her pickup truck, intending to stockpile some pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, essentials in this apocalyptic era. Mike, the senior account manager at Xiaolong Security Company, was also the chief overseer of Su Yan's safe house project. "All right, I will be there shortly," she stated, turning the vehicle towards the outskirts. The outdoor temperature had now reached a sweltering 48 degrees, a staggering increase of 3 degrees from noon. Su Yin slightly raised her head, gazing at the sun that scorched the earth from the top of the windshield. The rapid rise in temperature was attributed to the presence of 2 suns in the sky at that moment. This secret was known only to Su Yin, who had been reborn from the apocalypse. It would take several days after the onset of the apocalypse for people to gradually uncover this truth. Su Yan's expression bore a hint of anxiety. The apocalypse was silently approaching, yet the populace remained blissfully unaware. Soon, a substantial number of civilians would meet their demise, while the government would be incapable of providing the necessary aid. The time left for humanity to savor the tranquility of life was merely 4 days. Su Yin unconsciously accelerated his speed as he headed towards Yaguang Villa. At this moment, a silver van was closely tailing him from a distance of 50 meters. Yet Su Yin remained oblivious to its presence. Su Yin drove her car to the front of her villa and observed, from a distance, a multitude of workers busily engaged in the yard. Numerous figures were also bustling about in front of the second-floor windows, as the employees of the Xiaolong Security Company hastened their construction efforts. Mike, donning a yellow hard hat, emerged from the villa and politely shook hands with Su Yin, providing her with an update on the progress of the safe house's construction. Chapter 33. The Inquiry of the Homeowners Association President Miss Su. The exterior walls, roof waterproofing, water reservoir, purification system, and waste disposal system have all been completed. I shall now escort you for the inspection. Very well. Su Yin followed Mike into the villa with a stern demeanor. At each location, Mike meticulously demonstrated and explained every detail to her, which left Su Yin quite pleased. She instructed Mike that the remaining work must be completed within 4 days, with no extensions permitted. Mike earnestly promised that he would meet the deadline. Subsequently, Su Yin made her way to the second-floor bedroom to inspect the progress of her custom-designed high-end suite system, which was already halfway completed. Her satisfaction was evident. Upon exiting the villa, Su Yin removed her yellow safety helmet and placed it at the entrance as she prepared to depart. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind. "Miss Su. Hello, Miss Su. I am the president of the homeowners committee in this community. My name is Zheng Shuqin, but you may call me Sister Zheng. Are you currently undertaking renovations at home?" Zheng Shuqin approached Su Yin with a model-like grace, her face radiant with a confident smile. Su Yan stood dode, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. "Hello, Sister Zheng. My name is Su Yin, the new resident. The renovations in my home will be completed in 4 days, so I shall not disturb everyone for long." Su Yin believed that the noise from the construction of a safety room at home had disturbed the neighbors, leading to a complaint that prompted the homeowners committee to come and remind her. It's all right. Who hasn't renovated their home?" she thought, hoping for mutual understanding among everyone. Zheng Shuqin smiled as she extended her delicate, jade-like right hand toward Su Yin. Understanding her gesture, Su Yin reciprocated with a light handshake. The invasive gaze from Zheng Shuqin made Su Yin feel quite uncomfortable. However, she was no longer the timid girl of her past, intimidated by the affluent. Having endured the brutal trials of a post-apocalyptic world, she had stripped away the glamour surrounding individuals of different social strata and had even savored the capriciousness and extravagance of the wealthy, which had nourished her confidence and composure. Thus, in response to Zheng Shuqin's subtle hostility, she chose to meet it with a smile and an air of nonchalance. Zhang Shuqin maintained a flawless smile throughout, but Su Yin discerned a cunning depth in her shifty eyes. "Welcome, Miss Su, to our community. Should you require assistance or need to address any matters in the future, feel free to approach me directly. I am acquainted with every household here, and the neighbors hold me in high regard. Any disputes or conflicts among residents can be swiftly resolved with my intervention. However, in our upscale community, everyone possesses a commendable level of quality. For instance, the couple at number 27. The husband is a professor at Tsinghua University, and the wife is a financial director at a publicly listed company. Then there's number 61, a businessman with annual profits in the tens of millions. Their daughter has just gone to study at Oxford University in the UK. And don't forget Professor Li at No. 12, who is both a faculty member and the academic director at a certain university, with a daughter who graduated from the same institution. May I inquire where Miss Su completed her studies?" Zhang Shuqin had laid the groundwork, eager to uncover Su Yan's background and educational pedigree to determine her worthiness as a potential acquaintance, while simultaneously boasting about her own connections. "I have not attended university. I only hold a high school diploma," Su Yan replied candidly. In that moment, disdain blossomed within Zhang Shuqin, extinguishing her desire to engage further with Su Yan. She had always looked down upon those who lacked a university education, believing that only individuals who had studied at prestigious foreign institutions warranted her association. Her minimum standard for friendship was a degree from a domestic 211 or 985 university. Her grandson, aged 6, had already entered the first grade of elementary school. And as the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. Therefore, she hoped that the residents of this community would be individuals of high education, income, and quality. People like Su Yin, with only a high school education, did not even merit a second glance from her. However, she quickly adjusted her expression and inquired, "So, does Miss Su live with her parents or alone?" She chuckled. "I mean no offense. As the chairperson of the homeowners committee, it's essential for me to understand the basic situation of each household, enabling us to serve everyone better." "I live alone," Su Yin replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Zhang Shuqin emitted a long "oh" sound, attempting to mask her internal skepticism. "What is your occupation?" Zhang Shuqin's expression shifted, losing its warmth and friendliness, adopting a tone of skepticism and interrogation as she questioned Su Yin. Prior to approaching Su Yin, she had already learned from the property management that the owner of Villa 27 was indeed Su Yin herself. Zhang Shuqin was eager to understand how a girl with merely a high school education could afford a villa at such a young age. At this moment, her patience began to wane. She had numerous pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to engage in an inquiry with a superficial woman. "Excuse me?" A look of astonishment and confusion appeared on Zhang Shuqin's face. Su Yin comprehended the meaning of that English sentence, and she felt a sense of exasperation at Zhang Shuqin's astonishment, her impatience growing. "Yes, you heard correctly. I am currently unemployed. If there's nothing else, let's end our conversation here, as I have other matters to attend to." Su Yin tugged at the corners of her mouth and issued an implicit dismissal to Zhang Shuqin. Zhang Shuqin raised her eyes to survey Su Yan's residence, swiftly forming a judgment in her mind. Thus, only one possibility remained. The villa number 27 had likely been purchased by a wealthy gentleman to keep a mistress, and this man must be considerably older. Otherwise, he would not have taken an interest in Su Yin, who possessed neither beauty nor figure, lacked academic credentials, and exuded no charm, her only asset being her age. At this moment, 1,000 questions raced through Zhang Shuqin's mind. How could a prestigious community like Yaguang allow such a lowly individual, unemployed and serving as a kept woman for an older man, to reside there? This thought drove Zhang Shuqin to the brink of madness. Could it be that the developers were so desperate for money that they would admit anyone? With such individuals infiltrating the community, what would become of her little grandson? The healthy development of the child was undoubtedly fraught with risks. Zhang Shuqin simmered with suppressed anger, her face and neck flushing crimson. According to her usual practice, after greeting the new resident, she would invite them to join the homeowners' WeChat group. However, she had no desire to engage with someone like Su Yin, let alone share a space in the same group. After taking a few steps, she reconsidered. What if Su Yin were to commit some act of misconduct within the community, and she happened to be absent from the homeowners group? How could she then collaborate with other residents to oppose her? It seems I must include her in the group, she concluded. Su Yin contemplated for a moment. In a few days, the world would descend into chaos. At that time, society would crumble, and human nature would reveal its malevolence. Should they join the group, it would facilitate monitoring the situation within the community. Very well, I shall scan you. Su Yin smiled as he took out his phone, scanned the code, and entered the group. Su Yin equally harbored a disdain for the chairperson of the homeowners committee. This woman was excessively self-righteous. Nevertheless, Su Yin refused to allow such individuals to affect her mood. In the impending apocalypse, there would be an abundance of nauseating people and affairs. And this was merely the beginning. Su Yin tidied her clothes and hair before heading towards the garage. She had contacted the director of a pharmaceutical wholesale department, intending to procure medicines and medical equipment from there. Just as she crouched down to lift the garage's roll-up door, she heard a rustling sound, interspersed with voices. Darling, give me your hand. Son, hurry up and pull. Don't let go, whatever you do, or else it will fall. Su Yan's Villa number 27 is situated at the northwestern corner of Yuan, standing as an end unit. Outside the villa lies a 5-meter-wide community driveway accompanied by a 3-meter-wide green belt. Beyond the green belt stands the community wall from which the sounds emanate. Is someone scaling the wall? Su Yin pondered quietly as he curiously approached the wall. Beneath several banana trees, shadows stirred, and it became vaguely discernible that 2 individuals were crouched atop the wall, reaching out to another person outside. With a resounding thud, 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 3 figures plummeted into the interior side of the wall. Su Yin felt a pang of disappointment. The Yagwang Villa was touted as one of the top 5 high-end villa communities in City C, yet astonishingly, a stranger had brazenly scaled the wall to enter the premises in broad daylight. Such a lack of security was utterly unacceptable in a world on the brink of collapse. How could they withstand the madness of those driven by desperation? It was imperative to demand a comprehensive inspection and fortification of the community's security systems. Su Yan, you think you can escape? A cold laugh escaped her lips as she regarded the 3 figures before her, who had yet to learn their lesson and had audaciously tracked her down. You've been following me? Her eyes narrowed, irritation brewing within her. Ding Yaozu trembled with excitement upon seeing Su Yin. You vile woman, I vowed to find you and finish what I started. Earlier, security intervened, granting you a fortunate escape. But now, who will come to your aid? He pointed an accusing finger at her, spitting out his venomous words. He made a move to rush at Su Yin, but Zhou Kaifeng quickly restrained him, whispering in his ear, Son, hold your horses. We worked hard to get in here. Let us not attract unwanted attention. After being thrown by security at the mall, the trio was filled with indignation, but they were powerless against Su Yin at that moment. With the mall security and the protection of a Thai restaurant safeguarding her, they had taken refuge in the elevator lobby across from the restaurant, biding their time until Su Yin emerged. Ding Yukai drove a silver van, trailing her pickup truck from a distance of 50 meters, following her to the Yagwang Villa. They watched helplessly as Su Yin's vehicle smoothly entered the community while their own was callously intercepted by the security personnel. After countless searches, fortune smiled upon them when they unexpectedly spotted Su Yin upon their entrance. Zhou Kaifeng and her accomplices had not come unprepared. They had spent the last few days devising ways to extract money from Su Yin. Unbeknownst to them, she had already ascended to billionaire status. Their plan was to capture her and sell her to a nightclub, securing an advance of 50,000 from the owner, who would then deposit Su Yan's monthly earnings directly into Zhou Kaifeng's account, thereby allowing the trio to continue their life of unearned luxury. Thus, they concealed ropes and narcotics, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Ding Yukai also intervened, stopping Ding Yaozu. Son, heed your mother's advice. Don't forget our plan. As he spoke, he discreetly checked his pocket, feeling the items concealed within. Ding Yaozu glared fiercely at Su Yin, his eyes aflame with rage, his chest heaving. The pain from his injury still throbbed intensely. The doctor had warned him that another blow from Su Yin could result in irreversible damage. This revelation had terrified him. fueling an immense hatred towards her. You've gone to great lengths to find me. What is it that you want? If there is nothing, I shall alert security to escort you out, Su Yin said, expressionless, raising her phone as a signal. Wait, Su Yin, your aunt has something to discuss with you. Can we talk? Zhou Kaifeng, abandoning her fierce demeanor, smiled sweetly at Su Yin. Chapter 35. The performance was truly lamentable. Please refrain from acting next time. Su Yin cast a nonchalant glance at the three of them, expressing his disinterest. He had no time to indulge in idle chatter. After speaking, he turned on his heel, ready to depart. The vexatious demeanor of Su Yin ignited a fiery rage within Ding Yotsai's chest. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively squeezed the object in his pocket, yearning to rush forward and render Su Yin unconscious, whisking her away. Zhou Kaifeng, perceptive to his intentions, grasped his arm and whispered, "Darling, do not rush. Look." She subtly gestured towards the villa numbered 27 situated behind Su Yin. The exterior of the villa was ensconced in green netting, and the yard was cluttered with materials distinct from those typically found in residential renovations. A multitude of workers bustled about both inside and outside the house, accompanied by the sounds of construction. Exchanging glances, Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai communicated silently. Zhou Kaifeng remarked, "There are too many people here. We cannot act." Ding Yukai replied, "Understood. Let us devise a plan to lure her outside before taking action." Zhou Kaifeng nodded, "Leave it to me." Ding Yukai affirmed, "All right, my dear. I trust you completely." Following their intuitive exchange, Zhou Kaifeng commenced her performance. She approached Su Yin, grasping her sleeve, and cheerfully stated, "Yin Yin, please don't leave just yet. Auntie has something she wishes to discuss with you." Su Yin lowered her head, casting a cold glance at Zhou Kaifeng's hand, expressing her discontent. "Remove your filthy hands. Do not touch me." Zhou Kaifeng, as if jolted by electricity, immediately released Su Yin's sleeve, chuckling, "All right, I won't touch you. I understand you're busy working here, and I want to take up too much of your time." "I have no time, nor the desire to listen," Su Yin firmly declined, as she needed to procure supplies for the medical garden and had no leisure to engage with them. However, Zhou Kaifeng was not easily dismissed. She wrapped her arms around Su Yin's, weeping dramatically. "Yin Yin, you must listen to Aunt. This matter is of great significance. Just now, while I was napping in the car, your mother visited me in a dream, saying I had not treated you well. If I do not amend my ways, she will come to take me away. I have always had the closest bond with your mother since childhood, which is why she entrusted you to me before her passing. I admit I may have been a bit harsh at times, making you do household chores, punishing you with kneeling when you erred, forbidding you from eating. Yet, all of this was for the sake of your education. You are a good child. Surely you can understand Aunt's good intentions, can't you?" At this moment, Su Yin felt as if 100 question marks and 100 alpacas were floating above her head. She found herself both amused and exasperated, her lips twitching slightly as she coldly remarked, "Is there something wrong with your mind? Remove your hand." Furthermore, she added, "Husband, Yaozu, you must treat Yin Yin with more kindness in the future. You cannot continue to be as rude as you were just now. Do you understand?" After finishing her words, Zhou Kaifeng vigorously blinked her eyes, ultimately allowing 2 tears to cascade down the corners of her eyes. Su Yin gazed incredulously at the family of 3, nearly succumbing to laughter at their performance. "You 3 are simply dreadful. Please refrain from acting in the future," she remarked with a tone that was both calm and fierce. "Remove your hands." She then coldly commanded Zhou Kaifeng in a low voice. A sudden chill ran through Zhou Kaifeng. Could it be that this little wretch, Su Yin, had not fallen for a ruse? That seemed implausible. Just last month, she had tearfully recounted how poorly she had been treated, lamenting her grievances and claiming that the lack of familial affection had even led her to suffer from depression. Today, I spoke so passionately and offer my apologies. She ought to have been moved. How peculiar! Indeed, why was she not adhering to the script? Su Yin noticed that Zhou Kaifeng had yet to withdraw her hand, and without hesitation, he raised his palm and struck her across the face. A resounding slap echoed in the air, causing one of Zhou Kaifeng's earrings to fly off. The 3 onlookers were simultaneously taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. Was this truly the same Su Yin who had previously endured humiliation and lived in submission? You struck me? Zhou Kaifeng gazed at Su Yin in disbelief, and instinctively, she retaliated by delivering a slap back at him. With remarkable agility, Su Yin swiftly seized Zhou Kaifeng's wrist with his right hand and delivered a sharp slap with his left. Ding Yukai and his son, unable to maintain their composure, exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged toward Su Yin. Observing this, Zhou Kaifeng also charged at Su Yin, determined to silence him once and for all. The melodrama had lost its effectiveness, and she had no desire to feign innocence any longer. She was intent on physically subduing Su Yin. How could Su Yin evade 3 assailants? With a mere thought, he slipped into another dimension, causing his attackers to miss their mark and collide with one another. In the next instant, Su Yin emerged from the void, positioning himself behind the trio. He raised his foot and delivered a series of swift kicks to their heads, leaving them dazed and their minds ringing, with stars dancing before their eyes. They were baffled as to how 3 of them could fail to capture a single Su Yin. He maneuvered like a slippery eel, evading their grasp effortlessly. Su Yin, already exasperated, pulled out his phone and dialed the property manager. "What on earth are you doing? 3 intruders have illegally entered the premises, this time by scaling the wall. They attempted to rob me. Hurry and apprehend them and send them to the police station." The property manager, taken aback by Su Yin's fervor and shocked by the occurrence of such an outrageous event within the community, immediately dispatched a security team of 8 to rush to Su Yin's villa. Upon hearing that Su Yin was calling for assistance to have them apprehended, Zhou Kaifeng panicked. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yin, she exclaimed, You ungrateful wretch. I apologize to you, and you refuse to accept it. Yet you dare to label us as thieves. You are the real thief. You stole my bank card, and I am the one who should be reporting you to the police." Su Yin delivered a powerful kick, leaving Zhou Kaifeng's head spinning. She believed she was referring to Su Yin himself, when in fact, she was alluding to the pillar of the grand entrance gate of Su Yin's villa. Su Yin crossed her arms and let out a peculiar chuckle. Chapter 36. A failed scheme leading to loss. Su Yin crossed her arms and let out a peculiar chuckle. "Which of your eyes saw me stealing your bank card? Perhaps you viewed it through your posterior? I dare say it was your beloved husband who pilfered it. He is reluctant to share a bed with you. Why might that be? Surely it is because there is another woman out there whom he is financially supporting with your card." This assertion was not a mere whimsy of Su Yin's. On a certain day in her previous life, while mopping the floor, she overheard Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai engaged in a heated quarrel behind closed doors. Zhou Kaifeng, in a fit of rage, was smashing objects and wailing, "Ding Yukai, you are inhuman. You always find excuses to evade me. Today you claim to be unwell. Tomorrow you say you lack interest. I see it clearly. You disdain me for growing old." Later, Su Yin caught Zhou Kaifeng secretly slipping an aphrodisiac into Ding Yukai's meal, which led to a violent confrontation when Ding Yukai discovered the truth. "You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? I will end you." Though Ding Yokai's mind was still reeling, his ears were keen, and he absorbed every word Su Yin had uttered. Zhou Kaifeng shivered. Her own suspicions about Ding Yokai's reluctance to share a bed surfacing. However, due to her strict control over her husband, demanding that his salary card be submitted to her and doling out allowances, she had always believed that a man under such constraints could not possibly stray. Yet, the reality remained that if a man is determined to cheat, he will find a multitude of ways to do so, no matter the precautions taken. Su Yin's words had sown seeds of doubt in her mind. "You stole it?" Zhou Kaifeng pointed an accusing finger at Ding Yukai. "You believe this little wretch's lies? How could I possibly steal your money?" Ding Yukai's face flushed crimson, and he cast a murderous glare at Su Yin. "Parents, this little wretch is deliberately sowing discord among us. We must not fall for her tricks." Ding Yaozu interjected timely, calming the frayed nerves of Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. It was imperative that they present a united front against external threats. Familial discord was intolerable at this juncture. With their heads clearer now, the trio exchanged determined glances, resolving to act before security arrived. They nodded in agreement and sprang into action as previously planned. Ding Yukai swiftly maneuvered behind Su Yin, producing a narcotic-laced tissue from his pocket to cover her mouth and nose. Zhou Kaifeng embraced Su Yan's upper body, restraining her movements, while the imposing Ding Yaozu spread his arms wide to shield their actions from prying eyes. Su Yan was rendered unconscious by a drug-laced tissue pressed against her mouth and nose. Within mere seconds, she felt the suffocating grip of her predicament, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of being tightly bound. Damn it, she cursed inwardly, harboring deep disdain for the despicable actions of this family. In the next moment, with a flicker of her will, Su Yan vanished into another realm. The three individuals, Zhou Kaifeng and her companions, were left utterly bewildered by her sudden disappearance. They searched high and low, peering in every direction, yet found no trace of her. Where could she be? They were utterly perplexed. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan descended from above, executing a sweeping kick mid-air that struck each of their heads in succession. Die, you three wretched pests. Although Su Yan's stature was modest, the sudden sweep kick, combined with the force of gravity, nonetheless sent the three individuals crashing to the ground. Ouch, ouch. My head aches terribly. Instantaneously, cries of distress echoed in succession. At that moment, Mike, accompanied by several construction workers, emerged from the villa's courtyard, each wielding tools such as hammers, wrenches, and steel pipes. Su Yan is a valued client of the Xiaolong Security Company, which is committed to providing her with unparalleled service. Any attempt to harm her under their watchful gaze will be thwarted. Just bind these three individuals and hand them over to the property management. They scaled the community wall and clearly intended to steal something, Su Yan remarked, casually patting her shoulder. Climbed over the wall? Mike expressed his surprise, not expecting the security system of Yaguang Bun to be so inadequate that outsiders could easily gain entry. Rest assured, Miss Su, the security system we have designed for your villa is of the highest caliber, comparable to that of residences occupied by senior national leaders. Even if the community's security measures were to fail entirely, our system would still be able to thwart any external intruders with complete efficacy. Su Yan nodded in assurance. Zhou Kaifeng, listening to their conversation, felt puzzled. Why did this man address Su Yan as Miss Su and you? Wasn't Su Yan just a gopher for the company? Well then, Miss Su, we shall bind these three thieves as you suggested and hand them over to the property management, Mike stated. Yes, bind them. I've already informed the property staff. They will arrive shortly. Understood. Mike called out loudly to the construction workers behind him. These three individuals are thieves. Bind them with ropes. The property management will handle them soon. Yes. The trio, Zhou Kaifeng and her companions, noticed the burly men approaching with ropes and instinctively recoiled. Panic evident in their voices. What do you want? We are not thieves. She's just spouting nonsense. Why are you listening to that little vixen, Su Yan? At that moment, the property manager, accompanied by 8 fully armed security guards, hurried over. Each guard wielded an anti-explosion fork and shield, with rubber batons secured at their waists. Miss Su, where are those 3 thieves who climbed over the wall? Is it them? The property manager, Zhao Peng, swiftly spotted Zhou Kaifeng and her companions lying in the greenery, resisting the workers from Xiaolong Security Company. Indeed, it is them. How dare you steal in my territory? I shall ensure you enter with your eyes wide open and leave with them shut. A spark of fury ignited in Zhao Peng's eyes. Chapter 37. The annoying trio, with a command from the property manager Zhao Peng, the 8 security guards raised their shields and surrounded Zhou Kaifeng and her companions. Do not move. You are surrounded. Where did you sneak in from? Confess. How bold of you to come and steal in our community. Do you understand the consequences? All 8 guards stood over 175 centimeters tall, in their prime, their bodies rippling with muscle, clearly not the type to be trifled with. With generous salaries, they worked diligently. They resembled 8 mighty warriors, looming over Zhou Kaifeng and her companions, their fierce gazes instilling terror. W, what do you want? We didn't steal anything. Ding Yaozu, despite his sturdy build, was no match for the muscular security guards, having spent too long gaming at his computer with little exercise. Realizing he couldn't fight back, he immediately cowered behind Zhou Kaifeng. Zhou Kaifeng, tilting her head to see the imposing wall of black shields and the uniformed young men behind them, trembled with fear. Yet, driven by maternal instinct, she instinctively shielded her son, who was twice her size, with her body. Ding Yukai also felt a sense of trepidation. Yet he believed it all stemmed from a misunderstanding, the result of that wretched Su Yan's incessant prattling. Consequently, the security personnel treated them as petty thieves. He endeavored to placate the guards' emotions in an attempt to prevent any escalation of violence. Let us converse calmly, without haste. We merely entered to attend to our business. We have certainly not taken a single stitch from the community. You wouldn't wish to harm the innocent, would you? Zhao Peng approached Su Yan, his demeanor imbued with regret, and inquired, Miss Su, have you incurred any losses? Did those 3 miscreants cause you any harm? Su Yan picked up the drug tissue from the ground and handed it to Zhao Peng. As for my own losses, I have suffered none, but whether they have pilfered from others remains unknown. This is a matter for you to investigate. Furthermore, when they scaled the wall, I fortuitously encountered them. They intended to incapacitate me with the drug, so they could act against me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng was startled to learn that they had resorted to using drugs. Manager Zhao, Su Yan suddenly shifted her tone, sharply admonishing, the property fees at Yaguang are tenfold those of external communities, yet the security measures are appallingly inadequate. Frankly, I am quite disappointed. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Peng's brow as he hurriedly bowed in apology. Yes, your criticisms are well taken. We shall surely make improvements. Please temper your anger and refrain from lodging a complaint against us. By now, it was 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed mercilessly, and the surface temperature had reached 50 degrees. Su Yan's patience with Zhou Kaifeng and her companions had been entirely exhausted. Whether or not to complain depends on your performance. Those 3 thieves must face severe punishment. Su Yan's tone was stern, and Zhao Peng dared not meet her gaze. He took the drugged tissue, casting a fierce glance toward Zhou Caifeng's direction, mentally calculating how to place the entire blame squarely on her and her accomplices, ensuring that the owners remained oblivious to the negligence of their property company regarding security. Rest assured, we shall resolve this matter appropriately. It is too hot outside, please. Go inside and rest. We will handle things here. All right. As Zhou Kaifeng peered through the cracks in the barricade and saw Su Yan preparing to leave, she immediately sprang to her feet, shouting, You little wretch, don't go. Clarify this with them. We are not thieves. She is the thief. She stole my bank card. Su, don't leave. Su Yan turned a deaf ear, striding toward his own garage. Zhou Kaifeng clung to the security guard, shouting at Su Yan's retreating figure, a gesture that incited the guards to take further action. 8 security personnel simultaneously hurled anti-riot forks at her, ensnaring her neck, waist, thighs, and arms with the sturdy steel prongs. Ouch, be gentle. I'm not running away. Do not strike me like this. Husband, help me. Zhou Kaifeng cried out in terror. Ding Yukai, witnessing the forks, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, rendering him immobile. Earlier that day, at the Thai restaurant, they had been ruthlessly dealt with by the guards, and the pain in his nose and behind still lingered. He lacked the courage to confront them again. Quiet. No loud shouting, and do not disrespect our homeowners. One of the guards barked. Homeowners? What homeowners? Ding Yukai questioned in bewilderment. Zhou Kaifeng, uncomfortable from the forks, still had the ability to speak. You've got all wrong. That little vixen named Su is not a homeowner here. She merely works on this construction site. Don't be deceived by her. She shouted loudly. Zhao Peng, hearing the uproar, approached with an ashen face and purposeful strides. Let me speak to her. 2 guards immediately stepped back, clearing the way for Zhao Peng. As he began to speak, his voice boomed like thunder. Furthermore, Miss Su Yan is a registered homeowner at our Yaguang garden, and this is beyond dispute. Your repeated derogatory shouts of little vixen allow us, according to the community property management regulations, to impose penalties upon you. Su Yan is the owner of this villa community. Zhou Kaifeng and the others were instantly taken aback, their minds swirling with questions. Even Ding Yaozu, who had been cowering beneath the feet of the security guards, couldn't help but lift his head, staring at Zhao Peng in astonishment. You must be mistaken. Su Yan is my niece, and we have always lived together. She is merely a lowly worker, earning a mere 3,000 yuan a month. How could she possibly afford a villa? Zhao Peng looked at Zhou Caifeng's ignorant and self-righteous face with disdain, even doubting her mental faculties. Conversing with her felt like a futile endeavor. The security guards retracted their steel forks and pulled Zhou Caifeng and her companions from the ground, gripping their arms as they escorted them to the office. Naturally, Zhou Caifeng and the others were indignant. They still could not believe that Su Yin had purchased a villa in just 3 short days. Throughout the journey, Zhou Caifeng protested vehemently, insisting that they had not stolen anything and should not be paraded through the streets like this, as it stripped them of their dignity. Chapter 38. Procuring medicine. There are 3.5 days left until the apocalypse descends. Surface temperature, 50 degrees Celsius. The heat outside was so intense that even dogs were suffering from heat stroke in droves. The pet hospital was overflowing with dogs, all brought in by their owners for intravenous treatment. Su Yin drove her pickup truck towards the pharmaceutical park when a sudden thirst for ice water washed over her. With a mere thought, a bottle of room-temperature mineral water materialized within her vehicle from her spatial storage. After savoring a couple of sips, she felt it was insufficient. How could one endure such sweltering weather without ice and chilled water? She pulled over to the roadside and searched for ice manufacturers on her phone, opting, as before, to contact the most expensive one. I would like to order 100 tons of edible ice and 100 tons of ice spring water to be delivered to Warehouse No. XX in the Logistics Park. How much will that be? 50,000? I will pay an additional 50,000 for it to arrive by noon tomorrow. The call ended with a series of excessively agreeable responses from the other end, assuring her of prompt delivery. Su Yin put away her phone, ready to set off, when she noticed 2 police cars approaching her. Through the rearview mirror, she observed that the police vehicles were headed towards Yaguang. Su Yin smirked, realizing that Zhou Caifeng and the other 2 would undoubtedly face some hardships, likely resulting in a detention of at least half a month. This was quite satisfactory. Confining them for a few days would spare her from their incessant meddling during her resource accumulation. Their time held little value, whereas each moment of hers was immensely precious. Suddenly, the sound of a WeChat video call request resonated through the air. Upon recognizing the sender, Su Yin saw it was Cheng Lin. She chose to disregard the messages, placing her phone in the car mount as she continued driving. Soon, the music signaling the video call ceased, prompting Su Yin to open WeChat, where she discovered a barrage of messages from Cheng Lin. Sister, are you done with your tasks? When will you send me the money? My husband is yelling at the child again. Let me send you a voice message, accompanied by a 60-second audio clip. My husband just lies around playing video games, doing nothing. We have run out of formula, and the baby is crying inconsolably, yet he remains indifferent. I cannot express how grateful I am that you are willing to lend me money. Once the funds arrive, I will treat you to a meal. Are you still busy? You haven't forgotten about this, have you? We don't even have rice at home. I'm just waiting for the money to go to the supermarket to buy some and cook. Sister? She was eager to ascertain whether Su Yin was genuinely occupied or had simply forgotten. However, Su Yin did not respond, igniting Cheng Lin's fury, as she proceeded to send a series of 7 or 8 furious voice messages. Su Yin, how long must I wait? Are you toying with me? I have already informed you that we have no rice to cook. What do you mean by delaying the funds? Either you don't lend it at all, or if you do, be prompt about it. You promised to send the money and then vanished. What kind of malice is this? Don't push me. Those who have nothing to lose fear, not those who wear shoes. If you continue to play games with me, I shall not let this go. You repugnant woman. How disgusting. The heavens are watching. This matter is far from over between us. As Su Yin drove, she glanced at her phone, finding it amusing to see Cheng Lin's increasingly flustered voice messages pouring in. She reveled in the sight of those contemptible individuals who, despite their rage and resentment towards her, were utterly powerless to affect her. Su Yin was far too preoccupied to heed Cheng Lin's vitriolic tirades. She refused to allow a woman living a life akin to that of a maggot to tarnish her spirits. Instead, she sought to gradually humiliate and torment such individuals. Pressing the voice input button, she spoke with a tone of feigned apology. Cheng Lin, I just saw your message. I'm so sorry. I've been exceedingly busy lately. What did your voice message say? I simply don't have the time to listen right now. Let us plan to meet up when I'm free. Cheng Lin, who had been seething with rage and contemplating smashing her phone, suddenly found herself regretting her impulsiveness upon hearing Su Yan's unexpectedly kind words. How could I have been so rash? Thankfully, Su Yan didn't hear my insults. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't send me any money. I've been far too impatient. She's been so busy, and I couldn't even wait a few hours. That was utterly unreasonable of me. Su Yan is truly a good person. Despite my incessant prodding, she remains unperturbed and even offers an apology. She is indeed a good soul, and I absolutely must refrain from speaking ill of her again. Clutching her phone anxiously, Chung Lin felt a mix of guilt and regret, even spiraling into self-doubt. It's fine. I should have pressured you when you're so busy. Hee. To send the money over when you're able. There are still some instant noodles at home to tide me over. Alas, while an adult can endure, a child cannot. If only my sister could find a moment to send the money soon. I'll be waiting for you. My bank account number is XXX, account name Chung Lin. Bank XXXX. Chung Lin thoughtfully reiterated her account details, aiming to spare Su Yan the trouble of sifting through their chat history. Su Yan cast a glance at Chung Lin's message, sneering before promptly extinguishing the screen, redirecting his focus to the road ahead. An hour later, Su Yan arrived at the largest pharmaceutical park in City C, situated within the National Economic Development Zone. This expansive complex housed a large general hospital, a traditional Chinese medicine plantation, a processing factory for herbal medicinal slices, a logistics transit station, a marketing center, a medical device manufacturing plant, and over 100 pharmaceutical sales companies. The head of the procurement department, a woman in her 40s with short hair, had been eagerly awaiting at the entrance of the park, having learned over the phone of Su Yan's substantial purchasing volume. Su Yan had already prepared her speech on the way, ready to elucidate the reason behind her procurement of such a substantial quantity of medical supplies. With a heavy heart, she addressed the procurement director. P County is my hometown. Recently, a catastrophic earthquake struck, and I have heard that many from my hometown have perished, including several childhood companions. Alas, I have scarcely slept well due to this distressing news. I yearn to contribute, however modestly, to my fellow villagers. Upon reflection, I realized that purchasing medical supplies to send over would be the most pragmatic approach. Su Yan learned from online news that a magnitude 7.0 earthquake had struck County P 2 days prior. In response, many citizens spontaneously organized donations of money and goods. Seizing this opportunity, she decided to procure medical supplies. The head of the procurement department was touched by Su Yan's benevolence and immediately promised to sell all supplies at the lowest possible price. Subsequently, she personally accompanied Su Yan to select items in the pharmaceutical section. They first arrived at the essential household medications area. Chapter 39. A grand procurement at the pharmacy supermarket. Once she left, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. For the variety and quantity of medications she needed to procure were extensive and diverse. Had the procurement director remained by her side, it would have inevitably raised suspicions. This was a pharmacy supermarket, covering a single floor of 1,000 square meters. Su Yan pushed her small cart, swiftly disappearing among the countless shelves. She leisurely wandered through each aisle, placing the medications she deemed necessary into her cart. Essential items included medicinal sprays, heat-clearing and damp-expelling granules, a blend of 24 herbal teas, night owl relief tea, mosquito repellent spray, hawthorn and chicken intergold probiotic chewables, vitamins A, B, C, D, calcium tablets, Banlan gin granules, Huixiang zhengqi liquid, Rindan, antipyretics, analgesics, watermelon frost, oral ulcer spray, medical alcohol, povidone iodine, medical cotton, athlete's foot spray, cold granules, cough syrup, adhesive bandages, gauze, lutein, iron supplements, medical masks, antiviral oral solutions, trauma ointments, eczema creams, amoxicillin, oseltamivir, antihypertensives, hemorrhoid medication, burn ointments, hemostatic agents, eye drops, heart disease medication, gastritis medication, digestive aids, motion sickness remedies, fever patches, and thermometers. These over-the-counter medications are frequently utilized in daily life. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, even without a doctor, one could follow the instructions on the packaging for self-medication. Then, she approached the prescription medication section. Here, She encountered numerous unfamiliar drugs, some even reserved for surgical use. Lacking medical knowledge, Su Yin understood that stockpiling such medications might be of little benefit. However, she harbored a glimmer of hope for the future. Perhaps she would encounter again the surgeon named Miyu whom she had met in her past life. Adhering to the principle of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances, she placed every type of medication into her cart. These supplies might remain unused until the end of the apocalypse, but it was far preferable to find herself in need without access to them. Subsequently, she proceeded to the medical equipment section. She gathered intravenous tubes, syringes, needles, blood bags, limb immobilizers, various surgical instruments, catheters, and protective gear, items that would typically only be utilized by doctors and hospitals. What if surgery became necessary in the apocalypse? She collected even more healthcare instruments. Although Su Yin might not personally require these tools, they could potentially serve as valuable trade goods in times of need. Su Yin has endured a cataclysmic apocalypse, during which the span of her survival over the ensuing couple of years unveiled a grim tableau of conflict and plunder among the downtrodden populace. She harbors a conviction that a select few possess an abundance of resources, thereby evading the brutal struggle for existence. It is perhaps precisely because they have engaged in insidious exploitation of the impoverished that the majority of the masses find themselves ensnared in dire straits. Much like Su Yan's own endeavors, she wields considerable wealth and has discreetly acquired foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse, enabling her to amass a significant stockpile of societal provisions in advance. It is implausible that she alone holds the means to survive the impending tribulations. Just as Earth cannot be the solitary bastion of life in the cosmos. Perhaps, at some future juncture, these medical supplies will prove to be of paramount importance. As Su Yin pondered, she collected various medical instruments from the shelves and placed them into her cart. The next section was dedicated to traditional Chinese medicine, which was divided into two parts: medicinal herbs and prescriptions. Lacking knowledge of medicinal herbs, Su Yin opted for the pre-formulated prescriptions. The Si Miao Yong and decoction, effective for treating varicose veins, lower limb ulcers, and sciatica. The Shu Gan Tiao Jing formula, addressing irregular menstruation and irritability. The Chong Hua Sheng Shi decoction, dispelling wind and dampness, used for headaches. The Huishue Huayu foot soak formula, alleviating chest tightness and heart pain, as well as meridian blockages. The Bao Yuan decoction, for restoring both qi and yin deficiencies and alleviating heart vessel obstruction. The Buyang Huan Wu decoction, invigorating qi and promoting blood circulation. The Gui Ji Xiao Yao Ji Mu decoction, a formula for liver regulation and spleen nourishment, alongside herbal teas such as Chun Pai He Yi and CMO decoction, as well as Wu Mei decoction. Su Yin, adhering to the efficacy of the prescriptions, gathered over 100 medicinal packages into a small cart. The lower rows of shelves displayed an array of packaged traditional Chinese herbal slices, including bear bile powder, antelope horn powder, cow bile, musk, elephant hide powder, amber powder gecko, deer blood crystal, cordyceps, rice-fried leeches, seahorse, tianqi, American ginseng, hawthorn powder, licorice slices, plump big C, and alcohol-prepared bee glue. Some of these substances were for health maintenance, while others were intended for healing ailments. Su Yin held a firm belief in the wisdom of her ancestors, selecting items with her eyes closed. Additionally, she procured several unfamiliar medicines, encompassing both traditional Chinese and Western pharmaceuticals, as well as some costly targeted therapies. A premonition stirred within her, suggesting that these medications might prove vital in the future, potentially saving her life or that of someone close to her, or perhaps facilitating the acquisition of essential resources. In any case, she deemed it prudent to stockpile. She also contemplated acquiring substantial medical equipment, such as ultrasound machines and magnetic resonance imaging devices. However, this pharmacy did not possess such apparatus, and she intended to explore other avenues. Upon finishing her selections, Su Yin surveyed the dozens of overflowing carts with satisfaction. Clapping her hands, "That will suffice. I require 1,000 units of each commonly used household medicine and 500 units of the others." They should be delivered to warehouse number XX of the logistics park by noon at the latest the day after tomorrow. By the way, is your inventory sufficient? The supervisor of the pharmacy rubbed his hands together and approached with a beaming smile, assuring her, absolutely, we have our own factory and over a dozen suppliers. So our stock is quite ample. We can dispatch a portion to your warehouse today, and the remainder will be guaranteed for delivery by the day after tomorrow. Very well, let us proceed with the settlement. Su Yin replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Excellent. Please take a seat in the rest area and enjoy a cup of tea while we finalize the details. The rest area, located beside the checkout counter, featured 2 sets of semicircular sofas. After Su Yin settled in, a staff member brought her a refreshing cup of traditional herbal tea. Meanwhile, the pharmacy supervisor, accompanied by 7 or 8 employees, busily calculated the total cost of goods, while another group of workers took inventory lists to the warehouse for preparation. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks. As Su Yin savored her tea, her phone rang. It was a call from Lin Howren. Chapter 40. The pig slaughtering plate has yet to mature. Su Yin sat in the repose area of the pharmaceutical supermarket, basking in the cool embrace of the air conditioning while savoring her tea. During this tranquil moment, an employee approached, carrying 10 gift boxes of traditional Chinese herbal medicine, which Su Yin gratefully accepted. She took out her phone to check the status of her online order for winter garments. Growing anxious about the possibility of not receiving her items before the sweltering heat set in, glancing outside, she observed the blazing sun, the sky a canvas of azure. With waves of heat rising from the pavement of the plaza, a man, who had come to procure medicinal supplies, stumbled from his vehicle, only to collapse on the ground moments later. Several pharmaceutical workers, witnessing the incident, hurried to lift him and provide cooling measures at the entrance of the supermarket. In no time, an ambulance from the nearby hospital arrived to assist him. Today, the temperature soared to 50 degrees. Tomorrow, it would likely reach 60. Suyan pondered silently. With just 3.5 days remaining, she knew she had to act swiftly. Suddenly, her train of thought was interrupted by the ringing of her mobile phone. It was Lin Howren. Suyan furuit herburais. Pondering the purpose of this call from him at such an inopportune moment, it was truly exasperating. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, she recalled having asked Lin Howren to seek out the gym, prompting her to let out a derisive snicker before finally answering the call. Su Yin was instantly displeased. What gives you the audacity to scold me? Lin Howren. With a decisive click, she ended the call. Lin Howren, at that moment, stood awkwardly at the reception of an upscale gym, his face flushed with embarrassment as both the fitness instructor and the receptionist awaited his payment. Earlier that morning, he had attempted to entice Su Yin with a photo of his bare torso, only to be met with her criticism about his physique, prompting her to suggest he hit the gym. Seizing the opportunity, he invited her to join him for a workout, to which she readily agreed. Instructing him to find a suitable gym, he ventured into the city center and discovered a luxurious fitness club, offering a monthly membership for 3,000 yuan, which included 10 complimentary personal training sessions. The enthusiastic trainer guided him through various equipment and imparted essential fitness knowledge. The alluring receptionist offered him drinks and fruits, complimenting him on his handsome looks and fit physique. Flattered by this attention, Lin Howren felt compelled to sign up for a membership, believing it would be a disservice to his appearance not to do so. However, he was not foolish enough to pay the hefty 6,000 yuan fee himself. After all, Su Yin was affluent and should contribute to the cost. He sent Su Yin images of the gym along with the membership fee via WeChat, ostensibly asking for her opinion on the establishment, while subtly hinting for her to transfer the funds. Yet, after sending several messages and receiving no response, he was met with an hour-long wait, during which the receptionist rolled her eyes and the trainer's initial enthusiasm waned. Embarrassment washed over him, making him fidgety as he contemplated his next move. He eventually decided to call Su Yin, his tone laced with reproach, a familiar way he spoke to her in moments of frustration. To his dismay, she dismissed his call without a second thought. It suddenly struck him that their roles had reversed. He was now the eager admirer, while Su Yin had assumed a more aloof demeanor. Damn it! Lin Howren cursed softly, smacking his forehead in frustration. Having finally caught her attention, he couldn't let it slip away. Just a moment, my phone signal is poor. I need to step outside to call my girlfriend, he awkwardly informed the receptionist and trainer. The receptionist merely cast him a sidelong glance, while the trainer waved him off dismissively. Outside the gym, he hastily composed an apology message to Su Yin. Yin Yin, I apologize for my hasty tone earlier. I hope you aren't too upset. Su Yan, Savudink Herti, scoffed at Lin Howren's message, fully anticipating his feigned contrition. I hope you're not angry, she replied sarcastically. I found a gym. I've sent you the pictures. What do you think? It looks great. Let us go with that one, she responded. All right, I'll get 2 monthly memberships, one for each of us. I'll pick you up every day for our workouts. Sound good? The total for the 2 memberships amounted to 6,000 yuan. Perfect. If we sign up today, we also receive 10 personal training sessions each. Lin Howren was sweating profusely, feeling increasingly anxious as he wondered why Su Yin was so oblivious to the obvious hints he had dropped. Did he really have to be the one to broach the subject of money? Was he to forsake his pride? A wave of frustration washed over him. Suddenly, a young woman from the front desk tapped him on the shoulder and politely inquired, Mr. Lin, our monthly car promotion ends in 10 minutes. May I assist you in acquiring a car now? Yes, please hold on a moment. Lin Howren replied, clutching his phone as he retreated to a secluded corner, urgently dialing Su Yin's number. After a few seconds, she answered. Hello, Yin Yin. They're pressuring me for payment over here, Lin Howren whispered, lowering his voice. That's fine, just pay, Su Yin responded cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to Lin Howren's hints. Taking a few steps forward, he found an isolated nook, covered his mouth with his hand, took several deep breaths, and finally mustered the courage to say, Yin Yin, I happen to be short on cash right now. Could you cover the fee? On the other end, Su Yin smirked at his words. Lin Howren, oh Lin Howren, everyone understands the adage that one must risk something to gain something. You wish to pursue me while also hoping to extract funds from my pocket, yet you hesitate to even ask for my money. You are less astute than a con artist. At that moment, the supervisor of the pharmaceutical supermarket approached Su Yin and politely said, Miss Su, the total has been calculated. 508 million. Considering this is our first collaboration, I have made a concession, so the final amount is 505 million. That is acceptable. Please bring over the payment terminal, she replied. Of course, I will retrieve it immediately. Additionally, all the household medicines are fully stocked and can be delivered shortly. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all. We appreciate your trust in us, especially for such a diverse initial order. As Lin Howren listened to Su Yan's conversation over the phone, his agitation grew. 505 million. First collaboration. Such a vast array of pharmaceuticals. These terms were not foreign to him, yet when they were associated with Su Yin, they became utterly incomprehensible. During their visit to the wholesale market, he had already been astonished when she spent 800,000 on groceries. Last night, she sent him a bill for 1 million, leaving him bewildered as to what she had purchased. Now, she was capable of laying out 5 million for medications. This was unimaginable for Lin Howren. Just how much money did she possess? Now, Lin Howren is entirely justified in believing that behind Su Yin, there must be a super wealthy man who provides her with funds and instructs her to run errands and procure items. This benevolent man has even allowed Su Yin, a girl from humble origins, to reside in his villa and has bestowed upon her a dilapidated pickup truck. Moreover, this affluent gentleman is undoubtedly of advanced age, his face marked by countless layers of wrinkles. Indeed, it must be so. As Lin Howren secretly analyzes this in his mind, he nods in agreement with his own deductions. Anger simmers within him, coloring his face a deep crimson. However, he soon recalls his mission. He is in pursuit of Su Yan's money. The reason for her wealth is inconsequential. As long as he can seize the funds for himself, everything will be perfect. No, Jian, I truly do not have that much money at the moment. Before Lin Howren can finish his sentence, Su Yin abruptly hangs up the phone. Her expression infuriates him, as if she has seen through everything and is mocking him. Furthermore, Su Yin mentioned that this time she would cover the expenses, and on their next date, he would pay, thus establishing a reciprocal arrangement. My girlfriend quite enjoys your establishment. Please issue us a card. He feigns generosity. Certainly, I will arrange a card for you right away. The receptionist responds with a cheerful demeanor, her enthusiasm reverting to that of when Lin Howren first entered. Su Yin completed her payment at the checkout counter, having successfully acquired a crucial supply, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Next, it was time to stock up on firearms and ammunition. In tumultuous times, lacking weapons for self-defense is akin to navigating the void of space without a protective suit. One is perilously vulnerable to the lethal radiation that surrounds them. Before departing from the pharmaceutical park, 2 transport vehicles were already en route to the logistics center, carrying a portion of Su Yan's goods, while she herself drove her pickup truck in the opposite direction. Her destination was the Xiongling Security Company, where she sought an individual named Richard. Richard was an arms trafficker, specializing in providing illicit weaponry to affluent individuals and criminal organizations. However, he never operated alone. He typically collaborated with profit-driven entities like Xiongling Security Company to facilitate transactions with clients. Earlier that afternoon, personnel from Xiongling unexpectedly reached out to Su Yan, offering to supply her with weapons. It turned out that the company had been investigating Su Yan's background for several days, ensuring she was not an undercover agent of the police before daring to approach her regarding the arms deal. As Su Yan drove, he observed the surroundings. The sun cast a blinding brilliance upon the earth, and the streets were eerily devoid of pedestrians. Those compelled by necessity to traverse the thoroughfare seemed as though they were drained of vitality, collapsing as they walked. In the corners of the streets, one could even glimpse stray cats and dogs, languishing from heat exhaustion. The car radio broadcast various channels discussing this year's unprecedented high temperatures. The highest temperature today reached a staggering 50 degrees Celsius, and municipal departments were actively engaged in cooling and precipitation efforts. It was a gentle reminder to the public to refrain from enduring hardship. One should promptly activate the air conditioning at home or seek nearby cooling shelters. Su Yan turned off the radio and switched on the music, a passionate rendition of Soaring High surged through her emotions as she sped down the street. Ding dong. A WeChat message arrived. Su Yan casually opened the message, which was sent by Lin Howren. Yin, I've taken care of the monthly pass. You can come to work out tonight. Though 6,000 is a bit pricey, I believe it's worth it to exercise together with you every day. Hee hee. After our workout tonight, let us go out for dinner. I'm craving Michelin cuisine. You will join me. 1TU? Attached were 2 photographs of the monthly passes. Su Yan cast a brief glance over the messages, not even bothering to open the images. She was all too aware of Lin Howren's ulterior motives. After all, they had been acquaintances for 3 years. Just as he thought to pull a fast one, she would instantly perceive it. Currently occupied, she decided to forego her workout today, suggesting instead that he make a reservation at the Michelin restaurant, promising to join him once she was free. After sending the message, a scoff escaped her lips. Why should she squander her precious time dining with a scoundrel like Lin Howren? It was laughable. Even if she were to win another 400 million in the lottery, she would never consider such a thing. Upon receiving Su Yan's message, Lin Howren was momentarily taken aback. They had agreed to work out together. So why the sudden change of heart? If that were the case, why had he bothered to spend 6,000 yuan today? His intentions for acquiring a gym membership were crystal clear: to get closer to Su Yan and seduce her into his bed. In the past, a mere beckon from him would have had her eagerly rushing to his side. Yet now he was expected to part with a hefty sum, all charged to his credit card. He had never been one to splurge, often hesitating even over a 5 yuan beer. Frustration simmered within him. In earlier times, he would have erupted in anger. As he gritted his teeth and ran on the treadmill, he pondered whether to go ahead and make that reservation at the Michelin restaurant tonight, fearing that Su Yan might stand him up again. Meanwhile, Su Yan drove to an affluent district in the west of the city, where she had arranged to meet Richard at a standalone villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, she announced her presence through the intercom, and moments later, a man dressed in a white robe, resembling a butler, opened the gate for her. Su Yan followed the butler into the villa and encountered a man named Richard. The man had a head full of white hair, and his skin was both smooth and rosy, making it impossible to discern his true age. Misu, greetings, Richard said with a beaming smile as he extended his right hand. Hello, Mr. Richard, Su Yan replied, extending her own right hand to shake his. Su Yan's gaze traversed past Richard, surveying the row of black-clad bodyguards standing behind him. Each of them possessed a formidable physique, towering at least 9 meters tall. Dressed in dark suits and donning black sunglasses, their expressions stern and unyielding. In stark contrast, the petite Su Yan resembled a frail rabbit amidst a pack of fierce, robust wolves. Although her connection with Richard was facilitated through the Snapdragon Security Company, it was her first encounter with someone of his ilk, inevitably instilling a tinge of trepidation within her. Fortunately, she possessed a space she could retreat to in times of crisis. At that moment, a lightning bolt of realization struck her mind. Given her access to this space, why not directly seek refuge there to evade the apocalypse? Why toil to construct a safe house and endure the myriad cruelties of the impending world? 0. Can I simply hide in the space and emerge once the apocalypse has passed? She inquired within her mind. Of course not. This is a storage space. The duration a living person can remain inside is limited. Once the time elapses, even if you choose not to exit, the space will forcibly eject you. Su Yan furrowed her brow, inquiring, what is the maximum duration one can remain there? Currently, the spatial level is rated at level 8, allowing the master to stay inside for a maximum of 8 minutes. Su Yan, feeling disheartened, lowered her head and sighed, realizing that she must rely on herself. Miss Su, allow me to escort you to the warehouse to examine the goods, Richard suggested, his tone surprisingly gentle, leaving one to wonder if they could ever fathom that the goods he referred to were firearms and ammunition. One of the bodyguards led the way, guiding Su Yan to the basement of the villa. The basement was modest in size, its walls adorned with approximately 5 models of assault rifles and 3 classic handguns. While in the center of the room stood a rocket launcher. Su Yan raised his chin, gesturing towards an AK-47. Might I take a closer look at it? Of course, Richard replied, and without hesitation, the bodyguard behind him stepped forward to retrieve the AK-47 for Su Yan. Although it was an unloaded weapon, Su Yan still felt its substantial weight in his hands. What is the power of this firearm? Su Yan inquired. It can fire 600 rounds per minute, with a maximum range of 300 meters. Su Yan recalled the harrowing moments before her demise in her previous life, when she was pursued to the edge of a precipice by a horde of repulsive zombies. It was evident that only a gunshot to the head could suffice to vanquish such foes, and this assault rifle seemed particularly apt for the task. I have never handled a firearm and lack the requisite skills. Do you offer training? She inquired. Certainly. We treat every client with utmost seriousness, whether they are purchasing a single gun or 1,000. Subsequently, she gestured for her bodyguard to retrieve the M16 from the wall for her inspection. After examining the M16, she turned her attention to 3 different handguns and sought to understand the workings of a rocket launcher. Su Yan had already formulated a plan in her mind, yet she maintained an air of composure as she turned to Richard and inquired, do you possess daggers or bows and arrows? She believed it prudent to prepare some cold weapons for added security. In this post-apocalyptic world, Su Yan could refrain from infringing upon others, but she could not guarantee that others would not encroach upon her, especially if the existence of her substantial supplies became known. Those individuals might conspire to eliminate her, and when that moment arrived, she would find herself compelled to take lives for her own survival, despite her reluctance to do so. Since she could not evade the necessity of killing, mere firearms would be insufficient. Their conspicuous nature would swiftly reveal her as the perpetrator. In contrast, the subtlety of knives, swords, and crossbows could remedy this drawback, enabling her to protect herself when necessary while remaining unnoticed by others. Su Yan followed Richard into an adjacent room, where the walls were adorned with an array of cold weapons, including knives, swords, bows, and crossbows. We have a stable supply chain, whether hot or cold weapons. We can facilitate transactions in the swiftest manner possible. May I inquire what type of weapon Miss Su requires? Richard asked. I have several items in mind, and the quantity may be quite substantial. Is that acceptable? Of course. Miss Su may select at her leisure, Richard replied, his eyes crinkling into a smile that exuded warmth. Quite unlike someone involved in such dealings. I would like 2 models of rifles and 2 models of handguns, each with 1,000 units. along with 100,000 rounds of ammunition for each. Additionally, I require 10 daggers, 10 axes, 20 bows, and 20 crossbows, with 1,000 arrows for each. Suyan statif. At her words, Richard's pupils constricted in an instant, casting a peculiar glance at Su Yin. While the knives, bows, and axes were trivial matters, his warehouse had them in stock and could deliver them to Su Yin the same day. The sheer quantity of firearms and ammunition left Richard utterly astonished. Before Su Yin's arrival, Richard assumed she was like the other clients introduced by the Xiaolong Security Company, merely seeking to purchase a couple of handguns for personal protection. He could never have anticipated that this young lady would request a staggering 4,000 firearms and 400,000 rounds of ammunition, including 2 models of assault rifles. What could she possibly intend to do with such an arsenal? Was she planning to incite a rebellion? Chapter 43. 30 million. Will you sell? Misu. May I be so bold as to inquire what purpose you have for purchasing such an extensive quantity of firearms and ammunition? As you are aware, our nation prohibits civilian gun ownership, and such a massive acquisition would be difficult to conceal from the authorities. The smile on Richard's face vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of fear and doubt. His intention in selling firearms was solely for profit. Fundamentally, he was merely a mercenary businessman who had no desire to become entangled in any insurrection. Su Yin smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. In any case, my firearms will not be used for illegal activities, nor will they harm innocent civilians. Naturally, no one will know the source of these weapons. In a world devoid of law, taking a life with a gun cannot be deemed a crime. Richard gazed heavily into Su Yin's eyes, and, after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I need to reassess this, after all. Before he could finish, Su Yin interrupted him with a commanding tone. Name your price. I can offer double. Richard's eyes flickered momentarily. If following customary practices, acquiring these 4,000 guns and 400,000 bullets from certain countries where civilian ownership is permitted would not entail exorbitant costs. For instance, in a particular South American market, 6 grenades would only amount to approximately 6 RMB, and rifle ammunition is sold by the bag, with each containing 30 rounds for merely 50 RMB. Purchasing in bulk would further reduce expenses. He estimated that the cost for 4,000 guns and 400,000 bullets would be around 2.5 million, with transit fees not exceeding 100,000. Yet, his quotation to the client would exceed 10 million. This was an alluring deal. However, the gravest issue lay in the impossibility of transporting the goods domestically. Once at the port, there was nearly a 100% chance of being apprehended. If Richard were caught, not only would his own life be at stake, but his family for 3 generations would also face dire consequences. The risk was too great. He was not willing to gamble his life and that of his family for 10 million. Richard chuckled lightly, politely stating, transporting such a large quantity of weapons into the country would be akin to placing my head directly under the barrel of a detective's gun. Even if Miss Su could afford 20 million, it would still be quite challenging for me. His words were laced with cunning, combining a quotation with a probe. And Su Yin quickly discerned the undertone. She stepped closer to Richard, extending 3 fingers, and lowered her voice, since 20 million doesn't quite suffice. How does 30 million sound to you, Mr. Li? My requirements are modest. As long as the goods are ready within 4 days, I can send someone to collect them from anywhere in the world without needing you to bring them into the country. Richard's eyes widened in astonishment, a shiver running down his spine. 30 million was the largest order he had ever encountered. To claim he was not intrigued would be disingenuous. What astonished him most was the fact that he would not have to transport the goods himself. The client would send representatives to collect them. This made the transaction significantly simpler. He merely needed to place a call to his suppliers to prepare the goods and would not have to worry about anything else. He would bear no risk whatsoever. Could there truly be such an effortless business opportunity in this world? From the expression on Richard's face, Su Yin discerned his skepticism, confusion, and disbelief. Richard could not help but scrutinize Su Yin from head to toe, attempting to unveil the true nature of this seemingly unremarkable girl. His subordinates. While investigating Su Yin's background, discovered that she was merely an ordinary individual who had recently won a lottery jackpot, possessing assets worth over $100 million. However, to Richard, who was accustomed to interacting with billionaires, this revelation held little astonishment. Could it be that this girl was mad? Perhaps mentally unstable? Richard found himself interpreting the situation in this light. The reason for Su Yan's unwavering confidence lies in the fact that prior to disclosing the quantity of weapons to Richard, she had already established a mutual understanding with Zero through a dialogue in her mind. The spatial binding she possesses allows her to pinpoint any location on Earth, granting her the ability to traverse to any place without being constrained by physical distance. Richard, still engulfed in skepticism, remains non-committal regarding Su Yan's request. Su Yan discerned his indecision and smiled faintly. "Mr. Li, if you wish to consider our collaboration further, that is perfectly acceptable. However, my time is limited, and I cannot wait excessively long. Perhaps you could send over the cold weapons I require in the meantime? I trust you do not intend to decline this aspect of our cooperation." Richard hastily waved his hands. No. I have a stock of cold weapons available and can dispatch someone to prepare them immediately. Unconsciously, due to his uncertainty regarding Su Yan's true intentions, Richard began to harbor a slight apprehension towards her, causing him to speak with greater caution. "Go. Instruct the warehouse to prepare the items for Miss Su. Also, arrange for someone to teach her how to use the bow and crossbow," he commanded, turning to the bodyguard behind him. Under the bodyguard's expert tutelage, Su Yan mastered the bow and crossbow within an hour. The bodyguard also imparted some self-defense techniques and combat skills. Su Yan found this training immensely beneficial and generously rewarded each of her two instructors with a tip of 30,000 yuan. As Su Yan's training was nearing its conclusion, another bodyguard ascended the stairs to inform her that their boss had decided to proceed with the collaboration, and the cold weapons would be considered a complimentary gift, provided that the condition of an upfront payment of 30 million was met. Su Yan couldn't help but smile to herself. She was certain Richard would acquiesce. Such an advantageous price, coupled with minimal risk, would only entice a fool to decline collaboration. The contract stipulates an initial payment of 50 of the total amount, with the remaining 50 due upon receipt of the complete goods. Su Yan drew her bow, her single eye fixed on the target center. After articulating her conditions, she released her grip, and the arrow soared through the air with a swift whoosh, striking the bullseye. The two bodyguard instructors applauded in delight, while Su Yan herself exhilaratedly clenched her fist. Yes, to her surprise, she discovered her latent talent for archery. "I will convey Miss Su's intentions to Mr. Li. Please hold on for a moment," the messenger bodyguard said with a slight bow before silently turning to leave. Before long, the messenger bodyguard returned, extending an invitation for Su Yan to descend and sign the contract. Mr. Li expressed that Miss Su's requests were both reasonable and just, and thus, payment should be made in the form of an advance and a final payment. The contract is currently being drafted. Miss Su is kindly requested to come downstairs and wait briefly, as Mr. Li will meet with you to sign in person. The messenger bodyguard placed his hands together at his abdomen and bowed respectfully to Su Yan. A triumphant smile danced upon Su Yan's lips, for she was certain that Richard would acquiesce to her demands. Chapter 44. Preoccupied with stockpiling supplies, unbothered by the wretched. "Very well, I shall descend at once." Su Yan casually handed her bow to the bodyguard beside her, striding confidently towards the elevator. Richard was seated before his computer, drafting contracts, one a non-disclosure agreement, the other a procurement agreement. While Su Yan practiced her shooting on the third floor, he came to a realization. It mattered little whether Su Yan was mentally unstable. The prospect of earning 30 million was all that counted. Now in his 50s, he entertained thoughts of retiring in luxury. He resolved to complete this final endeavor, and once the 30 million was secured, he would whisk his wife and children away with the fortune he had amassed, seeking solace abroad. As for Su Yan's accumulation of firearms and ammunition, should her machinations ever come to light, the relevant authorities would be none the wiser about Richard's existence. Su Yan followed the messenger bodyguard to Richard's office, where the two sat across from each other at the desk to sign the arms purchase contract. Subsequently, Su Yan transferred a sum of 15 million on the spot. Richard felt an immense joy within and to demonstrate his own sincerity to Su Yin. He called a supplier in South America in front of him to order a batch of AK-47s and ammunition. The two parties, each harboring their own ulterior motives, exchanged polite farewells. The bodyguard escorted Su Yin out of the villa garden, while the vehicle transporting cold weapons departed for the logistics warehouse ahead of him. With the arms deal settled, Su Yin resolved to procure a stock of solar generators, gasoline, lighters, matches, flashlights, binoculars, drones, gas masks, bulletproof vests, fire extinguishers, night vision goggles, compasses, and other items that might prove essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. As Su Yin navigated her vehicle along the road, the evening had descended, and the ground temperature had plummeted to a sweltering 45 degrees, with the air remaining oppressively hot and arid. Suddenly, her phone rang, and the system automatically identified the caller as a local police station in City C. Upon answering, a gruff male voice inquired, "Is this Su Yin? We are from the XX police station. Do you know Zhou Kaifeng, Ding Yukai, and Ding Yaozu? We have received a report from the management of Yaguang BUN, stating that these three individuals have vandalized the community's security facilities, trespassed over the wall into the premises, and administered a sedative against you. As you are both a victim and a witness, we require your presence at the police station to provide a detailed statement. Zhou Kaifeng and her accomplices deserve to be incarcerated for their misdeeds. However, Su Yin could not afford to squander her precious stockpiling time for the sake of these despicable individuals. With merely 3 days and 6 hours remaining until the apocalypse, there were still numerous items she needed to gather. Su Yin rejected the request without a moment's hesitation. "I am quite busy, perhaps in a few days. While it was feasible to return later, as the crucial witness and sole victim, your timely testimony is imperative. Otherwise, our police force will have no choice but to release them due to insufficient evidence. During this interval, they might vacate City C, making apprehension considerably more challenging. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? It will be prudent for you to come immediately. The process of taking your statement will not take long. Just a few questions will suffice." The police officer's earnest words fell on deaf ears as Su Yin, after a brief contemplation, once again declined. "I am indeed busy. It is quite inconvenient for me to come today." In the police station, Zhou Kaifeng and the others were seated side by side in an interrogation room, while two officers busily organized their notes across from them. Ding Yaozu furtively scanned the room, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, it's all that little wretch's fault for getting us locked up. Why is it that everything related to her turns out so unfortunate? Just wait. Once we are free, we shall compel her to sign a debt repayment agreement. She will never escape the grasp of the Ding family." Ding Yaozu's teeth ground together, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Fear not, my son," Zhou Kaifeng whispered. "That little wretch is quite wealthy, residing in a villa. She has a soft disposition. If we devise a plan, we need not fear obtaining her money." The hushed whispers of the three disturbed the officers as they organized their materials. "Silence. Maintain decorum," one officer rebuked sternly, causing them to stiffen and fall silent. As for the matter of attempted drugging, the police could take no action without Su Yin willing to testify. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaifeng smirked. "That little wretch seems to know her place. Oomph. She must be terrified of our retaliation, which is why she dares not testify. I am well aware of her cowardly nature." Ding Yaozu chuckled quietly in agreement. Only Ding Yukai protested loudly. "Why must we pay 8,000 yuan? We did not damage the anti-theft electric fence on the wall." The officer in charge of the report replied impatiently, "The surveillance footage has captured everything. Do you still wish to deny it? You're talking nonsense. Which pathetic surveillance captured this? Show it to me. We are fully aware of what we did." The officer shot him a disdainful glance, stating, "No payment means a 15-day detention. Choose wisely." Although it was true that Ding Yukai and his companions had not damaged the electric fence, the property management company was desperate to find a scapegoat to cover their financial losses and to mask their inadequate security measures. Thus, they transferred all blame onto Zhou Kaifeng and her companions. Faced with the lesser of two evils, the trio had no choice but to agree to pay the fine. for a criminal record would hinder Ding Yaozu's prospects of marrying a well-bred daughter in the future. Unfortunately, they were entirely out of funds, and Zhou Kaifeng had to call upon a few card-playing friends to borrow money, ultimately gathering the 8,000 yuan required. Upon exiting the police station, Ding Yukai, with his hands on his hips and index finger pointed at the sign of the station, erupted in a vehement tirade. What nonsense, those damn officers! They must be colluding with that wretched security guard from the neighborhood, attempting to extort my hard-earned money. How could that girl possibly give us money for nothing? Ding Yukai inquired. Zhou Kaifeng chuckled softly, linking her arm with her son on one side and her husband on the other. I have a plan, she declared. Her phone incessantly rang, with Lin Howren and Chung Lin both attempting to reach her simultaneously. Lin Howren messaged, Yin Yin, I'm at the Michelin restaurant on XX Street, quite close to your hotel. Have you finished your errands? Join me for dinner. Chung Lin followed up with urgency. Where's the money? Where's the money? Sister, you haven't forgotten. Have you? When will you transfer the funds? Su Yin reclined in the diamond-studded bathtub, savoring a sip of red wine priced at 100,000 per bottle, and cast a disdainful smile at the two dialogue boxes before her. After a long day of toil, it was finally time for indulgence. Chapter 45. Unfortunate Enjoyment Ding Dong. Lin Howren's phone chimed with a WeChat message from Su Yin. It was a photograph. The image depicted the opulent bathroom of the Life.But hotel suite, adorned with pearls and jewels, where a pair of feminine calves graced the diamond-encrusted tub. The dark mole on the woman's left knee allowed Lin Howren to instantly recognize the legs belonged to Su Yin. Accompanying the photograph was a text message. After a tiring day, I'm going to take a bath. A jolt of realization struck Lin Howren. He thought to himself that such an ambiguous photo could only be intended to seduce him. Your calves still look exquisite, haha. Well, might you come downstairs? I'd like to order some dishes. Then I shall order immediately. What would you like to eat? Just order whatever you enjoy. At that moment, Lin Howren felt a rush of exhilaration. It appeared that Su Yin still harbored deep affection for him, prioritizing him above all else. Lost in his fantasies, he chuckled foolishly, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. After all, it was Su Yin footing the bill, so why not indulge? 10 minutes later, the first dish was served at the table. Su Yin did not appear. When all 10 dishes had been served, she was still absent. Lin Howren sent 7 or 8 messages urging her to come for the meal. No, for the dinner. Yin Yin, the dishes are all here, where are you? Didn't you finish your shower long ago? Why haven't you left yet? I checked. The Life.But hotel is only a 5-minute walk from this Michelin restaurant. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong place? Should I come out to fetch you? Yin Yin, where are you? I've been waiting so long. The food and my heart have both grown cold, alas. This woman wouldn't stand me up like she did at the gym, would she? This meal costs around 60 to 70,000. Please don't make me pay for it. Anxiously, he dialed Su Yan's number, and after a few tones, the call connected. Hello. It was Su Yan's bright and cheerful voice. Yin Yin, why are you still not here? The dishes are all served. If the dishes are served, then you should eat. How can I dare to eat without you? Oh, I never said I would join you for dinner. Are you misunderstanding? Su Yan's tone remained light and cheerful. Lin Howren was momentarily speechless. In the past, he would have exploded in anger, but he could not afford to offend the current Su Yan. No, we had agreed to dine at the Michelin restaurant together, didn't we? You even asked me to order my favorite dishes and said you would finish your shower and would come right away. Yin Yin, please hurry over, don't tease me. He lowered his voice, fearful that others might overhear and laugh at him. At that moment, Su Yin was seated in the opulent restaurant of Life.But, savoring a bowl of beef brisket noodle soup. Despite Lin Howren's concerted efforts to maintain a calm demeanor while conversing with her, she could still perceive his anxiousness and dissatisfaction. I merely mentioned that I had finished my shower. At no point did I state that I intended to dine with you, Su Yin said nonchalantly. Yin Yin, that's rather unkind of you. A glance at our chat history would clarify everything. Lin Howren, growing increasingly frustrated, scrolled through their WeChat messages, only to find no evidence of Su Yin expressing a desire to dine together. He was momentarily rendered speechless, reluctant to accept defeat. He lamented that if Su Yin did not come, he would be unable to afford the Michelin-starred meal. Yin Yin, it's all right. The dishes have just been served, and your arrival would be perfect. I've ordered many of your favorites: candied orange peel, sweet and sour pork, crispy red rice sausage, and char siu. It would be rather dull to eat alone. Please come over, he implored. No, I've just had beef brisket noodles, and I'm quite full. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, Su Yin declared, abruptly ending the call. After disconnecting, she scoffed, realizing that the dishes Lin Howard mentioned were not her preferences, but rather his own favorites. In essence, Lin Howard sought to reel in Su Yin, yet he had not bothered to learn even the slightest detail about her likes and dislikes, naively believing that mere charm would suffice to win her over. Meanwhile, Lin Howard was in a state of confusion. The meal was going to cost him 60 to 70,000 yuan. How could he possibly afford it? He frantically called Su Yin again, only to be met with relentless disconnections. In desperation, he photographed the order receipt and sent it to her, hoping to demonstrate his earnestness by showcasing his extravagant selections. Enraged, Lin Howard realized he had been outmaneuvered by Su Yin. Was she toying with him? A sudden thought struck him. Surely not. She held such affection for him. How could she bear to play games? She must still be upset with him, testing his resolve, having just purchased a luxury car worth millions. Such a wealthy woman could not be rushed. Once he secured her affections, the rewards would be boundless. Lin Howard, you will succeed, he muttered to himself, undergoing a mental pep talk. With newfound clarity, he snapped his fingers, believing it to be quite suave, and called out for the waiter. A courteous young man approached, inquiring about his needs. I have an urgent matter and must leave immediately. Please return the dishes. A Haven tea touched a single bite, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the waiter looked as if he had witnessed someone on the street performing an absurd act, expressing both shock and disgust. Chapter 46. The temperature rises again suddenly. Lin Howard felt as though darkness enveloped him, and he slapped himself across the face. It was one thing to order such extravagant dishes, but he had even uncorked a bottle of wine in advance. It appeared that the hefty bill of 68,000 yuan was inescapable. With no other option, he sought Su Yin's assistance. Yin, I may have overordered today, thinking you would join me. But now that you're not coming, the dishes cannot be returned. You mentioned that I would cover the gym membership, and you would treat me to something else. So, for tonight's meal, you shall take care of the bill. There is no alternative. He must endure the burden of 68,000. A quick online loan will provide the funds shortly. Since he is the one footing the bill, he must consume the food and drink every last drop, even if it means doing so on bended knee. After playfully teasing Lin Hao, Su Yin turned her attention to Chung Lin. Unlike Lin Hao, Chung Lin displayed no hesitation in expressing her impatience. Where's the money? Where's the money? Sister, you haven't forgotten, have you? When will you transfer the funds? In Chung Lin's eyes, Su Yin was merely a pushover, someone to be easily taken advantage of. Despite Su Yin's current wealth and success surpassing her own, Chung Lin still managed to assert dominance over her. Unwilling to indulge Chung Lin's presumptuous attitude, Su Yin swiftly delivered a lesson steeped in psychological reprimand. Mind your tone. My lending you money stems from my kindness, not an obligation. You and your partner lack the capability to even earn enough for your child's formula, yet you dare to have children? I initially felt some sympathy for your situation, but given your unpleasant demeanor, let us consider the matter of the loan concluded. How dare Su Yin speak to me in such a manner? She even dares to reprimand me. On what grounds does she presume to do so? Simply because she possesses a bit of money? It was she who breached our agreement, causing me to wait all day in vain, only to accuse me of having a poor attitude? If she had transferred the funds sooner, would I have needed to pester her incessantly? Chung Lin yearned to deliver a scathing rebuke to Su Yin. Her two children had subsisted solely on a thin rice porridge today, and now they were so hungry that their cries had diminished. Meanwhile, she and her husband had each consumed 2 bowls of instant noodles, with her husband surreptitiously indulging in an extra sausage, which infuriated her immensely. At home, she constantly lamented her marital choices, feeling that her husband was indifferent to her plight and that her arduous efforts were utterly unappreciated. Then, her husband raised his hand and struck her twice, chastising her for disturbing his gaming with her incessant complaints. All of this turmoil could be traced back to Su Yin's failure to remit the money in a timely manner. Su Yin stated that it was due to her poor attitude that she would no longer transfer the money. What does this imply? It suggests that as long as one apologizes to Su Yin, acknowledges their mistakes, and corrects their demeanor, the funds will indeed be transferred. Reflecting on this, Chung Lin began to feel remorseful, wondering why she could not restrain her bad temper. Had she refrained from urging and spoken with more politeness, perhaps Su Yin would have already sent the money. After all, it was a substantial sum of 1 million. Consequently, Chung Lin hastily deleted her previous harsh messages and cautiously rephrased her apology. "I am truly sorry, my friend. That was not my intention. I have always held you in high regard. I tend to speak in such a manner only with those I am familiar with. Please do not take it to heart. The truth is, my family is in dire straits, and my child is on the verge of starvation. I am left with no choice. If you don't believe me, I can send you a video as proof." Just as she sent the message, a notification popped up in red. The system informed her that she had been blocked by Su Yin. Chung Lin felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Blocked? What would become of her 1 million? That was her money. Why would that despicable woman not return it to her? Chung Lin, in anguish, tugged at her hair, a raging inferno igniting within her lungs. Her mind was consumed with the image of pressing Su Yin against the ATM, demanding she transfer the funds to her bank account right before her eyes. After Su Yin blocked Chung Lin, he disdainfully snorted. "What are you, Chung Lin, to demand money from me? Your own son is on the brink of starvation, and what concern is that of mine? The apocalypse is approaching, and people like you, the parasites of society, deserve to be among the first to be eliminated." The reason Su Yin did not blacklist Lin Howard on WeChat is that she needed to maintain a semblance of connection with him, offering him hope while simultaneously denying his desires. This way, his repugnant true nature could be revealed to the fullest extent, especially in the face of an impending apocalypse. As she anticipated numerous interactions with Lin Howard, she was determined to gradually bring this scoundrel to justice. That evening, Su Yin was not idle. After enjoying dinner at Li Bao restaurant, she walked to a nearby large supermarket, where she procured an assortment of supplies including lighters, matches, flashlights, and fire extinguishers. While in the supermarket, she observed a bustling scene in the home appliance section, teeming with customers selecting air conditioners. Many residents, dissatisfied with the inadequacy of their home cooling systems, had ventured out to purchase new units. Su Yin took out his phone to check the weather for the following day. The official forecast predicted a maximum temperature of 44 degrees. Clearly, some skeptical citizens doubted the authenticity of the official report. They speculated that the temperature would reach unprecedented heights, prompting them to venture out at night to purchase new air conditioning units. Su Yin silently pushed her shopping cart towards the checkout counter, preparing for the impending sweltering heat. All she could do was stockpile as many supplies as possible to ensure her survival. As for others, fate would take its course. On July 19, 2034, with merely 2 days and 16 hours remaining until the apocalypse, Su Yin was exceedingly busy. Early in the morning, the freshly prepared hot pot base, ingredients, dipping sauces, an array of milk teas, slushies, soft drinks, imported and domestic beers, and other supplies she had ordered the day before began to arrive at her warehouse in the logistics park. By 8 a.m., the temperature had already soared to 48 degrees Celsius, surpassing even the highest warmth of previous autumns. The transport drivers and unloading workers were vocally distressed, each one grumbling as they toiled away. Su Yin generously offered a small portion of refreshing beverages, such as slushies, cold drinks, and chilled beer, to the workers. Her motives were not purely altruistic. Rather, she was concerned that if the workers were to succumb to the heat, she would have to call an ambulance to transport them to the hospital, and out of humanitarian considerations, she would also have to negotiate compensation with their employer, which would only serve to delay her own affairs. After enjoying the cold drinks, the workers felt significantly revitalized and with renewed vigor. They promptly transferred the supplies to the warehouse. By noon, the temperature soared to 55 degrees Celsius. The ice factory's delivery truck arrived at the entrance of the logistics park, bringing the 100 tons of ice and 100 tons of spring water that Su Yin had ordered, as the task involved handling blocks of ice and chilled water. The workers experienced a sense of joy during the transport process. However, as she handed the car keys to the doorman at the hotel for parking, she noticed a disheveled woman standing not far away, cradling 2 children and gazing in her direction. Chapter 47. Humiliation Suyan, Suyan. Ipanspatting Suyan. The woman excitedly rushed over. Before she could reach Su Yin, the latter was already overwhelmed by the foul odor emanating from her. The stench was a nauseating blend of sour sweat, baby formula, the smell of saliva from the children, and an indescribable body odor. Su Yin could not help but furrow her brow. The scent evoked memories of her past life during the apocalyptic era, where the various foul odors emanating from the struggling survivors were far more pungent than this. Su Yin, I have been waiting for you for quite some time, and at last, I see you, the woman exclaimed with warmth, simultaneously waving her arms to encourage the two filthy toddlers, barely over a year old. Nestled in her embrace to greet Su Yin. Su Yin scrutinized the woman's face, lined with fine wrinkles and marked by the dark circles that came from countless sleepless nights, and soon recognized the weary visage as that of Chung Lin. Having scolded her thoroughly the previous night and subsequently blocked her on WeChat, Su Yin had anticipated that Chung Lin would feel utterly ashamed and refrain from reaching out to him. To his surprise, she had come directly to his doorstep. Chung Lin, what brings you here? Su Yin inquired with a stoic expression. Chung Lin responded with a cheerful smile, consciously adopting a humble demeanor. Su Yin, I knew you were the kindest person. You recognized me at once. I was worried that you might not want to acknowledge me in my disheveled state. Su Yin tugged at the corners of her mouth, feeling utterly speechless. In my previous life, how you betrayed me is etched in my memory. How could I ever forget that hypocritical, ugly visage of yours? Subsequently, Chung Lin's expression shifted dramatically, her brow furrowing in apparent distress. Sister, I find myself utterly at a loss. Please, lend me that 1 million. I assure you, I shall repay you. Today, the landlord has come again to demand the rent, threatening that if it is not settled within 3 days, we shall be evicted. In such a case, we would have no choice but to take refuge under a bridge. Alas, while my husband and I might endure such a fate, what of my 2 precious children? Moreover, in this sweltering heat, even adults struggle. How could such young ones possibly cope? Su Yin, I acknowledge my previous lack of respect towards you, and I have come to realize my error. I implore you to show me compassion and lend me that 1 million if you would be so kind. While waiting for Su Yin, Chung Lin wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time, contemplating whether to propose a reduction of the loan from 1 million to 300,000 or even 200,000 to facilitate a swift transaction. Ultimately, she decided against initiating a lower offer, reasoning that perhaps a heartfelt plea in person might soften Su Yan's heart and lead her to acquiesce. Even if she were reluctant to part with the full sum, a compromise at 500,000 would still yield a favorable outcome. Su Yin regarded Chung Lin's expression, one that radiated a sense of entitlement, as if to say, I am poor, and thus I am justified. You are wealthy, so you ought to compensate me, and could not help but stifle a laugh within. How brazenly she demands money from me. I shall not acquiesce. Understood, please hold on a moment, she said to Chung Lin with an air of composure. Excuse me, could you assist me with a task? Su Yin called over a waiter stationed at the entrance of the hotel. With their backs turned to Chung Lin, Su Yin discreetly whispered her instructions to the waiter. Certainly, I shall attend to it immediately. The waiter responded before hastily making his way across the street. Chung Lin, pondering the situation, surmised that Su Yin had likely sent the waiter to the ATM to facilitate a transfer on her behalf. A surge of excitement coursed through her, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile as she nudged the 2 unsightly and foul-smelling trinkets in her arms closer to Su Yin. Sister, I knew you were beautiful and kind-hearted. How about I have my 2 sons recognize you as their godmother? When they grow up, they will surely honor you. Su Yin pinched his nose, waved his hand repeatedly, and chuckled. There's no need for such formality. I am merely offering a modest assistance. Considering we work in the same workshop, it is of little consequence. Su Yin, you are truly wonderful. Chung Lin suddenly felt a surge of emotion, touched by Su Yan's generous treatment. At the same time, she secretly chuckled to herself, realizing that since Su Yin deemed it insignificant, the million seemed indeed unnecessary to repay. A few minutes later, a waiter dashed across the street, carrying 2 large bags. Chung Lin's eyes lit up. It turned out Su Yin had sent the waiter to fetch cash for her. However, $1 million in cash must be quite heavy. Why not simply transfer it through the bank? Now, she had to lug these 2 hefty bags to the bank, which was rather inconvenient. A slight complaint arose in her heart, yet joy still prevailed. Her smile was practically radiant, her sparkling eyes fixated on the 2 bags the waiter held. However, the longer she looked, the more they appeared to be anything but cash. How much did it cost? Suyin inquired casually. Altogether, it was 100 yuan. The boss mentioned I bought a lot, so he even generously included an extra basket of xiaomai. Madam, this is what Miss Su specifically instructed me to buy for you. Please accept it. At that moment, Chung Lin was utterly bewildered. She had asked for money, not dumplings. Sister, what does this mean? She gazed at Su Yin in confusion. Su Yin disregarded her, instead retrieving 11 pink banknotes from his bag and handing them to the waiter. Here, 100 is for the buns, and 1,000 is your tip. Thank you, Miss Su. The waiter's smile radiated brightly. No, Su Yin, what exactly do you mean by this? You bestow a tip of 1,000 on him, yet only allocate 100 for my meal? How can you be so insulting? Moreover, who told you I wanted buns and dumplings? Did we not agree that you would transfer 1 million to me? Chung Lin's face flushed with excitement, her words vehemently condemning Su Yin. Su Yin, however, did not spare her glance. Instead, she instructed the waiter to park her car and then turned astride towards the hotel lobby. Enraged, Chung Lin set the 2 children down and hurried after her, seizing the hem of Su Yan's garment. In a frenzied roar, she cried, "You vile woman, what I demand is money, cold hard cash. Not these wretched buns and steamed bread. You promised to give me 1 million. Why have you not fulfilled your promise? Why? Hand it over. I want my money. I want my money." Chung Lin's voice, distorted in its desperation, carried a rough, hoarse quality tinged with absurdity. 2 waiters, witnessing the scene, rushed forward to shield Su Yin, one placing an arm between her and Chung Lin, while the other grasped Chung Lin's wrist to prevent her from tugging at Su Yan's attire. "What are you doing? You cannot lay a hand on our guest. Release her. If you do not comply, we shall not be courteous." The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of other guests, and soon, additional waiters hurried over to offer their assistance. Su Yin disdainfully brushed off the hem of his garment that had been touched by Chung Lin's sweaty hands, retorting with icy words, "Do you desire money? Then adopt the demeanor of a beggar." Chapter 48, Procurement of Robots, Delivery of Weapons. Su Yin disdainfully brushed off the hem of his clothing that had been grasped by Chung Lin's sweaty hands, retorting coldly, "Do you seek financial assistance? Then adopt the posture of a beggar. Observe those who beg. They understand the necessity of kneeling. Have you knelt for my generosity while yearning for my money? My act of purchasing food for you already exemplifies maximum benevolence. What? Do you lack gratitude? Look around. Who else is inclined to assist you? Is there anyone else offering you sustenance? Be content with what you have. Consider your own character. Do you truly believe you are worthy of requesting 1 million from me?" Su Yin ruthlessly humiliated Chung Lin in public, causing her to tremble with rage. She had not anticipated such a sudden change in his demeanor. The onlookers, predominantly affluent and influential individuals, were appalled by Chung Lin's disheveled appearance and were inclined to distance themselves. Upon hearing her hysterical demands for money from Su Yin, they regarded her with disdain, akin to a maggot in a latrine. The manager of the venue, concerned about leaving a negative impression on the esteemed guests, hastily instructed security to escort Chung Lin and her 2 children away. "Leave at once and cease this commotion." "I will not leave. Su Yin, you vile wretch. How dare you treat me this way? You are untrustworthy. That 1 million should rightfully belong to me. Why do you refuse to give it to me? You are wealthy, residing in such an extravagant hotel, driving an expensive car. What is it to you to spare a little for me? This society is utterly despicable, devoid of fairness. Don't push me. I want to leave. Don't touch my son." In the midst of the uproar and shoving, Chung Lin and her 2 beloved children were thrust out onto the street. One security guard even callously tossed the 2 large bags of buns at her feet. Standing under the sweltering sun, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees, the cries of her children echoed in her ears, while her own body was scorched from within by both the heat and her fury. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. "All you do is cry," she shouted, filled with exasperation. Damn it! With a swift kick, she aimed for the bags at her feet, but halted just before contact. What good would it do to kick them, only to have to pick them up afterwards? Besides these 2 bags, did she have any other food at home? Weakly, she crouched down to hang the bags on her arm, cradling her 2 sons in her embrace, and left in a dejected manner. Once her clothing had come into contact with Chung Lin's hands, it was rendered unworthy. She entered the bathroom to take a refreshing cold shower, feeling invigorated, then retrieved a chiffon blouse and silk-like trousers from her wardrobe. After changing, she made her way to the western kitchen of her suite, where the chef had prepared a steak meal for her. She sat down and began to eat slowly. During her meal, she checked the logistics information for the clothes she had ordered online. It indicated that everything had been dispatched and was en route to City C. Richard had left her a message on WeChat confirming that all items had been secured, with 2 shipments in Southeast Asia, 3 in South America, and another at the national border, all guaranteed to be dispatched within 4 days. The procurement director from the pharmaceutical garden sent over the order details, revealing that 3 truckloads of medicine would arrive this afternoon. A Thai restaurant also called to confirm the delivery time and address for that evening. Everything was proceeding smoothly, providing Su Yin with a sense of reassurance. On the television, a weather segment invited experts to analyze the causes of this year's extreme heat. Yet their discourse was merely a regurgitation of cliches, failing to touch upon the crux of the matter. The phenomenon of 2 suns appearing in the sky had not yet been raised by any expert. Perhaps they had yet to notice, or perhaps it was a deliberate concealment by the authorities. Regardless of the reasons, Su Yin remained indifferent, solely focused on preparing for her own future. After finishing lunch, she did not take a break, but proceeded to the parking lot, where supplies were being delivered to her warehouse, necessitating her presence for inspection. That afternoon, Su Yin received a shipment of pharmaceuticals, and upon securing them in her space, she swiftly ventured into the city to procure solar generators, gasoline, telescopes, drones, gas masks, bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, and compasses. The order included 50 solar generators, 100 barrels of gasoline, 10 telescopes, 100 drones, 500 gas masks, 500 bulletproof vests, 500 night vision goggles, and 100 compasses. The inventory of these supplies was abundant. Merchants merely needed to make a phone call to their suppliers, who would then deliver the goods directly to the location designated by Su Yin. Subsequently, she visited the technology city to acquire a series of robots, including vacuum robots, cooking robots, patrol robots, bodyguard robots, pet robots, miscellaneous task robots, and even boyfriend robots. In this apocalyptic world, Su Yin defined her role as one of pure enjoyment, opting to avoid any manual labor that could be delegated to robots. These robots were high-end products, commanding steep prices. Aside from the vacuum robots, the rest ranged between 30,000 to 300,000. In total, Su Yin purchased 100 units, expending nearly 10 million. Su Yin busied himself throughout the entire afternoon, procuring these supplies. At the entrance of the logistics park, a steady stream of transport vehicles arrived, all delivering resources to Su Yin. Su Yin tirelessly collected items, gathering them into the space, which soon approached its capacity. Seizing a moment when the workers were distracted, she secretly fed the space with gold, elevating it to level 10, expanding its dimensions to 100 meters by 100 meters by 50 meters, amounting to a total of 500,000 cubic meters. She continued her collection fervently. By around 6 in the evening, the food from the Thai restaurant arrived punctually. With her stomach growling in hunger, Su Yin promptly took a serving of spicy preserved egg and minced pork rice, a portion of green papaya salad, and a bowl of seafood tom yum soup, relishing her meal at the table in the warehouse. In the following 2 days, Su Yin received breakfast from the internal restaurant of the life.But hotel, along with several batches of medical supplies and various clothing items ordered online. Furthermore, 4,000 firearms and 400,000 rounds of ammunition were prepared. Richard sent over several locations, all situated abroad. He organized the personnel for the transfer of firearms, while Su Yin utilized her spatial abilities to instantaneously arrive at the designated locations, collect the goods, and store them directly in her space. She then entered the space herself and reappeared at the life.But hotel. On the evening of July 22nd, Mike delivered the final facilities for the safe house to Su Yin. Thus, her preparations for the impending apocalypse, 1 week prior, were successfully completed. On July 22, 2034, with just 2 hours remaining in the countdown to the apocalypse, the surface temperature had dropped to 35 degrees Celsius, accompanied by sporadic rain. This brief period of high temperatures lasted only 3 days, and the authorities had initially planned to initiate artificial rain if the temperature did not decrease within 2 days. Fortunately, the weather began to cool gradually this evening, providing some rain to soothe the populace. People expressed relief that the oppressive heat had finally subsided, heralding the arrival of a refreshing autumn. The topic of end of high temperatures soared to the top of social media trends, while short video platforms were filled with celebratory content from the public rejoicing over the cooling weather. Su Yin, adorned in a silk nightgown, stood upon the terrace of her villa's second floor, gazing out at the resplendent nightscape of the city. In her hand, she held a cup of nourishing herbal tea, meticulously brewed by the Li Baogu Hotel to aid her beauty and slumber. She sipped delicately, savoring its rich yet subtly bitter flavor. The temperature was dropping? The gentle rain tapped softly against the glass, rendering the scene before her a hazy dream. Nevertheless, she was fully prepared to confront the impending calamity that humanity was about to face. Chapter 49. The apocalypse begins with extreme heat on July 23rd. Shortly after 4 in the morning, chaos erupted in the Sunshine Garden community, where Zhou Kaifeng and her family resided. The corridors of the residential building were filled with the frantic sounds of hurried footsteps and rolling wheels, interspersed with anguished cries. "Dad, hold on. We're taking you to the hospital. Doctor, will my son be all right? He looks unwell. Honey, please don't panic. You're scaring everyone. Doctor, my husband seems possessed. Oh, woe is me." As the doctor hurriedly pushed the stretcher, wiping the sweat from his brow, he reassured the distressed family. His symptoms are due to heat stroke-induced delirium. He is not possessed. Throughout that night, ambulances continuously entered and exited the community gates, and by morning, even the hearse arrived. In a mere night, dozens of residents of Sunshine Garden succumbed to symptoms such as shock, fainting, organ failure, and even death, predominantly among the elderly who hesitated to turn on their air conditioning and some middle-aged individuals who had endured excessive hardship. That night, beginning around midnight of the 23rd, the temperature inexplicably surged to a terrifying 70 degrees. Zhou Kaifeng's family was awakened by the heat. Their air conditioning unit, long overdue for maintenance, could no longer provide relief and finally succumbed around 5 in the morning. "I feel like I'm on fire. Mom, Dad, do something, please," Ding Yaozu exclaimed in desperation, shedding his underwear as he rushed into the bathroom to douse himself with cool water from the shower. It's scalding," Ding Yaozu suddenly screamed, startling Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai, who rushed to the bathroom. They found his shoulders, chest, and arms ablaze with redness, while the shower head lay abandoned on the floor, hissing with steam. The extreme surface temperature had heated the underground water pipes, turning the tap water flowing into the homes into scalding hot water at 40 or 50 degrees. Zhou Kaifeng and her husband, in distress, helped their son sit on the living room floor, with Ding Yukai positioning a fan in front of him for relief, while Zhou Kaifeng hurried to retrieve burn ointment. However, the fan blew forth air that was equally hot, exacerbating Ding Yaozu's painful burns. This is unbearable. Remove the fan." Ding Yaozu kicked the fan aside in anguish. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, son. Are you all right?" Ding Yukai exclaimed, caught in a state of panic. Zhou Kaifeng hurriedly approached with the ointment in hand, assuring her son, "Do not fear. A bit of medicine will suffice." With that, she squeezed a generous amount of brown ointment from the tube and liberally applied it onto Ding Yaozu's skin. It's so hot. It hurts." Ding Yaozu writhed in agony, as if his body had been doused in chilly oil. The ointment, left in the sweltering room, had long been rendered ineffective by the intense heat, only exacerbating his condition upon application. Witnessing their son's distress, the couple resolved to take him to the hospital. The underground parking lot felt like a steam chamber, and only when they settled into their van and activated the air conditioning did they begin to feel a semblance of comfort. Ding Yotsai's vehicle traversed the scalding asphalt, the tires gradually losing air, as if they might melt away at any moment. The city resembled a colossal barbecue grill, had it not been for their beloved son. Zhou Kaifeng and her husband would never have ventured out in such oppressive heat. The hospital was teeming with patients suffering from heat stroke and those seeking refuge from the heat, with people sprawled across the stairs and lobby floors. Ding Yaozu endured 3 hours of waiting in torment before it was finally his turn to be seen. His upper body was covered in several blisters. The burning sensation was overwhelming. Were it not for the powerful air conditioning within the hospital, alleviating some of his suffering, he might have resorted to banging his head against the wall in despair. Once the doctor tended to his burns, Zhou Kaifeng and her husband were reluctant to leave the hospital. The outside heat was unbearable, far beyond human endurance. Moreover, their air conditioning at home was broken, and purchasing a new unit would entail significant expense. Therefore, they decided to linger in the hospital, enjoying the free air conditioning like many others. After some searching, they found a small patch of space outside the restroom and hurried over to sit upon the floor. "How refreshing," Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed. "Shall we sleep here tonight? My dear, I believe it is a splendid idea, far more comfortable than at home, and we need not worry about the electricity bill." Ding Yukai replied as they engaged in light conversation. Ding Yaozu, tormented by his burns and irritated by the incessant noise echoing through the lobby, suddenly erupted in anger. "What are you two so happy about? Do you truly wish to sleep outside the restroom? Lacking any competence, we can't even afford a new air conditioner for our home. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am. Damn it, it is scorching hot, and the government does nothing about it. Why shouldn't the common people be provided with free air conditioning? Damn it." Zhou Kaifeng and her husband felt humiliated by their son's outburst, their heads bowed in silence. Ding Yaozu continued his tirade, lamenting that he would rather be detained in a police station than endure this misery, for surely there would be air conditioning there. "Oh, I almost forgot. Doesn't Su-Yin live in a villa? Let us go find her. Her house is so large. Why shouldn't we stay there?" With that, Ding Yaozu sprang to his feet, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "The little wretch has bullied us, so we ought to be relocated to a villa. If she refuses, I shall take matters into my own hands. Parents, let us depart at once." "As you wish, my son. Let us go." A surge of exhilaration welled up within the trio. They had previously glimpsed Su Yan's villa in the Yaguan garden. The residence was vast, with an expansive lawn, and numerous workers were engaged in its renovation, suggesting that the interior conditions would be splendid. As they animatedly discussed this, they hastened towards the underground parking garage of the hospital. Moments later, a silver van sped through the scorching heights of towering buildings, making its way to the suburbs. At this moment, Su Yin is reclining in the bespoke bedroom on the second floor of the villa, reveling in comfort and tranquility. Chapter 50, A Plea for Help in the Homeowners Group. Su Yan's bedroom is meticulously designed to replicate the luxurious suite she resided in at the Li Baogu Hotel, which costs 300,000 a night. The bed is both sumptuous and opulent, allowing her to enjoy a wonderfully restful sleep until 9 o'clock this morning. Su Yin stretched lazily and descended from her bed. The constant temperature system in her villa maintained a steady warmth of 28 degrees, while the air purification system ensured that the indoor atmosphere remained fresh, free from dust and allergens, even with all doors and windows securely closed. This comfortable living environment rendered her almost oblivious to the deteriorating conditions outside. She changed into a lightweight loungewear and made her way to the villa's first-floor hall, where she turned on the television to observe the official updates. The official channel was broadcasting a live discussion featuring meteorologists, cosmologists, and environmentalists analyzing the recent extreme weather. Although the high temperatures appeared sudden, scientists had warned 3 decades ago about the repercussions of greenhouse gases on Earth's environment. The excessive emissions of carbon dioxide by humanity were akin to dressing the planet in a thick cotton coat during the summer. It was no wonder it felt hot. The issue of the ozone hole also played a significant role. The ozone layer enveloping the Earth absorbs a substantial portion of the sun's ultraviolet rays, preventing surface temperatures from soaring. Once the ozone layer is compromised, it is as if Earth's protective garment has been stripped away, leading to an inevitable spike in surface temperatures. While these notions may seem like cliches, appearing reasonable on the surface, they do not address the fundamental issue. According to our observations, this phenomenon is primarily a result of unusual solar activity. Currently, other planets within the solar system are also experiencing rising temperatures, not just Earth. As for the experts' confident analyses, Su Yin regarded them with disdain. Their statements, while accurate, missed the crux of the matter entirely. Su Yan's phone incessantly rang. A cacophony of messages from the homeowners group at Yaguangbian. Since her entry into this community, she had yet to peruse the discussions within. Now, with a moment to spare, she felt compelled to ascertain the current circumstances of her neighbors. She had initially presumed that the residents of the Villa district would be in a more favorable position than those in ordinary high-rise apartments. However, their plight appeared to be scarcely better. My central air conditioning seems to be malfunctioning. Even at 18 degrees, it fails to cool down. This is infuriating. Fellow residents, does anyone have the contact information for an air conditioning technician? I do, but given the sweltering heat, will anyone be willing to come out and repair your unit? Offering a bit more should incentivize them, wouldn't it? Not necessarily. Just yesterday, the delivery person I ordered from refused to bring my meal. In the end, the owner had to deliver it himself. Halfway through, his electric bike caught fire, nearly costing him his life. It was utterly terrifying. The sudden onset of extreme heat caught humanity unawares, and even the affluent were not exempt from grappling with the fundamental challenges of existence. Su Yin set down her phone and, holding a freshly brewed cup of warming herbal tea, walked to the bedside. She drew open the curtains, and the sunlight outside was blinding. The greenery of the community was withering in patches. The temperature detector installed by the property management on the pathway indicated that the current outdoor temperature was 72 degrees. The apocalypse has indeed arrived, Su Yin murmured as she tilted her head back to sip the warm tea. Curious about the situation beyond the community, she opened a short video app on her phone. As she scrolled through the clips, she was confronted with the myriad sufferings of humanity. A rural youth lamented, "My grandfather went out to tend the sheep this morning, but as soon as he stepped outside, his feet were scalded and he fell to the ground, breaking his leg. We have no vehicle to take him to the hospital. When we called 120, they said the location was too remote to reach, and even if they could, they wouldn't withstand this heat. Is there any kind-hearted soul who can help us?" Tiger bows in gratitude. A single mother cried out, "This heat feels like it's intent on eradicating humanity. I dare not even step outside." This morning, the factory announced a halt to salaries for all employees. "I've lost my job. What shall I do? What will happen to my child? I was counting on my boss to pay me so I could buy rice and oil." A distressed landlady exclaimed, "Damn it. This weather has ruined several of my air conditioners, and 3 tenants have perished, all from the heat in the dead of night. Now, I can't rent out the property anymore. It's all over." A long-distance bus driver shared his despair. "I have never felt such hopelessness. My family. My vehicle caught fire while on the highway. If I had delayed by even a second in jumping out, the air you breathe now would contain my very atoms." A university student lamented, "It's so difficult. If I go to the cafeteria for a meal, I might faint from the heat halfway there. But if I don't go, there's nothing to eat in the dormitory. I came all the way from Turpan. I can hardly bear this temperature." Seeing such societal phenomena weighed heavily on Su Yan's heart. Yet, when she recalled those who had once sought to consume her in her past life, initially appearing pitiful, but gradually descending into madness, she found it hard to feel any sympathy for them. Su Yin warned herself once more. In the apocalypse, one must not be a saint. Thus, she decisively uninstalled the short video application, sparing herself from unnecessary frustration. Su Yin felt hungry and retrieved a sumptuous breakfast from her space. It consisted of cucumber and shrimp pancakes and nutty oatmeal ordered from the Libao Ge Hotel. Feeling that something was still missing, she extracted a fragrant and sweet hominy melon from her space. Sitting before the expansive dining table, she joyfully indulged in her lavish morning feast. Suddenly, WeChat chimed repeatedly. This time, someone in the owner's group was seeking assistance. Lin Xiao from Building 35 posted, "Dear friends, my refrigerator has broken down and everything inside is no longer edible. Does anyone have any surplus vegetables or fruits? I would like to purchase some." Lin Xiao's profile picture depicted a young man wearing sunglasses by a lake, with a private yacht in the background, clearly indicating his financial prowess. Coincidentally, Su Yan's refrigerator had also malfunctioned. Last night, she had only turned on the air conditioning for the upper floor to save electricity, resulting in the refrigerator's plug overheating. Fortunately, she discovered the issue early this morning. Otherwise, it could have led to a fire. Lin Xiao commented, "Handshake, brother, we are both in the same boat." Zhang Xuqin particularly appreciated neighbors who were both affluent and ambitious. The chairwoman of the homeowners committee, Zhang Xuqin, replied, "Lin Xiao, what is the situation at home now? Do you have nothing to eat?" Lin Xiao responded, "Yes. I just returned to Yaguan Garden yesterday and only brought some bread, fruits, chicken soup, and leftover garlic prawns from the restaurant, all of which have spoiled. I searched the house thoroughly, but found no other food." Chapter 51. The mouse droppings of the villa owner's group. Zhang Xuqin had a precious grandson. To ensure he was well-fed and well cared for, she and her husband routinely stocked various foods and beverages at home. Without hesitation, she offered to send some provisions to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao replied, "Thank you, Sister Zhang. It's too sunny outside. Please don't go out. I will drive over pick it up." Lin Xiao's thoughtfulness warmed Zhang Xuqin's heart, especially since she had no desire to venture out. "All right, you can come by and pick it up. I just happen to be making a pear soup for Xiao Bao to nourish his lungs, so I can't step out. Hee hee." Zhang Xuqin always took a keen interest in the requests of others, ostensibly due to her responsibilities as chairwoman of the homeowners committee, but in reality, she sought to build a network of relationships within the community. She particularly favored polite and affluent individuals like Lin Xiao, as establishing a solid rapport now could be beneficial in the future should she require assistance. Wang Jia from Building 1 inquired, "I would like to ask if any neighbors have a spare water filter cartridge. I need to borrow one or perhaps purchase one. Mine has become dirty and I had planned to buy a new one today, but unfortunately, the weather has turned." Wang Jia was the director of the Human Resources Department at the Sea City Administration for Industry and Commerce, in his 40s, possessing a dignified demeanor and a humble nature. He would always nod to neighbors he encountered, making him a well-liked figure in the community. Naturally, Zhang Xuqin considered him a key contact. Nurturing this relationship could prove advantageous when her grandson sought to enter the Industry and Commerce Bureau in the future. Whenever there is an opportunity to ingratiate herself, Zhang Xuqin never misses a chance. Once, when Wang Jie forgot to pay the property fee, she promptly settled it for him upon learning of the oversight. This time, upon noticing Wang Jie's need for a water filter cartridge, she hastily summoned her husband to check if they had any extras at home. "Wang, what brand of filter do you use?" she inquired. "I might have a spare." "One moment. Let me snap a photo and send it to you," replied Wang Jie. Fearing that the opportunity to curry favor with Director Wang might slip away, Zhang Xuqin immediately announced in the group chat, "Director Wang, I have an unused water purifier at home, brand new. You are welcome to take it for your use." A university professor chimed in, "My window glass is cracked due to the sun. Does anyone know how to handle this?" "Professor Wang, please hold on a moment. I will inquire. I have a friend who specializes in glass materials and is quite knowledgeable," Zhang Xuqin offered. A young film director lamented, "What should I do? My dog is about to give birth, and I have no experience at all." "Director Liu, I can assist you with that. Prepare 2 clean towels to wipe the puppies after birth, and have scissors ready to cut the umbilical cords," Zhang Xuqin replied. Her eagerness to help touched the hearts of some residents in the community. In times of calamity, neighborly support proved invaluable, prompting one neighbor to reach out to Zhang Xuqin directly. "Bai Shui, Sister Zhang, could I purchase 2 portions of lunch from you? My boyfriend and I drank last night and returned home to sleep, leaving us without any food prepared. We are not picky. We will eat whatever you make. I will transfer you 500 yuan in advance." "Thank you." Bai Shui, a divorced woman in her mid-30s, had previously worked as a sales consultant at a beauty salon. Due to her exceptional performance, she rose to become a partner, establishing several chain beauty salons with an annual income exceeding $1 million. However, Zhang Xuqin regarded this ambitious woman as nothing more than an uncultured upstart, unworthy of her attention. Whenever they crossed paths in the neighborhood, Zhang Xuqin would feign ignorance, fearing that Bai Shui's vulgarity might taint her own reputation. With no alternative, Bai Shui continued to seek assistance from others in the group. Dear neighbors, due to my busy work schedule, I never cook at home, so I have no food supplies at all, not even pots and pans. If anyone could prepare a little extra food, could you please sell me 2 portions? I have been learning to make dough-based dishes. Yesterday, I steamed some rice cakes and brown sugar buns. If you don't mind the appearance, you can come and take some from my house. The taste is decent, just not very visually appealing. Thank you so much. I will drive over pick it up shortly. I will add you on WeChat to transfer the money. No need. I wouldn't finish it myself anyway. Please take it and enjoy. At that moment, Zhang Shuqin spat disdainfully on the ground, unable to tolerate women who clung to wealthy men. No wonder Bai Shui could run multiple beauty salons. It was undoubtedly due to her relationships with older men. Such women should not reside in their community. They are akin to a single drop of mouse droppings spoiling an entire pot of porridge. Consequently, Zhang Shuqin sent a sarcastic message in the group chat. In light of the recent meteorological calamity, neighbors ought to assist one another. However, we must also recognize whom we are aiding. There are individuals who do not deserve to inhabit our community, and it is futile to expend energy in supporting them. She then recalled Su Yin, whom she regarded as another sordid woman who exploits men for shortcuts. Thus, she added, by the way, before accepting help from others, it is prudent to ascertain their background. Some individuals possess unsavory histories that should remain hidden. It is best to avoid any association with such people to safeguard one's reputation. Upon her remark, many faces in the group displayed awkwardness and discomfort. Although the homeowners in the community were all esteemed individuals, who among them was completely unblemished. For instance, that young director had once been supported by a wealthy woman for 6 months, relying on her investment to successfully complete his debut film. Suddenly, the chat fell silent, with no one willing to speak. Only Bai Shui, keenly aware that Zhang Shuqin was targeting her, directly inquired, Sister Zhang, are you referring to me? Zhang Shuqin rolled her eyes and replied sarcastically, whoever I am speaking of knows it within their heart. There is no need for me to name names. Chapter 52. Bullied by neighbors Bai Shui was a proud woman, intolerant of any slander directed at her. Sister, if you have any grievances against me, please express them directly. There is no need for insinuations. I, Bai Shui, conduct myself with integrity. If I have offended you in any way, please let me know, and I shall amend my actions. Bai Shui was evidently agitated. Zhang Shuqin smiled slightly, knowing she had struck a nerve. I initially did not wish to speak, but since you are so eager to inquire, I shall not hold back. As a divorced woman burdened with a child, what capability do you possess to purchase a home in our community? Our neighborhood is composed of high-quality, highly educated individuals. Those who infiltrate our community through shortcuts are truly out of place. Some members of the group were refined egoists who shared Zhang Shuqin's sentiments. They too were averse to the presence of mistresses of older men, the boorish nouveau riche, and male and female models working in nightclubs. They eagerly awaited Zhang Shuqin to expel such individuals from the community. Although they remained silent, they anticipated reaping the benefits of her actions. Others, having previously benefited from Zhang Shuqin, were willing to align with her interests, thus supporting her stance. Sister Zhang, you work tirelessly. You are the most responsible chairperson of the Homeowners Association I have ever encountered. Do not burden yourself too much with community affairs. You do not receive any remuneration for it. So why trouble yourself so? Support Sister Zhang. With her presence, our community will undoubtedly flourish. Upon hearing words of encouragement, Zhang Shuqin smiled with satisfaction. It was precisely because of her remarks that a homeowner who initially pledged to provide food for Bai Shui altered their decision. When Bai Shui attempted to add her on WeChat, she was met with a swift rejection. Overcome with emotion, Bai Shui wept, recognizing that the blame lay squarely on Zhang Shuqin. Determined, she engaged in a spirited defense within the group chat. Indeed, my educational background may not match yours, and I have experienced divorce, yet that does not render my character inferior. Sister Zhang, you are truly oppressive. Bai Shui, with her gentle disposition, managed dozens of employees. But unlike other assertive women, she approached matters with reason and kindness. This very demeanor led Zhang Shuqin to subconsciously perceive Bai Shui as an easy target. With a disdainful smile, Zheng Shuqin taunted, who cannot weave a tale. Dear neighbors, my spouse has just discovered another bag of baby pumpkins, nearly forgotten in the kitchen corner. If anyone needs them, do let me know. I will set them aside for you to collect any time. Smiley face. I do like some. My family is large. May I take 5? I also want some. Just 2 will suffice, as I am alone. I adore baby pumpkins. Sister Zheng, please reserve 2 for me. Thank you. The enthusiastic responses from the neighbors filled Zheng Shuqin with immense satisfaction, especially in stark contrast to Bai Shue's isolation. Zheng Shuqin mused on her adeptness in social dynamics. Meanwhile, Bai Shue sat on her bed, absorbing the atmosphere of the group chat, feeling despondent at the unexpected ostracism from her neighbors. Observing the unfolding drama with clear comprehension was Su Yin, who recognized Zheng Shuqin's intent to lead the social exclusion of Bai Shue. Reflecting on her first encounter with Zheng Shuqin, the questions posed and the expressions exchanged finally made sense to Su Yin. Thus did it imply that I, too, belong to the category of those deemed unworthy of respect by the likes of Zheng. In my presence, such antics cannot be tolerated. It is merely the first day of this chaotic era, and while Su Yin had intended to remain discreet and secure within her safe haven, it seemed action was now imperative. Swiftly, she typed in the group chat, tagging Bai Shue. Building 27, Su Yin, Bai Shue, I have food here, noodles, fried rice, grilled chicken wings, and soup, all ready to eat. I'm in building 27. Come by to collect. I will leave the food at the door. Bai Shue, overwhelmed with tears from the earlier confrontation with Zheng Shuqin, found herself overwhelmed again, this time with gratitude upon seeing someone offer assistance. Thank you so much. We are not picky. We will eat anything. I will add you on WeChat and transfer the money. Building 27. Su Yin, no need for payment. During these extraordinary times, we should support one another. After sending that message, Su Yin felt it was insufficient and added, we are all human. In the face of survival, who is truly superior? There is no need to invoke education or social status. The subsequent statement was evidently directed towards Zheng Shuqin, a fact that everyone comprehended. However, none anticipated that someone would dare to publicly confront her. After all, she is the kind-hearted matriarch of the community and the chairperson of the homeowners committee. Zheng Shuqin's countenance immediately fell. As the leader of the homeowners group and the committee chairperson, the residents would invariably extend her some courtesy, refraining from openly offending her. Yet, she was not particularly taken aback, for among those she had previously wronged was Su Yin. In her view, a person like Su Yin, who had never even attended university, could hardly grasp the nuances of social interactions and would merely trample through life, offending others left and right. To her surprise, this newcomer, Miss Su, displayed remarkable generosity and an inclination to assist others. Nonetheless, I must caution you that your reputation within our community is rather tarnished. Not everyone is inclined to partake in the offerings of your household. Zheng Shuqin did not hold back and began to scold, perceiving Su Yin, much like Bai Shue, as mere detritus within the community, insignificant and destined to be expelled in due course. Hence, she felt no trepidation in offending Su Yin. Upon reading this, Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zheng Shuqin remained oblivious, likely perceiving this merely as a fleeting episode of unusual heat. It would not be long before she found herself pleading with Su Yin for sustenance. The coarse term self-deprecating struck Zheng Shuqin like a slap, her countenance instantly paling. Such is the inevitable truth that those of lesser education often possess a lack of refinement. The others in the group refrained from speaking. Many harbored a quiet disdain for Zheng Shuqin's pretentious demeanor and were secretly pleased to witness someone confront her. Some agreed with Su Yin's sentiments, yet found themselves at a loss for an effective means to defend Zheng Shuqin. Meanwhile, a number of residents busied themselves tackling the challenges posed by the oppressive heat, leaving them little time to engage with the group chat. In an effort to maintain her composure, Zheng Shuqin chose to ignore Su Yin, believing that engaging in a dispute with someone of such apparent lack of upbringing would only diminish her own stature. Nevertheless, the events that soon unfolded would lead to her embarrassment. Chapter 53. Sharing food with neighbors at this moment, the sunlight outside was so intense it felt blinding. Bai Shui and her boyfriend donned sunglasses and drove to the villa where Su Yin resided. They found the gate firmly shut, with two bulging white plastic bags hanging from the doorknob. Uncertain, Bai Shui sent a message inquiring, "Miss Su, I have arrived at the gate. These bags of food have been placed there by a robotic butler, a fortunate investment that allowed Su Yin to delegate tasks she preferred to avoid." With outdoor temperatures soaring above 70 degrees, exposing oneself to the sun was a daunting prospect, compelling Bai Shui and her boyfriend to prepare thoroughly. She had affixed several cooling patches to his chest and back, and even had him don her high heels, wielding a sturdy sun umbrella. His comical gait elicited peals of laughter from Bai Shui. "Oh no, I'm melting," he exclaimed, hastily diving into the car. In mere seconds, he nearly succumbed to the oppressive heat. Bai Shui opened one of the plastic bags to reveal 4 neatly stacked paper takeout boxes. Inside were 2 portions of scallion oil noodles and 2 servings of mixed grain rice, not only generously portioned but still exuding the warmth of having just been prepared. Additionally, Su Yin had thoughtfully included 4 bottles of mineral water. The second bag contained half a small watermelon, 2 oranges, and 2 bananas. Having gone over 10 hours without food, Bai Shui and her boyfriend were nearly moved to tears at the sight of such inviting meals and fresh fruit. Bai Shui's photos stirred the appetites of others. Soon, some residents, reluctant to cook or short on provisions, expressed their desire to purchase food from Su Yin. "Miss Su, is there any of that scallion oil noodle left? I would love to buy a portion." "Miss Su, do you have any surplus watermelons at home? I would like to purchase one." "Miss Su, you previously mentioned having roasted chicken wings. May I buy a portion from you? I truly desire to taste them." "Miss Su, how does your household possess such an abundance of prepared foods? Are you running a restaurant?" Even Lin Chao from Building 35 is eagerly seeking to buy food from Su Yin in the group chat, completely disregarding the 3 boiled eggs and a bowl of vegetable salad that Zheng Shuqin had previously shared with him. To be honest, such a meager amount does not satisfy his hunger. He cannot simply deprive himself because Zheng Shuqin holds a grudge against Su Yin. Just moments ago, Su Yin, who was being disparaged by Zheng Shuqin, "Your reputation in our community is rather poor. Not everyone is willing to eat your food," has now become quite the sought-after individual. In truth, she has only been at Yaguang Bun for a few days. Aside from Zheng Shuqin, no other residents in the community are acquainted with Su Yin, let alone possess any negative impression of her. All of this is merely the fabrications of Zheng Shuqin. The reason Su Yin presented Bai Shui with such an extravagant array of food was primarily to vex Zheng Shuqin. Throughout the morning, the homeowners seeking assistance in the group received from Zheng Shuqin nothing more than a meager assortment of stale toast, biscuits, baby pumpkins, cabbage, instant noodles, and dried fruits, expired provisions that had long been languishing in her pantry. The quantities were so scant that they barely sufficed to satiate hunger. However, Zheng Shuqin possessed a remarkable talent for transforming such trivial favors into grand gestures of generosity. For instance, when individuals drove to her residence to collect food, she would invite them inside, offering refreshments and a seat, and then gravely declare, "These toasts were originally purchased for my grandson, who adores them. This bag costs over 100 at XX supermarket. Given the homeowner's difficulties, how could I refrain from offering assistance? My own supplies are dwindling, and I hope you do not find the amount insufficient." With her silver tongue, those who received food from her were left with a genuine impression that she treated others with heartfelt sincerity. Yet, once Bai Shui exposed Su Yin's magnanimity in the group, those same individuals promptly cast aside any thoughts of Zheng Shuqin's sacrifices. After all, who would not prefer to indulge in something more sumptuous? Su Yin has experienced the apocalypse and understands how twisted human nature can become in dire circumstances. She is reluctant to reveal the abundance of food she has stockpiled among the crowd. Yet she also cannot bear to witness Zheng Shuqin's triumph in leading the isolation against her. In truth, the food in her home is quite limited, barely enough to share a little. When I saw Sister Zheng mention in the group that everyone was unwilling to accept my provisions, I genuinely believed it. Yet, here I am, giving whatever I can spare to Bai Shui. Facepalm. Su Yin's words could not be more explicit. She has entirely shifted the responsibility of not distributing food onto Zheng Shuqin. Were it not for your self-righteous refusal, Zhang Shuqin, to accept my offerings on behalf of everyone, would I have withheld food from all? The homeowners eager to procure food from Su Yin instantly grasped her sentiment, directing their ire solely at Zhang Shuqin. Haha, no matter. I trust that the atmosphere will soon return to normal. We shall endure a little longer. Alas, how I long to savor watermelon. The disappointed homeowners, including Lin Chao, exchanged light-hearted banter in the group chat, which quickly dwindled into silence. Though they did not openly state it behind the scenes, they were all berating Zhang Shuqin for her foolishness and reckless words, which deprived them of delectable treats. Ultimately, Bai Shui cast a silent vote of approval in the group, subtly conveying her support for Su Yin and disdain for Zhang Shuqin. Chapter 54. Spontaneous Combustion of Trees. At this moment, Zhang Shuqin stared at her phone, her expression contorted in anger. Su Yin is truly something, daring to insinuate herself within a group. And those homeowners who have accepted food from her family are equally ungrateful, lacking in appreciation. They shamelessly take food from her for free, only to turn around and seek to purchase from Su Yin right before her eyes. Are they truly dissatisfied with the offering she provides? This is nothing short of betrayal. In a moment of confusion, Chen Shuqin found herself torn. She wanted to scold Su Yin in the group, yet feared that other homeowners would rally to defend her. She longed to vent her frustrations to those traitorous homeowners, but was apprehensive about offending anyone. Gazing at her grandson, who was seated on the ground enjoying a chocolate ice cream, and contemplating his future, she could only swallow her anger. Su Yin sat elegantly on the sofa in the hall, a glass of green grape jasmine iced drink in hand, her legs crossed, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You, Zhang Shuqin, were quite capable, weren't you? Why the silence now? Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated from outside the house. Su Yin rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, drawing back the curtains to gaze into the yard. In the distance, a flicker of flame erupted. A tree in the community had caught fire. The arid air, combined with temperatures exceeding 70 degrees, caused the flames to surge within seconds, sending thick gray smoke spiraling towards the nearest residence, Villa Number 12. This villa was home to an elderly gentleman of 70, whose son served as the deputy director of a hospital in City C, rarely returning home, leaving the old man to dwell alone in the Yaguang residential complex. The elderly man, unfamiliar with typing, resorted to voice messages, urgently pleading in the group chat. My house is about to catch fire. Please help. Just as his message was sent, a louder explosion echoed nearby. Neighbors rushed to their windows, witnessing the surrounding shrubs igniting alongside the burning tree. The branches of shrubs, parched from days of relentless heat, ignited instantly upon contact with the flames, creating a fireball. The previous roar was the sound of that fireball's eruption. Zhang Shuqin, observing the escalating flames, swiftly reassured the old man in the group. Mr. Liu, please remain calm. I will notify the fire department immediately. Do not exert yourself. Mr. Liu, however, was too preoccupied to glance at his phone. As the inferno spread, threatening to engulf his entire home, he panicked and hurried down the stairs. Flinging open the front door, enduring the searing heat, he staggered into the garden, turning on the watering hose to douse the flames. This house is my son's labor of love. I cannot let it be destroyed. He has worked his entire life. I cannot add to his troubles. Please, do not burn. Do not burn. Mr. Liu shouted as he sprayed water. Nearby residents captured this alarming scene and shared it in the community group, their hearts racing. How terrifying. The trees can ignite spontaneously. Will our community turn into a sea of flames? No, I must call the mayor's hotline. How can the government ignore us? Are they blind? With the heat like this, why isn't there artificial rain? It's unbearable. Zhang Shuqin instructed her husband to contact the fire department while she worked to calm the residents in the group. Everyone, please do not panic. I have already informed the fire department. The fire trucks will soon enter the community. Mr. Liu is in a perilous situation, and with Director Liu absent, we, as his neighbors, have both the responsibility and obligation to care for his aged father. We urgently need a neighbor residing near Mr. Liu to assist him. Building 11, Building 13, Building 14, Building 23, who among you lives closest to the Liu residence and can escort Mr. Liu away from the fire. In the group, silence reigned. Although no one wished to witness the tragic demise of the elderly Mr. Liu, whether by fire or the scorching sun, it was evident that urging ordinary mortals to confront such a calamity without any protection was tantamount to courting death. After sending a message in the group, Zhang Xuqin promptly called Mr. Liu's son. Director Liu, this is Sister Zhang. A fire has broken out at your home, and I am coordinating personnel for assistance. Your father is currently in good condition, so rest assured, the fire brigade is on its way. Yes, I'll handle it, so do not worry. The house itself is fine. Only the outer walls have been charred a bit. No need to panic. After hanging up, she tagged the property management in the group chat. Property management Zhao Peng, manager Zhao. There's a fire at Building 12. Dispatch personnel immediately to extinguish it. Human lives are at stake, and we cannot afford to be negligent. Please act swiftly. Zhang Xuqin busied herself, wiping the sweat from her forehead and fanning herself with her hand, feeling a surge of accomplishment. She believed that without her, the community would falter. The residents near Villa 12 anxiously peered out their windows to observe the advancing flames. Despite the considerable distance of over 30 meters between the villas in Yaguangbian, the spontaneous combustion of one tree raised fears of similar fates for others. Everyone was apprehensive that the greenery outside their doors might also ignite. New videos circulated in the group depicting the increasingly fierce blaze, with Villa 12 nearly engulfed in a shroud of black smoke and flames. It was easy to imagine that the greenery surrounding Villa 12 had been utterly devastated. Messages flooded the group, filled with mounting anxiety. The fire is growing larger. The black smoke is drifting towards my home. Why hasn't the fire truck arrived yet? Where is Dr. Liu's father? Can anyone still see him? Yes, he is still holding the hose and spraying water. I've shouted until my throat is hoarse. Yet he hasn't even glanced up. This is disastrous. If it continues like this, our community may face total destruction. Stop being a harbinger of doom. Zhang Xuqin, why hasn't the firefighting team arrived yet? Is no one looking after us? At this, her expression fell, and with a tone of reproach, she sent a voice message in the group. Buildings 11, 13, 14, and 23. How can Mr. Liu, at his advanced age, be expected to fight the fire? Look at how fierce the flames are. You're nearby. Hurry and pull him out. If anything happens, we want to be able to explain ourselves to Dr. Liu. Upon hearing this, the owners of those 4 buildings felt displeased, and they did not spare her feelings, responding directly. You know how severe the fire is. Yet you expect us to save the old man? If you care so much for Mr. Liu, why don't you go yourself? We all know your true intentions. You simply want to curry favor with Director Liu. You intend to take credit later, claiming you saved everyone. How shameless. What is the matter? If Mr. Liu perishes, you can't face Director Liu, but if we die trying to save him, you'll be able to justify it? Chapter 55. The fire brigade cannot arrive, having spent considerable time in the homeowners group. Everyone had long discerned the snobbish nature of Zhang Xuqin. Among the nearby buildings, namely buildings 2, 3, 21, and 22, she did not call upon these residents, for their owners were either CEOs of publicly listed companies, high-ranking officials in municipal departments, or relatives of prominent celebrities, all individuals whom Zhang Xuqin sought to curry favor with. In contrast, the owners of buildings 11, 13, 14, and 23 were engaged in wholesale businesses in the construction materials market, had amassed wealth through demolition projects, or were affluent individuals maintaining second homes elsewhere. Such individuals were deemed unworthy of Zhang Xuqin's regard. After being publicly confronted, Zhang Xuqin, incensed, took to the group to vent her ire. You all lack the spirit of neighborly assistance. If it were your home engulfed in flames, with your loved ones in peril, would you not wish for someone to step forward to lend a hand? We are all part of the same homeowners group. Is it not evident who has rushed to aid? What accolades could I possibly seek? Surely, some of your thoughts are excessively sinister. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Since I assumed the presidency of the homeowners committee, I have tirelessly served you all, as you can all attest. What do I labor for? Yet, I am met with scorn and contempt at this moment. The collective concern was the fire itself, while Zhang Xuqin's sentiments fell on deaf ears. Only a handful of residents, either in her good graces or eager to ingratiate themselves, emerged to console her in the group. Sister Zeng, do not be disheartened. We have all witnessed your dedication. You are the most responsible and caring president I have ever encountered. Sister Zeng, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to the level of certain individuals. Sister Zeng, once the weather improves, I shall treat you to a massage. You have worked so hard. These flattering remarks were music to Zeng Shuqin's ears. At this moment, Su Yin stood upon the terrace of the villa's top floor, gripping a pair of binoculars as he surveyed the situation near Old Lu's residence. Dense gray smoke and flickering orange flames had completely enveloped Villa Number 12, rendering its ground floor nearly invisible. The owners of the adjacent villas Number 11, 13, 22, and 2 were diligently employing high-pressure hoses to spray water into Villa Number 12 through their windows, endeavoring to mitigate the inferno. Naturally, their primary concern was to prevent the flames from encroaching upon their own properties. Due to the obstruction of the surrounding walls, Su Yin could only glimpse half of Old Lu's figure through the binoculars. He was still wielding a hose in a valiant attempt to extinguish the fire. Yet, in stark contrast to the roaring blaze, the thin stream of water gushing from the hose, scarcely thicker than 2 fingers, seemed utterly inadequate. His strength was visibly waning, his body swaying precariously as though he might collapse at any moment. At this moment, if Su Yin were to harness her spatial abilities, she could effortlessly rescue the old man. Yet, it is evident that she would not take such an action. In the ensuing chaos, many lives would be lost. Su Yin is by no means a savior. On the second basement floor lies a surveillance room, which Su Yin specifically commissioned the Xiaolong Security Company to establish. This monitoring facility is connected to the surveillance endpoints of the Yaguang Biyuan Property Management Company. Every image captured by the community's public cameras can be displayed in real time on Su Yin's screens, and she even possesses the capability to manipulate the camera angles. It was only after connecting to the community surveillance system that Su Yin discovered the security personnel's claim that the public cameras could not capture the private gardens was utterly fallacious. If they wished to observe, they could adjust the camera angles from the back end, allowing them to scrutinize the exterior of every villa with clarity and even peer through the windows to witness the activities within. The reason Su Yin established a surveillance room in her home was to maintain constant awareness of the situation outside her safe haven. Today marks merely the first day of the apocalypse. The residents of the community are still managing to lead their lives as usual. However, as days pass and the stark reality of their dire circumstances becomes apparent, the darker facets of human nature are likely to give rise to numerous horrifying events. She must remain vigilant. Su Yin sat in the surveillance room, scanning the myriad screens that adorned the walls until he located the cameras monitoring the vicinity of Villa No. 12. After adjusting the angles, he could clearly observe the condition of the old man Lu. He had indeed collapsed. The combination of thick smoke, intense heat, and the relentless sun made it hardly surprising that he had succumbed. Su Yin observed the chaos around her, yet remained unperturbed within. Her safe house, fortified with aerospace-grade materials, featured special treatments that rendered both its exterior walls and garden floor impervious to fire and heat. Even if the entire neighborhood were to be engulfed in flames, her sanctuary would remain unscathed. However, the other residents were far less composed. They understood all too well the peril of collateral damage when disaster strikes. Each of them anxiously awaited the arrival of the fire brigade. Some were hastily packing their belongings, preparing to flee at the slightest sign of the fire spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted in a frenzy. Property manager Zhao Peng, security chief Li Fuguei, how can you not see such a massive blaze? Hurry and come extinguish the flames. Where is the fire department? Has anyone even called 119? I did call the fire department. They said they're on their way. Gatekeeper Xiaoming, have you seen the fire trucks? I just chopped down those 2 trees in front of my house. You should also cut down the trees surrounding your homes. If they catch fire, it would be disastrous. Zeng Shuqin, Sister Zeng, what should we do now? Please think of a solution for everyone. Su Yin reclined on the sofa, delicately savoring a creamy ice cream while watching television. Through the screen, she observed that similar incidents to those occurring at Yaguang Residential Complex were unfolding across the nation. Fire departments were tirelessly combating blazes, and due to a shortage of personnel, they had hastily enlisted volunteers to assist in extinguishing the fires. In City C, characterized by its high population density and concentrated buildings, numerous fires erupted in the city center, leaving the fire brigade overwhelmed. Naturally, a suburban community like Yagwang Residential Complex would not receive immediate assistance. At that moment, the property manager, Zhao Peng, was seated in the monitoring room, scrutinizing the internal conditions of the complex. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed to the forefront to combat any fire incidents within the community. However, this time was different. Earlier that morning, a vehicle had spontaneously ignited on the road in front of Yagwang Residential Complex. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Peng immediately took 2 security guards and fire extinguishers to quell the flames. He watched in horror as the scorching sun caused one of the guards to emit smoke from his head. Flames from the burning vehicle leapt towards the guard, and upon contact, he ignited in an instant. Within less than a minute, the guard was reduced to a charred remains. Terrified, Zhao Peng abandoned the fire extinguisher and sprinted toward the security booth. Now, seated in the monitoring room, enveloped in the cool air of the air conditioner set to a comfortable 26 degrees, he was drenched in cold sweat, haunted by the traumatic image of his colleague's demise. Chapter 56. Boiling water from heaven. In the homeowners group chat, numerous members tagged him, and incessant phone calls from residents demanded immediate rescue arrangements. Zhao Peng felt a profound conflict. His monthly salary was substantial, amounting to 12,000 yuan, supplemented by company-provided accommodation and meals. This money was not without its obligations. He understood that he was required to respond to the residents' concerns. Yet, he could not justify risking his life for such remuneration. Consequently, he feigned illness, collapsing to the ground and feigning a seizure, prompting nearby security personnel to swiftly carry him to the dormitory for rest. Once the property manager departed, other staff members likewise concocted excuses for illness. Indeed, the residents faced dire circumstances, yet they were merely employees, not bound by any indentured servitude. There was no obligation for them to overexert themselves. The Yagwang Residential Complex, claimed to be among the top 5 in City C, witnessed a complete disappearance of security personnel on the first day of extreme heat, with the security system failing by 50. Zhou Kaifeng and her family approached Yagwang Residential Complex in their silver van, witnessing numerous vehicles spontaneously combust along the way, with trees and grass sporadically ablaze by the roadside. The trio felt a profound sense of dread, fearing that their own vehicle might ignite. This van, a domestically produced Luling Hongguang, unexpectedly demonstrated excellent heat resistance and sun protection. Ding Yukai drove it along the searing 70-degree highway without any signs of combustion. Its tires gave the illusion of melting at any moment, and the interior creaked ominously, as if it might disassemble at any second. Yet, until they arrived at the entrance of Yagwang Residential Complex, the vehicle remained intact. The 3 of them initially planned to locate a vulnerable spot in the high-voltage electric fence along the community wall, just as they had done previously, to scale the wall and enter the community. However, upon their arrival, they were surprised to find that the guardhouse was completely deserted. "Darling, it appears those obnoxious security guards are absent. Let's south just drive in," suggested Zhou Kaifeng. Ding Yukai, with his beady eyes darting around, confirmed that not a single guard was in sight. "Wife, go to the guardhouse and open the gate," Ding Yukai instructed. "Me?" Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed in disbelief. "Why should I go?" "You should go. Did you not see how scorching the ground is?" The 2 snakes that darted out from the bushes instantly turned into dried specimens upon hitting the road. "How could I possibly venture out there? You're wearing high heels. Your feet 1T burn. You should go." "Ding Yukai, are you even a man? Sending a woman out to take risks? What audacity do you possess?" "Oh, high heels. Is it? Then you wear them and go. Who the hell wants to wear your stinky shoes? Get away," Ding Yukai retorted, exasperated. At that moment, his shoe accidentally hit Zhou Kaifeng's abdomen, causing her to wince in pain and shout, "Do you dare hit me? Ding Yukai, you become quite bold. Haven T you? I'll make you pay for this." With that, she lunged at him, claws outstretched. Unwilling to be struck, Ding Yukai grappled with Zhou Kaifeng. Their scuffle created enough noise to disturb Ding Yaozu, who was engrossed in a mobile game in the back seat. "Shut up. Can't you be quiet for once?" Ding Yaozu bellowed, startling the couple into ceasing their quarrel. "Son, you're still injured. Don't get worked up. Sit tight and avoid any contact with your wounds," Zhou Kaifeng said, extending her hand with concern. "Get away." Ding Yaozu harshly swatted her hand aside, roaring, "What's the car doing parked here? I want to stay in a villa. Drive us there now." All right, I'll open the gate immediately. Please don't be angry, my son," Zhou Kaifeng nervously reassured him, while Ding Yukai hurriedly picked up Zhou Caifeng's sandals from the floor and handed them to her to wear. Once she donned her shoes, Zhou Kaifeng flung open the car door and sprinted towards the guardhouse, pressing the gate switch with determination. Thus, the silver van effortlessly entered the Yaguang Biyuan community. What a high-end community, and yet there isn't a single security guard. "I've breezed in here twice without a hitch. It's hardly impressive," Ding Yukai muttered proudly as he drove. "If you're so capable, why don't you buy one? Is it because you dislike villas?" Ding Yaozu retorted coldly. Frustrated over the scalding incident, he harbored a bellyful of resentment, blaming his parents for not affording a decent home or air conditioning, which caused him distress. Seizing the opportunity, he ridiculed Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. In response to his son's remarks, Ding Yukai wisely fell silent, and Zhou Kaifeng refrained from further conversation. After traveling several meters within the community, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky as dark clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow that enveloped Ding Yukai's vehicle. "It's raining. It's raining," Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, the landscape was enveloped in a shroud of white mist and torrential rain. In mere minutes, the ground accumulated a flow of water measuring 1 centimeter, cascading between the wheels of vehicles. "What a delight. I must step out and embrace the rain." Ding Yaozu, having been cooped up in the car for an eternity, yearned for a refreshing shower. He cast aside his phone, flung open the car door, and dashed outside. In his mind, the rain descending from the heavens was surely cool and would feel blissful against his skin. Due to burns on his upper body, he wore no shirt, and his lower half was clad only in a pair of shorts. As he exited the vehicle, he spread his arms wide and sprinted forward, eager to receive the invigorating baptism of the cold rain. However, to his astonishment, the rain was not cool at all, but rather scaldingly hot. "What is this boiling water?" He paused in bewilderment. How could the heavens unleash boiling water? The instant the sensory signals from his skin reached his brain, a burning sensation enveloped him from head to toe, from hands to legs, from shoulders to backside. This unexpected deluge was actually an artificial rainfall orchestrated by the municipal authorities, aimed at cooling the air and alleviating drought conditions. Accompanying the heavy rain was a fierce wind, which shattered the windows of several homes. The fire at Villa Number 12 was extinguished in the downpour. Homeowners were momentarily elated, sharing their sentiments in the group chat. "Finally, it has rained. The heavens have not forsaken us. Dr. Lu's fire is out. How wonderful. It was truly perilous just moments ago. This rain is a timely savior. The wind is ferocious. The tree in front of my house has been uprooted. Indeed, the wind is tremendous. All my underwear hanging on the rooftop has been swept away. I wondered why a pair of shorts was stuck to my window. Turns out it's your underwear. I'll keep it for you. Come collect it when the rain subsides." "No need. You can have it." Chapter 57. The first fatality excited by the sudden change. Many homeowners flung open their windows or doors, eager to experience the refreshing wind and rain. However, those who ventured out soon discovered that the rain was scalding, and the wind offered no respite. Anyone touched by the rain was burned. The sheer force of the wind caused glass to shatter continuously, accompanied by the ominous cracking of breaking branches, instilling terror in those who heard it. In the city, underwear fluttered chaotically through the air. Massive trees were snapped by the gales, crashing down upon parked cars, while motorcycles were swept into the river. In the clash between natural calamity and artificial rainfall, City C opted for the latter, a decision shared by the authorities. Yet, only Su Yin understood that this endeavor was ultimately futile. The extreme heat had persisted for over 3 months, and a 30-minute localized rain would have no impact on cooling the sweltering temperatures. Soon, the homeowners group confirmed this. Dear family, please take a look at the video I just recorded. Our community resembles a celestial realm, with steam continuously rising from the ground. The surface temperature is excessively high. When rain falls, it merely evaporates, forming vapor. The heavens pour forth scalding water while the ground emits hot steam. And my lawn, along with all the greenery, has perished. What a shame. I had just had it trimmed last week. This rain is of no benefit at all, truly. I just visited the garage, and it felt stifling and hot, akin to being in a steamer. If the power goes out and we cannot use the air conditioning, it would be unbearable. I do not understand how the temperature was 72 degrees before the rain, yet rose by another degree afterward. This rainfall is utterly futile. After some idle chatter, someone recalled old Lou. How? Is Mr. Lou the director's father? Can those living nearby check on his situation? One homeowner close to Villa 12 mentioned, the fire at his place has been extinguished, but I have not seen him. Does anyone have his phone number? Let us call to inquire. At his age, we must ensure he is safe. Zhang Shuqin, Sister Zhang, could you please call Professor Lou and see how he is doing? The front door of Villa 12 stood ajar. Yet old Lou was nowhere to be seen. The oppressive heat outside deterred anyone from venturing to his home. Zhang Shuqin, especially concerned for Mr. Lou, had already attempted to reach him 5 or 6 times during the heavy rain, but none of her calls were answered. She then contacted the property management company, requesting them to send someone to check on Mr. Lou, but the elusive staff ignored her pleas. Frustrated with the property management, Zhang Shuqin incited the group to dismiss the company. I asked the management to check on Professor Lou, yet no one answered my calls. Earlier, when Villa 12 caught fire, they did not send anyone to extinguish it. Dear family, once this heat wave subsides, we shall act according to the contract and expel this property management company. Other homeowners readily expressed their agreement. They are utterly irresponsible, collecting such exorbitant fees annually, yet vanishing at critical moments demonstrates a lack of professionalism. They must be dismissed. I concur. It has been ages since a single representative from the management has spoken in this group. Even a dog understands to bark when its owner is in trouble. Yet this management is silent, completely absent. This is not only a reason for dismissal, but also warrants compensation. Support the dismissal. Support the dismissal. Seeing the enthusiasm she inspired in the group, Zhang Shuqin felt a surge of pride. Seizing the moment, she assigned tasks to her fellow homeowners. Dear family, Mr. Lou's safety is paramount. With Director Lou absent and the property management failing in their duties, it falls upon us, his neighbors, to ensure his well-being. To those living near Villa 12, I kindly ask you to check on Mr. Lou. At this moment, the artificial rain had ceased, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the piercing rays of the sun once again bathed the earth. The moisture on the ground of the community was rapidly evaporating, returning to a parched state in less than 10 minutes. After Zhang Shuqin spoke, the group fell into an oppressive silence. No one was willing to venture out in the sweltering heat of 73 degrees, merely to check on the elderly neighbor's condition. Everyone understood that stepping outside in such extreme temperatures could be perilous. Even if one were to safely reach old Lou's home, would it truly matter if he required assistance? In this current situation, meddling in another's affairs seemed nothing short of self-inflicted hardship. Conversely, if one chose to ignore the situation and something unfortunate befell the old man, they would bear the burden of neglecting a life in peril. Noticing the absence of responses, Zhang Shuqin's expression swiftly soured. Just as she was contemplating a scathing remark towards certain homeowners indifferent to their neighbor's plight, she received a call from old Lou's son. As the deputy director of a hospital in City C, he was perpetually busy and rarely resided in Yaguang residential area, thus not partaking in the homeowners group. He typically communicated directly with Zhang Shuqin regarding any matters. His call was to inquire about his father's condition. In an effort to curry favor with Director Lou, Zhang Shuqin launched into a series of flattering remarks. Rest assured, Director Lou, we will take good care of Teacher Lou. With so many homeowners in the community, what is there to fear? Should anything arise, I will notify you immediately. Earlier, during the heavy rain, I attempted to reach him several times. I understand your concern. We all have parents. Only Su Yin was privy to the grim reality that old Lou had already passed away. With a slight adjustment of the surveillance camera's angle, she could clearly observe the situation in old Lou's garden. There he lay, face down upon the grass. A water hose still clutched in his hand, the water flowing freely. The exposed parts of his body, his arms, profile, calves, and scalp, were severely reddened and swollen, a result of prolonged exposure to the intense sunlight combined with scalding water poured over him for half an hour. Su-Yin chose not to inform the group about the death of old Lu, for the demise of an inconsequential individual held little relevance to her. When Shun Shuqin noticed the lack of attention directed towards her, she felt a surge of dissatisfaction. However, she quickly devised a plan. Should any misfortune befall old Lu, she would conveniently place the blame on the property management, as she had no intention of risking her own safety by visiting him. Upon observing the unfortunate state of the old man, Lu, through the surveillance footage, Su-Yin felt a wave of nausea that rendered her unable to enjoy her lunch. Consequently, she retrieved a large watermelon, a serving of shaved ice, and a box of chocolates from her storage space to satisfy her hunger. After indulging in her meal, she silenced her phone and prepared to indulge in a refreshing afternoon nap, as the stockpiling of supplies in recent days had left her quite fatigued. Just as she began to drift into a light slumber, the sound of the doorbell rang out from the courtyard. Chapter 58. The desire to occupy Su-Yan's villa peering out from the window of her second-floor bedroom. She noticed a silver van parked at the entrance of her courtyard, a vehicle she recognized all too well, belonging to Ding Yukai and his six-wheeled Hongguang. Su-Yin squinted her eyes, pondering how they managed to gain entry. Had the security at the entrance failed to intercept them? As she examined the surveillance feed on her mobile device, she was astonished to find no security personnel in sight. Reflecting on the fact that the property management staff in the residence group appeared to have vanished, she deduced that this group had fled in haste. The absence of security was inconsequential. Her safe house boasted a level of security that could be deemed exemplary on a global scale. The doorbell continued to ring, and with a slight shift in her thoughts, Su-Yin realized that Zhou Kaifeng and her companions had come seeking refuge. In her previous life, the air conditioning in Zhou Caifeng's home had malfunctioned at around 4 or 5 in the morning on the very first day of the apocalypse. Ding Yaozu, drenched in sweat, had rushed to the bathroom for a cold shower, only to be scalded by the boiling water from the pipes. At that time, Zhou Kaifeng had ordered Su-Yin to fetch burn ointment for Ding Yaozu, but the ointment had spoiled, exacerbating his injuries, and for this, Zhou Kaifeng had struck Su-Yin 5 times. Su-Yin let out a cold chuckle, imagining that the back seat of the car was undoubtedly occupied by the wailing Ding Yaozu. The doorbell continued to ring, but Su-Yin deliberately chose to remain silent, allowing the three of them to bask in the sun outside. Su-Yin observed through the surveillance terminal that it was Zhou Kaifeng ringing the doorbell. Without even unfurling her sunshade, she stood exposed to the scorching sun. As the ringing persisted for over 30 seconds, Zhou Kaifeng began to waver. Her head throbbing and dizzy from the heat, her eyes stung by the intense sunlight, gradually obscuring her view of the surroundings. Ding Yukai leaned over from the car window to glance at Su-Yan's villa and inquired, "Is that wretched girl not going to open the door?" Zhou Kaifeng replied weakly. "Are you certain she resides in Villa 27? Ding Yukai asked. Zhou Kaifeng pulled out a copy of the owner information registration book from her bag and tossed it to Ding Yukai. "Isn't it all there? Look for yourself." This booklet was seized by Zhou Kaifeng when she pressed the gate switch at the guardhouse. In a critical moment, her wits had proven quite sharp. Ding Yukai flipped through the booklet and found Su-Yan's name on the summary page. Confirming that Su-Yan indeed lived in Villa 27, his mind raced, concocting ways to gain entrance to the residence. The house appeared remarkably robust and equipped with advanced facilities, distinctly different from the other villas. "Ouch." It hurts, came the plaintive groan from Ding Yaozu in the back seat. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai gazed at their poor son, their hearts bleeding. "So, we have located the little vixen's villa. Just hang in there. Your father will soon find a way to get you inside to rest," Ding Yukai asserted, torn between anguish and determination. He picked up Zhou Caifeng's phone and sent a WeChat message to Su-Yan. "Yin Yin, this is your uncle. We are at your doorstep. Your brother has suffered burns, and the injuries are quite severe. Could you please open the door for him to rest for a while? I assure you we will not disturb you excessively." Ding Yukai sent another message. Yaozu has wronged you in the past, and I apologize on his behalf. As his sister, please do not hold a grudge. He is still just a child. Why must you be so petty? You can see how pitiful he looks now. I cannot believe you would remain unmoved by his condition. Attached were 3 photos showcasing Ding Yaozu's injuries. After much struggle, Su Yin finally liberated himself from the ominous shadow of the swollen corpse of old Lu, only to find himself ensnared in the terrifying visage of Ding Yaozu's decayed skin. The revulsion was overwhelming. With a look of disdain, Su Yin cast his phone aside. I deserve this fate. It is my retribution, and I shall meet a wretched end. Let all take heed for my example. Engaging in nefarious deeds will indeed invoke the wrath of the heavens. Upon viewing the image, Ding Yukai nearly succumbed to a fit of rage, almost to the point of hemorrhaging. Su Yin, you wretched creature, dare to cast curses upon my beloved son. Ding Yukai gazed at the window on the 2nd floor of the villa, his nostrils flaring with the heat of indignation. Yin Yin, though you may harbor disdain for your brother, your uncle does not blame you. He can understand that he sometimes provokes you with his mischief. Considering that you have grown up together, would you kindly open the door and allow us entry? We are all family, so why hold on to grudges? I promise you, the house in Sunshine Garden will belong to you and Yaozu in the future. Su Yin was sipping her milk tea when she read the last sentence and promptly spat it out. How amusing. Su Yin, a billionaire, would ever deign to acknowledge your dilapidated abode? Even if I were destitute today, I would still disdain accepting your crumbling house. For her to personally type a rejection to the Zhou family was the utmost courtesy she could extend to them. What an absurdity. How dare they presume to converse with me? Ding Youcai's patience had reached its limit. He pressed the voice button and launched into a tirade. Su Yin, do not be so ungrateful. Have you ever considered how you came to be where you are? Were it not for Kai Feng and myself taking you in, you would have long been sold off by human traffickers to some remote mountain to bear children for an old man. We provided for your education and your sustenance. And now that we are in dire straits, you can't even lend a helping hand. Are you still human? Damn it, you little wretch. Haven T, you just latched onto a wealthy man? This villa belongs to you? Not even a dog would believe that. I demand you open the door within 3 minutes. If you refuse, I will ensure you never set foot in this villa again. He was fully prepared. This house was one he intended to occupy at all costs. Chapter 59, The First Line of Defense. Su Yin listened to Ding Youcai's voice message with a cold expression, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. So you wish to play hardball with me? Perfect. My safe house is equipped with multiple defenses against intruders, and I was just looking for an opportunity to hone my skills. Su Yin's phone was equipped with an app to control the safe house. She called out Ding Yukai to her phone, and her voice echoed from a speaker at the gate. Ding Yukai. Immediately, there was a click, reminiscent of a door lock being disengaged. You cowardly little wretch. Are you afraid now? You still have much to learn in this game. He turned to Ding Yaozu with a grin, saying, Son, the door is open. We shall enter shortly. From this day forth, your father will provide you with a life of luxury in the villa. Really? Is that true? That's wonderful. Ding Yaozu struggled to lift his head, glancing at his father and then at the villa outside the car, breaking into a silly smile. Ding Yukai nudged Zhou Kaifeng. Hey, wake up. The little minx has opened the door. Let's hurry inside. The car has been baking in the sun for too long. It might catch fire. That's great, darling. Lend me a hand. Zhou Kaifeng blinked, her pupils still recovering from the sun's harsh rays, and she saw 3 overlapping images of Ding Yukai. What a bother. Ding Yukai muttered, impatiently supporting Zhou Kaifeng's plump figure. Zhou Kaifeng, weak and weary, held onto a sunshade as she approached the entrance of Villa number 27. The soles of her high-heeled shoes, made of plastic, had melted after 2 encounters with the scorching floor, forcing her to laboriously lift her shoes from the ground with each step. Ding Yukai, with one arm supporting his rosy-cheeked son and the other shielding them with a deep blue shirt, slowly made his way to the gate. Son, be careful. As soon as they emerged from the car, the heat, akin to that of a brick kiln, enveloped Ding Yaozu, causing him to cry out in distress. It's so hot. I'm gonna die. Damn it. Wah. Ding Yukai, filled with paternal concern, reassured him. Hang in there, son. It's just a few more steps. Once we get inside, you can take an ice-cold bath, and the central air conditioning will cool you down. Watch your step. In the brief time it took to traverse those few steps, Ding Yukai had already devised a plan. Once inside, he would first feign gratitude toward the little minx to distract her. Then, while she was caught off guard, he would swiftly use a drugged handkerchief to incapacitate her and bind her with ropes, ensuring she would be starved for 3 days to make her more compliant. The three stood side by side beneath the porch of the gate, and Ding Yukai freed one hand to grasp the door knocker. Su Yin leaned against the window on the second floor, cradling a cup of chilled milk and herbal jelly in her hand. She delicately savored the bouncy, silky texture of the jelly between her lips while gazing towards the entrance of the courtyard. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before she could count to 1, 3 agonizing cries pierced the air. Ah, it itches, it hurts. What on earth is this? Oh my goodness, my face, my neck. Why are there so many swellings? This is unbearable. Ah, Su Yin pouted and mumbled. What's the rush? They haven't finished counting yet. With an air of indifference, she drew the curtains and descended to the first floor. The first line of defense in the safe house had already taken effect. At that moment, Ding Yukai and his companions were in utter agony, screaming and scratching wildly. Just moments ago, Ding Yukai had eagerly reached for the doorbell, anticipating immediate indulgence. But as he pulled the ring, it seemed he had triggered a hidden mechanism. Without warning, a flurry of white particles surged towards them, followed by a thick cascade of the same particles descending from above. Upon contact with the white particles, the skin of Ding Yukai and his companions instantly reddened and swelled. Initially, they felt an unbearable itch, prompting them to scratch, which only introduced more toxins into their skin. Soon, they experienced excruciating pain akin to being corroded by sulfuric acid, a searing agony that felt as if they were doused in boiling oil. The most unfortunate among them was Ding Yaozu, whose skin had already suffered burns covering 80 of his body. This latest assault rendered his skin utterly devastated. He felt as though he had been tossed into a cauldron of boiling oil, experiencing a torment worse than death, although he had been barely clinging to life. The overwhelming sensation of burning and pain that enveloped him ignited his muscles, compelling him to flee in a frenzy, crying out in desperation, "I'm going to die. I can't take it anymore." Oh, his frantic cries echoed through the community, alarming many residents who rushed to their windows to witness the spectacle of a ghastly figure racing through the neighborhood. Soon, someone in the residents group shared a video of his frantic dash. Family, it seems a monster has appeared in the community. It resembles both a human and a monkey, and its cries are terrifying. Did you see it? It just rushed past my place, and even my dog was frightened into howling. Where did this creature come from? As the camera zoomed in, it became evident that it was a human, albeit one whose skin appeared to be melting away. This is utterly horrifying. Hey, a zombie? Fool, do you think this is the apocalypse? Zombies? I'm still here. Su Yin opened the video and was confronted with the sight of Ding Yaozu, whose skin had deteriorated to an unrecognizable state. It was evident that within a minute he would succumb to the terrifying heat and be cooked alive. How revolting, Su Yin thought, her face contorting in disgust. Gradually, more individuals in the group began sharing the disturbing photos and videos, and unable to bear the unsettling imagery. Su Yan excited, WeChat in these days. Serves you right, Ding Yaozu. Were you not so arrogant? In your past life, you tormented me, and now, in this life, you deserve to endure such suffering. The poison, ominously named white sand burning heart, is a colorless, odorless toxin resembling salt. It can be concealed within specially designed cavities in gates and walls. Once the owner activates the mechanism, any unwitting intruder who touches the doorbell or any other device will trigger a release of the poison, enveloping them entirely in an instant. As soon as the skin comes into contact with this substance, it ignites an unbearable itch and pain, compelling the victim to scratch and claw at their skin. Once the epidermis is breached, the toxin swiftly penetrates the dermis, the fat layer, and the muscle tissue, rapidly coursing through the body until it reaches the heart. Within a mere span of seconds, the afflicted individual experiences the excruciating agony akin to being immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid, a descent into a hellish frying pan. In no less than 10 days, and potentially extending to a month, the poison will ultimately succumb to a gruesome demise, their bodies rotting away. Su Yin initially harbored doubts regarding the potency of the white, sand-burning heart. However, thanks to the courageous efforts of Ding Yukai and the others, she was assured that their investment had not been in vain. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai, being clothed, suffered far less from the white sand-burning heart than Ding Yaozu, whose injuries were primarily concentrated on his face, neck, and arms. Witnessing their beloved son in agony and running wildly, the couple instinctively felt compelled to pursue him. "So, don't run. You mustn't tea. The sun will scorch you," Zhou Kaifeng cried, tears streaming down her face. Overwhelmed and lacking a plan, she was forcibly pulled into the car by her husband, where she sobbed uncontrollably, understanding that if her own pain was so intense, the suffering of her wounded son would be far worse. Ding Yukai, suppressing his own agony, started the car and pressed the accelerator hard to chase after him. Soon, they caught sight of Ding Yaozu, darting about like a skinned wild monkey. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Ding Yukai maneuvered the car alongside his son. Zhou Kaifeng extended her hand out of the window, straining to grasp his hand. "Son, stop running. Quickly, get in the car. It's so hot outside. You'll catch fire." Woo. Zhou Caifeng's right arm, already corroded by the white, sand-burning heart, now ached profoundly in the sweltering air. Ding Yaozu, consumed by pain, ran frantically, with Ding Yukai's car closely trailing him. Zhou Kaifeng leaned further out the window, desperately reaching for him. At last, she managed to grasp Ding Yaozu's left hand tightly. Ding Yukai quickly halted the car, jumped out, and enveloped his struggling son in a fierce embrace. "So, don't be afraid. It will be all right. It hurts so much I want to die," Ding Yaozu howled, writhing uncontrollably. Zhou Kaifeng, her face streaked with tears, could not bear to see her son in any pain. "Son, don't say such foolish things. Your father will find a way to heal you." As Ding Yukai soothed his agitated son, his eyes darted around, realizing that they needed to find shelter from the heat. By chance, they stood at the entrance of an unoccupied villa, its door plastered with several overdue notices for property and utility payments. Ding Yukai pushed the gate, which surprisingly swung open. "There's no one here. Let's go inside," he exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaifeng perked up, surveying the house before them. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the outer walls were entwined with creeping vines, clearly indicating the house was uninhabited. "All right, let us hurry inside," Zhou Kaifeng nodded eagerly. The two of them quickly led Ding Yaozu through the yard to the villa's front door. However, the main entrance was a robust security door, firmly shut. Ding Yukai pushed against it, but it didn't budge. Having once studied locksmithing, he had not done so to pursue a legitimate trade, but rather to facilitate theft, as he preferred the thrill and quick rewards of larceny over conventional employment. Ding Yaozu, racked by excruciating pain, trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat oozing from his few and scathed patches of skin, the moisture cascading down to his burned flesh, intensifying his agony. "I want to die, I want to die." "Ah!" Zhou Kaifeng quickly covered Ding Yaozu's mouth with one hand. "Show, my son. Keep your voice down, darling. We shall soon be inside." Ding Yukai craned his neck, glancing around, and upon noticing that the curtains of nearby villas were drawn and no one seemed to observe them, he boldly pushed open the security door, and together they forcefully dragged Ding Yaozu inside. Upon entering the spacious hall, the opulent furnishings and high-quality decor left the couple in awe. "Wow, is this a villa? My goodness, the living room alone is larger than our entire house." Ding Yukai marveled. "Look upstairs, dear. There's so many rooms. There's a staircase over there, and even a basement." Zhou Caifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ding Yaozu continued to cry out, his shoulders and legs quivering incessantly. Zhou Kaifeng hastily removed her hand from his mouth. In those brief 20 seconds, sweat from his burned skin had adhered to her palm, and when she withdrew her hand, the skin came away with it. "Ah, I am dying, I am dying. It hurts so much." Ding Yaozu collapsed to the floor in agony. Zhou Caifeng's heart ached for him as she bent down to lift him. "My son, I'm so sorry. It was not intentional." "Husband, quickly turn on the air conditioning. Our son is in pain," she shouted. It was then that Ding Yukai realized the utmost priority was to activate the air conditioning. He frantically searched for the remote control. Fortunately, The family had kept their home orderly, and he soon found a central air conditioning remote in the drawer of the TV cabinet. After a brief wait, a cool breeze flowed from the vents, and the three of them felt a wave of relief wash over them. Lying on the floor, Ding Yaozu continued to convulse, teetering on the brink of shock. It was only then that his parents had a chance to thoroughly assess his injuries. Clad only in a pair of shorts, one of his slippers had fallen off during their frantic escape, while the other had been partially melted by the scorching ground. Consequently, the soles of his feet were severely burned, nearly the entirety of the skin stripped away, leaving behind charred and blackened tissue. If he remained exposed to such heat for much longer, his bones might have been laid bare. His skin was nearly all deteriorated, revealing the raw, pale flesh beneath, a sight both horrific and heart-wrenching. Once a robust man weighing 200 pounds, he now appeared grotesquely swollen, resembling a giant's corpse. Were it not for his biological parents, even Ding Yukai and his wife might have struggled to recognize him. "Husband, let us move our son to the bathtub and immerse him in ice water. He is in such torment, he surely needs it." Zhou Kaifeng wept profusely. "All right, I will fetch the ice." Ding Yukai hurriedly rushed to the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator. Unfortunately, the spacious double-door fridge was utterly bare, evidently having been in use for quite some time. "Damn it, why is there nothing?" He spat on the floor in frustration. Chapter 61. Impersonating the owner to deceive Zheng Shuqin, he continued to search frantically, and in a corner of the countertop, he discovered an ice machine. In a flurry, he filled a basin with tap water and poured it into the machine. Just as Zhou Kaifeng was about to fill the bathtub with water, Ding Yukai abruptly stopped her. "Wait, let me check the water temperature first." He recalled how his son had been scalded by the bathwater at home. Gently, he turned the faucet and tested the water with his hand. Indeed, it was not cold, but slightly warmer than body temperature. No, my son can only use ice water. Any degree of warmth would be unbearable for him." He cast a compassionate glance at his son's blurred features, fully aware that without any medical treatment, his son would not survive much longer. All he could do now was to alleviate his son's discomfort. "What should we do? There is no ice water in this house." Zhou Kaifeng fumed. Ding Yukai responded with indignation. "Forget about ice cubes. There isn't even a morsel of food in the fridge." "Damn it. I'll check if the ice is ready, and you look for a first aid kit. We need to tend to our injuries." "Understood, dear." They both set off on their respective missions, one in search of ice and the other for medicine, while Ding Yaozu lay in the bathtub, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, his body involuntarily twitching. Zhou Kaifeng scoured the living room for quite some time, but found no medical supplies. She then ascended to the second floor, only to come up empty-handed. However, she did find a handwritten note on the bedside table in the master bedroom. It read, "President of the Community Committee, Zheng Shuqin, WeChat XXX for Group Edition." The note was slightly dusty, suggesting it had been jotted down by the homeowner long ago. "Husband, should we add this WeChat? Perhaps she could send us some ice?" Zhou Kaifeng's mind raced. Since the homeowner was absent, they could easily impersonate her to enjoy the privileges of ownership. Ding Yukai chuckled gleefully. "Yes, we must add her. This place is quite dusty. It seems no one has lived here for a long time. Perhaps the previous owner has lost contact with the community, and this is our perfect opportunity." He raised an eyebrow with a sense of triumph. Zhou Kaifeng quickly pulled out her phone, entered the WeChat ID from the note, and the profile picture that appeared was of a meticulously dressed middle-aged woman, exuding an aura of sophistication and warmth. "Hurry, add this woman. Let her bring us some medicine, food, and ice," Ding Yukai urged impatiently. Zhou Kaifeng expressed her concern. "What should I say? What if she sees through our ruse? The previous owner may have already added her on WeChat." Ding Yotsai's eyes, glinting with cunning, spun around as he mused. "Indeed, if we are discovered, they might come to evict us." With that, he decided to step outside to move the car into the garage so as not to be seen, while Zhou Kaifeng would search inside the house. "What are we looking for?" Zhou Kaifeng questioned, confused. "See if you can find the name of the homeowner," he replied. Suddenly enlightened, Zhou Kaifeng felt a surge of admiration for her clever husband. The couple once again split up. Ding Yukai stealthily exited, maneuvering the red Luging car into the garage beside the villa, while Zhou Kaifeng rummaged through the house for any information about the owner. At last, She discovered a purchase agreement tucked away in a drawer of a side cabinet, revealing that the homeowner's name was Sun Dasheng. Found it, darling. The homeowner is named Sun Dasheng, and he's a man, Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed, waving the contract in celebration. Ding Yukai, just entering through the security door, scoffed. Why not call him Sun Wukong? What a ridiculous name. With the homeowner's name in hand, Zhou Kaifeng quickly requested Ding Yotsai's phone to access WeChat, where she added Sun Dasheng to her contacts, leaving a message. Hello, President. I am Sun Dasheng from Building 68. Before long, Zhang Shuqin accepted the friend request and warmly initiated a conversation. Over a year ago, she had spoken to Sun Dasheng once, asking him to add her on WeChat so she could include him in the homeowners group. At that time, Sun Dasheng was preparing to expand his business overseas and felt it unnecessary to join the group, casually discarding the note with Zhang Shuqin's WeChat ID on his bedside table. And thus the matter was forgotten. Seeing Zhang Shuqin's enthusiastic response, the couple felt elated. After exchanging pleasantries, Ding Yukai and his wife began to make their requests. Could you send us some food and drinks, perhaps ice and cold water? We also need some medicine. My family member got sunburned and is in pain. Zhang Shuqin's demeanor instantly changed upon hearing Sun Dasheng's numerous requests. Her initial warmth stemmed from the fact that Sun Dasheng was the CEO of a publicly traded company, worth over $1 billion, with multiple properties both domestically and abroad, and a graduate of a prestigious foreign university. If she were a decade younger, she might have even considered marrying him. While she desired to curry favor with Sun Dasheng, she was not naive. Under these circumstances, she hesitated to part with so many resources all at once. Furthermore, if he claimed to have nothing at home, did that imply he would return tomorrow for more? Ironically, many homeowners in their community were also lacking in supplies, and she had already distributed quite a bit that morning, even giving away more than 10 pumpkins from her own stock. This extreme heat was indeed dreadful, but by tomorrow at the latest, the government would surely arrange to distribute supplies to the public. Once notified, she promised to inform him first. Damn it, if you're going to give, then give. If not, then don't bother with empty words. Zhou Kaifeng remarked. She didn't say she wouldn't help. Let's give it another try. Chapter 62. Requesting eyes from the owner's Ding Yukai. Holding his phone, pondered for a moment before typing in the chat. President, you truly are a commendable individual dedicated to serving the people. It's no wonder everyone elected you. If possible, could you kindly share some ice or cold water with us? My family has suffered from sunburn and urgently needs to apply ice. As for food and drink, anything would suffice. Instant noodles, steamed buns, fruits. We are not picky eaters. After sending this message, Ding Yukai felt something was still amiss and decided to add another note. You're absolutely right. The municipal government will distribute supplies as early as tomorrow. I've already spoken with a relative working there, urging them to prioritize medications for heat-related injuries, and they have accepted my suggestion. In these trying times, we must support one another to face the challenges together. Wouldn't you agree? Ha! Ding Yotsai's words were laced with a subtle hook, which Zhang Shuqin eagerly latched onto. She contemplated. So, it turns out Sun Dasheng has connections within the municipal government. If I assist him this time, he would owe me a favor, which could prove beneficial in future dealings with government officials. Moreover, I will be the first to know about any new policies or resources, ensuring priority access. It appears to be a guaranteed win. Your suggestion is remarkably timely. Their willingness to adopt it indicates they value your input. You clearly care for the well-being of the common people, she replied, showering him with praise. I still have some rice, Jinhua ham, and fresh greens at home. Would you find them useful? They are all fresh ingredients. How many people are in your household? Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng exchanged glances, a hint of disdain evident. These items would require cooking, and given their current predicament, they lacked the energy to prepare meals. They could only begrudgingly accept the offer. All right, I will drive over shortly to deliver the items. It's not much, but 3 people can stretch it to 2 meals, Zhang Shuqin assured him. Ding Yukai replied. Once this heat wave passes, I will express my gratitude immensely. I have a lovely vacation home in Northern Europe. I'll arrange for you and your family to enjoy a holiday there. All expenses covered. Upon hearing that Sun Dasheng intended to reward her with an overseas trip, Zhang Shuqin felt she had hit the jackpot. A little food in exchange for a family holiday in Northern Europe was an offer anyone would relish. At that moment, she believed that not personally delivering the food would be a disservice to his gratitude. She instructed her husband to hasten the pace as she loaded a 3-kilogram bag of rice, a 2-kilogram Jinhua ham, and 4 bunches of vibrant greens into the back seat of their car. Feeling it still inadequate, she added a few ice creams, 3 bottles of high-calcium fresh milk, and a bag of unopened cream biscuits, all packed into the vehicle. Sharing resources with a person of such stature as Sun Dasheng filled Zheng Shuqin with a sense of pride. As she hummed a melody while arranging supplies, her mind could not help but wander into a daydream of a family vacation in Europe, where she and the Sun family had become inseparable companions. Then, another vision emerged, her grandson, having grown up, being directly introduced by Sun Dasheng to a position in the municipal government. Even the oppressive heat of the apocalyptic world could not suppress the elation swelling within her at that moment. Suddenly, from the bathroom of Villa 68, a series of fluctuating groans emerged. MMM. It hurts. Hot. Hot. It hurts. Ding Yaozu, having fainted from pain, was now roused by it once more, prompting both he and his spouse to feel a surge of anxiety. Ding Yukai hastily messaged Zhang Shuqin. Could you please bring some ice? The child has suffered quite a bit from the sun and needs to apply ice. Unsatisfied with that alone, he concocted a little white lie. To be honest, I own a vineyard in Europe and would like to invite you to stay for a few days. He even included a photo of a vineyard he hastily found online. Zhang Shuqin, completely taken in, marveled at such a generous neighbor. She promptly adopted an enthusiastic demeanor, saying, I don't have ice at home, but I can ask in the homeowners group. I'm sure I can find some. Please wait a moment. Intentionally omitting Sun Dasheng from a group, she felt a possessive greed. If other neighbors formed a connection with him, her own value would diminish. How could she relinquish the opportunity for personal gain so easily? I have ice that has been frozen for quite a while and hasn't been used. I'll bring it over. Attached photo. By the way, how is the child doing? How did he get sunburned? She continued. Would this ice pack suffice? It was used to keep a birthday cake fresh. Attached photo. The sunlight is truly terrifying. I read online that such exposure is toxic and harmful to the skin. How serious is a sunburn? Zheng Shuqin smiled with satisfaction, relishing the feeling of being sought after. She forwarded the photo of the ice to Sun Dasheng, inquiring if it would suffice. No problem, Mr. Sun, please don't worry. I understand your feelings as a parent. The child's condition is quite serious. If anyone has ice or ice water, please bring it to me. This is a matter of life and death. We cannot delay. The merits of saving a life belong to all. Some homeowners, who typically did not catch Zheng Shuqin's eye but sought to ingratiate themselves, emerged at this moment. Sister Zheng, if you need more, I have some that my children have been playing with at home. Feel free to take it. Wood-chilled mineral water work. We usually drink it cold, and I have a few bottles in the fridge. Please take them, as saving a life is of utmost importance. Zheng Jie is indeed a paragon of beauty and kindness, tirelessly running about for the sake of the homeowners. I promptly activated the ice machine, which would yield a large bucket of ice in just 10 minutes. Zheng Shuqin, with a light-hearted smile, recognized that these individuals were flattering her. She was acutely aware of their intentions. If she did not seek the favor of those in power, if she lacked formidable connections, how would the other homeowners come to curry favor with her? The world is bustling, all for profit. It is a universal truth. Zheng Shuqin took pride in her innate talent for navigating the intricacies of social relations. Su Yan was sound asleep when she was abruptly awakened by a notification from the group chat. After scrolling through the messages, she discovered that Zheng Shuqin was requesting a substantial amount of ice from everyone. This struck her as somewhat peculiar. These homeowners valued their lives so dearly, yet they would allow their children to suffer under the scorching sun. She recalled Ding Yaozu, as he was likely the only one in the community to have been sunburned and blistered by the relentless heat. After a considerable amount of time had passed, she pondered the whereabouts of those 3 scoundrels. Su Yan held a glass of chilled black plum soup, her lips wrapped around the straw as she sipped while descending to the basement floor. She languidly sank into an ergonomic chair, her gaze leisurely fixated on the expansive wall of screens, searching for that grotesquely decayed figure. Having surveyed every road within the community, she found no trace of Ding Yaozu, either sprinting or collapsed on the ground. Had he left? Was he so easily willing to concede? Su Yin clenched the straw, her delicate, pale calves swinging idly. She could hardly believe that the shameless couple, the Zhous, would abandon their schemes so readily. After all, they had braved the sweltering heat specifically to try and seize her villa. Su Yin was well aware of their true nature. Unless the three of them had perished under the cruel glare of the sun. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a blue dot moving across one of the screens. It was a deep blue private car, speeding towards an undisclosed location. The vehicle traversed through 5 surveillance screens before coming to a halt in front of a villa, and the ultra-high-definition footage clearly revealed it to be villa number 68. Su Yin had already recognized that it was the vehicle belonging to Zhang Shuqin's family. Throughout the day, while passing the time by observing the surveillance footage, she had noticed their car departing multiple times, each journey undertaken to deliver supplies to certain influential individuals within the community. Su Yin had initially given little thought to the matter at hand. Presently, she enjoyed ample sustenance, and the central air conditioning maintained a refreshing temperature of 26 degrees indoors. The villa resembled a fortress, offering an exceptional sense of security. As long as she remained discreet, she could comfortably dwell within its confines for a decade or so, indifferent to the activities of others. Just as she was about to rise and depart, her attention was drawn to the courtyard of Villa 68. As a blue car slowly entered, she observed the courtyard overrun with weeds, the grass nearly reaching half a person's height, clearly indicating it had been uninhabited for quite some time. This reminded her of a previous instance when Zhang Shuqin had requested ice cubes in the owner's group, mentioning that a certain owner's child had suffered severe sunburn and required copious amounts of ice. It seemed apparent that the sunburned child must be residing in Villa 68 at present. An instinctive thought crossed her mind. That child was likely Ding Yaozu. However, how had Ding Yukai and his wife managed to persuade someone like Zhang Shuqin, a person of significant influence and status, to willingly drive over and deliver supplies? Ding Yukai. Su Yin felt a sudden jolt in her heart, uncertainty enveloping her. However, when the image of Ding Yukai, with his shifty eyes and disheveled hair, materialized before her, she became unequivocally certain that it was indeed him. How outrageous! The trio of scoundrels had the audacity to clandestinely reside in the homeowner's property. Wasn't when Shuqin so self-proclaimed as an elite individual? How could she possibly associate with the likes of Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, who belonged to the lower echelons of society? Surely, she must have been deceived. Su Yin let out a cold laugh. What difference did it make if he resided in a villa? An empty house devoid of sustenance would lead to either starvation or death from the toxic anguish of despair within a few days. Such trivial characters were hardly worth his attention. Ding Yukai and his wife, upon receiving the provisions sent by Zhang Shuqin, immediately retrieved the ice blocks. At that moment, Ding Yaozu lay languishing in the bathtub, exhibiting a pitiful struggle for survival. "Son, the ice has arrived. You will soon feel relief," Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed with fervor. Ding Yaozu's cracked lips formed a silent smile, as his throat could no longer produce sound. The couple carried the 8 basins of water, which had been placed beneath the air-conditioning vent in the living room, into the bathroom. The tap water, initially at 40 degrees, had cooled to a little over 20 degrees thanks to the air conditioner's influence. "Son, we will first pour the cool water into the bathtub. Do not be afraid." Ding Yukai spoke gently. Ding Yaozu nodded slightly in response. As the first basin of cool water was gradually poured along the sides of the tub, it was Ding Yaozu's backside that first felt the soothing touch. In that instant, his scorching skin experienced unparalleled relief. Then came the second and third basins. Each inch of his thighs, waist, calves, feet, abdomen, and arms, as they met the cool water, was enveloped in an exquisite sensation of refreshment. A look of ecstasy appeared on his tattered visage. Following this, the couple evenly dispersed 2 small buckets of ice into the water and over Ding Yaozu's body. These ice blocks had been procured by Zhang Shuqin from the homeowner's residence. As Ding Yaozu's body, which had felt as though it were ablaze, was immersed in the cool water, his pain diminished by 20. And the arrival of the ice brought about an immediate 50 reduction in his suffering. "Son, how do you feel? Is it comfortable?" Ding Yukai and his wife crouched beside the tub, eagerly gazing at their beloved son. Ding Yaozu nodded in affirmation. "Wonderful. My son, you no longer need to suffer." Zhou Kaifeng nearly burst into tears. As their concern for their son's injuries consumed them, the couple nearly forgot that they too had been poisoned and severely sunburned. They divided the remaining ice blocks between themselves, holding them in their mouths, palms, and rubbing them over their necks, faces, forearms, and chests. Once the ice had melted away, they felt unsatisfied. Ding Yukai grumbled. In such a large community, they could only bring this little ice. Why on earth didn't they send me more? Chapter 64. The homeowners group erupted. Zhou Kaifeng squatted on the floor, one hand gripping a corner of a plastic bag, peering inside at the food, wrinkling her nose. "I long for a bowl of icy mung bean soup. Why is it all just biscuits? Oh, there's ice cream too. Darling, come have some ice cream." Zhou Kaifeng held up a chocolate ice cream, offering it to Ding Yukai with a smile, saying, "That woman is not so bad. She knew to send ice cream. You should send her a message, requesting her to bring us some ointment. No, instead, ask her to find a family doctor to attend to our medical needs." Given the affluence of the residents in this community, it is reasonable to assume that every household has a family doctor, right? Ding Yukai tilted his head in contemplation, acknowledging the validity of the thought. Now that we have moved in, we are indeed homeowners in this community and should be entitled to the privileges that accompany such status. "You are absolutely right, my dear," Zhou Kaifeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Subsequently, the couple engaged in further discussions, devising additional strategies to persuade Zheng Shuqin. Su Yin no longer paid attention to the messages in the owners group, nor did she concern herself with the circumstances surrounding Villa number 68. Her current state of mind was remarkably tranquil. There were no troublesome individuals to intrude upon her peace, and even if they did, they would find no satisfaction. She possessed an abundance of resources at her disposal, with a staggering 200 million in her bank account, providing her with an overwhelming sense of security. Barefoot, she tread upon the luxurious carpet as she made her way to the basement, where the cool air enveloped her in unparalleled comfort. At this moment, she was particularly eager to indulge in some recreational activities. In her previous life, she was either laboring or en route to work, seldom afforded the luxury of leisure. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, she was liberated from the shackles of employment and education, no longer required to toil for meager wages for countless hours each day. Instead, she could savor delectable meals, immerse herself in television dramas, indulge in novels, engage in gaming, and relish in restful slumber each day. What a blissful existence it was. She even felt a sense of gratitude for the onset of the apocalypse. Had it not been for this upheaval, she would still be leading a life akin to that of a beast of burden. The first level of the basement, transformed by the previous owner into a multifunctional entertainment space for reading, gaming, watching films, and singing, perfectly aligned with Su Yan's desires. With a mere thought, a plethora of books and discs cascaded from the ether, landing upon the floor of the study. Following this, another thought summoned 2 8-meter-tall service robots, who emerged from a void, gazing at Su Yin with friendly eyes. "Get to work, boys." Su Yin, accompanied by 2 robots, began the gradual task of organizing her collection of books and DVDs. She found immense satisfaction in this process, as she meticulously filled the shelves with her cherished volumes and films, a sensation that brought her profound comfort. After adorning 2 towering bookshelves, she realized that a significant portion of the basement's shelves remained unoccupied. Feeling fatigued, she decided it was time to rest. She retrieved a DVD of the classic television drama Qing, Shun, Shinyu Meng Meng, filmed in 2001, and set it to play on the projector. As the first note of the theme song resonated, Su Yin was nearly moved to tears, recalling her childhood adoration for this series. However, watching television without snacks seemed unthinkable. She extracted 2 boxes of fried chicken legs, a generous serving of French fries, a cup of ice cola, and a portion of sweet and spicy duck neck. Indulging in a delightful feast, the 2 robots stood quietly in the corner, awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, Zero, who had been dozing in the space, felt the urge to stretch and, upon emerging, was instantly captivated by the aroma of fried chicken. He zoomed over, colliding with a box of chicken legs, leaving his face coated in breadcrumbs. Delicious. There's something scrumptious. Hurry, let me have a bite. What is this? So delightful. Mua, mua, mua. Zero's voracious appetite resembled that of a kitten starved for 3 days, intense, excited, and frenzied. Su Yin feigned disdain and inquired, "You living in the space, are you truly unaware of the necessity of sustenance? You resemble a famished spirit returned to life." Su Yin nodded silently, acknowledging that this little one was quite disciplined. Before long, a large chicken leg had vanished, consumed by Zero. With a mere thought, Su Yin retrieved some popcorn chicken fillets, and ketchup from her space, indulging in her meal while engrossed in a television drama. Just as she was moved to tears by the scene where Yiping was whipped by her father, her phone chimed with a message. Cheng Lin sent her a WeChat message brimming with resentment. "Su Yin, my son has died today, and it's all your fault. Why did you give me hope only to shatter it? If you had honored your word and lent me that 1 million, my son wouldn't have perished from heat. Just look at his lifeless face. Can you truly find peace in your conscience?" Attached were 8 photographs of the deceased. Su Yin is a person with profound empathy. Upon seeing the news, she immediately made a video call to Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin answered. Su Yin wept profusely before the camera, lamenting, "It is truly tragic. Oh, how dreadful it is. How can there be such a wretched girl?" Cheng Lin scoffed. "Now you comprehend my misery? Have you any idea how I have been enduring these past few days? After our landlord expelled us, we were left with nowhere to turn. My husband and I had no choice but to huddle with our 2 children in a public restroom." Cheng Lin turned the camera to capture the restroom. "It is far too cramped. My husband and the children lay on the floor to sleep while I rest my head on the toilet seat. My youngest son perished from the heat today. There is simply no air conditioning in this restroom. Su Yin, this is all your fault." Cheng Lin gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with profound hatred. Su Yin wiped away the tears from her face with a tissue and turned the camera towards the screen, displaying deep love in the misty rain. "Cheng Lin, do you think she is too pitiable?" Cheng Lin was momentarily stunned. "Su Yin, are you even human?" Cheng Lin felt her anger boiling over. She had believed that Su Yan's tears were shed for her, only to discover they were for a character in a trivial television drama. In that instant, Cheng Lin experienced an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Su Yin is utterly inhuman. She has caused the death of another child, yet possesses not an ounce of remorse. In a fit of hysteria, she shouted vehemently, "Su Yin, you are despicable. The heavens are watching, and one day you shall face divine retribution. Remember, my current plight is entirely your doing. Just wait, I will." Before Cheng Lin could finish her outburst, Su Yin abruptly ended the video call and blocked her on WeChat. "You have merely lost a son, while Yi Ping has endured lashes. How can you even compare?" Chapter 65. The Catastrophe of Humanity, a Madwoman, daring to utter the words, "The heavens are watching before me." Is your current state not a manifestation of karma? Is it not the result of your past misdeeds, now met with divine punishment? Even the mightiest miner could never unearth a gem as vile as you. Su Yin now possesses an overwhelming reservoir of mental energy, rendering her impervious to any attempts at moral coercion. She lacks for nothing and requires no one. Her sole concern lies in the pursuit of her own hedonistic pleasures. Any intrusion upon her enjoyment is deemed intolerable. Earlier, Cheng Lin had unleashed a tirade of hysterical accusations against Su Yin, which left her feeling disgruntled. In a bid to alleviate her frustration, Su Yin resolved to further vex Cheng Lin. She captured images of the delectable dishes adorning the coffee table, as well as her own attire of long shirt and trousers, and sent them to Cheng Lin. On such a sweltering day, basking in the comfort of air conditioning while indulging in fried chicken and binge-watching a series is simply delightful. Upon receiving the message, Cheng Lin was incensed, her fury causing her to stomp about in agitation. She hurled curses at Su Yin and attempted to send a barrage of angry emojis, yet not a single message succeeded in delivering. The system notified her. "The recipient has declined your messages." Su Yin. Cheng Lin gripped her hair tightly, her eyes bulging with rage, as the grinding of her molars echoed her fury. In the depths of her heart, she resolved with fierce determination to bring about Su Yan's demise. Su Yan silenced her phone and cast it aside, immersing herself in the drama until dawn broke. Feeling weary, she summoned the robot to tidy up the debris on the coffee table before ascending the stairs to sleep. Zero trailed closely behind her, soaring to the second-floor bedroom. She slumbered soundly until the evening, waking to indulge in a leisurely warm bath, leaving her refreshed and fragrant. Descending to the entertainment room on the negative second floor, she retrieved a serving of Tom Yum Hot Pot, a portion of pineapple rice, and a plate of spicy pickled chicken feet from her pantry. Arranging them on the coffee table of the media room, she also instructed the robot to pour her a glass of boiled water, relishing her meal. Determined to binge-watch the remaining 20 episodes of Deep Love in the Misty Rain, she settled in. Zero, ever the companion, nibbled and drank alongside her, eventually dozing off on her lap. After savoring the finale, it was once again early morning. Su Yan, thoroughly satisfied, listened to the last line of the ending theme, reflecting on how captivating the series had been and lamenting its conclusion. Stretching her limbs, she made her way back to the bedroom, while the robot promptly began to clean up the mess left behind. She slept soundly until just past 5 in the afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the earth. The slanted rays of the setting sun filtered into the room, creating a truly enchanting scene. Su Yan sat on the bed, captivated by the breathtaking sunset she had not witnessed in quite some time. She picked up her phone and effortlessly captured a stunning photograph. After taking the picture, she instinctively glanced at her phone screen, only to discover that the WeChat logo in the upper right corner had unexpectedly displayed the number 99. Su Yan casually opened WeChat and stumbled upon the homeowners group, which was in an uproar. Is the government still concerned about us? Why is there not a single supply? We are on the brink of starvation. XXX, I shared some food with your family the day before yesterday. Could you please return it to me? My pantry is completely bare, and my 2 children are faint from hunger. How was I to know that this scorching heat would persist? I had thought it would only last a day or two, but it has turned into this dire situation. Su Yan had merely taken 2 naps, yet the homeowners group had transformed dramatically. It seemed that the external world had irrevocably changed. She glanced at her phone's calendar, which indicated that it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day of the apocalypse. It was at this juncture that humanity realized this was not a fleeting surge of extreme heat, but rather a cataclysmic event of unprecedented scale. On television, both the national and provincial news channels reported incessantly on the current heat wave. The highest temperature recorded today reached 75 degrees, with a minimum of 70 degrees. Experts predicted that temperatures would remain above 70 degrees tomorrow, urging residents to remain indoors and refrain from unnecessary outings. The onset of this disaster was sudden and ferocious, prompting the government to call upon citizens to engage in self-rescue efforts and neighborly assistance to navigate through these trying times. Currently, this extreme heat has led to nationwide calamities, including the desiccation of rivers, rapid evaporation of fresh water, wilting flora, and spontaneous forest fires. The devastation has resulted in substantial loss of life. Preliminary estimates suggest that by 5 o'clock this afternoon, millions have perished due to heat radiation. Given that this heat wave exceeds human tolerance, local governments are devising rescue strategies and have decided to utilize drones to deliver supplies of food and medicine to the populace. Over 30 cities have already joined this pilot initiative. This unprecedented heat wave represents the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced, and we must unite in solidarity to combat it. Su Yan coldly turned off the television. In the previous life, the authorities had proclaimed the same, promising to devise means to rescue the populace. However, the reality proved that it was all merely a desperate struggle for survival. Humanity now faced a dual onslaught from the twin suns and the Earth's core upheaval. The sweltering heat of the day emanated from the sun, while the night brought forth warmth from within the Earth. Humanity was akin to skewered meat on a grill, with nowhere to flee, unable to take flight. Unless, like Su Yan, one had made preparations in advance, the prospect of survival was grim indeed. The residents of Yagwang Biyuan community had gradually lost their former civility and politeness, revealing a ferocious demeanor as they vied for their interests. The air conditioning in Building 40 had malfunctioned, and they insisted that the occupants of Building 39 accommodate their family of 3. Building 39 retorted, "Why should I allow you to move into my home? And must. You are truly ridiculous." Building 40 countered, "How heartless you are. Haven't we often sent fruits and snacks to your family? My wife even brought over lamb soup, and your son has taken so many of my son's toys. We've taken him to the movies several times. Based on this, do you think we should be allowed to move in?" Building 39 felt somewhat guilty, yet whether the air conditioning in Building 40 was indeed broken was uncertain. It could very well be that they merely sought to take advantage of their situation. In these times, with everyone unable to venture out and the authorities slow to deliver supplies, each household's situation hung precariously in the balance. Allowing others to enter their home seemed unsafe. The couple from Building 39 fabricated an excuse to refuse. "Our air conditioning is also broken. Having you over will not help. You should find a way to fix yours." In a fit of anger, the occupants of Building 40 opened their window and hurled a bag of kitchen waste towards Building 39. Still unsatisfied, their 8-year-old son was encouraged to defecate on the wall opposite. Chapter 66. Shattering windows as the most prominent figure in the community. Zhang Shuqin was determined to play the role of a stabilizing leader during these tumultuous times. "Everyone, please remain calm and trust that the government will come to our aid. We have been neighbors for many years. Let's not turn against one another. We must heed the official call to assist one another and weather this storm together. Reliable sources indicate that the authorities will dispatch drones to deliver supplies to our community as early as tonight. We must have faith in the government." Some families within the community faced financial hardships, having taken out loans to purchase villas and subsequently to renovate. Although they appeared to live in luxury, they were burdened with debts, living frugally and only purchasing groceries in small increments. Naturally, their pantries were bare in such trying times. To conceal their poverty, these families seldom interacted with other residents and felt too embarrassed to openly seek help in the group chat, opting instead to discreetly message Zhang Shuqin. "Sister Zhang, we have run out of food. Could you please help us borrow some from others? Thank you immensely. Sister Zhang, could you kindly mention in the group that we are willing to accommodate neighbors, provided they bring sufficient rations? Sister Zhang, do you have any surplus food at home? Could you perhaps sell me a bit? My daughter is on the verge of starvation." Professor Zhang, I apologize for your predicament. Having to eat old godmother chili sauce with rice at every meal is quite distressing, and one must have some leafy greens for health. Family. Professor Zhang is a person of great esteem. If anyone has some green vegetables to spare, please share a little. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Professor Zhang. Jia, how has your father been these past few days? Ensure the air conditioning remains on. During such times, one should not fret over electricity bills. Health is paramount. Chower, do you still have any of the food I gave you last time? If not, let me know, and I will find a solution for you. Let us not lose hope or become disheartened. Trust in the government. Believe that they will not abandon us. Should anyone encounter difficulties, please communicate with me promptly, and I will seek ways to assist everyone. Zhang Shuqin's display of concern in the group touched many, yet also incited anger from others. Finally, someone spoke out regarding this matter. Have you all noticed? She does not extend help to everyone. With those who are powerful and affluent, her demeanor is exceedingly warm, even delivering supplies personally, while she completely disregards those of us without power or wealth. Yet she pretends to labor for the public good in the group, a facade that even the memorial cannot rival. Previously ostracized by Zhang Shuqin, by Shui, silently reacted with a thumbs-up emoji in the group. Sudian, who had been observing from the shadows, followed suit and also posted a thumbs-up emoji. Zhang Shuqin faced criticism in the group, her expression darkening. However, she remained unfazed, confident that her supporters far outnumbered her detractors and that soon someone would rise to defend her. As seconds ticked by, the group fell into a profound silence. The homeowners who had previously benefited from Zhang Shuqin's favors did not emerge to speak on her behalf. Her actions were too overt. Even the powerful could discern them. As beneficiaries, remaining silent was the best strategy for self-preservation. This scenario is akin to a classroom where a teacher shows favor to certain students, leading to their academic success, while those overlooked naturally harbor grievances. If the favored students were to capitalize on their advantages and publicly rebuke those neglected by the teacher, it would only serve to create enemies for themselves. Zhang Shuqin, with a stern expression, contemplated how to retaliate against this group of powerless individuals. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated in her ear, startling both her and her husband, Old Song, as well as their grandson, Do. "Grandma, did our window break?" Do, playing with a remote-controlled car on the floor, inquired. Zhang Shuqin and Old Song exchanged glances, both sensing that the sound emanated from the study on the first floor, prompting them to hastily rise and rush toward the room. As expected, the window of the study was shattered, a gaping hole created by a stone, with shards of glass scattered in every corner. The stifling hot air from outside was rushing into the room through the breach. Who dares to smash my window?" Zhang Shuqin, filled with indignation, picked up a stone from the ground and strode towards the window, determined to uncover the identity of the audacious miscreant. Just as she reached the window and prepared to open it, another stone, the size of an egg, crashed through the glass, striking her right eye. A sharp pain ensued, and blood began to flow. "Oh, my eye, it hurts, it hurts." Zhang Shuqin clasped her hands over her eye, collapsing in agony. Her husband, Lao Song, rushed to the window, pushing it open. A wave of searing heat assaulted his upper body, nearly overwhelming the 60-year-old man. He squinted through the half-height garden wall and spotted a white sedan parked by the roadside. "Who are you? Why are you smashing my window?" Lao Song shouted furiously at the vehicle. The window of the white sedan slid down halfway, and a man's hand emerged, defiantly gesturing a crude middle finger. "Fuck you," the man shouted back. With a few more crashes, 2 additional windows were shattered. Lao Song, preoccupied with his wife's plight, hurried over, but by the time he reached the scene, the man had already driven away. "Don't you dare run. Which reckless fool dares to vandalize my home?" Lao Song prided himself on being a civilized individual, and despite his rage, he refrained from uttering profanities. Yet, the windows of the study, kitchen, and a guest room on the second floor were all broken, and the sweltering air rushed in. If he did not act swiftly to seal the openings, their home would inevitably transform into a steamy sauna of over 70 degrees. Reluctantly, Lao Song set aside Zhang Shuqin and hurriedly fetched tape to patch the hole. Zhang Shuqin lay on the ground, wailing, blood streaming down her face. When she lifted her head, her 7-year-old grandson, Do, caught sight of her and gasped in shock. Both excited and frightened, exclaiming, "Grandma has turned into a ghost. Grandma has turned into a ghost." Chapter 67. Zhang Shuqin's desperation, Lao Song dashed up and down the stairs, finally managing to repair the 3 broken windows. However, in the mere span of those few minutes, a considerable amount of hot air had infiltrated their home, causing the indoor temperature to soar to 40 degrees. After sealing the windows, Lao Song quickly retrieved the first aid kit to disinfect and bandage Zhang Shuqin's eye. She resembled a provoked fighting hen, simultaneously shouting in pain and cursing. "Barbaric, utterly barbaric. I told you we must screen potential buyers. The developer has gone mad, allowing those uneducated and uncultured lowlifes to mingle among us, committing such despicable acts. Lao Song, we must track that person down. I have connections at the police station. This individual must be apprehended and severely punished. He should compensate us tenfold and serve time." Husband Lao Song, deeply incensed, seized Zhang Shuqin's mobile phone and furiously vented his frustrations in the homeowners group. "Who was it that hurled stones at my window? You have injured Shuqin's eye. You had better come forward," accompanied by a photograph of Zhang Shuqin's eye injury. "You have shattered not just 1, but 3 windows of my home. What could possibly have motivated such an act? The scorching heat has inundated our abode, elevating the temperature to a sweltering 40 degrees. Who can endure such oppressive heat? You are quite literally endangering our lives. Are you intent on bringing harm to my family?" Yuan is an upscale community, inhabited by respectable individuals. How did a wretched rodent like you infiltrate our neighborhood? Have the courage to step forward, and do not act like a coward. We shall not let this transgression slide. I can assure you, You will pay a grievous price. As Lao Song sent these messages, his hands trembled with rage. The assault felt like a profound insult, the most intolerable aspect for both him and his wife. Upon witnessing the malicious incident at Zhang Shuqin's residence, the members of the homeowners group experienced a spectrum of emotions. Some were anxious and fearful, recognizing that the current climate could easily spiral into chaos. Looting, vandalism, or simply acts of anger over food and air conditioning. Others were outraged. If they dared to smash windows today, what would stop them from breaking into homes tomorrow, or worse, committing murder? Allowing such behavior to persist would inevitably bring misfortune upon their own households. A segment of the group, however, reveled in the misfortune of Zhang Shuqin. They had long harbored disdain for her, having found her presence irksome. This included several homeowners whom Zhang Shuqin had once flattered. Not every powerful individual appreciates sycophancy, especially when it is clear that such flattery is aimed at personal gain. Witnessing Zhang Shuqin's plight, this group not only felt no sympathy, but found the situation somewhat amusing. Just after Lao Song's outburst, someone in the group promptly admitted to the deed. I did it. The words came from Bai Shui, the owner of Villa 76. As her boyfriend, Luo Fei, held her phone and unleashed a barrage of vitriol in the group. Listen here, you old fool. My name is Luo Fei, Bai Shui's boyfriend, but you can call me Lord Luo. It was indeed I who smashed your windows. And the reason is quite simple. Your wretched wife publicly humiliated my girlfriend in the group and incited the homeowners to ostracize her, forbidding anyone from selling her food. I had every intention of storming over and giving your wife a beating, but if not for Bai Shui holding me back, she would have been gravely injured by now. You think you can prevent other homeowners from aiding us? Fine. Now that we have nothing to eat at home, and knowing that death is inevitable, I decided to smash your windows while I still have a strength. Mark my words, old man, shattering your windows is merely the first step of my plan. Next, I shall ensure one of your family members disappears entirely. Ro Fei's arrogant remarks exacerbated Old Song's heart condition. Do, help Grandpa. Bring me my heart medication. Old Song clutched his chest, struggling to force these words from his throat. Do glanced at his grandfather, whose features were contorted in pain, and reluctantly set aside his remote-control car to fetch the medicine from the dining table. Here you go. Don't call me next time. I'm busy. Do tossed the medication onto Old Song's lap before returning to the carpet to play with his toy. All right. Grandpa will make sure not to trouble Do again. Cough, cough. Old Song chuckled, genuinely pleased that his grandson obeyed and fetched his medicine. While a faction of homeowners harbored disdain for Zhang Shuqin, the majority initially felt sympathy or anger towards her plight. However, after hearing Ro Fei's words, many began to think that Zhang Shuqin had brought this upon herself. In matters of life and death, had she not interfered, causing Bai Shui and her boyfriend to be deprived of assistance, the animosity directed at her would not have been so intense. Empathy led many to consider that anyone in the same situation might seek retribution. The group chat fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to speak, especially in defense of Zhang Shuqin. Ro Fei was not originally from this community and had rarely visited, leaving the residents unaware of his background. Yet, it was apparent that Zhang Shuqin had driven him to desperation, a dangerous person to provoke, easily capable of stirring trouble. Zhang Shuqin's grip on her phone tightened unconsciously, igniting her fury at Ro Fei's insolence. Bai Shui, right? I have always said she is not a virtuous woman. Her choice of partner speaks volumes. Typically, she disdained interactions with those of lower social standing, preferring to ignore them. But today, she had to uphold her dignity before the community. Activating her phone's video recording, she launched into a fervent tirade. You all see it now. This Bai Shui from Building 76 is utterly unrefined. What respectable woman would allow a rogue to reside in her home? I warned you all not to associate with her or provide them with aid. Just look at me now. She fixed the camera on her injured eye. Look into my eyes. This is the result of being assaulted by Bai Shui's thug. I can't even go outside to see a doctor. This I might be irreparably damaged. She then shifted the camera to Old Song, who lay on the sofa, having just taken his medication and feeling slightly better. Upon noticing Zhang Shuqin filming him, he grimaced in pain. Chapter 68. Su Yin and Zhang Shuqin vociferously condemned. Our old song has suffered a relapse of his heart condition due to the stress caused by Shue's wild man, her thug. Pray tell, are these two individuals truly human? Do they deserve to inhabit this world? Were it not for the misguided benevolence of certain individuals who chose to extend assistance to them, they might have perished from hunger long ago, thereby sparing others from their malevolence. To those bearing the surname Bai and Luo, I am aware that your vendetta against me stems from my recent admonition to the community to refrain from sharing sustenance with you. You harbor resentment because of it. Allow me to make it unequivocally clear. Merely residing in the same neighborhood does not elevate your social status. Our community is teeming with exceptional talents, far beyond the reach of individuals like yourselves. As the president of the Homeowners Association, my foremost obligation is to safeguard the interests of our esteemed residents. Ensuring that the community does not share resources with people of your ilk is entirely in accordance with the collective welfare of our community. Su Yin reclined on the sofa in the lobby, nibbling on a cucumber-flavored potato chip, her gaze riveted to the television screen. She had cast her phone onto the TV, discreetly monitoring the dynamics within the group. She belonged to the cohort that had been targeted and ostracized by Zhang Shuqin, and upon witnessing Zhang Shuqin's retribution, she felt a surge of satisfaction, eager to uncover the aftermath of the incident. As soon as Zhang Shuqin's video was released, she promptly clicked on it. Lying sideways on the sofa, one hand propping up her head while the other held the chips, she observed Zhang Shuqin's furious countenance with the same amusement one might reserve for a circus act. Suddenly, she caught Zhang Shuqin exclaiming that if it weren't for certain individuals taking it upon themselves to offer assistance to the two, her chewing came to an abrupt halt. Those certain individuals clearly referred to Su Yin herself. She had previously sent by Shue some mixed grain rice, scallion oil noodles, along with fruits and bottled water, a fact well known among the group. Her actions were primarily motivated by a desire to vex Zhang Shuqin, who had led the charge to exclude both her and Bai Shui. Having endured the previous apocalypse, Su Yin had little inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. The fate of unrelated individuals was of no consequence to her. Yet, Zhang Shuqin's public provocation left her no choice but to retaliate. To remain passive would be an act of cowardice. Having been reborn, how could she allow herself to be a coward? What a farce! Now possessing the means to assert her dominance, she had no reason to fear someone as insignificant as Zhang Shuqin. Bai Shui, have you finished the food I sent to your home last time? Just let me know. I still have some instant noodles, sausages, and self-heating meals at home. If you need any, feel free to come and take some. In Su Yan's abode, the abundance of hot dishes and freshly prepared meals far exceeds that of instant foods. However, in her desire to avoid drawing attention or suspicion from others, she opts to provide only semi-processed foods, such as instant noodles. Under the instigation of Zhang Shuqin, the majority of residents in the community are reluctant to extend a helping hand to Bai Shui and her boyfriend, especially considering the general scarcity of food. The prospect of borrowing or purchasing anything seems utterly impossible. They contemplated seeking assistance from Su Yin, yet they hesitated, believing that since she had already offered them a considerable amount of food last time, she must have very little left for herself, which deterred them from asking again. Thus, in their desperation, the couple contemplated the unthinkable. Their resolve to continue living was further diminished by the tragic news that Bai Shui's 5-year-old daughter had succumbed to pneumonia that morning, having been unable to receive medical care due to their confinement indoors. Upon learning this devastating news from her parents' phone call, Bai Shui was instantly stripped of her will to live. The message from Su Yin undoubtedly instilled hope in the hearts of two despondent individuals. At the moment she received Su Yan's information, Bai Shui was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face. Starved and finding it challenging to type with her fingers, she could only send a voice message. Miss Su, I'm immensely grateful to you. You are truly a living bodhisattva. We have no idea how long this calamity will last. Originally, Luo, Fei, and I had planned. If it were not for Zhang Shuqin, we would not be left with only a dead end. By the way, after providing us with food, do you still have enough for yourself? A flicker of emotion stirred within Su Yin. Having interacted with Bai Shui on 2 occasions, She discerned from their conversations that Bai Shui was certainly not the kind of woman Zhang Shuqin had disparagingly described. On the contrary, Su Yin found her to be courteous and considerate, never taking advantage of others, and always empathetic towards their needs. It was disheartening to witness such a fine woman being bullied to this extent by Zhang Shuqin. Anger surged within her. As soon as these words escaped her lips, Zhang Shuqin erupted in fury. Su Yin, is it any wonder that you and Bai Shui are cut from the same cloth? If your family possesses such abundant provisions, why have you remained silent in the group? Each day, numerous neighbors seek assistance, yet you utter not a word. What is it? Has Bai Shui saved your life? You only extend your help to her, neglecting others. Upon seeing Zhang Shuqin in a fluster, Su Yin couldn't help but smile, even feeling a twinge of excitement. After all, was this not the perfect opportunity to turn the tables on Zhang Shuqin? She promptly shared a screenshot, which she had meticulously saved in her WeChat favorites. In the group chat, Sister Zhang, surely you haven't forgotten the words you once uttered? The screenshot displayed Zhang Shuqin's eloquent remarks, highlighted by a red line. Made in the homeowners group. I did not expect this newcomer, Miss Su, to be so generous and proactive in assisting others. However, I must remind you that your reputation in our community is rather unfavorable. Not everyone is inclined to dine at your table. I had mentioned that I would save a screenshot, ready to present it whenever you display your audacity. Upon seeing the undeniable evidence of her own words, Zhang Shuqin's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, her thick skin allowed her to swiftly adopt a new line of defense to salvage her dignity. Since you are aware that individuals of your ilk are not regarded highly in our community, shouldn't you strive to present yourself better? Any food should be shared generously. How can you bear to hoard it? Su Yin pinched the tip of his nose and deliberately spoke in a high-pitched, mocking tone. How can you hide things so shamelessly? Oh dear, I can give my belongings to whomever I please. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions? Instead of prattling on here, you ought to secure the doors and windows. With your insufferable demeanor, it won't be long before someone attempts to steal your child, whisking away your precious grandchild for their own nefarious purposes. Zhang Shuqin was startled by Su Yan's last remark, shivering as she scanned the room for Dodo. Upon seeing Dodo sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a mobile game, she finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, she recalled that Luo Fei had recently threatened her, declaring his intention to come to her home to abduct someone and ensure that they vanish from this world. At present, the likelihood of Dodo being targeted seemed the greatest due to the tender flesh of a child. Zhang Shuqin's face drained of color and fear. Old song. Quickly check all the doors and windows upstairs and downstairs, including the basement. Lock everything that should be secured. We must not let that Luo fellow steal Dodo away. In the group chat, someone responded to Su Yan's voice message with a smirking emoji, followed by another individual, and soon several others joined in, using the same emoji to express their disdain for Zhang Shuqin. Chapter 69. The authorities are about to airdrop supplies. Su Yin softly muttered a curse under her breath, dismissing Zhang Shuqin entirely. She had promised to provide food for Bai Shui, and thus, she needed to attend to her pressing matters. As before, she filled a large plastic bag with provisions, its contents bulging, and then dispatched a robotic made to place the food at the entrance of the villa's courtyard, allowing Bai Shui to retrieve it herself. With her singular strength, Su Yin incited a fierce war of words within the homeowners group. After delivering a scathing rebuke to Zhang Shuqin in a sarcastic tone, the homeowners, already harboring discontent towards Zhang, felt invigorated and swiftly took to exposing her true character. Zhang Shuqin, have you not merely spent a few years in the so-called land of beauty, and yet you have the audacity to adopt an air of superiority? You incessantly belittle others, labeling them as people like you. What a farce. You are akin to a dung beetle that has tumbled into a mortar. What pretense is this? Such a woman is entirely consumed by her self-interest, utterly indifferent to the plight of others. She aids those she deems worthy and dismisses those she does not, aiming to sacrifice us mere mortals to curry favor with a select few professors, executives, and a privileged offspring of the wealthy. This is her true nature. What utter hypocrisy! I have endured this woman for far too long. Although she refrains from naming names, I have always known that I am among those she looks down upon. I sell barbecue on the street, lacking both academic credentials and a family background. Yet I am a legitimate homeowner in this community. By what authority does someone in the homeowners committee classify us in the hierarchies? How is it that such a heartless individual became the president of the homeowners committee? Zhang Shuqin was left trembling with rage from the merciless insults. How dare a group of lowly citizens speak to her with such audacity? I will assist whomever I choose. Does it concern you? Do you find it unjust? Those who contribute significantly to society deserve preferential treatment. If you do not receive such treatment, it is solely due to your own lack of capability and effort. Resources are finite. If they do not extend to you, that is your own doing. Do not blame fate or the world. I can inform you now that the first batch of supplies dispatched by the government will be delivered this very evening, and I alone shall determine how they are allocated. I have noted each of you who insulted me. Soon you shall understand the consequences of so easily offending me. The prospect of tonight's distribution of supplies is indeed thrilling. The group was abuzz with inquiries directed at Zhang Shuqin regarding the timing and nature of the distribution. At that moment, a message from Bai Shui interrupted their anticipation. She shared 3 photographs of food, 4 buckets of instant noodles, 10 sausages, half a kilogram of noodles, 3 tomatoes, a bottle of Lao Ganma, and a mooncake as large as a vegetable platter. Miss Su, we have received the items, and I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude for your generosity. You have provided us with such an abundance of food, including fresh vegetables. Honestly, you are a lifesaver for my boyfriend and me. Were it not for your 2 acts of kindness, Ah Fei and I would have perished from hunger. Tears streamed down Bai Shui's face as she sent this message. To convey her appreciation, she privately transferred 2,000 yuan to Su Yan. As before, Su Yan placed the food at her doorstep, and Bai Shui and her boyfriend Luo Fei drove over to collect it. Initially, they had anticipated receiving only a couple of packs of instant noodles and a few biscuits, but to their astonishment, they received such an abundance, thoughtfully including nutritious items like fresh tomatoes. Bai Shui's message landed like a bombshell, creating considerable ripples within the group. Currently, half of the households in the community are devoid of food, and only a handful have received assistance through the group. This implies that at least 50% of the residents are enduring hunger. Consequently, upon witnessing Su Yan generously distributing such an abundance of provisions to Bai Shui, tears welled up in their eyes. Miss Su, I live next door. My family has only a single pack of instant noodles left. May I purchase some food from you? I'm willing to pay any price. In an instant, a steady stream of individuals began to seek Su Yan's help. Su Yan had long anticipated this situation and had already devised a strategy. She lamented in the group chat, "Dear neighbors, the food in my home consists of mere trifles unworthy of mention. Sister Zheng has already warned everyone not to partake of my provisions. So I have given all the food I could spare to Bai Shui. The remaining supplies in my household are quite limited, and had I known that everyone was experiencing such hardship, I would have distributed them more equitably. I sincerely apologize for this. Just a moment ago, Sister Zheng mentioned that the government will be distributing supplies tonight. Do you know how it will be allocated? I suspect that Sister Zheng, who harbors a dislike for me, would not extend any provisions to me. Hence, I feel even more hesitant to assist you, especially since my resources are also dwindling." Su Yan deliberately spoke in an innocent and gentle tone. Although she had rejected everyone, no one among them held her accountable. They all understood that she was subtly undermining Zhang Shuqin. Deep down, they believed that everything was Zhang Shuqin's fault. Had she not been so malicious, Su Yan would have been able to assist them. This was Su Yan's cunning, and her greater cleverness lay in successfully diverting everyone's attention to the government's imminent distribution of supplies that evening. The government was set to distribute provisions, a fabrication concocted by Ding Yukai to deceive Zhang Shuqin into relinquishing her family's resources, yet Zhang Shuqin took it to heart. Coincidentally, this afternoon, the street office indeed informed Zhang Shuqin that Yaguangbi Yuan had been selected as a pilot community for the airlift of supplies, instructing her to organize the residents to orderly collect the provisions when the time came. She had thoroughly learned that the airdrop supplies included food, nuts, cooling agents, glucose, household air conditioning refrigerants, and emergency heatstroke kits, all remarkably timely and practical. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Shuqin immediately resolved that this batch of supplies must not be directly accessed by the homeowners. It had to be distributed uniformly by her. Chapter 70. The secret group. At this moment, many in the group were clamoring for Zhang Shuqin to forward the superior's notification, revealing the time and place of the airlift so that everyone could arrive early. Zhang Shuqin sternly reprimanded. The authorities have designated me as the sole distributor of the airlift supplies. You need not venture outside. I will inform everyone in the group when I receive the supplies. However, the others were not naive. They were well aware of her character and would certainly not consent to her unilateral distribution. Why should it be you? Given your reputation and integrity, how can we trust you? They retorted. Indeed, we will inquire directly with the street office. No need for you to create an information gap to deceive us regarding the supplies. That will not happen. Everyone, I have already spoken with a contact in the logistics department, and the supplies are set to arrive at our community by 7 p.m. tonight. The homeowners committee will organize the collection, someone interjected. However, Zhang Shuqin is unreliable. If she organizes it, many will surely miss out. What should we do? As the supplies would be dropped into the community, there remained a process of organizing each household to collect them. Once it involved unified distribution and organization, the potential for underhanded dealings arose. The group was fervently discussing the matter. Homeowners who typically maintained close ties with Zhang Shuqin were now hastily messaging her privately, attempting to slip her red envelopes. Sister Zhang, I would appreciate your assistance with the distribution of the supplies. Please ensure my family receives extra cans of refrigerant. The funds will be transferred to your account, as before. Aunt Zhang, my mother is abroad. Please look after me, and she will certainly resolve your son's issue within a month. My mother expressed a desire for you to assist in procuring more food, as I am not skilled in cooking and would prefer only prepared meals. Additionally, several homeowners who previously criticized Zhang Shuqin have opted to apologize out of fear of not receiving supplies. Sister Zhang, my husband acted impulsively just now, speaking nonsensically in the group. He is not in his right mind, so please do not take it to heart. The sum of 2,000 yuan is intended as compensation for your mental distress, and I implore you to accept it. Furthermore, I would appreciate your continued guidance regarding the distribution of supplies. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuqin was not idle. Besides collecting red envelopes, she proactively contacted Professor Zhang from a prestigious university, the affluent Lin Chao, Wang Jie from the Human Resources Department of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and Dodo's homeroom teacher, promising them additional supplies. At this moment, some powerless homeowners began to protest, aware that Zhang Shuqin would likely manipulate the situation. They threatened her in the group, declaring that if they were denied supplies, they would follow Luo Fei's example and vandalize her home, even resorting to arson. Others suggested burning the supplies altogether, ensuring that no one would benefit. With only an hour remaining until the airdrop of supplies, the homeowner group was in disarray. Many vehemently condemned these barbaric proposals. These dissenters maintained cordial relations with Zhang Shuqin and were confident of receiving their allocated supplies. They staunchly opposed the radical homeowners, fearing that if the supplies were indeed destroyed, no one would survive the aftermath. Zhang Shuqin, however, was unperturbed by the threats from those radical homeowners. She had extensive connections and backing, and anyone daring to oppose her would face consequences. With haughty arrogance, she declared in the group, I have been entrusted by the street office to distribute supplies. Anyone who dares to confront me is opposing the government and the people. The law will surely punish such individuals. I advise those with extreme views not to challenge the judiciary, for it will not end well for you. Zhang Shuqin assured everyone that all homeowners of good character, emphasizing good character, would receive supplies. Those who sought to intimidate her would do well to restrain themselves. Supplies are precious and scarce, and not everyone is entitled to partake. Upon her utterance, the group indeed fell silent, and the most vocal dissenters ceased their clamoring, leaving only those who supported Zhang Shuqin or sought to curry favor with her for supplies. Zhang Shuqin smirked triumphantly, knowing that those lower-class individuals were mere paper tigers, loud but devoid of substance, incapable of anything beyond their futile noise. In her mind, she was the true orchestrator of the community. However, unbeknownst to her, A current of discontent was flowing beneath the surface of this calm facade. Su Yin was currently selecting delicacies within her expansive space. Her domain was immense, encompassing 60,000 cubic meters, nearly brimming with a plethora of provisions. She meandered between rows of towering food shelves, each reaching 10 meters in height. Zero conjured a hovering electronic screen for her, meticulously categorizing all the resources within the space. Today, let's indulge in a 9-section spicy hot pot. Soudain declared. Zero cheered in enthusiastic agreement, having longed to experience the renowned taste of human hot pot. She selected her favorite ingredients: potato slices, seaweed, aged tofu, deboned chicken feet, lamb rolls, squid tentacles, beef slices, braised intestines, and large shrimp. And let us add a glass of ice soy milk, an icy cola, and a bowl of osmanthus-flavored jelly. Su Yin cast her WeChat screen onto the restaurant's television, indulging in a delightful hot pot while observing the lively chatter in the group chat. The government is distributing supplies tonight? She couldn't care less. However, her serene existence was abruptly interrupted when Bai Shui added her to a group comprised of a mere 20 individuals, owners ostracized by Zheng Shuqin, including Bai Shui's boyfriend, Luo Fei. Luo Fei declared, "Have we all come to terms with reality? The Zheng family will not allocate supplies to us." Some in this group have criticized her, while others have faced her overt and covert exclusion. I have even vandalized her property. She certainly won't spare a single resource for Bai Shui. Chun Hao from Building 40 chimed in. That wretched woman. My air conditioner has been broken for ages, and despite sending her several messages, she has completely ignored me, clearly bullying us. Tonight's supply distribution supposedly includes refrigerants, and I will do whatever it takes to acquire some. It is our family's last hope of survival. Wang Bin from Building 33 added, "If anyone harbors hatred, it is I who despises the Zheng family the most. As a barbecue vendor, I've encountered her several times. Each time, I greeted her warmly and offered her skewers, only to discover later that she discarded them in the trash. She has shown such disdain. I cursed her, calling her a vile woman." Chapter 71. The plan to seize supplies. These owners, long suffering under Zheng Shuqin's oppressive rule, finally found a collective voice. The enduring invisible pressure and discrimination had fostered a sense of shared plight, prompting them to unleash their grievances against Zheng Shuqin in the chat. Once their frustrations had been sufficiently aired, Luo Fei asserted, "It is now 6 o'clock. The supplies will arrive in an hour. We must focus on our objective. I propose that if we wish to obtain the supplies, we cannot remain passive. We must act before Zheng Shuqin does." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. 3 seconds later, fervent support for the proposal erupted. "I wholeheartedly agree. These supplies are meant for the people. It is not for her to dictate." "I concur. The Zheng family has gone too far, wielding their influence to tyrannize our community and attempting to withhold what rightfully belongs to us. This time, we shall not yield to her. What strategy can we employ to secure the supplies before the Zheng family?" Su Yin savored the hot pot while observing the discussions within the group. She found little interest in the supplies provided by the government. Rather, her curiosity lay in how these individuals would confront Zheng Shuqin. To her surprise, Luo Fei displayed considerable audacity, though she remained uncertain whether he possessed the capability to see this endeavor through. The Yaguang Biyuan community sprawled over dozens of acres, vast and expansive. For Luo Fei to commandeer the supplies from Zheng Shuqin, he must ascertain in advance the precise location where the aircraft would drop the goods. Regarding this matter, the group members shared their diverse opinions. "I surmise they will release the supplies at the community entrance, enlisting the security personnel to assist Zheng in transporting them, subsequently notifying everyone to collect their share from the property management office. No, the aircraft is not solely delivering supplies to our community. It will surely follow a predetermined route, dropping the goods directly over whichever community it passes above before departing. I too believe it will be a haphazard drop, leaving the community's security to gather the supplies. However, speaking of security, why does it seem as though the guards in our community have vanished one by one?" As various speculations circulated, Luo Fei remained silent. Despite his modest educational background, he possessed a remarkably agile mind, and, synthesizing the group's conjectures, devised a plan to seize the supplies. Yet, he refrained from immediately revealing his strategy. Instead, he convened a video conference, inviting the most vocal and vehement individuals harboring animosity towards Zhang Shuqin. Among them was Su Yan, who, despite her silence in the small group, had previously aided by Shui and Luo Fei and publicly humiliated Zhang Shuqin in the larger group, earning Luo Fei's implicit trust. The video conference room comprised around 10 participants, both male and female, with all but Su Yan having their cameras activated. Su Yan was reluctant to turn on her camera. Firstly, she was at home, enjoying the air conditioning and indulging in hot pot, a scene she preferred to keep private, for it would undoubtedly incite envy. Secondly, she maintained a somewhat detached attitude towards the matter of resource acquisition. Although Luo Fei regarded her as one of his own, she had little desire to engage with him and his circle. In the conference room, Luo Fei smiled shyly and addressed the gathering. "Hello, neighbors. I am Luo Fei, residing in Building 76. I am not originally from this community. By sheer coincidence, during this extraordinary time of disaster, I find myself trapped here with my girlfriend, Bai Shui. I hold deep affection for her and cannot bear to see her suffer. I am a man who despises wickedness, and should I encounter a vile woman like Zhang Shuqin, I would not let her escape unscathed." Luo Fei, a man devoid of formal education, yet rich in genuine character, was 32 years old and engaged in a relationship with Bai Shui, who was a senior. Bai Shui, a divorced mother, had a daughter, and Luo Fei embraced her child as his own. Thus, when Bai Shui's daughter tragically succumbed to pneumonia at her grandmother's house, he shared in her grief. Bai Shui lost her will to live, and Luo Fei contemplated accompanying her in despair. However, being a Scorpio, he held grudges, and before contemplating death, he intended to drag Zhang Shuqin down with him. He recounted his and Bai Shui's plight to the group, who responded with sympathy and admiration, recognizing him as a true man. His audacity, exemplified by shattering Zhang Shuqin's window and injuring her eye, was met with respect. "Well done, my friend. Why not take the lead? We will follow your counsel on how to acquire these resources." The room resounded with support for Luo Fei, with everyone except Su Yan expressing their agreement for him to take charge. This was precisely what Luo Fei desired. He proposed, "Great. Since you all trust me, I shall lead the charge for resource acquisition. To begin, let us introduce ourselves to familiarize one another. From this moment, we, the victims of Zhang Shuqin, are all in the same boat." Thus, each person introduced themselves, and when it was Su Yan's turn, she simply stated, "I am Su Yan from Building 27. I am petite and may not be of much help, but I can offer my moral support. Additionally, I concur with the decision to have Luo Fei as our leader." In a fleeting moment, Su Yan entertained the thought of lending her pickup truck to Luo Fei for transporting supplies. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. She was reluctant to disclose her resources to anyone. This instinct stemmed from human nature and the lessons learned from her past experiences. Luo Fei held a sense of gratitude towards Su Yan. Her non-involvement in the current operation and refusal to provide tools did not alter his perception of her. On the contrary, her affirmation of support for him as a leader resonated deeply with him. He began to present his plan. "I have devised a plan that ensures every household in our group will receive supplies, and at least 2 portions each," Luo Fei announced. Upon hearing that each family could receive a minimum of 2 packages, the attendees in the conference room exhibited expressions of hopeful anticipation, holding their breaths as they attentively listened to Luo Fei's strategy. Chapter 72. The action commences. Luo Fei continued to ascertain the drop-off location of the supplies. "The solution is simple. We merely need to follow Zhang Shuqin, as she will undoubtedly arrive at the drop site ahead of time." His suggestion illuminated the faces of the crowd with a look of realization. They had been engaged in animated discussions in their smaller group, speculating and pondering, yet this straightforward notion had eluded them. Indeed, Luo Fei proved to be quite astute, further solidifying their trust in him. At that moment, Su Yan, who was busy preparing a hot pot, could not help but nod in agreement. It seemed that Luo Fei was a person of intellect. She continued to listen intently. Luo Fei elaborated. "There are over 80 households in this community, and each will receive a supply package weighing at least 5 kilograms. That amounts to a total of 400 kilograms. It is implausible for Zhang Shuqin to carry such heavy packages alone. She will certainly seek assistance. Therefore, we have 2 tasks. First, we must follow Zhang Shuqin to identify the drop-off location, and second, we need to act swiftly to seize the supplies before her team can collect them. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Luo Fei's analysis. Indeed, after receiving notification from higher authorities, Zhang Shuqin had promptly contacted several homeowners with whom she had close ties, enlisting the men in their households to assist her. Zhang Shuqin would direct the operation while the men helped transport the supply packages to her residence. At this juncture, someone interjected, "Brother Fei, it's already 6:30. We have only half an hour until the supplies arrive. You need to assign roles. Who will track them? Who will incapacitate their team? Who will collect the supplies?" The group nodded in agreement, realizing that time was of the essence. They needed to conclude the meeting and disperse to commence their actions swiftly, as any delay could complicate matters. Luo Fei produced a notebook, revealing a rudimentary map of the community. "I have already outlined the personnel assignments. Xiao Jia from Building 19. You live next to Zhang Shuqin. You will monitor her movements. Follow her as soon as she steps outside. Do you have a vehicle?" Entrusted with a significant responsibility, Young Jia nodded earnestly. "Not only do I possess a vehicle, but I also have a telescope at home. I am quite familiar with the roads of our community. Rest assured, Fei Ge, I am more than capable of executing the task of surveillance." The residence that Jia occupied was compensation awarded to him. 5 years prior, his parents fell victim to a reckless driver under the influence, and the offender, lacking the means to provide monetary reparation, settled the debt by transferring ownership of a property in Yaguangbin to Jia, situated right next to Zhang Shuqin's home in Building 19. When Jia first moved in, he was bewildered by various matters such as property fees and utilities. At only 18 years of age, he approached Zhang Shuqin, having heard she was the community's representative, for guidance. However, she regarded him with disdain, dismissing him with instructions to consult the property management instead. Over the years, Jia endured numerous condescending glances and discrimination from Zhang Shuqin, accumulating a reservoir of suppressed anger. Now, he finally had an opportunity for retribution and was determined to deliver an exemplary performance. Luo Fei continued, Ma Jinggang from Building 7, Wang Bin from Building 33, Brother Wu from Building 11, Su Baozi from Building 14, and Tang Shuai from Building 53, you 5 are tasked with intercepting the assistance Zhang Shuqin has summoned. It will be prudent to carry some rope with you to restrain them if necessary. The 5 responded gravely, understood, Fei Ge. The remaining trio, Xiao Peng, Gao Tian, and Uncle Zhu, were instructed to join Luo Fei in transporting supplies to the vehicle, given their considerable strength. Lastly, Luo Fei made arrangements for those whose names had not been mentioned. At this moment, Su Yin had finished her hot pot meal, feeling quite satiated. 2 robotic maids approached to clear the remnants from the dining table, while Su Yin leisurely made her way to the basement. She was curious to observe how Luo Fei and his group would proceed with the acquisition of supplies. Su Yan's surveillance network sprawls across the entire Yaguang villa, making it exceedingly simple to track Zhang Shuqin. She is even capable of discerning the precise locations where transport aircraft drop supplies. However, Su Yin remains discreet about the resources at her disposal. Indeed, she harbors a desire to witness Zhang Shuqin being dealt with. Yet even if Luo Fei and his companions were to fail, she would not feel a twinge of regret. To Su Yin, observing the struggle between the 2 parties is merely a form of amusement. She reclines in her ergonomic chair and glances at the time displayed on the screen. It is now a little past 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Yin first observed the residence of Zhang Shuqin. The garage was already ajar, and a blue sedan was gradually emerging from within. Su Yin magnified the image and observed through the windshield that the driver was a fair-skinned young man, while in the passenger seat sat the one-eyed Zhang Shuqin. Who that man was remained a mystery to Su Yin. Yet he was certain that Zhang Shuqin had indeed enlisted some assistance. With her head bowed, Zhang Shuqin was busy sending messages to the homeowners group. Dear family, the aircraft delivering supplies is nearly here. Our homeowners committee will coordinate the distribution of the materials, so please refrain from going outside. The temperature outside is 74 degrees, and venturing out could be perilous. Soon, you will see the supplies. Please be patient. How wonderful! After waiting with bated breath, the supplies have finally arrived. Sister Zeng is formidable. Sister Zeng, if you need assistance, just say the word. Your little brother will be at your service. Sister Zeng, thank you for your hard work. And to the other committee members, we are grateful for your efforts. Just as Zeng Shuqin's vehicle passed the entrance of Building 19, Xiao Jia's car quietly departed for the garage as well. He trailed Zeng Shuqin's vehicle from a distance of 30 meters. With his left hand gripping the steering wheel and his right hand pressing the voice button on his phone, he reported the tracking progress to a WeChat group called Flying Tigers. The one surnamed Zeng has left. The car is heading east, and I am following closely behind. This group had been established by Luo Fei after the conclusion of a secret meeting, consisting solely of those participating in the material acquisition that evening. At this moment, Luo Fei sat in a private vehicle alongside his helpers, Xiao Peng, Gao Tian, and Uncle Zhu. Meanwhile, Ma Jinggang, Wang Bin, and others were in their respective cars, gradually approaching Zeng Shuqin's location. Chapter 73. The battle for supplies. As dusk fell, the streetlights in the community gradually illuminated the surroundings. Xiao Jia quietly trailed behind Zeng Shuqin, stopping intermittently as they advanced another 100 meters. Zeng Shuqin's vehicle came to a halt at the intersection of the community's main road. Xiao Jia dared not draw too close. He used binoculars to observe that two pickup trucks were converging from different directions. It seemed that this intersection was indeed the designated location for the supply drop. Just as Xiao Jia pressed the voice button on WeChat to report this situation to the Flying Tigers group, a sudden and tremendous crash erupted ahead. Zeng Shuqin's car had been struck. Xiao Jia quickly adjusted the focus of his binoculars and witnessed the front of Zeng Shuqin's blue sedan being dented by a black vehicle. Immediately, two security patrol cars surged from behind the black vehicle, and four burly men emerged, rushing towards the blue sedan to forcibly pull Zeng Shuqin and the driver out. Due to the distance, Xiao Jia could not discern what the group was saying, but he recognized that the four imposing men were indeed the security personnel of the community. The individual being dragged out alongside Zeng Shuqin was none other than Lin Chao, the affluent second-generation heir for Building 35. Both Zeng Shuqin and Lin Chao were forcibly subdued with their hands bound behind their backs, pressed to kneel on the ground. Immediately after, two tall men emerged from the black sedan, brandishing rubber batons, directing them toward the two pickup trucks. Although their shouts were indecipherable, it was evident that the occupants of the trucks were paralyzed with fear, remaining utterly motionless inside. Little Jia, having never witnessed such a scene, felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He soon recognized that the men wielding the batons were none other than property manager Zhao Peng and security team leader Li Fugue. Fei Ge. The security team has arrived. They have subdued Zeng Shuqin, someone relayed. Upon receiving this news, Luo Fei and his companions fell into a moment of silence. Ever since the oppressive heat wave began, the property staff had vanished from the owners group, and their presence had become a rarity in the community. Previously, speculation had run rampant about whether the property staff had fled, as they too had families and no reason to remain at their posts during such perilous times. To everyone's astonishment, they had suddenly reappeared. Luo Fei furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhao Peng and his associates were clearly aligned with his own thoughts. They were also in the midst of commandeering resources. Without hesitation, Luo Fei proclaimed in the group chat, "There is a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. Since the security team has already subdued Zeng Shuqin and her associates, we shall seize the resources from them. Let us proceed according to our original plan. Additionally, dealing with the security team will not be as simple as confronting Zeng Shuqin. Everyone, ensure you are adequately armed. Understood. Fei Ye. The members of the Flying Tiger team were instantly invigorated, ready to engage fiercely with the security team. This would be a battle for survival, and victory was imperative. Luo Fei inquired of Little Jia, "How many of them are there?" To obtain real-time updates from the front line, Luo Fei requested that Little Jia initiate a video call. At that moment, it was already past 7:10. Yet the skies above Yaguang community remained devoid of any sound indicating the arrival of aircraft. Luo Fei and his companions closely monitored the situation concerning Zhang Shuqin, observing as she and Lin Chao were commanded to place their hands behind their heads and crouch on the ground. The scorching surface made it unbearable, forcing them to alternately lift one foot and then the other in a futile attempt to alleviate their discomfort. Witnessing Zhang Shuqin's plight brought amusement to the others. Today is indeed a turning point for the Zhang family. That property lad is performing admirably. Suyin sat in the cool surveillance room, savoring sun glory grapes while gazing at the monitoring screen of the intersection. Zhang Shuqin and Lin Chao were forced to squat on the ground, tormented by the heat rising from the pavement. Zhang Shuqin placed her left foot on the ground, her right foot suspended, gritting her teeth as she cursed Zhao Peng. As the property manager of this community, you vanish when needed, yet you emerge to seize supplies. Do you even realize this is a criminal offense? Just wait. I will certainly report you to the higher-ups. You'll be eating prison food. After saying this, she lowered her right foot, allowing her left foot to hang in the air. Zhao Peng scoffed, slapping her across the face with a disdainful yet fierce tone. Let's talk. Were you discussing laws for a time like this? I've done my homework. This batch of supplies is exclusively for homeowners. What makes you think we, the property staff, are not entitled? I will take it. I will seize it. In recent days, the group survived on instant noodles and 2 barrels of purified water. During their most desperate moments, they even scavenged dead rats from the roadside to stave off hunger. Until this afternoon, Zhao Peng learned from an acquaintance at a neighborhood office that the government was set to distribute supplies to Yaguang Biyuan. The good news, the community would receive supplies. The bad news, only homeowners could collect them. This infuriated Zhao Peng. Were homeowners human while they, the workers serving them, were not? After some deliberation, the group decided to take matters into their own hands and seize the supplies for themselves. However, Zhao Peng and his companions were unaware of where the supplies would be dropped, so they drove slowly around the community, awaiting the appearance of the supply aircraft. Just then, they spotted Zhang Shuqin's vehicle at the intersection. A moment's analysis revealed to Zhao Peng that Zhang Shuqin had come to collect the supplies. So all they needed to do was subdue her group, and the supplies would belong to their security team. The extreme heat caused Lin Chao to sweat profusely, with the most moisture accumulating in his pants, creating a puddle. As a super-rich second-generation heir, Lin Chao had never experienced such humiliation. Li Fugui glanced at Zhao Peng, uncertain. Lin Chao was not as detestable as Zhang Shuqin. Rather, as an ordinary wealthy individual, Li Fugui secretly envied him. Nevertheless, Zhao Peng ignored Lin Chao's presence and turned to Zhang Shuqin, demanding sternly, Zhang Shuqin, it's already past 7. Why haven't the supplies arrived? Chapter 74. The supplies finally arrive. Zhang Shuqin lifted her head and shot him a glare. How should I know? There are arrangements beyond my control. It's not your place to inquire. Her gaze reminded Zhao Peng of his usual dealings with her, prompting him to slap her again. Zhang Shuqin had always looked down on the property staff, perceiving them as inferior service workers. The more polite they were to her, the more she regarded them as beneath her. Consequently, not a single individual from the property management company harbored any fondness for Zhang Shuqin, particularly Zhao Peng, who harbored an intense disdain for women who looked down upon him. In his fury, Zhao Peng brandished a rubber baton affixed to his waist and struck Zhang Shuqin with it, exclaiming, "You wretched woman, I shall end your life. This will teach you to regard others with contempt." The blow rendered Zhang Shuqin unconscious. Lin Chao, nearby, was once again so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Before Lin Chao could utter a word, Zhao Peng delivered a swift kick. So what if you're wealthy? What good is your wealth now? Behave yourself. Although Lin Chao did not openly display the same contempt for the lower classes as Zhang Shuqin, he nonetheless looked down upon the impoverished, a sentiment Zhao Peng was all too familiar with. Thus, he harbored equal animosity towards Lin Chao and remained impervious to his pleas. Lin Chao collapsed to the ground, sobbing pitifully. The scorching surface was unbearable, forcing him to spring back up almost instantly. The security guards, clad in heat-resistant work boots, stood resolutely on the ground, able to endure the searing heat. By now, darkness enveloped the sky, shielding individuals from the sun's harsh rays, allowing them to withstand the heat emanating from the Earth's crust for a limited time with appropriate protection. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, prompting Zhao Peng and his companions to look up. A luminous aircraft was approaching the Yaguang Bun. Boss, the supply plane is arriving. Li Fugui, standing beside Zhao Peng, exclaimed with joy. Zhao Peng focused intently and confirmed that it was indeed an aircraft. Finally, the supplies were on their way. He glanced at two nearby pickup trucks, perfect for transporting the goods. Yes, boss. Li Fugui hoisted the unconscious Zhang Shuqin and unceremoniously tossed her into her private vehicle before shutting the door. The other 4 security guards flung open the doors of the pickup trucks and shouted, "Get out," as they roughly dragged the men inside out. These 4 men had been specifically recruited by Zhang Shuqin to assist in moving the supplies and had maintained close ties with her. Upon witnessing her assault, they dared not utter a word. The tides had truly turned. Once, the property staff had shown utmost deference to the owners, but now they resorted to violence and insults. It was hard to argue that this was not a form of retaliatory abuse. The 4 men trembled as they descended from the vehicle. The moment their feet touched the scorching pavement, they cried out in agony. "Oh my goodness, it's so hot." Stammt Azida, the security guard barked, brandishing a rubber baton against their lower backs. The 4 men were no match for the security guards in stature, compelled to comply, resembling monkeys infested with fleas as they jumped and scurried to the base of a wall. Lin Chao was likewise shoved towards them by one of the guards, aligning him in a row with the others. The roar of the aircraft grew increasingly thunderous as it circled above the intersection, preparing to drop the supplies. Zhao Peng shouted fiercely at his subordinates. "Chun, Xiaohu, you 2 are responsible for guarding them. Anyone who dares to make a move will be struck down with a baton. The rest of you, prepare to receive the supplies." "Understood, boss." The security guards responded, each assuming their respective roles. Zhao Peng and 3 of his men tilted their heads skyward, fixated on the military transport helicopter above them. It descended slowly, while crew members on board lowered 2 enormous supply packages with ropes. The helicopter's propellers created a formidable gust of wind, which stirred up dust from the ground, causing Zhao Peng and Lin Chao to squint against the bluster. "Boss, the packages are coming down," Li Fugui exclaimed excitedly, leaning close to Zhao Peng's ear. They had endured days of hunger, and with no food left, they were on the verge of breaking into the homeowners' residences to steal. "As soon as the packages hit the ground, let us load them onto the pickup truck," Zhao Peng shouted back. Okay. Li Fugui signaled with an okay gesture. Suspended by a thick rope, the supply packages were lowered steadily, swaying as the helicopter hovered. Zhao Peng and his men darted back and forth, anxiously tracking the packages' descent, eager to catch them as soon as they landed. At a height of 20 meters, the ropes detached from the helicopter. Thud! Thud! The pleasing sound of the packages striking the ground echoed twice, landing just 3 meters away in a greenbelt. The packages were larger than they had imagined, roughly the size of a 6-seater minivan. "Boss, the supplies have arrived," Li Fugui shouted in elation. Zhao Peng, who had maintained a stern expression, finally broke into a rare smile. "Let us move them to the pickup. Call to Chun and Xiaohu over." "All right, boss." Li Fugui turned and hollered to Chun. "Xiaohu, come help." The noise of the helicopter's propellers drowned out his voice. Clearly, Chun and Xiaohu did not hear him, prompting Li Fugui to sprint toward the corner to find them. To prevent Lin Chao and the others from rushing in to snatch the supplies, Li Fugui, along with Chun and Xiaohu, removed Lin Chao's shoes, rendering him unable to walk normally. He could only hop awkwardly from foot to foot. "Fugui, where are the bosses?" Lin Chao asked. "They're moving the supplies. Come on, let us go help." Li Fugui assumed that Zhao Peng and the others were obscured by the massive packages, and he hurried over to assist. However, just as he approached, darkness enveloped him as a black garbage bag fell from above and covered his head. Who the hell is attacking me? Li Dage. Get off me. Li Fugui Shota, attempting to claw at the bag with his fingers. Unexpectedly, someone nearby seized his hands tightly twisting them behind his back and binding them with rope before he could react. "Be still, or I'll end you." A fierce voice resonated in his ear, accompanied by the cold steel of a dagger pressing against his waist. Li Fugui dared not utter a word, his heart racing with trepidation, compounded by the sweltering heat that rendered his clothes drenched in sweat. Coincidentally, Dachuan and Xiaohu were similarly ensnared by the same tactics. "Move forward," barked their captor, and the trio was shoved toward an uncertain destination. "Stop! Stand still!" came a low growl from behind. Though Li Fugui could not see, he discerned from the cacophony of footsteps and commands that, aside from the three of them, there were others held captive beneath this wall. Dachuan gasped, struggling for breath as plastic bags sealed his nostrils. "I can't breathe," he cried out. "Lower your voice. What are you shouting for? Damn it, you're asking for trouble." A voice behind them hissed, followed by a kick that sent Dachuan crashing to his knees. Soon after, the hands and feet of Li Fugui and his companions were bound together with rope, a clear indication that their captors intended to thwart any attempts at escape. "Now, we'll free your heads, but no one is allowed to speak. Did you hear? Anyone who dares to utter a word will face dire consequences." Li Fugui kursha silanli, realizing that, without a doubt, this group was after supplies. Initially, they believed that ambushing Zheng Shuqin's faction would suffice. Little did they know that they themselves had become targets. Had they anticipated this predicament, their security team would have lain in wait, ready to spring into action once this group attacked Zheng Shuqin. The man behind them continued his tirade, when suddenly, Li Fugui felt the voice bore an unsettling familiarity. The black plastic bags were finally removed from their heads, allowing the three to gasp for the stifling air. Once they regained their breath, Li Fugui turned to his sides, discovering Dachuan and Xiaohu on his right, and, to his astonishment, Zhao Peng and two other security brothers on his left. "Boss!" Li Fugui exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Peng's nose bled, and a gash marred the corner of his eye, indicating a recent altercation. "I told you not to make a sound. Do you dare disregard my orders?" Li Fugui found the voice strikingly familiar, ignoring the pain in his knee as he turned to look behind him. It was Wang Bin from Building 33. "Wang Bin? You?" Li Fugui was taken aback. Wang Bin, the barbecue vendor, operated his stall a mere 300 meters from Yaguan community, where Li Fugui was a frequent patron, often receiving complimentary beers from him. Wang Bin coldly replied, "I'm sorry, brother, but I've joined their ranks and must adhere to their directives. We're all just trying to survive. Don't hold it against me." Li Fugui clenched his teeth and pressed. "Who is the leader?" Wang Bin grasped the collar of his shirt and pulled him closer, saying, "That's not your concern. Now, get up and stand properly." Li Fugui believed that he held no animosity towards Wang Bin. Even if they belonged to opposing factions, Wang should not resort to violence against him. Consequently, he felt considerable dissatisfaction with Wang Bin's attitude of turning a blind eye. "Damn it, you hurt me. Can you be a bit gentler?" Li Fugui shouta vaminli. Wang Bin retaliated with a slap to Li Fugui's face, lowering his voice to curse. "I told you not to shout. Can't you listen? Don't think I won't deal with you." With no path for retreat, Wang Bin's sole hope rested on successfully completing the resource raid alongside Luo Fei. Should the mission fail, or if Luo Fei were to lose faith in him, he would certainly forfeit any share of the provisions. As a barbecue vendor, his household freezer had once been stocked with a bountiful supply of frozen goods, both vegetarian and meat. Whenever hunger struck, he could simply grill the ingredients on the floor outside, ensuring a delectable meal for his family that could last for months. The irony lay in the fact that just a day prior to the apocalypse, he had transferred his barbecue stall, along with the frozen inventory and the large freezer, to the buyer. Thus, in order to secure a portion of the supplies, he could not afford to show leniency to anyone, even to Li Fugui, who had often supported his business. After receiving another slap from Wang Bin, Li Fugui's anger intensified, and he screamed that he would kill Wang Bin. At that moment, Zhao Peng, standing beside him, roared in a deep voice, "Li Fugui, don't be reckless, stand down." Taken aback, Li Fugui asked, "Boss, they are robbing us of our hard-earned results. Must we simply surrender?" Zhao Peng leaned closer to Li Fugui's ear and said, "Hold on, I have my own plans." The thought of the many resources within the package filled them with excitement. However, The parcel was exceedingly large, comparable in size to a six-wheeled van, weighing around 500 to 600 pounds. Luo Fei nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Does anyone have a cart? The others present shook their heads. Before venturing out, each had taken measures to insulate themselves from the heat. Some tied ice packs to their shoes, others plastered fever-reducing patches on their chests and backs, while a few soaked their clothes to allow evaporation to cool their bodies. Nevertheless, none of these methods could sustain them outdoors for long. After some contemplation, they concluded that this was the only viable option. All right, Brother Fei, we will proceed as you suggest. Meanwhile, Su Yin observed everything unfolding at the intersection of the community from her vantage point. Sitting before the monitoring screen, she sighed. Had she intervened with her spatial abilities, she could have resolved the logistics of resource transportation in a mere second. Fortunately, she had stockpiled supplies sufficient for a decade. Otherwise, she might have been the one struggling to engage in robbery outside. At present, Zhang Shuqin has been rendered unconscious, and the security team has been completely overwhelmed. Although Luo Fei and his group have managed to seize supplies, they are now confronted with the dilemma of transportation. However, this is not the most challenging issue they face. The most pressing problem is that the other residents of the community have already discovered the theft of the supplies, and the residents' group chat has erupted in outrage. Chapter 76. The residents strike back. Luo Fei is trapped. Is there still any rule of law under heaven? Look, this is the aid supplied by the government, which Sister Zhang attempted to collect, only to be robbed by individuals with ulterior motives. Attached are 5 photographs. I witnessed it myself, right outside my building. They even assaulted people, which was truly terrifying. We didn't dare to turn on the lights, hiding behind the curtains to watch secretly. It seems Sister Zhang has been knocked unconscious. I saw a man pick her up and throw her into a car. Attached are 3 unclear photographs. Old Song recognized his family's car from the images. The front had already been damaged, causing him to panic. So where are supplies now? Have they already been taken by the criminals? The group chat was filled with fury, akin to a rallying cry, with everyone eager to take up arms and confront the enemy. Su Yin observed through the surveillance screen as the homeowners emerged one by one from their garages, hastening toward the intersection. In contrast, Luo Fei and his companions were still preoccupied with figuring out where to cut the outer packaging of the parcels, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the homeowners were already on the move. How intriguing, Su Yin chuckled to herself. 2 groups had already been thwarted in pursuit of these 2 packages, and she was eager to discover whether it would be Luo Fei or the homeowners who ultimately prevailed. At that moment, Luo Fei and his associates were frantically attempting to slice open the thick outer layers of the parcels with a short knife. To prevent the contents from being damaged during delivery, the logistics department had wrapped them in 3 robust layers, with the outermost layer crafted from a special material. After considerable effort, they had finally managed to create a small opening. Now, everyone was aware that the homeowners had set out to seize the supplies. Yet Luo Fei and his group remained oblivious, fully absorbed in their task, completely missing the alerts sent by their respective family members. Only Xiao Jia, who was stationed as a lookout, noticed the unusual activity through his binoculars. He hurried over to Luo Fei and exclaimed, "Brother Fei, this is bad. I just saw several homeowners driving out from their homes, heading our way." Luo Fei exchanged glances with his comrades, and they swiftly grasped the situation. One of them remarked, "They must be coming to seize the supplies. Brother Fei, what shall we do now?" A vehicle approached from the south along the main road, its headlights glaring directly at Luo Fei and his companions, while the driver honked the horn. Soon after, another car appeared from the west, also sounding its horn. Then, a third vehicle emerged from the north, entering the intersection and blaring its horn. At that moment, an array of private cars converged from all directions, inspired by the actions of these 3 vehicles, and soon the cacophony of honking resonated throughout the entire community, loud enough to shake the very foundations of the buildings. Damn it, they arrived so quickly. Luo Fei cursed through clenched teeth. Instantly, some began to waver. "Brother Fei, more and more cars are coming. Shouldn't we retreat for now?" "Retreat? What about the supplies we fought so hard to obtain? Are we just going to hand them over?" Another protested, his face flushed with indignation. "What's there to fear? We can fight back. After all, if we fail to seize the supplies, We face a dead end anyway. We might as well take our chances. Xiao Jiao once again scanned the surroundings with his binoculars, his voice trembling. There are so many of them. They've surrounded us. We definitely can't win. Brother Fei, let us retreat before it's too late. Uncle Zhu slapped him on the back of the head, exasperated. What are you afraid of? So what if they're numerous? We can always use those at the base of the wall as hostages. Let us see if they dare to make a move. After deep contemplation, Luo Fei made a decisive resolution. No, we cannot retreat. The next time the government delivers supplies remains uncertain. Do any of you wish to starve? The crowd shook their heads. Luo Fei, with an unwavering expression, declared, I have promised that each of you will receive at least 2 portions of supplies. What I, Luo Fei, say, I will accomplish. Xiao Jia, Xiao Peng, assist Wang Bin and the others in capturing Zheng Shuqin and her companions as hostages. Uncle Zhu, Brother Wu, and the rest of you, secure the packages to the back of the vehicle, 1 package per vehicle. Xiao Jia, use the binoculars to determine which direction has the fewest vehicles. Luo Fei nodded, and they dispersed, each to fulfill their task. Remember, we will break through the encirclement. His words, coupled with his steadfast resolve, instilled immense confidence in the Flying Tiger team. Faced with the certainty of either starving or being killed, retreat held no meaning. Only a daring struggle could grasp the tail of hope. The group scattered, executing Luo Fei's orders, while he alone ventured to the center of the intersection, surveying the scene with fearless eyes. The thunderous blaring of horns abruptly ceased. The first vehicle from the south was merely 10 meters away when a middle-aged man emerged, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Luo Fei, brandishing a gleaming kitchen knife. Which building are you from? By what right do you seize? Everyone has supplies. From the first vehicle to the north, another man emerged, also wielding a kitchen knife. He shouted at Luo Fei, Are you the one named Luo something? You're the one who smashed Zheng Shuqin's house, aren't you? And now you're stealing our supplies. Are you a thug or a bandit? Return our supplies at once, or each of us will take a turn to stab you, and you'll die a painful death. Chapter 77. Surrounded by enemies, this man was somewhat cleverer than the last. Instead of standing firmly on the ground, he braced himself against the car door frame, 1 foot inside the vehicle and the other dangling outside. Luo Fei fixed his sharp gaze on the crowd of hostile homeowners and proclaimed loudly, A true man does not change his name or alter his surname. Indeed, I am Luo Fei. I was the one who smashed Zheng Shuqin's window. She deserved it. As for these supplies, they are mine to seize today. If I do not, I and over 20 households will be left to starve. The men of the Flying Tiger team, hearing Luo Fei's candid admission, respected him as a true man and were further emboldened to follow him in the pursuit of supplies. However, to the homeowners, Luo Fei's words sounded like nonsense and provocation. The homeowner from the first vehicle to the north spat on the ground. Bah, if you know that failing to obtain supplies will lead to starvation, why do you still steal from us? If you take them, won't we starve? Other homeowners began to poke their heads out of the vehicle windows in agreement. Exactly. If you fear death, do you think we do not? Such audacity. To steal from others and still feel justified. I heard from Sister Zheng that you are not even a resident of our community. What gives you the right to touch our supplies? Are you planning to smuggle these goods for resale? He glanced toward Wang Bin, Xiao Jia, and the others, then shifted his gaze toward Uncle Zhu and the rest, surveying the 4 corners of the intersection, his mind racing to devise a means of escape from this looming ambush. At that moment, a resident recognized Uncle Zhu, who was tying up a package. Uncle Zhu, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home, waiting for your supplies, instead of mingling with this fellow? Come over here. The 60-year-old Uncle Zhu felt a flush of embarrassment. Casting a glance at Luo Fei, and with a sense of righteousness, he replied to the man, I know Zheng Shuqin won't distribute supplies to me. I am fully aware that my only hope lies in following Brother Fei. Uncle Zhu, a simple rural man with little education, had raised an exceptionally talented son. After spending a decade establishing himself in the bustling city and purchasing a villa, he brought Uncle Zhu to live with him. However, desiring greater success, his son had pursued further studies abroad and ultimately settled there, leaving Uncle Zhu alone in the country. Zheng Shuqin held a particular disdain for country folk. Every time the earnest Uncle Zhu encountered her in the community and greeted her, she would turn her nose up at him. What infuriated Uncle Zhu most was her gossiping about his son, calling him an ingrate for enjoying life abroad while abandoning his father. This led to a fierce argument between them, with both parties hurling hurtful insults. Since then, Uncle Zhu's electrical supply and water meter had mysteriously malfunctioned, and the community's trash bins were surreptitiously placed at his doorstep. He understood that Zhang Shuqin was targeting him. Thus, he was acutely aware that even if he were to perish before her, she would never share supplies with him. The man, exasperated, stamped his foot. Even if Zhang Shuqin refuses to share, you cannot make an enemy of the entire community. You could get killed. Hurry over here. Uncle Zhu noticed the implements in the hands of the other residents. It was clear that today, as confrontation would not conclude without some bloodshed. He nervously swallowed, glanced at Luo Fei, and resolutely declared to the man, "Even if it costs me my life, I will not come over." The sweltering air and waves of heat radiating from the ground made everyone present feel as if they were crabs trapped in a steaming pot. Stop wasting time with them. Let us charge together. I refuse to believe that we, a crowd, cannot overpower just a handful of them. Damn it. After being cooped up at home these past few days, I'm itching to vent my frustrations, and you traitors have walked right into my line of fire. Today, I will show you my prowess with the new nunchaku I just bought. The residents opened their car doors, stepping out with knives, iron rods, baseball bats, wrenches, and other makeshift weapons in hand. A potent wave of male hormones permeated the stifling air. At this moment, a single command could incite them to roar and charge towards Luo Fei. He stood resolutely on the ground, suddenly raising his right hand and shouting loudly to the restless homeowners, "Wait, let me clarify one thing. I seek only supplies and harbor no intention of causing harm. However, should you continue to press me, do not blame me for being unyielding." One homeowner retorted, laced with anger and disdain, "What do you intend to do?" With a flick of his hand, Luo Fei signaled Wang Bin and Xiao Jia, who emerged from the shadows, supporting the nearly lifeless Zhang Shuqin towards the center of the crossroads. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. It's Sister Zhang. How could Sister Zhang be in such a state? Surely she hasn't died? You are inhumane, Luo. Not only do you steal supplies, but you also dare to harm others. Do you not recognize the existence of law? Luo Fei rolled his eyes at this individual. In this community, was not Zhang Shuqin the very embodiment of law? At that moment, someone recognized Wang Bin. "Brother Wang, you too? I never expected you to betray us." Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. "I have not betrayed anyone. This community has become untenable due to the tyrannical presence of Zhang Shuqin. We, the lower citizens, have no hope of securing supplies as long as she remains. Heroes are often forced into rebellion. If blame is to be assigned, direct it toward Zhang Shuqin. These 5 men have been summoned by Zhang Shuqin to assist in transporting supplies, all affluent and influential individuals, well known to most homeowners in the community due to her blatant flattery toward them. Among them was the son of Wang Jie from the Sea City Bureau of Industry and Commerce, barely in his 20s. Another was the young director Zhang Tao, in his 30s, who had garnered considerable fame in the film industry. One was Professor Wang's husband, in his 40s, a university lecturer and also a representative in the local legislature. There was also the nephew of the director of the Sea City Sports Center, in his 30s, whose wealthy father-in-law was in the jewelry business. Lastly, there was Lin Chao, a super-rich second-generation heir, tall and handsome. Had Zhang Shuqin been a decade younger, she might have fancied a romantic liaison with him. Under ordinary circumstances, these men would never deign to engage in such menial labor as transporting supplies. Yet, in the current climate, even wealth and power paled in comparison to the necessity of resources. Some of them lacked food, others medicine, and some were in need of air-conditioning refrigerants. Each faced their unique hardships. Previously, they had never wanted for material possessions, and their high social status afforded them various privileges. However, with the onset of this scorching apocalypse, they found themselves grappling with the harsh realities of life. Their vast fortunes rendered utterly impotent, and their privileges meaningless. Thus, when Zhang Shuqin contacted them for assistance, promising a greater share of supplies, they readily acquiesced. Who would refuse the allure of privilege in a world turned upside down? However, on this occasion, privilege did not bestow upon them any advantages. Instead, it led to their utter misfortune. The homeowners present were instantly consumed by fury upon the sight of Lin Chao and his companions. How dare you lay a hand on Professor Wang's husband? Luo Fei, your audacity knows no bounds. Wang Bin, how could you associate with such individuals? You will come to regret it. As for you, Luo, you truly do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Do you not know who Lin Chao's father is? Given your actions today, he could strip you of your very skin. Director Zhang is an outstanding youth. How dare you meddle with him? Luo, this is precisely why your character is deemed unworthy. Do you realize that it is because of ambitious individuals like Zhang Tao residing in our community that property values continue to soar? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of criticism, denouncing Luo Fei and Wang Bin. Unable to contain himself, Wang Bin stepped forward to engage in a heated exchange, while the impetuous young Jia joined him in the fray. In an instant, both factions were ensnared in a war of words. Su Yin sat before the surveillance screen, casually munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the unfolding drama. To her amusement, it became evident that this group possessed quite the talent for cursing. She complimented the flying tigers. Adjusting the angle of the camera focused on the supply packages, she noted that the individuals responsible for binding the parcels were nearing completion of their task. One side boasted sheer numbers, while the other held hostages. It remained uncertain which faction would emerge victorious that night. Meanwhile, the owners' group was equally tumultuous. Family members on site eagerly captured photos and videos to share in the group chat, keeping everyone updated on the latest developments. Oh my goodness, I see my son. Why is he just standing there, motionless? Could it be, Dad, hurry and rescue our son. What are you doing? Were these individuals part of the mafia? Who exactly was this Luo Fei, daring to orchestrate such a significant event in our neighborhood? I have connections in the police department. I'll call to dispatch a team immediately. Amidst the chaos, the phones of the gathered owners rang incessantly as anxious relatives urged them to take action. Finally, one owner, losing patience, leapt from his vehicle and dashed toward the intersection, brandishing a baseball bat as he charged at Luo Fei. Damn it, I don't have time to waste chatting with you, he shouted. Capture the leader first. Luo, you are asking for death. The vanguard had finally emerged, prompting the other owners to rally as if receiving a signal to attack. Rushing towards Luo Fei from all directions, armed with whatever formidable weapons they could muster. Kill Luo and reclaim our supplies. However, Luo Fei was prepared. He swiftly retreated a couple of steps, seizing Zheng Shuqin from the hands of Xiao Jia and Wang Bin, positioning her in front of himself. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill Zheng Shuqin, Luo Fei bellowed. Zheng Jia, the individual at the forefront, wielding the baseball bat, halted just 10 centimeters from Zheng Shuqin's head, drenched in cold sweat. That was close. I didn't hit you, did I? Upon his sudden stop, the others charging forward also came to an abrupt halt. They were, after all, law-abiding citizens of high moral standing. Many had never even been in a fight, let alone participate in a brawl with weapons such as kitchen knives or wrenches. With the leader having ceased his advance, they naturally hesitated to proceed. Zheng Shuqin had previously endured a blow from Zhao Peng's baton, losing consciousness for a considerable time until Wang Bin and the others dragged her from the vehicle, at which point she finally awoke. Still dazed and confused, she narrowly escaped being struck by the charging owner. The near miss jolted her fully awake. Who dares to ambush me? She exclaimed, straightening her posture and glaring angrily. The brave warrior, named Xiao Wei, belonged to the group of owners who had closely associated with Zheng Shuqin, having benefited from her kindness on numerous occasions, thus showing her a measure of respect. Zheng Shuqin pressed her aching temples, her eyes scanning the scene with a look of utter astonishment. She could only recall that Zhao Peng and Li Fugui had taken her and Lin Chao hostage, and she found it difficult to comprehend the situation at hand. Don't move. Stay still, he bellowed. Simultaneously, Luo Fei positioned his left arm around Zheng Shuqin's neck, gripping a fruit knife in his right hand, poised against her right cheek. You, step back, all of you, he threatened. If anyone dares to take a step forward, I will slice her face. Luo Fei's tone was exceedingly menacing, and he appeared far from inexperienced in such matters, instilling fear in the onlookers surrounding him. No one present had ever witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. The assailant, holding a hostage, stood defiantly against the crowd, threatening them to maintain their distance or face dire consequences. Such dramatic events were only seen in films or television dramas. Chapter 79. Preparations for evacuation, with Luo Fei's grip tightening around her neck and the knife's tip pressing against her cheek. Zhang Xuqin felt a sharp pain as the blade broke the skin. The oppressive heat and the agony in her face jolted her into full awareness. She observed that the area was crowded with familiar faces, many of whom wielded kitchen knives, wooden sticks, and iron pipes, their expressions a mix of ferocity and bewilderment. What do you all intend to do? Ouch, my neck hurts. The man closest to Zhang Xuqin, Xiao Wei, tentatively inquired, Sister Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Xuqin clung to Luo Fei's arm, twisting her body in an attempt to break free from his grasp. Who is choking me? Let go of me, she shouted, her voice commanding. Luo Fei tightened his hold, admonishing her, don't move. I am kidnapping you, so behave. Kidnapping? Zhang Xuqin turned her head to see who possessed the audacity to abduct her. She recalled Zhao Peng and Li Fugui ordering her to crouch with her head down, her anger flaring as she shouted, Zhao Peng, you beast! You steal from everyone, and now you kidnap me? Let go of me, release me. Xiao Wei whispered urgently. Sister Zhang, that's Luo Fei, the one who broke your window. We're trying to subdue him, but he is despicably using you as a hostage. What? Zhang Xuqin's mind spun. That same Luo Fei, Bai Shui's boyfriend? How dare you oppose me? The scorching ground compelled Zhang Xuqin to rise onto her toes. Suddenly, a harsh slap struck her face. Shut your mouth, Luo Fei roared, causing Zhang Xuqin to flinch and quickly seal her lips. If you utter another word, I will mar your face. He then turned his knife towards the crowd, encircling him. All of you step back. Anyone who dares to advance, I will stab her. After Luo Fei's furious shout, he lifted his foot and kicked Xiao Wei in the abdomen, sending him flying a yard away. Zhang Xuqin, terrified, called out to the homeowners, don't come over. Step back. The homeowners exchanged glances, unwilling to gamble with Zhang Xuqin's life, and silently retreated. At that moment, Xiao Jia rushed over and whispered in Luo Fei's ear, Brother Fei, the package is secured. What should we do next? Do we have the car keys? Luo Fei asked. They're still in the ignition, came the reply. All right. Luo Fei quietly instructed Xiao Jia, who nodded attentively before running off. Zhang Xuqin, standing close to Luo Fei, overheard his plan to escape with the supplies. She immediately shouted, he is trying to flee. Everyone, hurry and save the supplies, it's right. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Fei struck her at the nape of her neck with a swift move, and she collapsed unconscious. Damn it, you talk too much, he muttered. He then signaled to Wang Bin and the others to mimic his actions, taking Lin Chao and the others as hostages to intimidate the homeowners present. Wang Bin and the others understood the cue, pulling out fruit knives from their pockets and pressing them against the throats of their respective hostages. Step back. All of you. Retreat. The 5 hostages, nearly faint from the heat, straightened their backs in fright, breaking into a cold sweat. Please, don't act rashly. Let's talk this out. I don't want to die. I beg you, don't kill me. Don't come closer, or I'm finished. Retreat. You all need to step back. Among the homeowners surrounding Luo Fei, some were relatives or acquaintances of the 5 hostages, and they naturally dared not disobey Luo Fei's commands. To ensure the hostages' safety, they even assisted Luo Fei in persuading the other homeowners to withdraw. Everyone step back. Don't provoke the kidnapper. Luo is in a perilous situation. Let us follow his instructions and retreat. In an instant, the entire encirclement began to withdraw, the tension palpable in the sweltering heat, with everyone drenched in sweat. At that moment, Xiao Jia returned, whispering in Luo Fei's ear, Brother Fei, I've looked around. The least congested route is to the east. All other roads are blocked. Give me the binoculars, Luo Fei requested, taking the binoculars from Xiao Jia's hands. He surveyed the main road to the east and the 2 pickup trucks. The brothers of the Flying Tigers were anxiously awaiting Luo Fei's command, their cheeks flushed from the oppressive heat. The cooling measures they had employed before leaving were rapidly losing effectiveness if they did not leave soon. Even if they secured the supplies, their bodies would no longer endure. Luo Fei made a decisive choice, scooped up Zhang Shuqin, and gestured to Wang Bin and the others to follow him. As the crowd understood the situation, they each dragged their hostages toward the east, brandishing their knives menacingly at the homeowners blocking their path, shouting with ferocity, "Get out of the way, clear the path, or we shall slay them." Except for Zhang Shuqin, the remaining 5 hostages, tears streaming down their faces, pleaded, "Please, step aside, step aside. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Help, help." The homeowners, having ventured out in a spontaneous effort to seize supplies, lacked any organizer or leader. Faced with such a dire emergency, they were at a loss, following Luo Fei's commands to retreat. Luo Fei assessed the situation on East Road and noted only a handful of vehicles scattered along the route. Uncertain if they could pass through successfully, he gestured to Uncle Zhu and the others to bring the pickup truck over. At last receiving the signal, Uncle Zhu and Brother Wu leaped into the driver's seats and slowly maneuvered the vehicles to the intersection of East Road. At that moment, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted, "They're trying to escape. They want to take our supplies. Shall we just stand by and watch them seize what is ours?" The crowd surged forward, determined to stop them from fleeing. The air was filled with fervent cries. In that instant, the people's focus was solely on the supplies, disregarding Zhang Shuqin and Lin Chao. No one wished to witness the gruesome demise of the 6 hostages. Yet even fewer desired to see their precious survival resources snatched away without a fight. A throng rushed in from all directions, and realizing that their hostage tactic was failing, Luo Fei threw Zhang Shuqin into the crowd and raised his arm, calling out, "Brothers, get in the car." Chapter 80. The supplies ignite. Luo Fei leaped into the nearest pickup truck, and as Uncle Zhu vacated the driver's seat for him, he quickly moved to the passenger side. The 5 individuals, including Wang Bin, Xiao Pao, and Gao Tian, who had been holding hostages, mimicked Luo Fei's actions, forcefully pushing their captives forward before swiftly jumping into the truck bed. Without hesitation, Luo Fei pressed the accelerator and sped off, colliding with the vehicles parked on East Road, causing them to topple in disarray. The rope tethered to the truck dragged a large bundle of supplies, careening across the highway. Another pickup truck, driven by Brother Wu, had to wait for Luo Fei's vehicle to clear the path before he could proceed. In those fleeting seconds of anticipation, the homeowners surged toward him like wild stallions. "Grab him, don't let him escape. The supplies are supplies. Slash the tires, slash the tires." As Brother Wu watched the frenzied crowd close in on him and his vehicle, he quickly started the engine and slammed on the gas, heading down East Road. However, although the vehicle had already entered the road, the supplies had yet to catch up. A person dashed ahead, leaping onto the package. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth followed suit, all attempting to seize the package to prevent the vehicle from dragging it away. Wu, a man of over 40 years, had never encountered such a fierce situation. With Luo Fei and the other brothers gone, he found himself alone, his palms slick with sweat from anxiety. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a swarm of people, resembling a mass of cockroaches, pursuing him. He pressed the accelerator again, surging forward. The package was violently tugged by the rope, causing those atop it to tumble down one after another. With most of the brave homeowners now outside, only those 2 fearful to venture out remained. Even when neighbors peered through their windows and spotted the supply package, none dared to speak up or challenge Luo Fei and his crew. A group of over a dozen homeowners, who had been waiting at Bai Shui's house, excitedly rushed out, opening the courtyard gate to assist Uncle Zhu in bringing the package inside. No one uttered a word. They merely focused on the task at hand. Some pulled the rope from the front, while others pushed from behind, working together to haul the 5 to 600-pound package into Bai Shui's courtyard. Luo Fei drove the pickup truck inside, then locked the courtyard gate to prevent anyone from rushing in to claim the supplies. With one hand on his hip and the other wiping sweat from his brow, Luo Fei remarked on the enormity of the task. Realizing they could only cut open the outer packaging and gradually transfer the supplies indoors, Bai Shui nodded. "All right, I will fetch the scissors immediately." Concerned about the safety of another package, Luo Fei instructed Xiao Jia to take binoculars to the rooftop to check on Wu's vehicle. Understood, Fei go. I will go at once, Xiao Jia replied before dashing inside. Luo Fei surveyed the 20 or so people present, apart from the brothers of the Flying Tiger team. He did not recognize the other homeowners. He had initially invited them into the small group due to their vociferous criticism of Zheng Shuqin in the larger homeowners group. It was evident from their comments that they, too, had been unable to secure supplies due to Zheng Shuqin's selfishness. At that moment, Luo Fei grew apprehensive about their reliability. Not wishing to see another scramble for resources, Bai Shui emerged with several scissors and utility knives, distributing them to the group to assist in unpacking. Suddenly, Luo Fei called out, "Wait." The others looked at him in confusion. Tonight's operation is exceedingly perilous. We risked our lives to procure these 2 packages of supplies, so I do not wish for any traitors or ill-intentioned individuals within our ranks. Bai Shui, please take these 10 or so people to the basement for now. They can be released when we distribute the supplies. Uncle Zhu, Wang Bin, and Gao Tian, you 3 will keep an eye on them. The group of homeowners who had not participated in the scramble for supplies immediately erupted in protest, their faces flushed with indignation. What do you mean, Luo Fei? Do you suspect us of being spies? Are you confining us in the basement? It seems you simply wish to withhold supplies from us. They continued to voice their grievances, raising their voices in a cacophony of dissent. Just then, Xiao Jia, standing on the rooftop, shouted down to Luo Fei in the courtyard, "Brother Fei, there's trouble. It's on fire." Luo Fei's heart sank as he hurriedly inquired, "What is burning?" "The package. The package is ablaze." Everyone turned to see the flames flickering in the southeastern corner of the community. Luo Fei's instincts kicked in. He swiftly jumped into the pickup truck and sped out of the courtyard towards the source of the fire. Not far away, a figure was sprinting towards him, and as the truck drew closer, he recognized it was Brother Wu. Wu appeared visibly shaken, struggling to articulate his words. I barely managed to get it moving, but halfway there I saw it catch fire. The package had become lodged between a roadside vehicle and a nearby wall during Wu's frantic dragging, creating friction, and with the outdoor temperature soaring above 70 degrees. Even the slightest spark could ignite it. The package was left in the greenery outside a villa, and the flames grew increasingly fierce. Residents of the neighboring villas rushed out with hoses, shouting in a mix of curses and cries. "Damn it! These are life-saving supplies, wasted like this. Hurry, put out the fire. We mustn't let it spread to the houses. Neighbors, come help extinguish the flames. Perhaps some supplies can still be salvaged." Wu, filled with remorse, slapped himself in despair. "Brother Fei, I'm so sorry. I've failed. This is the hard-won supply that our brothers fought for, and here I am letting it. I deserve this." Luo Fei grasped his hand, pulling him into the truck. "Enough of that. Get in the car first." Chapter 81. Luo Fei distributes supplies. They were defending the supplies, while the very homeowners Luo Fei distrusted were attempting to seize them. One person stepped forward, enraged, declaring, "Luo Fei, you promised to distribute supplies to us. Why have you gone back on your word? Yes, you have reneged on your promise and even intend to confine us." Others chimed in. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Concerned that the pursuing homeowners might follow them home, Luo Fei hastily reassured everyone, "I apologize for my previous oversight. Let us open the packages and move the items inside the house. Then I will organize a fair distribution. We must act swiftly. Those people will be upon us soon." As soon as the words left his lips, a cacophony of voices and the sound of rushing footsteps echoed from a distance. The young man resided in Building 76. Luo Fei hurriedly locked the courtyard gate, while the others momentarily set aside their grievances, each scrambling to unpack the packages. At last, the resilient exterior of the supply packages was torn open, revealing scattered individually packaged items. Without pausing to examine their contents, they clutched 2 or 3 packages each and dashed to the villa's hall to deposit them. In a single trip, the 20-odd individuals successfully relocated all the supplies into the villa. Gazing at the mountain of provisions, excitement surged within them. Luo Fei picked up one supply package, weighed it in his hands, approximately 14 or 15 pounds, then opened it to find 2 cans of pork 2 bags of compressed biscuits for vacuum seal packs of cooked rice, 8 bags of dehydrated vegetables, 2 cans of air conditioning refrigerant, a bottle of multivitamins, a large bag of nuts, a bag of glucose powder, and a heatstroke first aid kit containing various medications and basic medical equipment. The sight of the food made everyone's mouths water. Luo Fei counted the number of people present, 24 in total, while there were only 40 supply packages. He promptly made a decision. As everyone could see, they had lost 1 package, resulting in a halving of their supplies. Therefore, the 8 individuals who participated in the retrieval operation would each receive 1 supply package, while those who had not participated would share the remaining packages, receiving 1 for every 2 people. Upon hearing this, expressions varied among the crowd as they silently calculated the implications. The several owners who had not contributed were discontent, realizing that under Luo Fei's proposed distribution, only 15 of the 40 packages would be shared among them, leaving 25 for Luo Fei alone, an arrangement they deemed profoundly unjust. Consequently, some stepped forward to voice their dissent. Luo Fei, this is quite unreasonable. Although we did not exert ourselves, these supplies were prepared for us by the government. How can you possibly allocate only half to us? By your calculations, you intend to keep 25 for yourself. Are you planning to hoard it all? They clamored, no, we disagree. It must be evenly distributed. Each person should receive 1.5 packages, or I will refuse to leave your home. The crowd erupted in protest, while several members of the Flying Tigers remained silent. Luo Fei, unwilling to waste any more time, decisively seized one individual, clutching his neck. This operation was organized by me, and the distribution will adhere to my decree. Should anyone contest this, I shall deal with it on the spot. With that, he tightened his grip, his fingers digging fiercely into the man's neck, who appeared on the verge of suffocation. Fear swept through the crowd, silencing their protests. As the package entrusted to Brother Wu caught fire, residents rushed out with hoses to extinguish the flames, while some owners who had pursued Luo Fei's group lingered at the intersection, seeking ways to combat the blaze. However, under the extreme heat, the fire escalated ferociously, beyond the capacity of human effort to contain. In merely 5 minutes, that single supply package was entirely consumed by flames, leading to the destruction of over 40 such packages. The homeowners were left in tears. A portion of them pursued Luo Fei to Bai Shui's villa, clamoring for the return of their supplies. They attempted to scale the walls of Bai Shui's estate, yet were thwarted by the iron spikes and thorns that rendered their efforts futile. Once the outside fell silent, Luo Fei finally opened the gate, allowing the 8 members of the Flying Tiger Squad, along with 12 other homeowners, to exit. Su Yin sat before the surveillance screen, observing everything unfold as if watching a film. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Fei had swiftly assembled a team single-handedly and executed a plan to seize resources. Had it not been for an unfortunate mishap that resulted in a fire, that young man would now possess the most resources in the entire neighborhood, second only to Su Yin. Su Yin tightened the shawl around her shoulders, feeling a slight chill. Simultaneously, she sensed an undercurrent of danger. The lengths to which these individuals would go to seize resources was alarming. Would such madness one day descend upon her? My husband, the supplies are supplies. That rascal named Luo, along with Zhao Peng from the Property Management Center. They're all thieves. Outrage surged within Shang Shuqin, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. Old Song tenderly supported her as they made their way to the car. Chapter 82. Lin Howren's resource heist not far away. The family members of 4 other hostages drove onto the square in search of them. Those 4 had been trampled by the crowd and burned by the ground. Though they were still alive, they resembled overcooked shrimp, uncertain of how much longer they could endure. As for Lin Chao, being a solitary individual without family to seek him out, he soon lay lifeless on the ground. The other security brothers nodded in agreement. Zhao Peng, clutching his injured face, fixed his gaze upon the surveillance screen, showing Villa in number 76, his eyes gleaming with vengeful intent. Outside Villa number 76, members of the Flying Tigers and 12 other homeowners, having retrieved their supplies from Bai Shui's residence, hastily raced home. At that moment, a shadow lurked beneath a camphor tree outside Villa number 76. trailing the last person to emerge from Bai Shue's home. This individual, having put forth little effort to seize supplies, carried only a half portion in a delivery box, clutching it tightly as he hurried home. The shadow followed closely until the street was devoid of others, at which point it quickened its pace, lunging forward to seize the man's garment. Who? The young man, clearly on edge, trembled yet feigned an air of ferocity. Give it to me. What do you want? The items you're holding. The man glanced down at the cardboard box in his arms and realized the assailant sought to rob him of his supplies. Why should I give it to you? He retorted, turning to flee. The young man leaped onto the man's back, twisting him around to face him, raising his fist to strike. The man was dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, the young man snatched the box from the ground and sprinted to the door of Villa number 48, ringing the doorbell insistently. After a moment, a languid female voice crackled through the intercom. "Hello," Lin Howard exclaimed urgently. "Fayer, open the door, quickly. I've got the supplies." Li Faya hesitated, her voice laced with skepticism. "Really? Send me a video to prove it." Lin Howard, exhausted and panting, glanced anxiously around, fearful that the man might pursue him. He opened WeChat and initiated a video call with Li Fayer. Upon seeing the box in his arms indeed contained supplies, she smiled and promptly ended the call. With a resounding click, the courtyard gate swung open, and Lin Howard strode inside with urgency. Following the cataclysm of the scorching apocalypse, he and his father, Lin Guohua, had continued to reside in their stall at the wholesale market. Their family business primarily dealt in provisions, and they had stockpiled ample supplies, alleviating concerns about hunger. Initially, they believed that as long as they had air conditioning, they would be safe. However, this evening, a fire erupted in a nearby shop, forcing people to evacuate the building in haste. Yet, under the sweltering heat exceeding 70 degrees, the flames proved uncontrollable within half an hour. The entire structure was engulfed in a fiery inferno. Lin Guohua perished in the blaze. Left without a refuge, Lin Howard recalled Su Yin. Didn't she reside in a villa? He sent her a message on WeChat, expressing his plight in a delicate and pitiful manner, recounting the loss of his home and father, beseeching her to kindly offer him shelter. Su Yin was far too preoccupied to pay him any mind. She was either engrossed in a drama or indulging in a meal, often managing to do both simultaneously, completely oblivious to Lin Howard's messages. Under the relentless glare of the sweltering sun, Lin Howard succumbed to heat exhaustion in less than half an hour. He had no choice but to seek assistance from Li Fayer, his former girlfriend, who also resided in Yaguang Courtyard. Li Fayer's father held the position of Academic Affairs Director at a university in City C. While this title did not reach the heights that Zheng Shuqin aspired to curry favor with, it was sufficient to earn Zheng Shuqin a modicum of respect. Whenever Zheng Shuqin encountered Li Fayer and her family, she would nod in acknowledgement. Now alone at home and subsisting on instant noodles, Li Fayer was dismayed to find her supply dwindling. She felt too embarrassed to request food from her neighbors in the group chat, fearing it would make her appear akin to a beggar, just when she hoped to receive government aid. Given her family's connection with Zhang Shuqin, she anticipated being able to collect a supply package. However, her plans were thwarted by the unexpected appearance of two robbers, Zhao Peng and Luo Fei. Fuming over her inability to obtain supplies, she received a WeChat message from Lin Howard, informing her that his home had burned down and he had nowhere to go, inquiring if he might temporarily reside with her. Although Lin Howard was unaware of the turmoil occurring within Yaguang Courtyard, he recognized this opportunity from Li Fayer and felt he had no other options. He caught a ride and arrived at Yaguang Courtyard, where the remnants of a fierce conflict were evident. Discarded shoes, sticks, and the body of Lin Chao lay scattered in the square. Following the information provided by Li Fayer, he concealed himself outside Bai Shue's home, waiting for the 20 or so residents to receive their supplies before he stealthily followed one of them and seized a portion of their goods. As he approached the entrance of Li Fayer's residence, she awaited him at the door. "Did you get the supplies?" "Let me see," she demanded. Lin Howard, nearly overcome by the heat, yearned to step inside and bask in the cool air of the air conditioning. "Fayer, I'm so hot. Let us check inside," he implored, stepping forward to enter. Li Feier forcefully pushed him back, shoving him away. "Who said you could come in?" she retorted fiercely. Lin Howren stumbled slightly, his anger ignited by her demeanor, yet he dared not express it, swallowing his frustration. "Fine, you check the supplies first." Li Feier shot him a disdainful glance, taking the supplies box from his arms. Upon opening it, she discovered the contents were incomplete. "This is only half?" she questioned incredulously. Lin Howren, momentarily taken aback, had no idea what the package was supposed to contain or how much it should weigh. He merely knew that the individual had been carrying supplies, and all he needed to do was seize them. I don't know. Is the quantity incorrect? It seemed heavy enough. Perhaps this is all there is. Li Feier scoffed, gesturing toward a small wooden shed in the yard. "You can stay there. It has air conditioning, too." He gasped in disbelief. A doghouse? Chapter 83. Residing in an air-conditioned doghouse, Lin Howren was at a loss for words, his anger rendering him speechless. "Faya, do you mean for me to live in a doghouse?" Li Feier placed the supply box she was holding on the ground, crossed her arms, and coldly replied, "Our doghouse is quite spacious, and since the dog has already passed away, there will be no competition for space. It is equipped with air conditioning and has doors and windows. What more could you possibly desire?" Lin Howren was momentarily stunned, his mind spinning as he confirmed that he was indeed hearing Mandarin rather than some peculiar dialect. "Fei, are you?" He was so infuriated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Li Feier nonchalantly kicked the supply box behind her with her foot, rolled her eyes, and shut the door. Refusing to accept his fate, Lin Howren pounded on the door repeatedly, shouting, "Feier, you promised that once I secured the supplies, you would allow me to stay at your place. How can you go back on your word? Feier, open the door. You want me to live in a doghouse? This is simply unacceptable." Li Feier ascended the stairs with the supplies, ignoring Lin Howren's protests and pleas. Drenched in sweat, Lin Howren, realizing that Li Feier was resolute in her refusal to open the door, found himself with no alternative but to retreat to the doghouse tucked away in the corner of the yard. He crouched down and squeezed inside. The doghouse measured approximately 2 square meters in area and stood over a meter in height. For a dog, this space might have been ample, but for a human, one could only lie down with bent legs. On the wall of the doghouse hung a small air conditioner, and upon spotting it, Lin Howren disregarded everything else, flicked the switch, and settled in. What bliss! In that moment, the air conditioning felt like a lifeline, whether it was a doghouse or a human dwelling. As long as it had air conditioning, it was a haven. By morning, hunger gnawed at Lin Howren, prompting him to message Li Feier. "Feier, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" "There are instant noodles at the door. Help yourself," came a reply. With a surge of joy, Lin Howren dashed to the entrance, only to find the door firmly shut, with a bucket of instant noodles placed on the ground. Inside the bucket lay only 2 bites of noodles and half a bowl of broth. His frustration surged. How could she expect him to eat her leftovers? And in such meager quantity, it felt akin to a beggar's share. He sent another message. "Feier, are you really making me eat your scraps?" Lin Howren continued his protest. "Feier, this is rather excessive, don't you think? I found an entire box of supplies yesterday and gave it all to you. You couldn't spare me even a little, and now you want to even provide me with food? I want to accept this. You must give me another bucket of instant noodles." After making his demand, Lin Howren assumed that Li Feier would, out of gratitude for the supplies, send him another bucket of noodles. However, he waited 3 minutes, only to be met with a power outage. The air conditioner in the doghouse abruptly ceased to function. In a fit of exasperation, Lin Howren scoured the yard, only to discover that the power supply for the air conditioner was located indoors. Unless Li Feier assisted him in plugging it back in, the air conditioning unit would remain inoperative. In merely 3 minutes, the temperature within the doghouse began to rise significantly. The cramped space made Lin Howren feel akin to a crab in a steamer, the heat nearly overwhelming him. He had no choice but to beseech Li Feier for assistance. "Feier, could you please turn on the air conditioning? I feel as though I might perish from the heat." Lin Howren, suppressing his irritation, coaxed, "Considering the substantial supplies I have managed to procure for you, it would be rather unreasonable to keep the air conditioning off." He no longer dared to ask for food. As long as he could enjoy the cool air, he would be content. Li Feier stood by the window on the second floor, gazing at the doghouse in the yard, and huffed disdainfully. You only managed to acquire half the supplies and still dare to take credit? If you possess the capability, go and secure more supplies. If you succeed, I shall grant you access to the air conditioning and share some food with you. The prospect of acquiring additional supplies seemed daunting. Perhaps it would be wiser to contemplate other avenues. Lin Howard pondered. Within this community, the only individuals he knew were Su Yin and Li Feier. His attempts to gain any advantage from Su Yin had been in vain. She had outmaneuvered him multiple times, leaving him burdened with debt. It was clear that Su Yin would not offer him shelter. Given the choice between seeking refuge with her or scavenging for supplies, he would prefer the latter. For at least Li Feier permitted him to stay in the doghouse. But where could he possibly find supplies in this sweltering heat? Every household had their doors and windows tightly shut, rendering it impossible to discern who possessed supplies and who did not. As sweat poured from his forehead, he felt as though he might shed his skin from the oppressive heat. He resolved to consider where he might procure supplies. Supplies. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. He recalled that a week prior, Su Yin had appeared at the wholesale market, purchasing all the provisions from Li's shop. He had even followed her to the second floor of the market, witnessing her acquire a substantial stock of daily necessities. Could it be that these supplies were now stored at Su Yan's home? Had she anticipated the forthcoming heat wave all along? This thought struck Lin Howard like a bolt from the blue. The more he contemplated, the more he believed that Su Yin must have foreseen something, prompting her to stockpile supplies so conspicuously. Otherwise, how could her actions be justified? Elated, he rubbed his hands together. This was significant news that he needed to exploit. He promptly sent a message to Li Feier. I am aware of a homeowner who has amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, having begun their hoarding before the onset of the apocalypse. We could certainly approach them for assistance. He deliberately withheld the information that the homeowner was a woman, wishing to retain this explosive revelation firmly in his grasp. The news anchor, maintaining a facade of composure, stated, We earnestly call upon the citizens to refrain from participating in violent incidents. During these extraordinary times, we must remain calm and united in overcoming the challenges ahead. Our city has urgently deployed stability maintenance forces, and those engaging in acts of vandalism and arson will face severe repercussions. To date, 320 individuals have been apprehended. Today's maximum temperature reached 76 degrees. Experts urge the public to stay indoors, and the government will distribute supplies to residential areas in phases. Li Feier furrowed her brow. According to the usual nature of official news, the reality is at least tenfold more severe than what is broadcast. Chapter 84. The discovery of stockpiled supplies at this moment. Lin Howard's message arrived. Upon seeing it, Li Feier's eyes lit up, and she eagerly inquired, How did you find out? Moreover, he had purchased over $1 million in medical supplies, which she initially presumed was for opening a store. It now seemed he was preparing for the impending apocalypse. To enhance credibility, he forwarded a receipt previously sent to him by Su Yin. This was a photograph of a receipt totaling $1 million, captured during Su Yan's checkout at a bookstore. Lin Howard was unaware of the specifics of the receipt, but believed that this image sufficiently demonstrated Su Yan's significant stockpiling of supplies at that time. Li Feier gazed at the photograph sent by Lin Howard, her skepticism palpable. Who is this person you mentioned? Which building do they reside in? She queried. Lin Howard had been awaiting this question and promptly divulged his thoughts without reservation. Let me move in, and I shall reveal the information. However, to his surprise, Li Feier rejected him without a moment's hesitation. Dream on. Do you think you could deceive me with just a few words? Villa 27. Suyanes Nithet, pondering who might be speaking ill of her. After a moment's reflection, she realized that, given her current blissful existence, she was utterly indifferent to anyone's disparagement. Early in the morning, she indulged in a delightful warm bath and allowed the robotic maid to pamper her with a full-body essential oil spa, leaving her feeling utterly at ease. As she descended from the massage table, one robot draped a loose and comfortable silk robe over her shoulders, while another presented her with a cup of warm cocoa milk. The room's temperature was a pleasant 26 degrees, and her skin felt smooth and radiant. With a lightness in her step, she gracefully descended the wooden staircase from the second floor to the grand hall below, where she switched on the television to survey the state of the world. The scenes that had long since become familiar in her previous life once again graced the screen before her. Su Yin extracted a serving of shrimp and seaweed wontons and a portion of crispy, braised intestines from her space, instructing the robotic maid to prepare a glass of iced Americano. She indulged in her meal while gazing at the harrowing scenes on the television, relishing each bite. This epitomized Su Yan's current existence. In stark contrast, the residents of Yuan were engulfed in despair within their group chat. The previous night, they had suffered the loss of hard-earned supplies, with several individuals sustaining internal injuries from the searing heat while guarding the provisions, and others breaking their arms and legs in pursuit of Luo Fei and his companions. The theft of vital resources weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. Days into the apocalypse, an increasing number of homeowners were facing severe shortages, and the group chat was rife with complaints and laments. What should we do? We only have half a kilogram of rice left. Once it's gone, we'll have nothing. We've run out of food. My husband and son are currently cutting up the sofa leather. At least it's cowhide and edible. There's no other choice. If the dog starves, we will too. It has been part of our family for 8 years. You can't imagine the tears we shed at mealtime. Is there truly no way out? Must we simply await our demise? Li Fei, observing the chat messages, felt a surge of anxiety. She had diligently searched her home today, discovering only 2 remaining buckets of instant noodles and a small packet of sunflower seeds. Were it not for the half-supply package Lin Howard had managed to procure for her, she too would be lamenting alongside the others in the chat. Meanwhile, Lin Howard curled up in the stifling doghouse, the oppressive heat rendering him nearly faint. Stumbling into the backyard of Li Fei's home, he located a hose meant for watering plants and greedily gulped down copious amounts of warm water. Glancing up at the exterior wall of her villa, he resolved that he could not endure this situation any longer. A plan began to form in his mind. That night, after Li Fei extinguished her lights to sleep, he lifted a stone and shattered a window on the first floor, slipping inside. Utilizing the moonlight, he stealthily infiltrated her bedroom. As Li Fei slumbered, she suddenly felt a hand tightening around her neck. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Lin Howard's face before her. "Fei, don't move," he whispered urgently. "What do you want?" Fear coursed through Li Fei, her body tensing at the audacity of Lin Howard. "Fei, I'm too hot. I just want to come in and enjoy the air conditioning. Don't be afraid." He loosened his grip slightly. Li Fei glared at him, too stunned to speak. The temperature in her room was a comfortable 27 degrees, and Lin Howard savored the cool air, feeling revitalized after 10 minutes. Looking into Li Fei's eyes, he implored, "Let me stay here. As a man, I can protect you and help with household chores." Without hesitation, Li Fei raised her hand and slapped him sharply. "Dream on. My household has dwindled in provisions, and with your arrival, I ponder what sustenance remains. Do you truly believe the supplies you've brought are plentiful? I've calculated that meager rations could barely sustain one person for 10 days. Lin Howard sighed, speaking earnestly. "Fair. I have previously mentioned that I am aware of a family in the neighborhood that hoards an abundance of food. If you permit me to reside with you, I shall reveal the identity of that individual, and together we could devise a plan to procure their resources." A glimmer of hope flickered in Li Fei's eyes. "Is that truly the case? Are you not fabricating tales to placate me?" Observing her growing belief in his words, Lin Howard gradually released his grip around her neck and settled onto her bed. "Fei, if I were to deceive you, I would be unworthy of this." He extended his pinky finger. "You know I have always cherished you." Suddenly, without allowing him to finish, Li Fei delivered a sharp slap. "Get to the point. Spare me this superfluous nonsense." Rubbing his reddened cheek, Lin Howard replied earnestly, "You may be surprised by what I am about to say, but that person is, in fact, Su Yin." Chapter 85. Lin Howard and Su Yin exchanged supplies. Li Fei appeared distinctly displeased. "Su Yin, is she not your former flame?" Lin Howard waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "Former flame? Do not phrase it so unpleasantly. She was merely my devoted admirer." "Oomph." Li Fei shot him a fierce glare. Harboring a profound dislike for Su Yin and, consequently, for Lin Howard as well. During their university days, Lin Howard relentlessly pursued Li Feier, who naturally relished the unconditional devotion of his admiration. One day, while embracing in the garden, they were discovered by Su Yin, who in tears demanded an explanation from Lin Howard. It was then that Li Feier learned of Lin Howard's 3-year entanglement with Su Yin, leading her to break off their relationship on the spot. Lin Howard leaned closer to Li Feier, grinning as he said, "Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let's discuss the matter of supplies. I wager that Su Yin currently possesses an ample stock." Li Feier narrowed her eyes, recalling, "I remember her as being rather impoverished. How could she afford such provisions? Furthermore, how does she reside in a villa?" Lin Howard clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent question. In my estimation, she must have entangled herself with a wealthy older gentleman who provided her with the villa and, naturally, instructed her to procure those supplies. That gentleman must be quite advanced in age, and Su Yin, in pursuit of his wealth, is willing to." Lin Howard continued his conjecture. But before he could finish, Li Feier delivered another slap to his head, scolding, "Cease your irrelevant prattle. It matters not how she obtained her wealth. Since she possesses supplies, we must find a way to acquire some." Rubbing the back of his head where it throbbed, Lin Howard assured her, "Rest assured, I will certainly procure the resources." That night, Lin Howard continued to sleep in the doghouse, while Li Feier, in a moment of compassion, turned on the air conditioning for him. When morning arrived, after receiving Li Feier's approval, Lin Howard entered the villa. In her presence, he sent a message to Su Yin, expressing his concern. "Yin, how are you holding up? It's quite chaotic outside. Please do not venture out. By the way, do you have enough supplies? I have some food here. Would you like me to share some with you?" At that moment, Su Yin was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a horror film, when the sudden chime of a notification startled her. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from that fellow, Lin Howard. Indeed, Su Yin possessed supplies. "Hurry, continue," urged Li Feier. Lin Howard pondered for a moment before saying, Yin, how abundant are your supplies at home? How about we make an exchange? I have canned goods, vitamin tablets, air conditioning refrigerant, and a medical kit. Is there anything you require? I would like some instant noodles and bread." Attached photo. As WeChat notifications chimed again, Su Yin felt a wave of annoyance and was about to reprimand Lin Howard when she caught sight of the image he had sent. It took her by surprise. The previous night, Luo Fei and Bai Shui had personally driven over to deliver supplies to Su Yin as a token of gratitude for her earlier assistance to them, providing her with 2 packages. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Su Yin graciously accepted their goodwill. Upon receiving the packages, she had taken a moment to inspect their contents. Curious about the quantity of supplies allocated to the public by the government. Thus, when she glimpsed the photograph Lin Howard had shared, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't that the very material distributed by the government to Yuan? How could Lin Howard have obtained it? Could it be that he was also residing in Yuan? Su Yin recalled the events of her previous life when she encountered Lin Howard during her escape. That treacherous Lin Howard had informed those pursuing her, and as a reward, he received 3 of her fingers, relishing his prize with glee. The memory filled Su Yin with a deep-seated resentment. Now that Lin Howard had also arrived at the Yuan, it was the perfect opportunity. She intended to savor the pleasure of playing with his fate. Lin Howard, who had been outmaneuvered by Su Yin several times, felt a flicker of apprehension, but he was taken aback by her willingness to trade resources with him. This could be promising. Overcome with excitement, he couldn't help but squeeze Li Feier's hand. Smack! Li Feier retaliated with a sharp slap, admonishing him to behave, threatening to cut off his air conditioning power. Lin Howard chuckled. His exuberance had simply gotten the best of him. To Li Feier, he may have seemed like a foolish sycophant, yet Lin Howard possessed his own cunning and schemes, since he had the audacity to break windows at Li Feier's house. Surely he could do the same at Su Yin's, thereby securing himself a villa and an endless supply of resources. 3 buckets of instant noodles were scarcely sufficient. He needed more, and air conditioning refrigerant was a consumable. Eventually, it would be necessary. The amount of resources exchanged hardly mattered. He knew Su Yin had provisions, but he was astonished by the bounty, even watermelons among them. Having entered the apocalypse merely days ago, the mention of watermelons felt akin to invoking an ancient relic. The joy of consuming watermelon in such dire times was nearly on par with enjoying air conditioning. Li Fei-er and Lin Howren were both grinning from ear to ear. Lin Howren, brimming with pride, declared, "See, I told you she had resources." In that moment, Li Fei-er found him increasingly agreeable, even going so far as to pinch his cheek, exclaiming, "You are just too adorable." Taken aback by her affection, Lin Howren's cheeks flushed as he professed, "Fei-er, even in the apocalypse, I would cherish you like a princess." Turning to Su Yin, he continued, "You remain as wonderful as ever. Which building do you reside in? I shall bring the supplies to you right away." His excitement palpable, he rubbed his hands together. "All right, I'm on my way." Li Fei-er was equally elated as she led Lin Howren towards her garage, planning to make watermelon smoothies and shakes once they procured the fruit. They drove to the entrance of Villa 27, where indeed 2 large bags of supplies hung from the quiet gate handle, one plastic bag revealing tempting green stripes. Watermelon, truly watermelon. Li Fei-er's heart soared with delight. Seeing her elation filled Lin Howren with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Fei-er, please wait a moment. I will retrieve the supplies," he said, as Li Fei-er flashed him a rare smile. Go on, go on." Lin Howren clutched a canister of air-conditioning refrigerant, inhaled deeply 3 times, swiftly opened the car door, and dashed to the gate, hanging the bag of refrigerant on the handle of another door. Just as he reached for the supplies that Su Yin had prepared for him, a sudden searing pain assaulted him. In Chapter 86, Poisoned by White Sand. As Lin Howren's right hand made contact with the pile of supplies, a burst of white granules erupted from an unknown source, blanketing the back of his hand like salt. In that instant, his hand felt as if it had been scalded by fire, akin to being stung by 10 venomous caterpillars. Oh, how it itched! Lin Howren's left hand incessantly clawed at the back of his right hand, and upon glancing down, he realized that he had scraped away a layer of skin, revealing the white flesh beneath, which oozed tiny droplets of blood. "Ah, my hand!" Li Fei-er, witnessing this, was utterly horrified, and Lin Howren's hand repulsed her. Instinctively, she recoiled, striving to distance herself from him. What happened to your hand?" she inquired. Lin Howren gripped his right wrist tightly with his left hand. His right hand throbbed with pain and itchiness, yet he dared not scratch, instead relying on the pressure of his grip to alleviate the suffering. "I need to soak my hand in ice water immediately," Lin Howren exclaimed, drenched in sweat from the agony. Li Fei-er, noticing the watermelon, instant noodles, and buns still hanging on the door handle, felt a pang of regret. Pouting, she complained, "Howren, why didn't you bring the supplies? They're ours." Enduring immense pain and itchiness, he could not scratch or claw, beads of sweat cascading down his body. Li Fei-er's expression fell, and as Lin Howren observed her profile, he saw her fixated on the supplies from Su Yin. Urgently, he implored, "Fei-er, I cannot allow you to exit the car to retrieve those items. They are toxic." Adopting the tone of a domineering CEO, Lin Howren's command elicited a visceral discomfort in Li Fei-er, prompting her to gag slightly and roll her eyes. His right hand had swollen to resemble a bloated pig's trotter. It was challenging to even grasp his phone, let alone drive. Extending his swollen hand towards Li Fei-er, he indicated that she should take the wheel. Upon returning home, under Lin Howren's incessant urging, Li Fei-er reluctantly searched for ice in the refrigerator. In the freezer, she unearthed a scant few ice cubes, which she promptly tossed into the sink. "The ice is here. Handle it as you wish." "I'm going upstairs," she remarked coldly, ascending the stairs without another word. Lin Howren rushed to the sink, turned on the faucet, and warm water cascaded forth, rapidly diminishing the ice. He dared not let too much water flow, fearing it would not be cold enough. The moment his hand plunged into the water, he felt a modicum of relief. Lin Howren remained oblivious to the fact that he had been poisoned by white sand, but, drawing on his knowledge of chemistry, deduced that the burning sensation and rapid corrosive properties must stem from some form of toxin. "Su Yin," he exclaimed through gritted teeth. Little did he expect that this wretched woman would poison him. No wonder she was so generous in offering her supplies for exchange. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open with force, and Li Feier, clad in high heels, stormed up to Lin Howren, raising her hand to deliver a stinging slap across his face. Lin Howren, you are utterly incompetent, failing to secure the supplies Su Yin offered, and you left my air conditioning refrigerant at her doorstep. What do you propose as compensation? It was then that Lin Howren remembered the can of refrigerant he had forgotten to take. With an exasperated stomp, he exclaimed, "Oh no, sorry, Feiya. I didn't mean to. I was poisoned at that time and couldn't think straight." Li Feier let out a disdainful huff and slapped him again. This woman possessed a heart far too ruthless. "I refuse to go," he protested loudly. "Refuse." Li Feier narrowed her alluring eyes. "If you refuse, then get out of my house." With that, she grasped Lin Howren's arm, attempting to force him out. In a swift motion, Lin Howren seized her collar, pinning her against the wall. "Feier, don't be hasty. I have another plan to obtain the supplies." "What plan could you possibly have?" Li Feier's expression was one of skepticism. Lin Howren glanced at his swollen right hand, a spark of vengeance igniting in his gaze. He spoke softly, "I intend to shatter her window, beat her for 8 hours, and take over her house." Li Feier scoffed. "Do you think you can manage that? You can't even touch her doorknob, let alone seize her home." At that moment, as Lin Howren held Li Feier as collar, she leaned against the wall, their noses merely 20 centimeters apart. He felt a flutter in his heart, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Feier, I would do anything for you. If I could take over Su Yan's house, would you be willing to live with me there? We could be a pair of lovebirds in this apocalyptic world." "What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" The irate Li Feier raised her hand to deliver yet another slap to Lin Howren. "Insu Yane Civila." Lin Howren and Li Feier arrived to exchange supplies. At that moment, she stood by the window on the second floor, watching Lin Howren sprint towards her home's gate. She counted to 3 before hearing his anguished scream. Su Yin was quite pleased with the efficiency of the defenses. Had it not been for the apocalypse that had descended upon them and the subsequent cessation of operations by the Xiaolan Security Company, she would undoubtedly have given them a 5-star review. Su Yin, through the surveillance monitor, observed Lin Howren's vehicle arriving at Villa number 48. She inquired within the homeowners group and discovered that Villa number 48 was occupied by Li Feier. Chapter 87. Rectifying Lin Howren. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, realizing who it was. In her previous life, she regarded Lin Howren as a deity, unconditionally dedicating herself to him, living frugally and willingly offering her money for his indulgence, while he squandered it to flatter Li Feier. When she discovered that her surroundings resembled a vast expanse of green pastures, Lin Howren not only failed to provide an explanation, but instead berated her, vehemently denying any connection with Su Yin. Su Yan's first love had thus transformed into a mere jest. As the world descended into chaos, during a desperate flight, Su Yin unexpectedly encountered Lin Howren and Li Feier. In their relentless pursuit of sustenance, Lin Howren and Li Feier unhesitatingly divulged Su Yan's whereabouts to those in pursuit of her. Ultimately, Lin Howren feasted upon 3 of Su Yan's fingers, while Li Feier consumed 2 of her fingers along with an entire hand. What a pair of despicable individuals sacrificing me, Su Yin, to uphold the farcical romance of their wretched love. How repugnant. Reflecting on the myriad of encounters with these 2 in her past life, Su Yin struggled to contain the fury that surged within her. Perhaps Li Feier and Lin Howren also resided in the Yaguang Villa. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a divine opportunity for her to exact vengeance. Su Yin clenched her fist. In this lifetime, she vowed not to squander any opportunity for vengeance. Ding dong. Lin Howren sent her a message condemning her actions. "Su Yin, how could you be so untrustworthy? We agreed on a trade of supplies, yet you resorted to poisoning me. Look at my hand. It has become a ghastly sight. How could you be so heartless? Is it simply because I chose Feier over you that you harbor such animosity towards me? Regardless of your hatred, you have no right to cripple my hand." Su Yin let out a cold snort. "You too once devour my hand and cause me to lose an entire arm. What pain you endure now is merely a trifle. And this is just the beginning." She composed a text message to Lin Howren. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly poison you? Our grudges have long been settled. I'm not the petty person you think I am. Moreover, I've already brought the air conditioning refrigerant inside. The items you requested are still hanging on the door. Come and retrieve them soon, lest they be taken by someone else. Then tell me, why does my hand feel both itchy and painful the moment it touches your doorknob? I even scrape my skin. The door to my house is made from a special material designed to insulate and resist fire. If you're allergic to such materials, it could explain your symptoms. I should have informed you sooner, and I apologize for that. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, what should I do to remedy my hand? Su Yin continued to fabricate. This is easy to handle. Just apply some ointment. Do you have the BILLIONAIRE by ointment at home? Lin Howard replied, I don't have such ointment at home. Yin, do you possess any? Please send me a tube. Su Yin smiled silently, realizing that Lin Howard was rather easy to deceive. She couldn't believe she had regarded such a dim-witted fool so highly in her previous life. Lin Howard cautiously presented his phone to Li Feier, inquiring if she could drive him to retrieve his medication and also collect the supplies that had been left behind. The astute Li Feier remarked, You are truly foolish. She has already apologized to you. Why not take this opportunity to ask her for more supplies? Lin Howard slapped his forehead in realization, grinning broadly. Fair, how are you so clever? You truly deserve to be the woman I, Lin Howard, have chosen. To Li Feier. This boast was both an affront and a display of arrogance, prompting her to swiftly smack Lin Howard on the head. She scolded him, Stop being so ridiculous. Hurry up and ask her for more supplies, food and essentials. Bring back as much as you can. Lin Howard chuckled. Yes, I will ask her right away. He unabashedly requested from Su Yin various items such as shower gel, toilet paper, facial cleanser, ice cream, watermelon, rice, and meat, claiming it was compensation owed to him. Su Yin was no fool, and naturally, she would not admit to possessing such items. She merely offered to provide a few more packets of instant noodles, claiming that she had nothing beyond that. Lin Howard's right hand throbbed with pain, and he could not concern himself with the matter of supplies. Acquiring the ointment was of paramount importance. Thus, he persuaded Li Feier to drive him once more to Su Yan's villa. Upon arriving, Lin Howard noticed a small table placed at the entrance, atop which lay a tube of white ointment. A warm current surged through him at the sight. Su Yan indeed still harbors feelings for me. Look, she deliberately placed the ointment on the table to prevent my hand from touching the door. Why do you only take the medicine but not the supplies? Li Feier complained, having noticed a plastic bag hanging from the doorknob, containing 3 buckets of instant noodles. I can't carry anything with my right hand, Feier. Just wait a moment. I'll apply the ointment and then fetch the supplies. As he spoke, he twisted open the cap of the ointment and squeezed out a long, white ribbon of it, applying it to the back of his right hand. Initially, he felt a slight coolness that was quite pleasant. However, within 10 seconds, he sensed something was amiss. The skin and flesh on his hand quickly turned a shade of liver red and began to swell alarmingly. Soon after, a thick liquid oozed from the wound, accompanied by layers of frothy bubbles. My hand, why? Why is it rotting? It hurts so much. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the air above the Yagwang-Biyuan community. Su Yin stood by the window on the 2nd floor. Due to the exceptional soundproofing of her home, she had to pull the window open just a crack to hear Lin Howard's anguished cries. The viscous red liquid, resulting from decaying flesh, dripped incessantly onto Lin Howard's trousers and the car seat, the bone-deep agony compelling him to writhe within the vehicle, his head striking against the interior in desperation. The putrid flesh juice splattered everywhere, even marring Li Feier's delicate visage. She erupted in ire, exclaiming, Lin Howard, must you be so revolting? Look at the state of my car. Chapter 88. Demanding supplies. Lin Howard hunched over, kneeling on the seat. His head pressed deeply against the backrest as he endured excruciating pain, oblivious to Li Feier's complaints. Li Feier laughed in exasperation. What gives you the right to command me as your driver? Lin Howard. Is your hand poisoned again? Lin Howard, unable to speak due to the pain, merely nodded and waved his left hand, signaling her to drive swiftly. As Li Feier started the car and prepared to leave, she noticed the supplies hanging at the entrance of Su Yan's yard. Watermelons, instant noodles, steamed buns, such tantalizing food. It was a pity she hadn't taken any on her previous visits. She was too delicate to venture out under the sun, but clearly, she couldn't rely on the useless Lin Howren in that moment. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed a spare coat from the car, donned it backward, and with determination, dashed out of the car towards the gate, retrieving the supplies with her hands shielded by the coat's sleeves. Once back in the vehicle, she promptly discarded the coat outside. In critical times, one could only depend on oneself. Men were utterly useless. Cursing under her breath, Li Feier drove home. Upon arrival, Lin Howren lay on the floor, writhing in pain, but Li Feier paid him no mind. Her thoughts were solely consumed by Su Yan supplies. She poured the contents of 3 plastic bags onto the floor with a flourish. Watermelon, my beloved watermelon. Impatiently, she seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and plunged it into the belly of the watermelon. However, the next moment left her dumbfounded. The watermelon split in 2, revealing brown, spoiled flesh inside, mingled with a mass of used tissues. The foul odor of decaying fruit combined with the greasy scent of leftover food from the tissues made Li Feier feel nauseated. Anger surged within her. How dare Su Yan deceive us? She tore open a dozen instant noodle containers, only to find each one filled with the fermenting refuse of cesspool. Oh no! Li Feier's stomach churned violently, and she expelled the instant noodles and biscuits she had previously consumed. As for the pale, steamed buns, she needn't even look. They were undoubtedly just as repugnant. Lin Howren, lying on the floor, his face ashen from pain, witnessed Li Feier's disillusionment as waves of overwhelming stench flooded the opulent living room. The living room of Li Feier's home lay in ruins. With a heart full of concern, he inquired, "Feier, are you all right?" Li Feier wiped the gastric acid and remnants of food from the corner of her mouth, clenched her molars, and fiercely declared, "Wretch, just you wait. You dare to deceive me. I shall not let you escape unscathed. And you," she glared at Lin Howren, accusing him, "this is all you're doing? You deserve to perish." With a swift kick, Li Feier struck Lin Howren's decayed hand. His right hand had been completely corroded, leaving only exposed bone, while some flesh clung to his palm, but it would not last much longer. The force of her kick severed Lin Howren's right hand completely from the wrist down. This time, Lin Howren did not scream in agony. Instead, as the rotting hand separated from his body, the pain receptors were severed, and he suddenly felt no pain. However, the next moment, blood gushed from his wrist, spraying a distance of 10 feet. In the WeChat group of Yaguang BILLIONAIRE homeowners, Bai Shui was mentioned countless times as everyone demanded she relinquish her supplies. Previously, Zheng Jie had suggested that Bai Shui was a problematic individual, and though they believed Zheng Jie was biased, it seemed that she was indeed a woman of low stature, seizing others' resources. How despicable of you! When you sought help in the group, I am glad I heeded Zheng Jie's advice not to share my food with you. The message concluded with Bai Shui. You have until today to surrender all your supplies with Luo Fei. Otherwise, do not blame us for uniting against you. I have heard that the man named Luo is exceedingly cunning. He has gathered a group of foolish homeowners to assist him in seizing supplies, only to keep the lion's share for himself. At that moment, the couple nestled in bed had just concluded an ardent physical encounter. Luo Fei rose to pour Bai Shui a glass of cooled boiled water and offered her 3 vitamin tablets. "Shui, you must consume something nutritious. Although we possess ample supplies, the variety is lacking, and we must supplement our vitamins daily." Bai Shui gently accepted the medication and water, swallowing them before reciprocating by offering Luo Fei a glass of water and placing 3 vitamins in his mouth. "You should take some too. We have over 20 bottles of vitamins, and even if we were to abstain from food and drink, we could survive for a considerable period." The vitriolic remarks in the homeowners group barely affected the affectionate couple, who refused to leave the group in order to monitor its every move. Bai Shui scrolled through the messages, her heart racing when she encountered a homeowner threatening collective retaliation. Luo Fei snorted disdainfully, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "You wish to attack me? You are sorely mistaken." In preparation for the potential home invasion that loomed ahead, Luo Fei resolved to enhance the villa's security alongside Bai Shui. Just then, a bombshell announcement shifted everyone's focus elsewhere. Li Feier had posted a message in the group. Despite their abhorrent nature, Luo Fei and by Shui pale in comparison to Su Yin from Building 27. You see, Su Yin has stockpiled a significant amount of supplies at home, yet she never extends a helping hand to others in the group. This clearly illustrates her selfish disposition. The most despicable aspect of her character is that, after being spurned in her pursuit of my boyfriend, her heart twisted with malice, she deceitfully lured both my boyfriend and me under the pretense of exchanging supplies, only to poison him in the end. She even resorted to using excrement and garbage to masquerade as watermelons and instant noodles to deceive us. Now, my boyfriend's hand is shattered, blood gushing uncontrollably, and my home is inundated with filthy and foul substances, rendering it uninhabitable. Our supplies have been swindled by Su Yin as well. She accompanied her deceit with photographs of Lin Howren's grotesque hand, images of the squalor in her home, and chat logs detailing her exchanges with Lin Howren. As she anticipated, her revelations ignited a fervor within the group. Who would have imagined the sheer volume of instant noodle containers in her possession? How many more uneaten instant noodles could there possibly be? It is an utter disgrace that she would allow watermelons to rot rather than consume them. Such wanton waste is infuriating. Even the rind of a watermelon would be a delicacy to me. Chapter 89. Su Yin under siege. An irate retired teacher exclaimed, "Detestable, abominable, tragic." In the face of calamity, countless individuals are enduring hunger, and this woman, Su Yin, resorts to using food to play tricks on others. It's utterly incomprehensible. I had previously suspected her of hoarding food. Do you recall how generous she was in sharing food with Bai Shui? No one else was as magnanimous as she, for only those who lack would dare to give so freely. For the moment, the group set aside thoughts of Luo Fei and Bai Shui, engrossed in discussions about the supplies in Su Yan's home. Lin Howren, leaning against the wall and seated on the floor, had his right hand bandaged. His pallor indicated significant blood loss. Yet upon seeing Li Feier refer to him as her boyfriend in the group chat, a spark of vitality ignited within him. "Feiya, I knew you loved me. You still regard me as your boyfriend," he choked out, gazing affectionately at Li Feier, who was perched on a chair. Li Feier labeled Lin Howren as her boyfriend in the group merely to rationalize their cohabitation. She was acutely aware of her reputation and refused to be perceived as a promiscuous girl by the neighbors. "Fool," she muttered at Lin Howren before ascending the stairs, contemplating how to send him to Su Yan's home to pilfer supplies. Meanwhile, Luo Fei and Bai Shui were reinforcing their security system in the yard, installing an electrified wire atop the wall. Anyone attempting to scale, it would face electrocution. In matters of security, Luo Fei dared not be negligent. He understood that with the accumulation of supplies came an exponentially increasing danger. The residents of the community would undoubtedly seek to take advantage of him. However, when it was revealed in the group that Su Yin possessed a substantial amount of supplies, the emotions of Luo Fei and Bai Shui became rather complicated. Firstly, they breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all attention was directed towards Su Yin, and no one was mentioning their names anymore. Secondly, they were taken aback by the depth of Su Yan's concealment. She had aided both him and Bai Shui on 2 occasions, and they had presented her with 2 complete packages of supplies in return. Given this camaraderie, Su Yin ought to have confided some truths to them, yet she revealed nothing, which clearly indicated a lack of trust in both him and Bai Shui. Finally, a fleeting thought crossed Luo Fei's mind. If what Li Feier said was true, and Su Yan's family was indeed hoarding a significant stash of supplies, he would need to devise a means to acquire some, for the resources he and Bai Shui possessed were limited and would undoubtedly be depleted within 3 months. At this moment, Su Yin languidly reclined in a rocking chair worth 80,000 yuan, a pouch of herbal tonic clutched between her lips, observing the flurry of discussions about her in the WeChat group. A dismissive smile graced her lips. No matter the vitriol hurled at her, she remained impervious. Instead, it was the sight of Lin Howren's bloodied, mangled hand that caught her attention. How marvelous! She could not help but marvel at fate's generosity towards her. In her previous life, Lin Howren had devoured her hand, and in this life, she had rendered his hand useless with 2 doses of poison. After Li Feier ascended the stairs, she lounged on her bed, fixated on the unfolding dynamics in the WeChat group. She resolved to observe discreetly before determining her next course of action. She had formulated a plan. The two most crucial tasks in this situation were to acquire more resources and to seek an opportunity for revenge against Su Yin. Meanwhile, Lin Howren remained on the floor of the first floor, the wound on his severed hand still oozing blood. Fortunately, Li Fei had bandages and painkillers at home, providing him with a temporary reprieve from the agony. Consumed with rage, his hatred for Su Yin surged like an unrelenting torrent. With his hand incapacitated and his body weakened, he realized that he could only seek vengeance through the assistance of others. He sent a message to Li Fei, urging her to disclose his poisoning in the group. Li Fei promptly shared the group link with Lin Howren, encouraging him to present his case himself for greater credibility. I was poisoned the first time when I touched the door of her house while retrieving supplies, he explained. The second time, she claimed she could provide me with an antidote, which turned out to be this ointment, accompanied by a photo. However, after applying it, the flesh on the back of my hand rotted away, exposing the bone. I can attest that Su Yin is a malicious woman. Her very existence is a calamity, and she should not possess such an abundance of resources. The group erupted in a flurry of agitation once more. This is terrifying. Brother, you have suffered greatly. I recall Sister Jeanne cautioning us against interacting with that woman from Building 27. Who would have thought it would all come to pass? This Su Yin is utterly deranged. Oh my, I had previously requested food from her. Thinking back, it sends chills down my spine. Su Yin, thank you for your lack of assistance. Lin Howren, did she apply poison to the door merely to harm you? I have a feeling it is not so simple. Perhaps she did it to prevent anyone from stealing her supplies. Doesn't that imply she must have resources at home? Otherwise, why would she fear being robbed? Lin Howren's impassioned accusations against Su Yin resonated deeply with many homeowners, and a cacophony of discussions erupted within the group, bustling with fervor. Amidst all the discourse surrounding resources, only one person seemed genuinely concerned about Lin Howren's poisoning. Lin Howren, my brother, could you please turn the ointment that Su Yin gave you and take a photograph to share with me? As a medical student, I have yet to witness a substance so potent that it can corrode a person's hand to such an extent in a brief period. What is its name? The group fell into an immediate silence, all pondering the nature of this mysterious medication. Shabi, does that not mean fool? Is it a term for the foolish BILLIONAIRE? Do you not find that it resembles the phrase you fool? Once again, silence enveloped the chat. Lin Howren gazed at BILLIONAIRE and the so-called Shabi, then contemplated the phrase you fool, his teeth chattering in rage, his scalp tingling, and his head buzzing with anger. He threw his head back and roared, Su Yin, I will have your head. The members of the group remained silent, their laughter echoing in front of their screens. Although Su Yin is indeed detestable, Lin Howren is not without fault. It is rather foolish of him to be so easily deceived that he has lost everything. Chapter 90, The Savior. On the screen, Su Yin is laughing maniacally. In her previous life, Lin Howren not only wronged Su Yin, but also betrayed her, always presenting himself as superior in her presence. Now, he has finally given Su Yin a chance to vent her frustrations. Lin Howren, weren't you quite arrogant? Why not do you run to a group of strangers to complain? If you truly have the capability, why not confront me directly? What, lacking the ability? Having been granted a second chance at life, Su Yin has deeply grasped the secret to happiness. When dealing with scoundrels, one must never show weakness, but retaliate boldly. The exhilarating sensation of doing so is akin to savoring a sumptuous hot pot on a sweltering day. Just then, a new account joined the group, named Contentment Brings Happiness. Upon entering, this individual first changed the group nickname to Building 68, Sun Dashing. He greeted everyone briefly before diving straight into the topic, joining in with the others to berate Su Yin. Sun Dashing. I heard from Sister Zhang that there is someone named Su Yin in our community who is exceedingly selfish, possessing resources yet never aiding others. The only person she has ever assisted is a robber from our neighborhood, a man surnamed Luo and his girlfriend. I strongly condemn such behavior. At this moment, someone recognized the billionaire Sun Dashing and immediately sought to ingratiate themselves. Mr. Sun, it's you. Handshake. I heard you lived in our community, but I've never seen you in person. Why have you only just joined the group? Ding Yu Kai. in front of his phone screen, repeated the fabricated words meant to deceive Zhang Shuqin. Consequently, he was unceremoniously tossed into the larger group, left to fend for himself. The name Sun Dashing was well known in the community. He was the CEO of a publicly listed company, worth over $1 billion, with numerous properties both domestically and abroad, making him the envy of many residents. His earlier remarks carried an air of authority, momentarily shifting the focus from Su Yin to Sun Dashing. Mr. Sun, you are right. We must not abandon ourselves and must persevere through this hardship. However, the unfortunate reality was that everyone was running out of food, and many residents were struggling with increasingly ineffective air conditioning. Mr. Sun, if you have any surplus resources, could you possibly assist us? Mr. Sun, I've heard you have extensive connections and relationships within government departments. Could you speak to them about distributing another batch of supplies to us? Mr. Sun, my air conditioning can no longer cool. It's over 50 degrees Celsius in my home today. I feel I might perish from the heat. May I stay at your residence? I beg of you. Accompanied by a bowing video, Ding Yukai temporarily forgot his hunger, lost in the adoration of the residents. The sight of that resident bowing before him instilled in him a sense of being a savior. In the age of famine, we're not the desperate common people kneeling in supplication to the heavens or deities, pleading for salvation. How am I any different from the divine now? Ding Yonkai chuckled with satisfaction, reclining on the sofa, relishing the refreshing coolness provided by the robust air conditioning system installed by the previous owner. As he perused the adoration expressed by the residents time and again, he then embarked on his true performance. Dear family and neighbors, he began, I am profoundly moved by your kindness. To be candid, during the last government relief effort, I had a word with my relatives working there for originally. Our community was not slated to receive any supplies. Unfortunately, our provisions were stolen, leaving so many of us, myself included, to endure hunger. Even our refrigerator stands empty. Attached is a photo of the empty refrigerator. My family and I have subsisted on water for the past 2 days, and having reached our limit, I contacted my relatives in the government, hoping for a second round of supplies. However, they informed me that it has only been 2 or 3 days since the last distribution. Thus, a second round cannot be arranged. My dear kin, I have done all I can. Let us lay the blame on those wretches who pilfered our provisions. At this juncture, Zhou Kaifeng, who had just joined the group, seized the moment to act as Sun Dashing's cheerleader, rallying the members to contribute supplies for him. Mr. Sun, you are truly a benevolent soul. You have made such a significant contribution to our community, and yet you received no provisions at all. How unfair. She continued, I have some dry bread at home. If you do not mind, I shall share a piece with you. I know it is little, but it is all I can offer. She then shared a meticulously crafted message in the group. Dear neighbors, we must not forget to repay kindness. Let us each contribute a bit of food to Mr. Sunday. A bag of rice is not too much, a piece of biscuit not too little. If everyone gives a little, we can help Mr. Sun and his family survive. In a few days, Mr. Sun will assist us in contacting the government for a second distribution of supplies, and our support for him shall not be in vain. It is akin to an investment. Soon, voices of agreement began to echo in the group. Indeed, I support everyone donating food to Mr. Sun. I can spare some peppermint candy. A middle school boy, using his mother's phone, passionately declared in the group, I am willing to sacrifice. My hunger is trivial, but Mr. Sun's hunger is paramount. Everyone, let us contribute food to Mr. Sun so he can live and contact the government. Agreed. I am willing to share some honey with Mr. Sunday. I can part with 2 spoonfuls of Lao Ganma. My cat has passed away. I can offer Mr. Sun a hind leg. In an instant, the group was enveloped in a spirit of unity and altruism, prioritizing the collective over the individual. Sun Dashing's reputation in the community was already formidable. He claimed to have connections within the government, a statement that none dared to question. Nowadays, everyone believes that the sole hope rests in the hands of Sun Dashing. As long as he remains alive, he can persuade the government to deliver supplies to the Yaguang Biyuan community. One by one, the residents are sharing photographs in the group, showcasing the provisions they can offer to their savior, Sunday. At that moment, Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by triumphant smiles. Chapter 91. The imposter unmasked, as the ancients wisely stated, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Today I, son, have profoundly understood the essence of this adage. You are my family, and your kindness moves me beyond measure. I graciously accept your goodwill. The heat outside is unbearable, so please do not venture out. Simply hang the food at your doorstep, and I shall drive to collect it shortly. Rest assured, everyone should feel free to provide sustenance for Mr. Sunday. On his behalf, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and promise that a second batch of supplies will be delivered promptly. Cough, cough. Witnessing Zhang Shuqin's pale complexion and feeble demeanor, yet still advocating for Sun Dasheng, stirred deep emotions in everyone and further solidified their belief that Sun Dasheng would bring hope to the community. Consequently, each resident began devising ways to contribute food. Some broke off a small piece from their last bag of instant noodles, even adding a sprinkle of seasoning. Others relinquished the final remnants of their child's milk powder. Some shared half of the crispy rice they had saved for 2 days. Even those who had previously assisted Luo Fei in seizing supplies were now contributing food to Sun Dasheng, fearing that if they did not, they would miss out on the next distribution. Before long, residents began reporting in the group that their food preparations were complete, inviting Mr. Sun to collect them at his convenience. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng were overjoyed after enduring days oscillating between hunger and survival. The prospect of receiving food from dozens of families finally promised a satisfying meal. However, just as they drove the 6-wheeled red vehicle out of the garage, a bombshell message erupted in the homeowners group. The long silent Su Yin unleashed a merciless tirade against the residents. The sweltering heat has not only deprived you of food, but also dulled your wits. This man is not Sun Dasheng. He is Ding Yukai, an unemployed vagrant. Building 68 is vacant, and he has been secretly residing there, masquerading as the owner. Just look at the car he drives. Which billionaire would be seen in a dilapidated vehicle worth merely a few thousand? And observe his appearance. Such a lecherous figure could he possibly be Mr. Sun? Attached is a surveillance screenshot. A profound silence enveloped the group as everyone scrutinized the screenshot shared by Su Yin, captured by the camera across from Building 68. It depicted a silver van emerging from the residence, its exterior dirty and worn, starkly contrasting with the community's image. Zhang Shuqin felt a surge of blood rising from her chest, only to erupt violently from her mouth. No, it cannot be true. I have bestowed upon him such a multitude of resources, only to discover he is an imposter. She immediately sat up in bed and sent a private message to Sun Dasheng. Mr. Sun, someone in the group is tarnishing your reputation. You must clarify this at once. At that moment, Ding Yotsai's vehicle coincidentally pulled up at the entrance of a household, where a plastic bag hung from the doorknob, containing half a cucumber. Zhou Kaifeng swiftly descended from the car, shielding herself from the sun with an umbrella, and retrieved the cucumber. Meanwhile, Ding Yukai fixated on his phone, scrutinizing the group chat to identify who was disparaging him. To his astonishment, it was none other than that little vixen, Su Yin. Damn it. How could I forget she was still in the group? I should have joined with a different WeChat account, Ding Yukai lamented, smacking his forehead. Gritting her teeth, she declared, that little vixen dares to obstruct our means of livelihood. Husband, think of a way to deal with her. Ding Yukai, with a sudden spark of inspiration, typed in the group chat, Dear homeowner, I bear you no grudge. Why then do you seek to defame my character? Can one merely infer from a single vehicle that I am a fraud? The other party covets my luxury car, while I merely wish to reach home swiftly. As the sun blazed overhead, with temperatures soaring close to 60 degrees, Ding Yotsai's explanation relieved the collective tension. Sun Dasheng was now regarded as the sole savior of the community. Only he could possibly provide resources and hope for survival. The homeowners rallied to defend Sun Dasheng. Su Yin, how shameless you are. Look, everyone is denouncing you. You panic and slander Mr. Sun to divert attention. Do not think we are oblivious to your devious intentions. Have you noticed? Those whom Sister Zheng has condemned are indeed no good, Su Yin and Bai Shui among them. Sister Zheng has long warned us against associating with them, and the truth has proven her right. Indeed, a mere vehicle cannot be indicative of one's character. If he were not Mr. Sun, how could he reside in Mr. Sun's house? Lin Howren seized the opportunity to join the fray. Su, you possess resources yet refuse to share even a morsel, while Mr. Sun, in stark contrast, is tirelessly striving to procure supplies for everyone. In this comparison, Mr. Sun stands as a majestic mountain, whereas you are akin to a repugnant maggot. The one most fearful of Sun Dashing's downfall was Zheng Shuqin, for she had delivered an abundance of resources to him. Should he be revealed as a fraud, her extensive flattery would become a source of ridicule. What would the other homeowners think of her? Thus, Zheng Shuqin harbored a greater desire than anyone for Sun Dashing to be genuine. However, in the next instant, the crowd was met with a harsh revelation from Su Yin. Su Yin shared the surveillance footage of Ding Yaozu frantically running through the community, with Ding Yukai pursuing him in a car, in the group chat. Do you remember the strange, inhuman figure resembling a monkey that appeared in the neighborhood a few days ago? That was none other than Ding Yotsai's son. She then uploaded another video showing the entire Ding family stealthily infiltrating the courtyard of Building 68 and prying open the front door. This revelation sent the residents into a frenzy. Indeed, how could the renowned Sun Zong be this way? Even if the real Sun Zong resided in the community, considering his financial prowess, how could he possibly lack a stockpile of supplies? A super-rich individual like him should have long established an underground fortress to prepare for an apocalypse. Shouldn't he? The more they thought about it, the more furious they became. Chapter 92. Seizing the air-conditioned room, Sun Dashing. Show us your ID. This is outrageous. I share my last bit of baby formula with Sun Zong, only to discover he is a fraud. The world has become so dark. It's simply unbearable. At that moment, someone recalled the most crucial matter, the precious food supplies. Yes, everyone, please safeguard your provisions. I was just a moment too late, and he took mine. I managed to capture a few photos. Look at this man's appearance and demeanor. He could never be a wealthy individual. Zheng Shuqin could hardly believe that her lifetime of shrewdness had been bested by such a sleazy man. Infuriated to the point of nausea, she realized this inadvertently confirmed that he was not the genuine Sun Zong. Memories flooded back of how she had eagerly delivered fruits, vegetables, grains, and medicines to this charlatan, even fundraising for ice in the group chat. She wished she could slap herself in the face, in a bid to salvage her dignity and reputation. Zheng Shuqin promptly clarified her relationship with Sun Dashing in the chat. Neighbors, this man has deceived me out of so many essentials. My losses are the most severe. You all know I am a kind-hearted person. Zheng Shuqin's words undoubtedly solidified Sun Dashing's reputation as a fraud. However, the residents were too preoccupied with the notion of his deceit to ponder whether Zheng Shuqin had been duped or had colluded with the swindler. Having concluded that he was indeed a fraud and not a legitimate owner in the community, it was decided that the residents at Building 68 should not be occupied by this impostor. I propose we expel this fraud from our community. The house at 68 should be allocated to those whose air conditioning has failed. Agreed. My air conditioning broke down yesterday, and my mother nearly suffered heat stroke this morning. If this continues, our family will not survive. Absolutely. Let us drive the fraud away and free up the house. Several households suffering from malfunctioning air conditioning had longed to relocate to a properly cooled residence, enduring the oppressive heat of over 70 degrees. Each moment felt like an eternity as they languished in the sweltering conditions. Unable to bear the heat any longer, they rushed out of their homes towards the villa at Building 68. On the lower basement floor, Su Yin gazed at the surveillance footage, a sly smile creeping upon her lips. These foolish individuals sought to direct their animosity towards her. Thus, she resolved to retaliate in kind, shifting the focus of their ire towards others. Lin Howren and Li Feier, observing that the topic of Su Yin had dissipated, fixated their attention on the imposter Sun Dashing. Their discontent palpable. A cadre of simpletons, instead of seizing the moment to procure resources from Su Yin, chose to entangle themselves with the fraud. Li Feier scufa da ricevere. Meanwhile, Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng sat in their vehicle, initially prepared to venture to the next location for food collection. They caught sight of a family peering from their courtyard, swiftly retrieving a half bag of instant noodles and not forgetting to display a 3-second middle finger towards Ding and his car. Zhou Kaifeng, seated in the passenger seat, grit her teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "That wretched girl is too wicked, daring to sabotage our plans." She lifted the meager provisions in her hand, a single overripe banana, 10 biscuits, and a small block of instant noodles. "Is this all we have? If it weren't for that little vixen's interference, we could have gathered a substantial amount of food today." Her eyes brimmed with indignation. Confronted with attacks and insults in the group chat, they had abandoned any pretense. Nothing was more critical than acquiring sustenance. Ding Yukai, preoccupied, paid no heed to Zhou Caifeng's complaints, for he noted that many homeowners in the group were clamoring to seize their property. Indeed, in Ding Yotsai's eyes, the villa at number 68 was unequivocally his. At the entrance of Villa 68, a gathering of 5 or 6 perspiring individuals had formed, with another 7 or 8 hastening from various directions. One among them exclaimed fervently, "This is our community's property. We cannot allow outsiders to invade." The others echoed in agreement. "Precisely. With General Sun absent, the house belongs to us collectively. It is only reasonable that we, whose air conditioners are inoperable, take refuge in this vacant abode. Yes, let's proceed inside." With that, they pushed open the courtyard gate and rushed into the house. The trailing 7 or 8, witnessing their entrance, quickened their pace to follow suit. As the group, tormented by the sweltering heat, crossed the threshold into the cool sanctuary, it was as if they had been resurrected. What bliss! What relief! These past days, my insides have nearly been cooked. Without air conditioning, I feared I might not see the morrow's sun. Better not to see the sun. I loathe it now. They sprawled haphazardly upon the sofas and floor, greedily inhaling the refreshing air. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the doorway, startling everyone. "What are you doing? Get out, all of you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." As they beheld Ding Yukai and his wife, clad in inexpensive attire, exuding an air of lewdness and brutishness, devoid of any semblance of wealth, their conviction solidified. The sun dashing in the chat was indeed a charlatan. In Building 40, Chunhao had endured several sweltering days without air conditioning, his mind nearly scorched by the oppressive heat, rendering him irritable and tempestuous. With bloodshot eyes and mouth agape, he lunged at Ding Yukai, growling, "The ones who should leave are you, 2 frauds. Depart at once." Ding Yukai raised the wooden stick in his hand, ready to strike Chen's head, while a dozen others, equally frazzled by the heat, surged forward, encircling Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. "Beat them to death, frauds, frauds." The crowd mercilessly kicked at Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. The two wielded their makeshift weapons in defense, but outnumbered, they could only retreat while striking back. In desperation, they fled to the restroom on the first floor, seizing anything within reach to hurl at the entrance: brushes, soap, body wash, towels. Chunhao and his compatriots had finally found a respite from the heat, unwilling to relinquish their cool haven, their eyes ablaze as they relentlessly pursued Ding and Zhou. "Leave, get out. If you don't leave, we will beat you to a pulp. This house belongs to us. We are the rightful owners here. You 2 paupers dare impersonate owners. It's tantamount to seeking death." They rained blows upon Ding and Zhou, striking their bodies and faces with fierce intent, eliciting cries of distress from them. Seeing himself outnumbered, Ding Yukai picked up a basin from the floor and scooped the foamy pink liquid from the bathtub, dousing the crowd with it. The onlookers were bewildered, recoiling from the overpowering stench of decay and rot. "What is this water? It reeks," someone exclaimed. "It's more repugnant than sewage. How could anything smell so foul? I can't take it anymore. I need to get out." Realizing the effectiveness of their tactic, Ding and his wife fervently continued to splash the putrid water onto the crowd, soaked and overwhelmed by the nauseating odor. Chunhao and the others could no longer endure it, scattering like headless flies while retching. Someone pushed open a door leading to the corridor and dashed into the backyard, prompting others to follow suit. They fled to the covered walkway in the backyard, gasping for breath, finally inhaling air that was not tainted. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. The crowd turned to see a naked man lying on the lawn, his body grotesquely swollen, with scarcely a patch of unblemished skin, his exposed flesh a ghastly pale pink. Under the harsh sunlight, the man lay with his head tilted, eyes wide with terror and despair, his mouth opening and closing like a dying fish. Dead, dead. It's a corpse. A timid woman stammered in fright. 2 children, not yet 10, burst into tears. Even the stoutest men felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of this horrific figure. His skin, he's a wretched man. A gust of hot wind swept through, and the crowd was assaulted by a stench far worse than that of bathwater. Wow. One by one, they clutched their chests and retched, expelling bile and stomach acid. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, emboldened by the moment, vowed to drive the invaders away. Ding Yukai burst out of the house, brandishing a kitchen knife in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, his demeanor fierce, while Zhou Kaifeng followed closely behind, carrying a basin of pink, foamy foul water. Will you leave or not? If you don't, I will kill you. Ding Yukai bellowed with wide eyes. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the sight of the pink wretch on the lawn. So, Ding Yukai dropped his weapons and rushed towards Ding Yaozu. My son. Zhou Kaifeng's basin fell, spilling dirty water everywhere. The two knelt beside Ding Yaozu, weeping uncontrollably. Ding Yaozu's skin had endured severe torment for the past few days. Only immersion in icy water had alleviated his suffering somewhat. Thus, Ding Yukai and his wife had made it a daily ritual to let him lie in a bathtub on the first floor, filled with copious amounts of ice. As the ice melted, the water temperature gradually rose, necessitating that they change the water and add fresh ice every few hours. However, today, preoccupied with fending off the community's invaders after their identities were exposed by Su Yin, they forgot to tend to their son. After soaking for 5 hours, Ding Yaozu's skin sloughed off, and the decaying flesh mixed with the increasingly warm water, allowing bacteria and microorganisms to proliferate rapidly, causing his body to itch and ache unbearably, as if countless maggots were burrowing within him. In excruciating pain, he crawled out of the bathtub, stumbling into the backyard and collapsing onto the lawn. The outdoor temperature soared above 70 degrees, compounded by the blazing sun, rendering him unconscious, his mouth gasping like a fish, awaiting the arrival of death. Chun Hao and the others exchanged glances, silently plotting to lock Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng outside the villa while they seized control of Sun Dasheng's property. Just as one was about to close the door, a putrid mass of rotten flesh was suddenly flung into his face, causing him to double over and vomit. Immediately after, a second and third mass followed, splattering Chun Hao and his companions, leaving them all reeking of decay. You shall not lay claim to our home, Zhou Kaifeng shouted, her eyes ablaze with fury, her appearance terrifying. The crowd was defiant. After all, this was clearly Sun Dasheng's house, and it was absurd for these outsiders, not even residents of the community, to occupy it. Old woman, you are talking nonsense. This house has nothing to do with you. You shameless wretch. Originally, a group of over 10 individuals had formed an alliance to confront Ding Yukai and his spouse, which appeared more than sufficient. However, the predicament lay in the possession of a formidable weapon by Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, namely the putrid flesh of Ding Yaozu. Having been immersed in icy water for several days, the flesh on Ding Yaozu's body had become swollen and pallid, easily detachable with a mere grasp. Moments ago, as the couple witnessed Chun Hao and his companions attempting to confine them outside their dwelling, desperation drove them to seize handfuls of the decaying flesh and storm inside. Ding Yukai, with a grotesque expression, bellowed, "This is neither our home nor yours. If you seek to usurp it, you shall find no passage. I will render this entire residence uninhabitable. Let us see how you endure it." The stench of decay was unbearable, even for seasoned forensic experts, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their mouths and noses as they fled in disarray. In the face of this chaotic scene, Chun Hao boldly stepped forward to negotiate with Ding Yukai. He advanced, gripping Ding Yaozu's collar and asserting with fierce intensity, "We can all reside here. The house is spacious, with ample rooms to accommodate our group. Should you refuse, I am prepared to take your life this very moment." The glint of malice in Chun Hao's eyes was unmistakable. His air conditioning had been malfunctioning for several days, leaving him and his family seeking refuge in vain, having long since cast aside any regard for his own life. He was determined to seize any available air-conditioned space, even at the cost of his existence. Ding Yukai, intimidated by his ferocity, could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. Su Yan's home. Su Yan had endured an apocalyptic experience, witnessing the relentless struggle of humanity to seize resources for survival. She had grown accustomed to such desperation, fully aware that there would inevitably be those who sought to wrest her possessions away. It was precisely for this reason that she had invested millions to construct a level 10 safe house. However, she did not anticipate that she would attract unwanted attention so swiftly. Nevertheless, she harbored no fear. Ding Yaozu and Lin Haoran had already dared to test the waters, and it was evident that they could not even approach the gates of her estate without facing dire consequences, either death or severe injury. Chapter 94. Cannibalism at this moment. Su Yan sat in the surveillance room on the basement level, meticulously reviewing the events that transpired in the backyard of Villa number 68. Ding Yaozu had met a particularly gruesome fate. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, driven by their love for their son, would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance against her. Su Yan smiled faintly, realizing that she needed to select an entertaining demise for these two individuals. Such a delightful prospect warranted a celebratory drink. Within the owner's group, many continued to berate Su Yan for her selfishness, while a handful of astute individuals had discreetly begun to curry favor with this affluent benefactor. They added Su Yan on WeChat, leaving messages that implored, "Miss Su, I wish to purchase some of your food, no matter the cost. Miss Su, I have never spoken ill of you in their company. Given this circumstance, could you possibly lend me some provisions?" As Su Yan swirled her cocktail, she perused her friend request list. A cascade of red dots greeted her, including a request from Wang Jia of Building 1. Wang Jia serves as the director of the Human Resources Department at the Sea City Bureau of Industry and Commerce. His son had been tragically summoned by Zhang Shuqin to assist in transporting supplies, only to meet a grim fate at the hands of Zhao Peng and Luo Fei's factions. Aware that his title was his greatest asset, Wang Jia promptly left a message on the board. "I am Director Wang, seeking to borrow some food. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall be at your service." The young director, Zhang Tao, also joined the fray. Before sending his friend request to Su Yan, he deliberately updated his WeChat profile picture to showcase a strikingly handsome and alluring image. "Greetings, Miss Su," he wrote. "I am Director Zhang Tao, male by gender, with a fondness for females. I possess a variety of skills and can provide personal services, humbly requesting merely a morsel to eat." Upon noticing Zhang Tao's friend request message, Su Yan couldn't help but burst out her cocktail in surprise. She clicked on Zhang Tao's avatar. While he was indeed handsome, he did not stir her heart, and his physique was far from appealing to her. Before the apocalypse arrived, Su Yan had prudently stocked up on several boyfriend robots, each boasting the looks of a male star, the physique of a fitness coach, standing at a height of 185 centimeters, along with impeccable intimate skills. According to her plan, she intended to remain in the safe house for an extended period, and addressing her physical needs was an inevitable concern. Acquiring several handsome, obedient boyfriend robots who would never betray or harm her seemed to be the optimal solution. Such is the joy of a wealthy woman. Su Yan gently pinched the face of the robot boyfriend seated beside her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Behind her lay a series of friend requests, all unvarnished pleas for resources, none of which could entice her with their propositions. Consequently, Su Yan chose to disregard them entirely. She set her phone aside and activated her robot boyfriend's program, requesting him to carry her upstairs. An hour later, she descended, seeking another robot boyfriend to engage in a game of chess. Though her skills were lacking, her robot boyfriend affectionately teased her for her clumsiness, patiently guiding her through the intricacies of the game. Amid laughter and joy, Su Yan savored another blissful afternoon. Feeling hungry, she retrieved some fresh vegetables and rice from her storage and instructed the housekeeping robot to prepare a meal. The robot adeptly crafted a nourishing chicken and Cotinopsis pilaf, sought Ed seasonal vegetables, steamed pollock with bean sprouts, and even whipped up a cup of chocolate milk tea. As Su Yan dined, her two robotic boyfriends accompanied her, serving her dishes, ladling soup, and gently reminding her to eat slowly, affectionately commenting on how she had oil smeared all over her mouth, resembling an adorable little kitten. Su Yin truly relished her life in this post-apocalyptic world. Were it not for the collapse of civilization, she would still be toiling for capitalists, laboring tirelessly outside. In this new reality, she need not worry about starvation from idleness, nor feel inferior due to her lack of education, nor experience anxiety for not striving for advancement. The simplicity of a laid-back existence was utterly delightful. After several hours, she contemplated checking on her neighbors. Wu Gang, a resident of Building 16, shared a photograph in their group chat, inquiring about the taste of the peculiar item depicted. The image showcased a long, slender object lying flat on the floor indoors. Due to the angle of the photo, it was difficult for anyone to discern what it truly was, but appeared exceedingly dry and bore a reddish hue reminiscent of cured meat. Some individuals in the chat began to speculate. What could this be? Attached was another image displaying neatly sliced lean meat on a plate. The atmosphere in the group shifted dramatically. Wu Gang, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to entice us to raid your home with that cured meat? Exclaimed one. Wow, it looks so delicious. I've been eating potatoes for 3 days. I crave some meat. Would you sell me a bit? I'm starving. Wu Gang resided in Building 16 and was a full-time stock trader. Although his income was inconsistent, he had amassed a fortune of several million. His neighbors regarded him as amiable and easygoing, never one to compete for resources. After the apocalypse, he had sought assistance in the group, hoping for some food, but due to his mild social anxiety, he had been ignored after a couple of attempts and ceased communicating thereafter. His sudden flurry of messages, sharing food from his home, astonished everyone. Yet, when questioned by his neighbors, Wu Gang remained silent yet again. Soon after, he posted another photograph, revealing a dish containing food. The claws are tasty, but alas, there is too little meat. If only it were a bit fattier. At this moment, the residents could no longer remain composed, for the plate contained nothing less than a human hand. This sight caused several individuals to drop their phones in shock. Wu Gang, are you eating a human hand? Have you lost your mind? No matter the circumstances, one cannot resort to cannibalism. Whose hand are you consuming? This is utterly unhinged. Most of the homeowners still willing to engage in a group were individuals of relatively upright moral standing. Before the apocalypse, they had held respectable jobs and homes, and now sought to acquire resources through legitimate means. Thus, when they witnessed Wu Gang seemingly indulging in human flesh, they were left aghast. Cannibalism was the final taboo that defined humanity. However, Wu Gang's next action was to grotesquely expel the disdainful sentiments harbored by these self-righteous homeowners. Hee, I've finally had my fill of meat. Would you like to see how I indulge? He spoke as he removed an ear, dipped it in a bit of chili oil, its aroma intoxicating. The muscle from the chest, firm and robust, required effort to sever. Once detached, he roasted it over the fire, its fragrance wafting through the air. Can you smell that? Would you care for a taste? Chapter 95. The corpse retrieval in the final frame. Wu Gang held a piece of semi-cooked human flesh before the camera, grinning wickedly. At last, I need not endure hunger. Meat is truly delectable. Whose body was he consuming? How had that individual met their demise? Could he have been the cause of their death? His mental state had evidently deteriorated. Was he feasting upon the remains of a family member? The homeowners watching through their phones wore somber expressions. In merely a few days, had the situation deteriorated to cannibalism? Had society sunk to such depths? As for the corpse, while it was unrecognizable to many, Zhang Shuqin was all too familiar with it. In Wu Gang's video, as he severed the ear, she immediately identified it as belonging to Old Lu from Building 12. Old Lu was a reclusive elder, age 70, whose son, a vice president of a hospital, was frequently absent. Recently, a fire broke out in the greenery outside his home, and fearing that the flames might spread, he stood under the blazing sun, dousing the flames with a hose. Following a searing rain, the fire was extinguished, but he succumbed to the oppressive heat. His body lay beneath the courtyard wall, undiscovered, and under the dual assault of temperatures exceeding 70 degrees, it desiccated before it could even begin to decay. This explains why, in the days following his death, the nearby neighbors had not detected any foul odor, remaining oblivious to his demise. Wu Gang resided in Building 16, directly across from Old Lu's home. Since the incident, he had been monitoring the situation, Noticing the front door ajar, he surmised that old Lu was likely deceased. Lu Gong, a full-time stock trader, had lived alone since his divorce, relying solely on takeout for sustenance. With no provisions stored at home, the onset of this scorching apocalypse left him to suffer from hunger. In desperation, he had reached out to his neighbors in the homeowners group for assistance. But his reclusive nature rendered him virtually invisible, easily overlooked by the others. Gradually, starvation pushed him to the brink of madness, as he resorted to gnawing on his leather shoes and belt. In a bid for survival, he resolved to venture out in search of food. His first destination was old Lu's residence. Upon encountering the desiccated corpse sprawled upon the lawn of Building 12, he laughed. At that moment, in his eyes, it was no longer a fellow human being or neighbor, but rather a piece of dried meat, stripped of all humanity. Zhang Shuqin vehemently condemned Wu Gang's actions in the group chat. Absurd. Utterly absurd. We are human beings, not animals. Under no circumstances should we resort to consuming the remains of our fellow beings. Bai Shui, urge your boyfriend to distribute some supplies. His hoarding has led to this ghastly situation of cannibalism. Can your conscience truly bear witness to such horrors? After uttering these words, Zhang Shuqin fell back onto her bed in exasperation, recalling how she had been deceived by a fraudulent sun dashing, losing a significant amount of supplies. Now, her household's food reserves were dwindling. The three of them could barely survive for 5 days. Others, like Zhang Shuqin, expressed their disdain for Luo Fei and Bai Shui, unleashing a torrent of vitriol against them in the chat. Luo, you are hereby given until the end of today to surrender your supplies, or we shall raid your home. Indeed, do not overestimate your capabilities. There are many of us, and we can easily crush you. Wu Gang's act of cannibalism served as a dire warning to all. If this continues, the entire community may devolve into a graveyard of human consumption. Luo Fei and Bai Shui had just completed fortifying the defenses of their courtyard wall, and now they were in the basement, concealing their supplies. Luo Fei remained acutely aware of the messages circulating in the group. He was indifferent to Wu Gang's gruesome act. In fact, he secretly wished for the homeowners to turn against one another, as it would reduce the number of individuals coveting his supplies. Xuya, those ruffians are threatening to raid our home for supplies. Let us hasten and secure our provisions. I shall not permit them to invade our sanctuary. Luo Fei declared to Bai Shui. A flicker of concern crossed Bai Shui's eyes. If Luo Fei refrained from seizing supplies, they would face starvation. Yet if he did, the homeowners would not spare them. For now, she could only stand by Luo Fei's side, devising every possible means to safeguard their provisions. However, another group harbored different intentions. On the day Luo Fei pilfered supplies, after everyone had dispersed, one individual remained at the square, Lin Chao. That night, Lin Chao met his demise beside the plaza. Like old Lu, his corpse was reduced to a desiccated husk within a day. Inspired by Wu Gang's gruesome act, a few individuals in the group contemplated Lin Chao's remains. Particularly those residing in the villas overlooking the square, they could see Lin Chao's body from their windows. These homeowners, typically genteel and affluent, had harbored a sense of superiority. Yet hunger and the dread of death ultimately compelled them to abandon their moral boundaries. In the expansive square, a handful of shadowy figures appeared, glancing around furtively, fearful of being seen or of someone outpacing them to claim Lin Chao's body. Upon recognizing one another, they immediately sprinted forth, each one racing desperately towards Lin Chao. Lin Chao's physique, though not yet 30, was well-proportioned, a harmonious blend of flesh and form, even in his state as a desiccated corpse. The pores of his skin gradually exuded oil, creating an appearance that was temptingly grotesque. The first 3 individuals to reach Lin Chao each seized a different part of him, one grasping a leg, another an arm, and the third encircling his head. I claimed him first. He belongs to me. One asserted, why should it belong to you? I spotted this corpse days ago. It's rightfully mine. Another interjected. I also laid claim. I must have my share. The dispute escalated into a physical confrontation as all 3, in unison, resorted to violence to resolve their contention. They soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. Just as they were engrossed in their brawl, Zhao Peng and Li Fugue arrived. driving a patrol vehicle from the property management center, specifically to retrieve Lin Chao's remains. Exchanging knowing glances, they felt fortunate to have arrived at the opportune moment and discreetly dragged Lin Chao's body into their vehicle, hastily shutting the door and fleeing. "Boss, we arrived just in time. Otherwise, such a delectable prize would have slipped through our fingers," Li Fugue exclaimed from the back seat, pressing his foot against Lin Chao's leg, discovering a surprising resilience that suggested the meat would be savory. Zhao Peng grinned broadly, his heart swelling with joy. After enduring hunger for several days, they were finally on the brink of feasting. The incident involving Wu Gang and the consumption of a corpse had inspired Zhao Peng. He led his subordinates to meticulously examine surveillance footage for any discarded bodies. Thus, Lin Chao's remains were discovered, prompting Zhao Peng to rush over with Li Fugue to collect them, and they were indeed fortunate to find him. Starved for days, Zhao Peng and his companions were reduced to primal instincts, having cast aside the moral compass of humanity. To them, Lin Chao's corpse was merely sustenance. At the property management center, they eagerly began to dissect the carcass, sharing the feast among themselves. They dined heartily that day. Meanwhile, the three brawlers in the square, realizing mid-fight that the corpse had vanished, searched the vicinity in vain before coming to the disheartening realization that someone had seized Lin Chao's remains during their scuffle. Frustrated and enraged, they engaged in yet another round of conflict. In Building 48 at Li Feier's residence, Lin Howren vowed to Li Feier that he would avenge both their grievances by storming Su Yin's abode and seizing her vast resources. However, this endeavor hinged on Li Feier's willingness to provide him shelter, ensuring he was not relegated to the doghouse. After some contemplation, Li Feier recognized her dwindling food supplies. Without Lin Howren, she would have to fend for herself. With him around, she could reap the benefits without effort. Besides, the air conditioning in her home would serve one or two just as well, so she might as well accommodate him for the time being. Finally securing the favor of his goddess, Lin Howren eagerly nodded in agreement. "Feier, whatever you say goes. I am at your command." Lin Howren, resolute in his intentions, requested 5 ibuprofen capsules from Li Feier and swallowed them all at once before embarking on his plan. He feigned deep distress, lamenting, "It pains me to see Brother Wu Gang driven to such desperation that he resorts to scavenging for food. I firmly believe that with mutual assistance, we can endure until the heat abates. Let us not forget that Su Yin from Building 27 possesses an abundance of provisions, ample enough to sustain our entire community for at least 2 weeks. Yet, she remains selfishly indifferent, preoccupied with her own comfort while disregarding the plight of others. Such selfishness is a grave sin, and we must unite to demand she share her resources to rescue us from this dire situation." Many, famished and languishing at home, found renewed vigor upon hearing Lin Howren's impassioned speech in the WeChat group. "Young brother, you speak the undeniable truth. This is a matter of life and death for us all. We cannot allow a few individuals to hoard resources while the rest of us starve." Zhang Shuqin, troubled by the prospect of where to find sustenance, was stirred into action upon witnessing the conversation regarding Su Yin. "Su Yin, what justification do you have for withholding food from everyone? Our community is affluent, comprising cultured and educated individuals. If your selfishness transforms our neighborhood into a predatory society, your sins will be monumental. Even in death, the King of Hell shall not spare you." Zhang Shuqin unflinchingly chastised Su Yin in front of the entire group. "I now represent the neighborhood committee, the street office, and the multitude of homeowners, commanding you to share your food and supplies. Should you disregard my instructions, rest assured that accountability will follow the cessation of this calamity. Your indifference could indirectly cost the lives of several families in our community." Those present echoed Zhang Shuqin's sentiments. "Sister Zhang, let us not waste time. We shall confront her directly. We are many, and we shall not fear her refusal. If necessary, we shall force our way into her home." Luo Fei, having left his group nickname unchanged, remained incognito, his residence unknown to others. Seeing Zhang Shuqin addressing him, she did not pursue his identity further. Based on Luo Fei's assessment, he and Su Yin were among the few in the neighborhood with substantial resources. While he was unaware of the exact quantity Su Yin possessed, Lin Howren's relentless pursuit of her provided a perfect diversion to draw the attention of the other homeowners away from him. They were a refined, educated, and affluent demographic, the CR of humanity. In this apocalyptic scenario, it seemed only fitting that they should be the ones to survive. Individuals like Su Yin, who contributed nothing to society. Hoarding resources was nothing short of a travesty. The homeowners grew increasingly restless, each preparing tools and readying themselves for an incursion into Su Yan's abode. Chapter 97. The assault on Su Yan's villa. He sent a WeChat message to Su Yin. Su Yin, have you seen the messages in the group? I, Lin Howren, possess the ability to rally many to my cause. How long do you think your supplies can last? If you are willing to share half of your resources with me, I assure you that I can persuade them to abandon their assault on your villa. Su Yin is currently adorning her silicone boyfriend in her luxurious bedroom worth millions. This product features a titanium alloy framework that mimics the human skeleton, while the skin is crafted from premium silicone. The hairstyle, makeup, and physique are all modeled after the finest male models from Europe and America. Apart from the fact that it is not a living being, everything else is flawless. Su Yin bestowed upon him the name Alex. During her leisure moments, she delighted in dressing Alex in various outfits, creating an array of styles. Whether it was the dapper, long-legged gentleman in a suit, the frosty and domineering CEO, the domestic cook donned in a floral apron, or the suggestive live-streaming host, Alex was capable of embodying every look Su Yin envisioned. He required no sustenance, evaded the potential for irritation, and remained steadfastly loyal, endearing himself to Su Yin. Had it not been for the hasty accumulation of supplies, she would have eagerly crafted another version of her beloved idol for her amusement. However, Lin Howren's message interrupted her revelry. Upon reading it, a glint of icy resolve shone in her eyes. Was he attempting to threaten her? Yet moments later, her ire transformed into amusement. After all, she had subjected Lin Howren to considerable tribulations, and his stubbornness invited further play. If he desired her supplies, he would have to earn them by his own merit. In a fit of frustration, Lin Howren slammed his hand on the table, rising in agitation. Su Yan's audacity was simply intolerable. He promptly selected a group of 5 or 6 homeowners who had openly expressed disdain for Su Yin within the community chat and formed a small coalition, plotting to seize her supplies. Drawing from past experiences, Lin Howren instructed everyone to arm themselves thoroughly, ensuring that not a single inch of skin was exposed to avoid the peril of the poisons guarding Su Yan's abode. The group complied eagerly with Lin Howren's orders, some donning hats, scarves, gloves, and sunglasses, while others chose wetsuits or fencing attire. One individual even adorned themselves in a flowing traditional hanfu, humorously crowned with a horsehead mask. Once adequately prepared, as night fell, Lin Howren, assuming the role of captain, stealthily led the group of homeowners towards Su Yan's villa. In front of Su Yan's home, several individuals squatted at the base of the courtyard wall, peering into the villa. The curtains of Su Yan's house were drawn tightly, with only a faint glimmer of light escaping from the edges. The courtyard lay shrouded in darkness, and under the glow of the streetlight along the road, one could vaguely discern the absence of a doghouse or similar structures. The tension among the group began to ease slightly. Lin Howren gestured, proposing they enter through the back door. The front door was hazardous. He pointed to his severed limb. The others understood and nodded in agreement to proceed to the rear entrance. The back door was far less grand than the front, its structure much simpler, standing only 2 meters high, easily scaled by 2 adult men assisting one another. Do not move recklessly. Be cautious of toxins. Lin Howren waved his left hand, gesturing towards his lost right hand. Subsequently, the group huddled at the base of the wall, whispering and deliberating, ultimately deciding to enter Su Yan's villa in stages. First, they would send the individual clad in a fencing outfit to use a sword to prod a rag against the back door, testing for any toxic white granules. Indeed, as soon as the rag made contact with the door, a substance resembling white salt was automatically sprayed from the doorframe, continuing for 10 seconds before ceasing. A thin layer of this caustic white powder blanketed the ground beneath the porch. Upon witnessing those white granules, Lin Howren nearly screamed in terror. It was precisely such substances that had cost him his hand. Now he could scarcely bear to look at any powdery materials, as they triggered haunting psychological shadows. The group felt a chill run down their spines, beads of sweat forming on their bodies. Su Yin was indeed malevolent. It was evident that her home concealed substantial resources. Otherwise, she would not exert such effort in fortifying her defenses. Lin Howard produced a small electric fan, directing it towards the poisonous powder from a distance of 2 meters. He was acutely aware of the peril it posed. Even a slight contact could lead to skin corrosion. Once the toxic powder was cleared, an individual enveloped in a black garbage bag approached, wielding an electric pen, and touched it against the door. The pen illuminated, indicating that the door was electrified. Any human contact would result in immediate electric shock, potentially leading to severe injury or death. The pen flickered to life once more. Electricity permeated the area. Entry was impossible. Lin Howard recalled the day he had followed Su Yin to Yawang Villa, observing numerous workers engaged in renovations inside and outside the villa. At the time, he had given it little thought, but now the realization dawned upon him. Su Yin had been preparing for the apocalypse all along. She had indeed been aware. A tremor ran through Lin Howard, and he clenched his teeth. The group once more crouched at the wall's base to deliberate, one person quietly inquiring, "What shall we do now?" Another replied, "Given the formidable defenses, it seems there is indeed a wealth of food inside. We cannot abandon our efforts." Lin Howard asserted, "This matter must remain known only to us 6. Do not let it slip outside, understand? The more who know, the less each can receive of the resources." Everyone understood tacitly and nodded in silence. Lin Howard and his companions believed they were shrouded in secrecy. However, the patrolling robot in the courtyard had already detected their furtive figures. Upon receiving the alert from the patrol robot, Su Yin promptly descended to the basement to examine the surveillance footage. She observed in its entirety how Lin Howard and his companions deliberately triggered the mechanism of the back door, causing the white sand of the burning heart poison to be released in a cloud. Moreover, the security app indicated that the white sand of burning heart at the back door had been entirely expended, yet Lin Howard and his companions remained completely unharmed. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed through Su Yan's eyes. How dare Lin Howard squander her precious white sand that burns the heart? Although this poison is formidable, its quantity is limited. The amount provided to Su Yin by the Xiaolong Security Company was merely 500 grams. Of this, 250 grams had already been used in the construction of the safe house, incorporated into the mechanisms of the front and back gates, as well as the courtyard walls, leaving an additional 250 grams as a reserve powder, with each mechanism capable of being filled only once. Su Yin observed through the surveillance camera a black sedan parked beneath the shadow of a tree, a mere 30 meters from her home's back door. Inside the vehicle sat Lin Howard and his companions, awaiting the arrival of their associate with the tools. Su Yin, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly retrieved a crossbow from his spatial storage and handed it to the patrolling robot in the backyard. Chapter Dividis Su Aniskongartik. The security robots are tasked with both patrolling and safeguarding their master. Once the operational protocols are properly configured in the background, they are capable of executing their master's commands with precision. Su Yin had mentally prepared herself. This time, she intended to ensure that Lin Howard faced an inevitable fate. She had transformed into a person of utmost ruthlessness, willing to extinguish any threat to her life without hesitation. This was the hardened and unyielding heart awakened after experiencing an apocalypse. She observed as he retrieved 2 spring poles from the back seat of the car. The onlookers, astonished, couldn't help but commend his ingenuity, each one giving him a thumbs up. His spring poles had the capacity to propel him over 3 meters high when exerted to their fullest, effortlessly surpassing the 1.8-meter-high wall surrounding Su Yan's home. Among the 6 present, only the man in the diving suit was adept with the spring poles. The others had never engaged with such apparatuses before. To ensure that everyone could smoothly enter Su Yan's courtyard, they practiced sequentially. Fearing to alert Su Yan, they remained utterly silent, resulting in a peculiar sight of shadowy figures bouncing up and down under the streetlight. After 10 minutes of practice, each individual had mastered the use of the spring poles and was eager to vault into Su Yan's courtyard. The first to leap was Lin Howren, convinced that he had discovered this treasure in Su Yin first, thus believing it was his right to enter her abode ahead of the others. Grasping one side of the spring pole with his left hand and resting his right arm on the opposite side, he sprang into the air under the expectant gazes of his companions. Just as he soared above the courtyard wall, elation coursing through him at the thought of a successful landing, he suddenly caught sight of a silver-gray humanoid figure within the courtyard, gripping a crossbow and aiming directly at him. "Ah, what the hell?" he shouted. With a thud, he plummeted from midair onto the grassy expanse of the courtyard. Curling on the ground, he pressed his left hand against his chest, the searing pain causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, his features contorting into a grotesque grimace. Ouch! Ouch! Damn it! A steel arrow struck true, piercing his chest. The arrowhead bore 4 exceptionally sharp barbs, rendering it nearly impossible to extract once it had found its mark. Outside the wall, another companion had mounted the spring pole, attempting to bounce higher when Lin Howren's agonized scream startled him, causing him to tumble off. For a moment, everyone held their breath, straining to hear any sounds from within the wall. At that very instant, a robotic head appeared over the wall, its cold gaze sweeping over them, sending chills down their spines. "Is he human or a ghost?" someone murmured, before they could discern the source of that chilling, eerie gaze. The robot raised its arms and unexpectedly loosed an arrow. The man in the diving suit was struck squarely, collapsing instantly, his body convulsing violently. The security robot then aimed at the car, preparing to release another arrow, while Su Yin, from the background, pressed the pause button. The vehicle had already receded into the distance, and she was reluctant to squander her limited supply of arrows. The robot descended from the platform, carefully stowed away the crossbow beneath the eaves, and then resumed its programmed patrol. 2 housekeeping robots emerged from the dwelling, lifted Lin Howren, and unceremoniously hurled him beyond the courtyard gate. Su Yin rose from her chair, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. It was her first encounter with the sight of security robots wielding weapons. She felt quite satisfied. Although these robots were still somewhat clumsy and required their master to issue commands for action, having them on the front line to safeguard her was already a source of great contentment. After eliminating Lin Howren and his entourage, Su Yin retreated to the bathroom for a shower, having been thoroughly provoked by Lin Howren that day. Later, she intended to indulge in a relaxing session with the massage robot. Lin Howren was violently thrown 5 meters away, and as the arrows rolled across his body, one plunged an additional 2 centimeters into his chest. The pain was so intense that he nearly lost consciousness. "Su Yin, you are ruthless," he murmured, cursing her in the final moments before darkness enveloped him. The 4 individuals who had accompanied Lin Howren felt a lingering dread. They had narrowly escaped death at Su Yan's doorstep. The news of this failed operation quickly spread throughout the owner group. The surviving 4 recounted the horrific scene in a frenzy. 2 died in less than a minute. "That woman is terrifying. She even has a crossbow. Poor Xiao A met a gruesome fate. I saw a gruesome sight on the ground. Xiao A's family. If you wish to retrieve Xiao A's body, you should go now. If you wait too long, the corpse might dry up." The other owners were first stunned that Su Yin had the audacity to kill directly, especially employing the rare crossbow, which only intensified her aura of mystery in their eyes. Additionally, they felt anger towards Lin Howren and his companions for secretly attacking Su Yin while everyone else sought to share in her resources. Ultimately, they felt a sense of vindication in their hearts upon hearing of their failure. Their misfortune left opportunities for others. Some owners, lacking the courage to venture out and seize resources, offered consolation in the group. "It's a relief that you're safe. That Su is truly venomous. It's evident that she possesses a considerable stockpile of resources, utterly detestable. She not only refuses to share, but also kills at will. Both Su Yin and Luo Fei are no good. They hoard all the resources for themselves without regard for the lives of their fellow beings." Chapter 99. I Want to Strangle That Little Wretchly Feier was taken aback upon reading the news of Lin Howren's death at the hands of Su Yin, a wave of fear washing over her. It was the first time since the apocalypse that she felt such trepidation, and it was instigated by a girl she had previously scorned. With Lin Howren gone, who would risk their life to seek out resources for her. Worry for her future began to gnaw at her. She resolved to see how Lin Howren fared. She climbed in her car and drove towards Su Yan's residence, stopping beside a villa adjacent to Su Yan's home. In the distance, she observed several individuals silently lifting a corpse onto a vehicle at the rear entrance of Villa 27. An arrow protruded from the head of the deceased, unmistakably identifying him as the unfortunate A, who had fallen victim to Su Yan's crossbow. Those gathering his remains were none other than his family. Meanwhile, in another part of the road, Lin Howren lay curled up in a ball. Li Faya cautiously approached, her eyes fixating on Lin Howren's anguished visage, marred by an arrow embedded in his chest. Suddenly, Lin Howren's eyes fluttered open, locking on Li Faya's vehicle, his gaze wide with desperation, his lips moving as he whispered her name. Li Faya was seized by chilling terror. Faya, help save me. Lin Howren extended his mangled right limb towards her, his words muffled and indistinct. Overcome with fear, Li Faya dared not roll down her window. Yet she deciphered his plea from the shape of his lips. The sight of Lin Howren in such torment was harrowing, prompting her to swiftly turn the car around and head home. No sooner had Li Faya departed than a group emerged from the shadows, Zhao Peng and Li Fugue among them. They hastily dragged the barely breathing Lin Howren into their vehicle and sped away from the scene. Under the moonlight, the road before Su Yan's home bore witness to two streaks of coarse blood. Su Yan stood by the window on the second floor, the lights dimmed, observing the recent events through a telescope. This marked her inaugural experience with taking a life. Although she did not wield the weapon herself, she undeniably played a pivotal role in precipitating the other's demise. Including the previous incident with Ding Yaozu, she had now caused the deaths of 3 individuals. Su Yan had long since prepared herself mentally. In the apocalypse, survival often necessitated ruthless actions, and she bore no moral burden regarding the act of killing. After the recent events, fatigue washed over her, prompting a desire to reward herself. She descended into the underground entertainment room and indulged in karaoke. Summoning Zero, she showcased the human pastime of singing along with the accompanying equipment, while 2 robotic companions joined her, microphones in hand, harmonizing with her melodies. Meanwhile, the voices of condemnation against Su Yan in the owner's group chat persisted unabated. Ding Yukai discreetly altered his WeChat profile picture and group nickname, infiltrating the chat to meticulously gather information about Su Yan from the ongoing discussions. At that moment, he and Zhou Kaifeng were seated on the bed in the master bedroom of Villa 68, while Chun Hao and others occupied several guest rooms. This arrangement was a compromise between the two parties. For Chun Hao and his companions, this outcome was relatively satisfactory. They enjoyed the comforts of air conditioning and clean rooms, a stark contrast to their previous cramped living conditions. However, for Ding Yukai and his wife, this situation was far from ideal. The once spacious villa, which had belonged solely to their family of 3, was now crowded with a dozen newcomers, and the lingering hostility only added to their discomfort. They began contemplating alternative options, closely monitoring the owner's group for news, hoping to identify a villa devoid of inhabitants to stealthily occupy. Yet, their primary concern remained focused on Su Yan supplies. Recent events had revealed to Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng that she harbored a substantial cache of resources. This revelation left them perplexed, but their immediate priority was to procure food, as they had gone several days without sustenance and were on the brink of starvation. Whenever the topic of food arose, anger surged within them. If it weren't for Su Yan's treachery in exposing their true identities in the group, they would undoubtedly have amassed a considerable amount of food by now. That wretched girl not only caused Yaozu's demise, but also led to our significant loss of provisions. This cannot be allowed to stand, Zhou Kaifeng seethed. Ding Yukai pounded his fist against the wall, darkly proclaiming, "I refuse to believe I cannot acquire that wretched girl's supplies. Even if I fail to obtain her resources, I will ensure she experiences my wrath." Zhou Kaifeng pondered deeply. But how can we acquire that wretched girl's supplies? Didn't those in the group mention that she recently killed 2 people? I never imagined she would resort to murder. And then there's the poison on her door. An expression of disbelief crossed her face. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng had suffered the effects of the white sand heartburn poison at Su Yan's doorstep, which had caused them considerable distress. Fortunately, the dosage they ingested had been minimal, and later, after acquiring a haphazard assortment of remedies from Zheng Shuqin, they inadvertently alleviated some of their suffering. Yet, both bore extensive purple scars on their necks and faces, and occasional heart pains indicated the poison's lingering effects were intensifying. I'm infuriated. I must strangle that wretched individual to death. The thought of the poisoning gnawed at Ding Yukai, filling him with loathing, particularly since Su Yan's poison had claimed their son's life, causing him to suffer immensely. The desire for revenge burned within him, yearning for Su Yan's life to be forfeit in return. The two had gathered ample intelligence about Su Yan in the owner's group, concluding that her residence was not an ordinary villa, but rather a specially modified fortress with formidable defensive capabilities. The first line of defense was the poison on the door, followed by electric shocks, and the third likely involved crossbows. From Lin's unfortunate encounter, it seemed that the first two defenses could be circumvented, but the third proved to be quite troublesome. That wretched woman had even prepared weapons to safeguard her supplies. A cold sweat broke out on Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. Was this still the Su Yan they once knew? Husband, we lack weapons. How can we possibly eliminate her? Zhou Kaifeng began to fret. Ding Yotsai's countenance darkened. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat her. Allow me to devise a plan. You go fetch some food. Let's not starve before we can deal with her. Zhou Kaifeng nodded and exited the room. She approached the door of the secondary bedroom, knocking gently. The primary issue at Chunhao's household was a malfunctioning air conditioner that could not cool, but they still had some food, enough to stave off immediate hunger. Each family hoarded their provisions, guarding them closely day and night, preventing any theft. Zhou Kaifeng knocked on 3 doors in vain, receiving no food. Upon reaching the 4th door, hesitation was evident from within. This household consisted of a father and son. The son, Xiao Gao, in his 30s, and the father, Lao Gao, in his 60s. Neither had a wife. The son relied on his father for sustenance, while the father lived off savings and pensions to support both himself and his son. They had relied on each other for 2 decades. Zhou Kaifeng stood at the door, her tone gentle and polite. Good sir, young man. My husband and I have been starving for several days. If you have any surplus food, could you lend us a little? The Gao family had stashed away a box of instant noodles, a box of snacks, and some ham sausages under their bed, provisions they had hoarded due to their reclusive nature. They appraised Zhou Kaifeng, noting the peculiar purple bruises on her neck and half of her face, contrasting with her fair shoulders and calves. Despite her apparent age, her figure retained its allure, and she still possessed a captivating charm. They exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Realizing the potential for success, Zhou Kaifeng straightened her posture, enhancing the fullness of her figure. I shall not take advantage of your kindness without reciprocation. Soon we shall devise a means to procure sustenance, at which point we shall repay you doubly. Her countenance was a tapestry of emotions, embodying both the allure of a mature woman and the pitiable despair of one in dire straits, coupled with a stark suggestion of vulnerability. Xiao Gao inquired, "How much do you desire?" Zhou Kaifeng replied with a smile. "How should I express that? A packet of biscuits would suffice. Yet a box of instant noodles would be welcome too. You both possess kind hearts. Consider it a gesture of compassion towards a woman as unfortunate as I. Just offer me what you can." As she spoke, her voice trembled with quiet sobs. "You are aware, my son has just passed away, and my husband has urged me to seek food. Should I fail, we shall starve this night." Her tears flowed like a gentle stream. Old Gao gazed at Zhou Kaifeng's ample bosom, swallowing hard. "My dear lady, please do not weep. We can converse in a more comfortable setting." He placed a hand on her shoulder, guiding her inside. Ding Yukai cast a glance at her without uttering a word, simply taking a bucket of instant noodles and hastening to the kitchen on the 1st floor. Zhou Kaifeng followed suit, descending the stairs, and in the kitchen, they shared a bucket of noodles. As they ate, Zhou Kaifeng inquired whether Ding Yukai had devised a plan to deal with Su Yan. Ding Yukai smirked slightly. "I have a plan." That very night, Ding Yukai summoned over a dozen individuals residing in Villa number 68. He intended to lead this group in a raid on Su Yan's supplies. The 1st floor, tainted by the stench of Ding Yaozu's remains, was deemed unsuitable, and thus they convened in the parlor on the second floor. Aware that the others harbored disdain for him, Ding Yukai eschewed pleasantries and stated bluntly, "Our continued presence here is not sustainable. Food will eventually deplete, and the air conditioning refrigerant will, too. Our best course of action is to seize Su Yan's provisions. What do you think?" Initially, the group harbored a poor impression of him, particularly after learning of his duplicitous nature. None dared to trust him or engage with him. Thus, when Zhou Kaifeng knocked for food, aside from a Gao father and son, the others were indifferent to her plight. Yet, his previous remarks bore a kernel of truth. The crowd observed him, neither nodding nor speaking, awaiting his next words. Ding Yukai paused momentarily before continuing, "I understand you all still possess some food, but I trust your supplies are dwindling. Will you wait until you have nothing left before seeking sustenance? Everyone is fixated on the resources within Su Yan's abode. If we do not act swiftly, others will surely seize the opportunity before us." Did not that fellow Lin bring along 5 or 6 companions? Upon hearing this, varied expressions emerged on the faces of the crowd, for they resonated with Ding Yotsai's words. "So, you wish for us to join you in raiding Su Yan's supplies?" A middle-aged woman queried. Ding Yukai waved his hand, clarifying that he was not proposing a reckless raid, but rather the formation of a cohesive team, equipped with weapons, where everyone would contribute according to their strengths, collaborating toward the common goal. "I am neither a leader nor a commander. I merely offer strategies for our collective benefit. Whether you choose to join is entirely a personal decision." After uttering these words, Ding Yukai fell silent, allowing the crowd time to ponder. After a moment, Chun Hao inquired, "What weapons do we possess?" "They wield crossbows, and what do we have to counter them?" With Chun Hao's provocation, others began to voice their concerns. "Indeed, we have nothing and dare to seize what belongs to others. Isn't that courting death?" a fellow remarked. "The lad surnamed Lin and that fellow named Xiao are living proof of that." Some contemplated Ding Yotsai's proposal earnestly, while others harbored doubts regarding his intentions. "Ding Yukai, you wouldn't be attempting to deceive us again, would you? This perilous venture, are you merely intending to use us as cannon fodder for your own gain?" Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ding Yukai, pulling Zhou Kaifeng along, knelt before the crowd with a thud. "If I harbor even the slightest intention of exploiting you, may I perish immediately." He continued, "To be candid, before moving into this villa, we sought out that wretched Su Yan. We are her aunt and uncle, her elders, having raised her since childhood, yet she repaid our kindness with malice. Not only has she repeatedly harmed us, but she has also stolen our money. My son's tragic demise is directly attributable to her actions. Su Yan is truly despicable." He gestured to the purple marks on their skin. "These marks are the result of poison we encountered at her doorstep." As he spoke, he and Zhou Kaifeng pulled down their collars to reveal the poisoned areas. Upon hearing this, the Gao family felt a chill run down their spines. "It isn't contagious, is it?" Zhou Kaifeng, perceiving their concern, quickly reassured them, "Do not worry. This poison is not contagious." The Gao family sighed in relief. Witnessing the visible effects of poisoning on Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, the crowd began to lean towards believing Ding Yotsai's claims. Zhou Kaifeng added to Ding Yotsai's words, "We have resolved to confront that wretched Su Yan to the death. Even if it costs us our lives, we are unperturbed. Having already lost our son, we no longer wish to live." Chapter 101. Ding Yotsai's offensive under the fervent persuasion of Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. The residents of the villa, except for the Gao family, expressed their willingness to join in the attempt to seize Su Yan's supplies. During this declaration, the Gao family simply shook their heads, as they calculated that they had ample provisions and saw no need to risk themselves. Furthermore, once the others procured food, they could negotiate for supplies by serving Zhou Kaifeng. Ding Yukai remarked, "The house of that wretched woman is unlike any other. Even the walls are encased in steel, capable of electrification. Furthermore, her front and back doors are rigged with traps that unleash a salt-like toxin upon any intruder, causing excruciating itch and pain, leading to festering wounds. My son met his demise in such a manner." These conclusions were drawn by Ding Yukai based on his personal experiences and the perilous encounters faced by Lin Howren and others. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave. With defenses at such an extreme level, how could one even contemplate seizing her supplies? Was that not tantamount to courting death? Ding Yukai reminded them that the previous 2 attempts to raid her resources had ended in failure, resulting in loss of life. Did they truly believe that with their capabilities, they could succeed? It seemed implausible that they could even breach the courtyard. Some began to waver in their resolve. On the day the government airdropped supplies, a participant in the pursuit of Luo Fei concurred. Indeed, the risk is far too great. Perhaps we should instead target Luo Fei's supplies. His residence lacks such malicious defenses. Although Ding Yukai had not participated in the raid on government supplies, nor was he part of the owner's group chat, he had gleaned enough information about Luo Fei's situation through recent discussions. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "If you can conceive of this, so too can others. It is entirely possible that someone is already attempting to raid Luo Fei's supplies. Moreover, the resources at Luo Fei's place are minimal in comparison to that wretched woman's. Otherwise, how could she have fortified her defenses so heavily? Consider this. 2 lives were lost last night, and henceforth, no one would dare venture near Building 27. Is this not the perfect moment for us to act?" Upon hearing his reasoning, the crowd seemed to grasp the logic. Sensing their growing interest, Ding Yukai quickly seized the opportunity to elaborate. "I have analyzed the situation. We merely need a firearm and a tool capable of breaching the courtyard gate to enter Building 27. Even if that wretched woman brandishes her crossbow against us, a single shot will suffice to eliminate her. In that case, her house and the supplies within would rightfully belong to us." After his words, the crowd exchanged glances, their faces revealing a complex array of emotions. They were merely ordinary citizens, law-abiding in their daily lives. Yet now they contemplated taking a life for the sake of sustenance, a moral hurdle they struggled to overcome. Yet the thought of the vast array of food, daily necessities, and medical supplies within such a fortress-like abode, enough to last for years, filled them with longing. After a moment, someone raised their hand and declared, "I support this plan. Regardless of whether we act, we will starve sooner or later. We might as well take a chance. If we perish, at least we will have no regrets." Another, resolute, added, "I can no longer endure days of breaking a single biscuit in half. Enough is enough. I shall cast caution to the wind. If death awaits, so be it." The remaining individuals, initially wavering, were swayed by the resolute determination of the 2 and soon expressed their agreement with Ding Yutsai's plan. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng exchanged knowing smiles upon seeing the others persuaded. Zhou Kaifeng silently reflected on her husband. Aside from his shortcomings in certain aspects, he proved to be quite reliable in other respects. At that moment, Chun Hao, who had been silent, quietly raised his hand. "I have a gun." His unexpected declaration caught everyone's attention, and they turned to him in surprise. "I possess a hunting rifle. While it may not immediately prove fatal upon impact, a few well-placed shots would suffice." Ding Yutsai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "That is splendid news, Brother Chun Hao. Your firearm resolves half of our team's concerns." Chun Hao, a hunting enthusiast, held a civilian firearm license issued by the Ministry of Public Security, often hunting small game in licensed areas. The presence of the gun instilled great confidence in the group. After a night of deliberation and strategizing, Ding Yukai and his companions were prepared to launch an assault on Su Yan's villa. The following night, under the cloak of darkness and the howling winds, Ding Yukai, Chun Hao, and 6 others stealthily departed from Villa number 68. 2 vehicles halted discreetly beneath the walls of a house in front of Villa number 27, each accommodating 4 individuals, all fully armed and swathed from head to toe, with not a single inch of skin exposed. The vehicles were positioned approximately 50 meters from Villa number 27, within sight, revealing only the exterior of Su Yan's residence, its windows shrouded in darkness, concealing any glimpse of the interior. At this moment, Su Yan is in the entertainment space of the basement, engaged in a game of chess with her 3 robotic boyfriends, while Zero observes nearby. On the coffee table, an array of delectable treats is laid out, including a fruit platter, Thai spicy chicken feet, pizza, cocktails, and chilled cola. The DVD player is showcasing Su Yan's favorite wuxia drama, Demigods and Semi-Devils, with the volume set low, merely serving as a soothing backdrop for their chess match. Although the three robotic boyfriends possess limited functionality, they exhibit a gentle demeanor, devoid of impatience or complaints. Even though Su Yan's chess skills may be lacking, akin to a novice, her boyfriends remain dutifully by her side. Su Yan finds great joy in her interactions with her robotic boyfriend, far surpassing the experience she has had with human males. Su Yan triumphed in a game of chess, delightfully embracing her robotic boyfriend on either side. If only you could partake in a drink. How splendid that would be. Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, it matters not. I cherish this moment just the same. With your companionship, this apocalyptic world shall not feel lonely. Su Yan raised her cocktail to her lips, savoring the moment, just as she was reveling in her joy. Her phone chimed with an alert transmitted by the patrol robot. A level 3 alarm. An intruder was approaching the safe house. Damn it, what a ruinous interruption to her enjoyment. Su Yan complained, releasing her boyfriends, and turned to check the surveillance on her phone. There at the rear door, several shadowy figures were moving about, each shrouded in cloth, hats, or peculiar attire, rendering their faces utterly indistinguishable. Chapter 102. The Consequences of Climbing Over the Wall. Su Yan snorted softly. It seems that the ruffians in the neighborhood are well aware of the lethal concoction concealed within my courtyard. They wish to render my poison ineffective, but they shall find no entrance here. Su Yan operated the Safe House app on her mobile device, locking the mechanisms that sprayed white sand and burned the heart on the courtyard gate and walls, while maximizing the electrical current. The moment an intruder touched the gate or walls, they would be instantly electrocuted by the high-voltage current. Let us see how you handle this. Su Yan smirked. She set her phone down and instructed her robotic boyfriend to retrieve the Go board, as she wished to learn the intricacies of the game. Just as her robotic boyfriend began to teach her the principles of Go, Su Yan's phone emitted an alarm. Level 5 alert. The perimeter of the safe house is under attack. What? Su Yan exclaimed in shock. She immediately activated the monitoring terminal on her phone and witnessed a group of individuals attempting to break down the back door. It was evident this group had done their homework, knowing the front door was sturdier and that targeting the back door presented a more advantageous option. Su Yan, with a face full of anger, hastily ascended to the second floor of the villa. He drew back the curtains and, using a telescope, observed the situation at the back door. There he beheld a group of individuals lined up, collectively clutching a sturdy wooden beam, striking the villa's rear door repeatedly, much like a bell being rung. The front and rear doors of the Su Yan villa are composed of an inner layer of 5 centimeters thick steel plates, enveloped in aerospace-grade materials, endowing them with remarkable resistance to impact. Su Yan quickly understood why they chose to force open the door rather than scale the wall. This realization stemmed from their exploration, which revealed that both the door and the surrounding wall were electrified. How shameless, Su Yan muttered under his breath. Although the current coursing through the door was potent enough to cause a person's hair to stand on end and their body to char upon contact, these individuals employed wooden implements to strike, rendering the electric charge utterly futile. So, they wish to engage in a game with me, do they? Su Yan, unwilling to waste electricity, promptly severed the power supply. He then turned and retrieved 2 handguns from the spatial realm, hastening downstairs to hand them over to the 2 security robots. Subsequently, he utilized an app to input a tutorial for the robots on how to wield handguns effectively for lethal purposes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Outside the courtyard, Ding Yukai and his companions shouted commands, exerting themselves against the formidable iron gate. Damn it, why is it so difficult to break through? Someone complained, noting that despite their relentless efforts, the gate had not budged an inch. The sweltering heat, exceeding 70 degrees on the surface, rendered each individual tightly wrapped and suffocated, nearly intolerable. Let us take a break, suggested one person. I can't go on. I'm about to suffer from heat stroke. The 2 security robots positioned themselves on either side of the back door, standing atop footrests, poised to fire the moment the intruders made their appearance. Su Yan stood by the window on the second floor, observing as the commotion at the door subsided, and the sound of banging ceased. What? Is there a halftime break? Suyan scolded within these days. She felt a twinge of impatience. Her 3 robotic boyfriends were waiting for her, and she did not wish to keep her little treasures waiting for too long. Where the hell have they gone? Hurry up and come out. At this moment, Ding Yukai and his companions sat in the car, having removed their gear, greedily basking in the cool breeze of the air conditioning. One of the passengers expressed dissatisfaction. Ding Yukai, didn't you claim that we could break down the door by ramming it? How is it that, after all this time, the door hasn't even yielded a crack? Another voice bluntly voiced his frustrations. Are you certain this approach will yield any results? Why don't we just scale the wall? The courtyard gate isn't that high. It's only a bit taller than I am, suggested a man standing at one. 75 meters. Ding Yukai paused for a moment. If there were alternative methods to try, he would be more than willing, as long as it did not require him to participate directly. He replied, Didn't that fellow with the last name Lin say that once we climb over the courtyard wall, the little vixen would shoot arrows? I'm merely considering everyone's safety here. One of the men, clad in a Western medieval cavalry costume, exclaimed loudly, Damn it, I'm not worried. I'm wearing armor. I refuse to believe her arrows can penetrate it. After all, this is a 1-to-1 replica of a cavalry suit. With that, he donned his armor again, flung open the car door, and leaped out. Standing 80 meters tall and in excellent physical condition from years of training. He pressed his hands against the wall and made a powerful jump, easily scaling the top. Where's the electricity? There's clearly no power. Damn it. Ding isn't all that impressive after all. He couldn't even gather proper intel. He muttered to himself as he swiftly vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. He landed on Su Yin's lawn, rolling once before realizing he had touched down safely, a surge of delight coursing through him. He then crouched low, surveying his surroundings. As a cavalryman, he possessed commendable combat abilities. While he was assessing the situation, unexpectedly, a silver robot appeared before him, brandishing a black handgun pressed against his temple. What do you want? The man stammered, his face a mask of shock. The security robot remained silent, its expression impassive as it pulled the trigger. Bang! A sound, not particularly loud, resonated. A bloody hole instantly formed at the man's temple, crimson liquid gushing forth. Thanks to the silencer on the handgun, Ding Yukai and the others remained oblivious to the gunshot. They still believed that the cosplayer had successfully breached Su Yan's courtyard and was stealthily pilfering resources from her home. What now, Brother Ding? Should we scale the wall or continue ramming with the stake? Ding Yukai found himself momentarily bewildered. The courtyard wall had clearly been electrified. How had that fellow managed to infiltrate successfully? Indeed, that door is forged from steel. With our limited strength, how could we possibly force it open? We could scale the wall, but it appears there's no power at all. As he spoke, the man donned his protective gear, leaped from the vehicle, and approached the courtyard wall. Just like the person before him, he climbed into Su Yan's yard, finding the descent surprisingly effortless, believing he had successfully infiltrated. While he was still reveling in his perceived triumph, a sudden chill gripped him as a black handgun was pointed at his temple. In an instant, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced his skull, a pool of dark crimson seeping into the grass. Ding Yukai and the others watched as the two scaled the wall and then vanished without a trace, their hearts filled with confusion. At that moment, Chen Hao uttered a phrase that stirred unease among the group. This is not good. Something has happened to them. His words sent a ripple of anxiety through the remaining members. With 6 individuals seated in 2 vehicles, both parties engaged in a video connection, they turned to Chen Hao, inquiring about the basis of his concern. Chen Hao replied, having spent considerable time hunting in the field, my instincts suggest they may be in trouble. Can anyone still reach them? Another voice chimed in. Damn it, could they have seized the little wretch's house without us? They might intend to cut us out after reaping the rewards. Such malicious speculation did not lack merit. When faced with immense temptation, individuals often betray their comrades, especially in a hastily assembled team. Chen Hao shook his head, countering, it doesn't necessarily mean they have betrayed us. They could very well be under the control of that little wretch. Does she not possess a crossbow? A voice rose in anger, damn it. Why is she so difficult to handle? What is her true identity? Another added, we've created quite a commotion, yet she remains utterly unfazed. The more I think about it, the more anxious I become. After venting their frustrations, concern for their companions finally surfaced. If Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi have indeed fallen under her control, should we not intervene to rescue them? The moment those words were spoken, silence enveloped the group. Scaling the wall was not part of their operational plan. Under prolonged exposure to extreme heat, one's mind can easily become impaired. Cosman and the man in protective gear exemplified this, armed only with short blades for self-defense, yet daring to scale the wall surrounding Su Yan's villa. The others, hesitant to firmly oppose, secretly pondered whether that wall could indeed be surmounted and what consequences might follow. One voice objected, "Rescue? How do we even begin? We know nothing of the situation inside. We can't just scale the wall ourselves. Besides, what if they're engaged in something within? They might be deliberately abandoning us to hoard the supplies and the villa for themselves. What then should we do now? Ding Yukai, speak up." "Yes, Ding Yukai. It was you who summoned us here. How shall we proceed in this predicament?" Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Ding Yukai, who was equally surprised by the formidable strength of Su Yan's courtyard gate. The crowd had followed him, believing in his words, and now this predicament weighed heavily on his mind. If he failed to produce results, it would be challenging to regain their trust in the future. Ding Yukai lowered the car window and peered around at the surrounding villas. "Let us find a house and ascend to the rooftop for a better view," he suggested. The crowd, finding merit in his proposition, began to discuss it animatedly. One person remarked, "Building 22 offers a perfect vantage point to observe the situation in the backyard of Building 27. I happen to know the owner. However, if he discovers our intent regarding the supplies of Building 27, he will surely wish to join us." Ding Yukai responded, "Let him join. As long as he permits us access to his rooftop, that is all that matters." After a brief negotiation, the owner of Building 22 readily acquiesced to Ding Yutsai's request, as he too faced a food shortage. It would be foolish to ignore such a fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, on Su Yan's side, she was engaged in a game of Go with her robotic companions while simultaneously monitoring the situation at the back door through a mobile terminal. She noticed the two small vehicles had arrived at the entrance of Building 22, and several individuals confidently entered through the front door. Instantly, it dawned on her that they were likely attempting to leverage the geographical advantage of Building 22 to scrutinize the conditions of her courtyard. Su Yan let out a cold laugh. Could those fools conceive of matters that eluded her grasp? The corpses of the cosplayer and the man in protective gear were swiftly dragged to a corner of the yard by the robotic made after their execution. Shrouded in black cloth, as the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall achieve victory in every battle." In the face of adversaries, one must adopt a contrarian approach, ensuring that the enemy remains as uninformed as possible regarding one's own intelligence. Su Yan was acutely aware that relying solely on a safe house in the apocalypse was insufficient. One must depend on one's intellect and wisdom. Ding Yukai and his companions arrived at the rooftop of Building 22, and indeed, from this vantage point, they could survey the entire rear yards of the 27 adjacent villas. Lacking a telescope, they resorted to utilizing their mobile phone camera zoom function to discern the layout of Su Yan's backyard. However, after much scrutiny, they failed to uncover any significant details. The yard was barren, devoid of anything but desiccated grass. Unbeknownst to them, at the same moment, others were remotely observing their actions from Su Yan's rooftop. A surveillance robot lurked in the shadows, recording every move of Ding Yukai and his group through its electronic eye, while simultaneously dispatching alerts to Su Yan's phone. Level 1 alert. The safe house is being surveilled by suspicious individuals. It is him. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. To her surprise, the old man Ding Yukai was still alive. She had assumed he and Zhou Kaifeng had been driven out by the other residents of the community. Despite clearly suffering from the poison of Bischoff and Sheen and enduring hunger, they had not only survived, but had also gathered a group of people intent on seizing her supplies. The old rascal seemed to have a death wish. It appeared that tonight would mark his demise. Su Yan silently cursed. She was fully prepared to confront the situation and did not regard Ding Yukai as a formidable opponent. Thus, she set her phone aside and continued to play Go with her robotic boyfriend. On the rooftop of Building 22, Ding Yukai and his companions meticulously examined Su Yan's backyard several times, but could not discern any significant clues. Were Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi? Could it be that they had not perished? If they were alive, did that imply they had already entered the villa? Well then, while they enjoyed the comforts within, they had left the rest of them to suffer from hunger and heat outside. Damn it, those two truly deserve to die. Anger surged among the group, and they unanimously resolved to employ every means necessary to breach Su Yan's villa. As they descended the stairs, they deliberated on their subsequent course of action. In any case, they were steadfast in their belief in two things. First, that the wall surrounding Su Yan's property lacked electricity and could be easily scaled. Second, that Su Yan had been subdued by the cosplay man and the man in protective gear, who had successfully entered her home and monopolized all the supplies and the premises. Chapter 104. He was turned into a sieve. The residents of Building 22 quietly listened to the complaints of the group, secretly pleased. By aligning themselves with Ding Yukai, they would soon be able to share in the spoils. Thus, they followed Ding Yukai to the back door of Su Yan's villa. The group was prepared. They intended to scale the wall, locate the cosplay man and the man in protective gear, and engage in a punitive battle for the supplies. They stood close to one another beneath the wall, ready to ascend together. Suddenly, Ding Yukai shouted, "Wait!" The crowd turned in confusion to look at him. Ding Yukai continued, "I previously mentioned that the door and wall are electrified. If there are tens of thousands of volts of high voltage, wouldn't a single touch reduce a person to mere smoke?" The group was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Ding Yukai pondered aloud. "What if Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi are already dead, and we cannot find their bodies because they were electrocuted?" The crowd fell silent. They were now merely 10 centimeters from the wall, and some had already begun to make climbing motions. Ding Yukai's words instilled a deep sense of dread, causing even their breaths to stutter, fearing that the rise and fall of their chests might shorten the distance to the wall. Each person cautiously took a large step back and quickly distanced themselves from the high-voltage barrier. "Damn it, I certainly do not wish to be reduced to ashes in an instant. Greetings, Ding Yukai. How could you withhold such crucial information until now? A mere moment's delay could lead to our collective demise. My very soul feels as though it has been shaken, and my heart races." A chorus of complaints arose from the crowd. Yet, Ding Yukai remained unfazed, replying, "This is merely my conjecture, a thought that has only just occurred to me. It may not be accurate, but it is prudent to exercise caution." One among them inquired, "What shall we do next? The door won't budge, and scaling the wall risks electrocution. Are we truly left with no options?" Ding Yukai gestured for everyone to gather closer, whispering, "We do have one alternative. We can approach from below. Regardless of how formidable the door or the wall may be, they too are anchored in the earth. If we excavate a tunnel, we can simply burrow our way through." In a matter of moments, 7 individuals congregated once more at the rear entrance of Su Yan's villa, each armed with tools for digging. They adorned themselves in plastic gear to insulate against electricity. They found a relatively loose patch of soil within the greenery lining the wall and prepared to commence their excavation. Assuming the role of team leader, Ding Yukai declared with a serious demeanor, as previously assigned, "Work in pairs for 5 minutes each before swapping roles. Now let the first pair begin." The initial duo set to work, digging into the earth. Ding Yukai pulled Chun Hao aside, instructing him softly, "The noise from our excavation may alert those inside the villa. Prepare your shotgun, and if anything seems amiss, fire without hesitation." Chun Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I know what to do. You can count on me." He stood vigil, shotgun in hand, his gaze fixed on the top of the wall, ready to confront any adversaries that might appear. Meanwhile, within the house, Su Yan was engrossed in a game of chess. Suddenly, the wall's sensor system sent an alert to her phone. Level 5 alert. The perimeter of the safe house is under attack. Suyan chuckled malevolently. "You've arrived so swiftly. Ding Yukai, you truly are eager to embrace your demise." Su Yan, operating from the background of his mobile device, issued a command to the security robots to eliminate the intruders with their pistols. Upon receiving the directive, the 2 charging security robots detached themselves from their chargers, armed themselves with handguns, and proceeded to the backyard. They ascended a platform and aimed at the heads of a group huddled in the corner. At that moment, the excavation team had just rotated to its third group, and a 30 centimeters deep, 1 meter wide hole had already been dug beneath the wall. The onlookers hurried forward to investigate, only to discover that both individuals had sustained fatal head wounds, blood oozing profusely from the gaping holes. Could this be the result of gunfire? Someone inquired. A wave of horror swept through the crowd as they craned their necks to gaze at the wall. To their astonishment, two peculiar heads appeared atop the wall, resembling humans yet not entirely so, obscured in the dim glow of the streetlight, rendering their features indistinct. Ding Yukai shouted, "Chun Hao, fire now!" Just as he squeezed the trigger, a faint clicking sound echoed above the crowd, and in an instant, Chun Hao collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. A bloodied hole marred his forehead, a stream of dark crimson dividing his face into two parts. In a swift turn of events, 3 lives had been extinguished. The remaining 4, including Ding Yukai, were still grappling with the shock when the robots adjusted their aim, now targeting Ding Yukai and the owner of Building 22. It was at this moment that Ding Yukai recognized that their adversaries wielded silenced pistols. To his astonishment, Su Yan's home harbored a handgun. In a nation where the possession of firearms by civilians is strictly prohibited, the audacious Su Yan not only owned 1 pistol but 2. He had initially believed that a single hunting rifle would suffice for their team, only to discover that Su Yan possessed authentic handguns, accompanied by 2 aides. He quickly assessed in his mind the stark disparity in their respective strengths. They stood virtually no chance in this confrontation. Thus, when he realized he was being targeted by a gun, he swiftly pulled a resident of Building 22, who stood beside him, to shield himself. Click, click. 2 faint gunshots rang out, and another person collapsed on the scene. The resident of Building 22, serving as a human shield, was struck in the heart, letting out a muffled cry of agony before succumbing to unconsciousness, his eyes closing abruptly. However, he did not fall. He remained firmly gripped by Ding Yukai, continuing to serve as a shield. Shortly thereafter, another gunshot echoed, and yet another individual fell. Ding Yukai began to comprehend Su Yan's intent to annihilate their group. The ruthless disposition of this little wretch was alarming. The situation had become perilously dangerous, necessitating an immediate retreat. Ding Yukai hastily retreated towards the automobile. 2 more bullets were fired, striking the shield before him, yet he remained unscathed. Chapter 105. He had a shield. He did not perish. The security robot, under the directive it received, was compelled to eliminate every single individual, leaving no survivors. Utilizing its internal infrared apparatus, it detected that Ding Yukai was still alive and relentlessly fired upon him. In an instant, the air was filled with the incessant crack of gunfire. Shielded by a barricade, Ding Yukai managed to retreat to his vehicle. With one hand, he opened the car door while swiftly placing a foot inside. Damn it, he cursed vehemently, simultaneously thrusting the shield forward before closing the car door. He then pressed the accelerator and sped away from the scene. Meanwhile, the residents of Building 22 had been mercilessly riddled with bullets, their bodies marred by numerous gunshot wounds, blood gushing forth. The security robot sent a report to Su Yan's mobile terminal, stating, "Report to the master. The counterattack was unsuccessful. 1 individual has escaped." Su Yan was filled with discontent. Could the one who escaped possibly be Ding Yukai? It mattered little if others fled, but if Ding Yukai managed to escape, she would not let him off easily. She abandoned her robotic companions and made her way to the underground surveillance room, searching among numerous screens for the elusive figure. Soon enough, she spotted a black sedan speeding away from her villa, halting abruptly in front of the garage of Villa 68. A man slightly opened the car door, peering out with a balding head, scanning the surroundings. That head was all too familiar to Su Yan. It was indeed Ding Yukai. Well, you managed to survive." Su Yan narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk curving her lips. She swiftly issued commands to 2 security robots through the control terminal. Upon detecting any trace of Ding Yukai, they would execute him without mercy. Meanwhile, the mistress of Villa 22 was anxiously watching from the second-floor window, observing the backyard of Su Yan's residence. Fearing for her husband's safety, she helplessly witnessed her husband being used as a human shield, shot dead by 2 assailants clad in silver bodysuits within the confines of the wall. Terror gripped her, stifling her voice as she clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, swallowing her cries. Beneath the wall in the backyard of Villa 27 lay 6 lifeless bodies, with one person having escaped. The entire scene was etched in the mind of the mistress of Villa 22. With trembling hands, she pressed the voice button, enduring her sorrow as she recounted her harrowing experience in a disjointed manner. My husband was just shot dead right beneath the wall of Villa 27's backyard. And 5 others have died too. It's terrifying. There are guns in our community. I feel so helpless, not knowing what to do. My husband. He died so tragically, I saw him get shot multiple times. I'm so scared. Accompanied by photos of the 6 deceased. Her words detonated like a bomb in the group chat, instantly causing a tumult. Oh my God, how horrifying. 6 people are truly dead. Is it true that Su Yin lives in Villa 27? Does she have firearms in her home? Did you see clearly from Villa 22? Were they real guns or replicas? Previously, you mentioned that Su Yin's home had an abundance of food. I was somewhat skeptical, but now I believe it. Why does she have guns? I SNT it because she has too many supplies and fears being robbed. Su Yin was the last resident to move into the community. Aside from Zhang Shuqin and a few staff members from the property management center, hardly anyone knew her. In the past 2 days, however, she had taken the lives of 8 individuals, rendering her a figure of considerable mystery in the eyes of the others. Particularly alarming was the fact that she possessed a crossbow, an item uncommon among ordinary households, alongside firearms that were strictly prohibited by the state, which instilled a sense of trepidation among the residents. Before long, the group chat fell into silence, as members hesitated to communicate openly. They shifted their discussions to another group, one created by Zhang Shuqin, consisting solely of individuals she trusted. This new group excluded by Shui, Luo Fei, and those who had collaborated with Luo Fei in seizing community resources, as well as Zhao Peng, Li Fuguwei, and other personnel from the property management center. Not to mention the fraudster Ding Yukai. Approximately 60 households, comprising around 150 individuals, were present in this group, aptly named siblings watching over each other. Zhang Shuqin remarked within the group, "Now that the chat is clear, everyone can speak freely." The pent-up frustrations of the members erupted as they vehemently criticized the dire state of the post-apocalyptic world. Su Yin, Luo Fei, and Ding Yukai, who had impersonated Sun Dasheng to swindle resources. They unabashedly expressed their anxiety and dissatisfaction, articulating their resolve to take decisive action when cornered. Will the government still look after us? Sister Zheng, you have your ear to the ground. Please give us some concrete news. If not, I will resort to looting myself. If I succeed, it's my fortune. If I fail, I'll just end it all and seek a swift release. Indeed, you are right. We shouldn't remain cooped up in our homes any longer. Let us band together and take bold action, just like those 6 who died today. Though they didn't succeed, at least they had the courage to fight. Meanwhile, sitting in his car, Luo Fei reflected on the sudden halt of conversation in the residence group chat. His black vehicle was parked in the shadow of Villa 28, directly facing the road outside Su Yin's backyard. He had driven over immediately upon witnessing the group's discussion about how Su Yin had shot 6 individuals that night. Su Yin's residence and the supplies within her household have become the next targets of Luo Fei's scheme. Consequently, he remains perpetually vigilant, monitoring any intelligence pertaining to Su Yin. However, the cessation of discussions within the property owners group chat has hindered his information gathering. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that the owners must have formed a separate group due to Su Yin's presence, making it inconvenient for them to discuss strategies against her. He resolved to personally visit the scene of the incident to gather intelligence on Su Yin. As his vehicle progressed slowly through the night, he caught sight of 6 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, surrounded by scattered excavation tools and a large patch of freshly turned earth beneath the courtyard wall. The dim light from the street lamps obscured the faces and injuries of the deceased, yet it was evident that they were indeed dead. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence when suddenly, a mournful dog's howl pierced the night, startling Luo Fei. Another household was evidently slaughtering dogs. Taking 2 deep breaths to quell his rising anxiety, he found himself increasingly concerned that Su Yin might unexpectedly take a shot at him from the shadows. He hesitated to drive beyond the shadow of Building 28, choosing instead to conceal himself in darkness while attempting to scrutinize the backyard of Su Yan's home. The wall loomed nearly 6 feet tall, a deep green in hue, its substantial structure evidently crafted from a material distinct from ordinary steel, much like the rear door, which bore the same robust green facade. What kind of person is this woman? Luo Fei pondered, a sense of unease settling in his heart, for he had never encountered anyone who constructed their villa's perimeter in such a manner. This was no ordinary fence. It resembled the outer protective wall of a fortress. The wall's towering height obstructed his view of the yard, rendering him unable to glean any insight into its interior. An impulsive raid would be unwise, Luo Fei concluded. Shaking his head, he decided to remain a passive observer, silently retreating his vehicle until he was a considerable distance from Su Yan's residence before hastening towards Bai Shui's home. Once his car departed, a group of individuals emerged from the shadows of an alternate direction, hastily lifting the 5 corpses onto a vehicle, along with Chun Hao's firearm. Suddenly, a voice whispered, "Boss, do we still need this one?" He asked, riddled with bullet wounds. The leader glanced at the corpse before responding, "Of course we need it. We can still salvage the bullets." Without hesitation, his subordinates obediently transferred the bodies of the Building 22 owners into the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle sped away from the scene. Driving enthusiastically, Li Fugue exclaimed, "Boss, at last we can indulge freely." The others echoed his excitement, declaring, "We arrived just in time. We've found fresh ones. The flavor will surely differ from before." A voice interjected, "Indeed, the first one we found was utterly desiccated, having been sunbaked for several days. It was nothing short of a dried corpse, exuding a distinctly fishy odor when chewed." Another chimed in, "The second one we discovered was barely clinging to life." Our leader, being compassionate, suggested we wait until he passed before consuming him. However, by the time we realized he was dead, the meat had already begun to rot. "Such a pity." One spoke of Lin Chao's body, while the other referred to Lin Howren's remains. "Enough of this, leader. I am salivating." They laughed heartily. They had stumbled upon a discussion in the community group regarding the demise of 6 individuals and, without hesitation, hastened to villain number 27. Since they had adopted an alternative means of survival by feasting on corpses, their obsession with scavenging for supplies had significantly diminished. To them, anything edible was a divine gift. Human flesh was scarcely different from pork, beef, or dog meat. Simply close their eyes and consume. They secretly derided the homeowners, who languished in their homes, starving and incessantly lamenting in the group, either complaining endlessly or foolishly hoping for the government to dispatch planes with additional supplies. How Navi! Right before them lay sustenance. Yet they rejected it. Zhao Peng and his companions had already devised a plan. Once those foolish homeowners perished from hunger, they would occupy their air-conditioned rooms and feast upon their remains. The community housed over 80 households, comprising 200 to 300 souls, ample sustenance for quite some time. In stark contrast to Zhao Peng's exuberant atmosphere, villa number 68 was steeped in sorrow. Ding Yukai had just dashed inside when a group of individuals tackled him to the ground. "Ding, my brother and the others are all dead. Why is it only you who survived? You clearly harbored ill intentions from the start, treating the rest as mere cannon fodder. You are devoid of humanity." A young woman in her 20s kicked him fiercely in the back, her anger palpable. Ding Yukai, recognizing his culpability, quickly sought to placate them. "Please remain calm. It is not as you perceive. Allow me to explain the circumstances in detail. I truly am not." "Shut your mouth." Before he could finish, a 70-year-old man raised his hand and struck him on the head. "If it weren't for your reckless instigation, my son would not have been shot dead." Ding Yotsai's heart raced. Within mere minutes, how had they learned of the events that transpired? The news had spread too swiftly. Who had divulged this information? Now, in this predicament, fabricating lies was no longer feasible. "What are you doing?" A sharp voice suddenly pierced the crowd. Zhou Kaifeng had just descended from the 2nd floor and, upon seeing Ding Yukai surrounded by their neighbors, rushed over to separate them. "Let go. You shall not harm my husband," she shouted, her face flushed with anger. Chapter 107. The couple under siege. A young man, no more than a teenager, forcefully shoved Zhou Kaifeng to the ground. "Step aside." If it weren't for your husband, my father would still be alive. Now my father, along with Uncle Chunhao and several other neighbors, are all dead. What do you propose we do about this? He bellowed, his voice cracking in the throes of adolescence. Zhou Kaifeng, fiercely protective of her husband, retorted with fervor, "It's all that wretched Su Yan's fault. She is the one who killed your father and the others. My husband has nothing to do with it. One must uphold a sense of justice. Why did my husband take people out? Was it not to procure supplies for everyone? Besides, we're in the apocalypse. ISNT it understood that searching for resources carries risks. Why must you place all the blame on my husband and resort to violence? You are being utterly unreasonable." Spittle flew from Zhou Caifeng's agitated mouth as she desperately sought to absolve Ding Yukai from blame, showing little regard for the feelings of the bereaved. Her words did not rescue Ding Yukai from peril, but rather stoked the flames of the crowd's fury. Even Ding Yukai could not contain his anger towards Zhou Kaifeng. "You foolish woman, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent." The homeowners, having exhausted their last shred of patience, rolled up their sleeves and closed in on Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng. "You say we are being excessive? So many have perished, and your husband is the only one who survived. Who cannot see he has orchestrated this? You have no shame, accusing us of being excessive? This couple is nothing but deceitful. Let us not waste words on them. Just end their lives. They do not value our lives. So let us not regard theirs as well. Kill them. Kill them. Avenge our families." In a frenzy of rage, the crowd unleashed a torrent of fists and feet upon Ding Yukai and his wife, each blow landing with brutal force, eliciting cries of despair. "Please stop hitting us. Let us talk this through. Oh no, my teeth. You're all so barbaric. It's all that wretched woman's fault. If you have the courage, strike her instead. We are defenseless." Ding Yukai attempted to explain that wretched woman has a gun. Yet, the throng of homeowners gave Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng no chance to clarify, fervently unleashing their pent-up animosity and the anguish of their dire circumstances. The anguished screams of the couple echoed through Villa number 68. Meanwhile, the Gao father and son cowered behind the wall on the second floor, trembling as they witnessed the horrific scene unfolding in the hall below. They felt fortunate not to have participated in the scramble for supplies. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the other homeowners, failing to acquire resources and losing their lives in the process. Their only lament was that Zhou Kaifeng's brutal beating would likely lead to her demise, thus depriving them of a source of amusement. A few minutes later, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop! Everyone, cease your actions." One by one, the others gradually halted, gasping for breath as they turned to look at the speaker. He continued, "In our fervor to deal with these two scoundrels, we have forgotten something of utmost importance." The crowd inquired, "What is it?" Upon hearing his words, realization dawned upon them, and they collectively slapped their thighs in frustration. "Damn it! It's all the fault of these two wretches for making us overlook such a critical matter. What are they doing with the corpses? What else could they do? Most likely, they intend to consume them. Throughout history, hasn't cannibalism emerged during times of famine? Good heavens, is this truly happening? How terrifying. Let us make haste. If we linger, we might end up as their next meal. I certainly do not wish for my father to face such a gruesome fate." The group chattered anxiously as they made their way towards the garage. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, battered and bruised, bore bloodied lips and multiple fractures across their bodies. Cowering on the ground, they dared not lift their heads until the voices of the homeowners faded away. "Darling, they have left," Zhou Kaifeng whispered, with a broken leg and enduring excruciating pain. She struggled to rise and followed Ding Yukai. By a stroke of luck, they had parked their conspicuous red vehicle in the villa's backyard, draping it with a sunshade to obscure it from the prying eyes of the community residents. As the homeowners were preoccupied in the front yard, all eager to search for their deceased relatives, Ding Yukai and his wife seized the opportunity to escape. With their battered bodies, they clumsily climbed into the vehicle, switching off the headlights as they exited the backyard. Once on the road, Ding Yukai drove forward, his soul aimed to distance himself from the unruly mob and avoid capture. He steered westward, scanning the roadside for an uninhabited villa. As they passed Villa 48, a glimmer of hope emerged. One of the side windows appeared shattered, as if it had been smashed open. They exchanged glances. "Shall we take a look?" Zhou Kaifeng suggested. "All right," Ding Yukai replied, slowly maneuvering the car into the alley beside Villa 48, concealing it in the shadows. They quietly exited the vehicle, scaled the wall into the yard, and tiptoed towards the broken window. "It seems someone might be inside," Zhou Kaifeng observed, glancing up at the illuminated window on the second floor. "If there are indeed occupants, we shall have to act. After all, it's survival of the fittest," Ding Yukai remarked, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Zhou Kaifeng nodded in agreement. In this harsh world, it was a matter of either their lives or the lives of others, and they were prepared to take lethal measures for their survival. The hole was created by Lin Howard earlier. Li Feier resided on the second floor, indifferent to the broken window on the first floor, and uncertain how to mend the gaping hole. She chose to ignore it. Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng stealthily entered Li Feier's home through this very opening. The first floor remained shrouded in darkness, with illumination cascading down from the second floor. Ding Yukai found a golf club in the corridor, grasped it firmly, and quietly ascended the stairs. Zhou Kaifeng followed closely behind, her heart racing with anxiety. Chapter 108. Li Feier is taken hostage. A girl's voice emerged from behind a partially closed door. "I don't want to stay here alone. It frightens me. You must send someone to pick me up. I don't care. As my biological parents, you ought to protect me. If a car cannot reach me, then arrange for a helicopter. Many have perished in our community. If I remain here, I too shall meet the same fate." Li Feier was on a call with her parents, who, just before the apocalypse, had embarked on a trip to a distant place. Now residing in a countryside inn, they enjoyed an abundance of supplies and a proximity to the mountains, living far better than those in the city, with at least no worry of hunger. Driven by the instinct for survival, her parents could only ensure their own safety, expressing their helplessness regarding Li Feier's plight. After ending the call, Li Feier sat alone on the edge of her bed, seething with anger, smashing objects, and shedding tears, utterly oblivious to the presence looming behind her. "Don't move." Suddenly, a gleaming short knife was pressed against her neck. "Who are you? What do you want?" Li Feier's voice trembled. She had just confided to her parents her fear of being murdered one day, never expecting that moment to arrive so swiftly. Zhou Kaifeng stepped forward, her expression cold. "Little sister, we are not villains. We merely wish to borrow your home to enjoy the air conditioning. Surely you wouldn't refuse us?" Li Feier scrutinized Zhou Kaifeng, noting her unattractive middle-aged appearance, feeling a mix of disdain and fear. Such a person was often the most brutish. Ding Yotsai's voice dripped with menace as he added, "If you cooperate, we can grant you a chance at survival. However, should you dare to scream, I will end you immediately." His cruel tone sent chills down Li Feier's spine, a stark reminder of the lengths to which desperate criminals would go to survive. Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai exchanged knowing smiles. Zhou Kaifeng then inquired, "How many people are in your household?" "Just me," Li Feier replied, frozen in place. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaifeng and Ding Yukai shared another knowing smile. "Is there any food at home?" Ding Yukai probed. Li Feier nodded a little. "Where is it? Speak." Li Feier extended her hand, pointing to a certain direction behind her. "It's over there, in a box on the floor." "Go take a look," Ding Yukai commanded. Ding Yukai exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Kaifeng. Obediently, Zhou Kaifeng hurried to inspect the box at the base of the wall. Inside, she discovered half a bag of nuts, a few compressed biscuits, a canister labeled multivitamins, and a heatstroke first aid kit. These were the relief supplies distributed by the government to the residents of Yagwang Biyuan community. Beside the box, there were also 4 buckets of instant noodles. "Darling, there's food here," Zhou Kaifeng remarked with a smile. Ding Yukai seized Li Feier by her hair, lifting her off the bed and dragging her toward where the supplies were laid out. He glanced at the provisions on the floor, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Although meager, they would suffice for a couple of meals. His beady eyes darted around, and suddenly he yanked Li Feier's hair hard, causing her to cry out in pain. "Come, let us go to another room," he murmured. Li Feier panicked at the thought of being alone with such an ugly old man in a different room. Did he intend to take advantage of her? She was still a young maiden, waiting to marry into a wealthy family. How could she afford to be alone with a lecherous kidnapper? "Uncle, please eat whatever you like. I won't say a word," Li Feier cried, her voice tinged with desperation. Ding Yotsai's greatest fear was that Li Feier would start a scream, which would surely attract the attention of the community. Damn it, keep your voice down, he barked, wrenching her hair again as a painful reminder of her disobedience. Zhou Kaifeng, with a fierce expression, snatched a pair of panties from the wardrobe and shoved them into Li Feier's mouth. I warned you not to make a sound. But you wouldn't listen. Are you seeking death? The dry fabric stuffed in her mouth made Li Feier's throat and mouth uncomfortable, and she shook her head, desperate to rid herself of the encumbrance. Zhou Kaifeng then found a belt in the room and bound Li Feier's mouth shut, rendering her silent. Ding Yukai was not inclined to linger. He was ravenous and simply wished to satiate his hunger. Follow me. He grasped Li Feier's long hair with one hand while brandishing a knife against her neck with the other. Sweating with fear, Li Feier was dragged into another bedroom. Ding Yukai opened the door to a secondary room and flung her inside, to prevent her from escaping and seeking help. He used a roll of transparent tape found in the room to bind her hands and feet. Behave yourself. If you dare to run, I'll break your legs. After delivering a harsh kick to Li Feier's abdomen, he locked the door from the outside. The blow struck her in a sensitive area, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Once the pain subsided, she maneuvered her body toward the bed. This room was once her own, and she remembered that a pair of roller skates lay beneath the bed. Lowering herself to the floor, she nudged the skates out with her chin and then pushed them into the gap between the furniture, securing them in place. She sat up, straining to lift her feet and rubbed the transparent tape around her ankles against the blade of her ice skates. At that moment, Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng were seated in the first-floor dining area, savoring delicious instant noodles, having added dehydrated vegetables from their supply pack to enhance their nutrition. Engrossed in their meal, they remained oblivious to the fact that Li Feier had managed to cut the tape binding her limbs using the blade of the skates. Li Feier, a wealthy young lady with both intelligence and emotional acumen, held her phone in hand. When Ding Yukai approached to seize her, she swiftly tucked her phone into her pocket. Now, liberated from her restraints and with the cloth from her mouth removed, her first instinct was to reach out for help. Rapidly scanning her mind for potential rescuers, she first thought of her devoted admirer, Lin Howren, only to be struck by the grim realization that he had already passed away. Why did he have to die at such a crucial moment? She murmured to herself. Unfortunately, her other admirers did not reside in this neighborhood. Without hesitation, she pulled up the WeChat of a certain man and initiated a video call. After a few rings, the call connected. Upon seeing Li Feier's lovely face, the man broke into an ear-to-ear grin. Feier, what a pleasant surprise. Why did you think to call me? Chapter 109. A hero to the rescue. The moment Li Feier laid eyes on Zhao Peng's dark countenance, she couldn't help but smile with excitement. Zhao Peng, she called out. Zhao Peng had harbored feelings for Li Feier for quite some time, and this was the first instance he had witnessed her smile at him. However, sensing something unusual, his expression shifted to one of concern. Feier, what's wrong? Has something happened? Li Feier nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke softly. There's a man and a woman who snuck into my house and locked me in a room. They threatened me, saying they would kill me. I'm so scared. Zhao Peng, can you come over right away? Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's anger flared. How dare anyone plot against Li Feier under his watch? He reassured her. Don't be afraid, Feier. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Tell me, what do you know about these two? Do you recognize them? I'll bring help immediately. In those fleeting moments, Zhao Peng's mind raced with thoughts. He adored Li Feier, but was acutely aware of the disparity between them. She was the daughter of the university's academic affairs director, while he was merely a property manager in the neighborhood, far from her league. Nevertheless, he readily agreed to come to her aid, eager for the chance to play the hero and perhaps earn her admiration in return. In times like these, demonstrating vulnerability in front of a man was a fundamental skill for a woman skilled in the art of allure. Feier, don't worry. I'm leaving right now. Zhao Peng reassured her as he gathered his belongings. At that moment, a subordinate called out to Zhao Peng, Boss, the braised dish is ready. Come over and taste it. See if the flavor is adequate. All right, boss, Li Fugue responded from off-screen. Li Feier noticed several men behind Zhao Peng, gathered around a large pot. Steam rising from the wok, and she recognized them as members of the community security team. Upon hearing the mention of braised dishes, a surge of desire welled up within her. The mere thought of braised pork made her mouth water. The food provided by the government was quite unpalatable, merely serving to fill the stomach, and she had long grown weary of the instant noodles at home. If she could accompany Zhao Peng, her life would undoubtedly be more pleasant than it was alone. Li Fei'er adopted a pitiful demeanor, softly sobbing, "Zhao Peng, I am all alone at home, with no one to protect me. The only one who can save me now is you. Those two robbers, they have knives. They even held a knife to my neck, and I was so frightened." Upon seeing Li Fei'er's tear-streaked face, Zhao Peng felt his heart melt. He quickly comforted her, "Fair, do not cry. I will be there momentarily. Rest assured, as long as I, Zhao Peng, am here, no one dares to harm you." Thank you, Zhao Peng," Li Fei'er pouted in response. 2 minutes later, Zhao Peng and Li Fugui arrived at the front gate of Villa number 68, where Li Fei'er resided. From a yard, Zhao Peng observed the kitchen on the first floor was lit, and through the gaps in the curtains, he could see 2 figures seated at the table, eating noodles. "Boss, should we take them out with a single shot? How dare they bully our sister-in-law?" Li Fugui waved the shotgun in front of him. Zhao Peng pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to stop him, saying, "The ammunition in this gun is limited. It should be saved for a critical moment." This shotgun was found when they were retrieving a body at Su Yan's backyard, originally belonging to Chun Hao. Zhao Peng had inspected it and found 10 birdshot cartridges, each containing 200 to 300 tiny pellets. While it could easily take down birds in the sky or rabbits on the ground, penetrating a window and striking someone inside the house would prove to be a formidable challenge. Zhao Peng deemed it unwise to waste bullets at this moment. Li Fugui inquired, "Then how do we rescue our sister-in-law?" Zhao Peng contemplated before replying, "Let us drive the car to the area beneath Fei'er's room." "Why aren't they coming yet?" she thought anxiously. Since Li Fei'er had only turned on the air conditioning in her bedroom, the temperature in the uncooled room was comparable to the outdoors, around 70 degrees. The oppressive heat, coupled with her anxious anticipation for rescue, made Li Fei'er increasingly restless. Just as she was about to call Zhao Peng, a blinding light illuminated the wall of her room. It was the beam of a flashlight. Li Fei'er rushed to the window and spotted a white security patrol car outside the yard. Overjoyed, she opened the window and waved excitedly at Zhao Peng. "Sister-in-law is greeting you," Li Fugui said with a smile to Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng shyly smiled back. He sent a WeChat message to Li Fei'er. "Fei'er, jump down. We'll catch you below." Li Fei'er looked down from the window. The distance to the lawn was about 4 or 5 meters high. Wouldn't jumping down directly result in a broken leg? Zhao Peng and Li Fugui had already scaled the wall into the courtyard, standing directly beneath Li Fei'er. "It's all right. We'll catch you. Or perhaps you could toss down a couple of blankets first to cushion your landing." Li Fei'er felt a pang of anger. She had hoped that Zhao Peng would enter the house and subdue Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng, rather than resorting to such stealthy window jumping. Zhao Peng was not oblivious to the potential danger of jumping from such a height. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. If Li Fei'er were to get injured, she would be unable to leave him easily, and he could take advantage of caring for her to grow closer, perhaps even. Still, Li Fei'er hesitated to jump. Just then, she heard the voices of Ding Yukai and Zhou Kaifeng ascending the stairs. "That woman didn't make a sound. She hasn't run away, has she? If she has, the house is ours. Come on, let us go check." The footsteps of the two grew increasingly closer, and Li Fei'er felt a surge of panic. If she didn't jump now, she would surely be caught. Resolute, she threw down the mattress, blankets, and pillows from the bed, climbed onto the window ledge, and shouted to Zhao Peng and Li Fugui below, "Catch me." With her eyes closed, she leaped down. In the homeowners group, chaos erupted once more. This was due to the residents of Villa 68 heading to Su Yan's backyard to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones. However, upon their arrival, all they found were bloodstains on the ground, with no bodies in sight. An elderly retired official, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "There are body snatchers in our community. This world is in chaos, utter chaos. If this continues, the common folk have no hope. We can rely on no one." A family member of the deceased mentioned in the group, Wife of the owner of Building 22, your home is nearby. Did you see who stole my husband's body? The wife of the owner of Building 22 replied, my husband died too. I was too busy weeping to pay attention to the bodies. Woe is me. I failed my husband. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement. The crowd proceeded to the backyard, where they unearthed the decaying body of Ding Yaozu from the ground. This is the son of the deceitful Ding and the despicable Zhou. Let us smash it to bits and send the photos to those two wretches. Indeed, they have caused us to lose our family, and in return, we shall desecrate the corpse of their son, allowing them to taste the bitterness of suffering. The crowd clamored, brandishing knives, clubs, hoes, and shovels, recklessly striking the lifeless body of Ding Yaozu. Soon, the foul and decaying viscera, along with muscle tissue, lay scattered about, leaving nothing but a grim collection of bones. Someone shouted, let us break the bones as well, smash them to pieces. The throng fell into a frenzy, furiously assaulting Ding Yaozu's remains with increasing fervor. After a relentless barrage, the skull had shattered into fragments. The ribcage lay in ruins, and the scene was nothing short of horrific. Take a picture for that swindler Ding to see, someone exclaimed in anger. The crowd quickly retrieved their phones to capture the gruesome sight of mangled flesh and bone. Meanwhile, within Villa number 48, Ding Yukai and his wife seethed overly Feyer's escape. Damn it, who would have thought that little wench would actually flee? She wouldn't dare summon reinforcements against us, would she? Ding Yukai grumbled, clutching his waist. Zhou Kaifeng wiped the sweat from her brow, darling. Let us secure the doors and windows, especially that broken one. We must seal it with wooden planks. As long as we remain inside, no one can harm us. Ding Yukai nodded in grim agreement. Deep inside, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction. When he had bound Li Feier, her skin had felt so smooth and tender. In stark contrast to his aging wife, he had intended to imprison Li Feier for his own indulgence. But in the brief moment it took to eat instant noodles, she had escaped, leaving him utterly frustrated. Ding Yotsai's WeChat notification chimed. It was a message from the owner of Building 68. Ding, do you recognize who this is? Accompanied by 3 photographs, Ding Yukai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the images, while Zhou Kaifeng leaned in to see. Initially, both were perplexed by the grotesque sight of broken bones and a pool of thick, dark red sludge, finding it utterly repulsive. It wasn't until they discerned the skull and the layout of the yard that realization struck. This was indeed the backyard of Villa number 68. Suddenly, Zhou Kaifeng gasped in horror. Oh my, that pit is where we buried Yaozu. How could it? Ding Yukai too recognized it, and the shattered bones on the ground were unmistakably those of their son, Ding Yaozu. Deflated, Ding Yukai had to concede the validity of Zhou Kaifeng's words. He withdrew the knife and tossed it to the ground in despair. Her legs were broken and unable to walk, so Zhao Peng cradled her in his arms, carrying her from the car to the sofa in the lounge. The security team, witnessing the scene at the entrance, started to jeer. Boss, you spoil your wife too much. You can't even let her take a few steps. Zhao Peng chuckled, get lost, don't block my way. Zhao Peng felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as he had long dreamt of holding Li Feier in his arms, and now that dream had surprisingly come to fruition. Li Feier lay in Zhao Peng's embrace, gazing up at his stubbled chin, her nostrils assaulted by his body odor, which filled her with a wave of distaste. Anger simmered within her, directed at Zhao Peng for his foolish suggestion to leap from a height, resulting in her broken legs, and she lamented the uncertainty of when she might walk again. In that fleeting moment of descent, regret washed over her. She had forgotten about the broken window on the first floor of her home, through which Lin Howren and Ding Yukai had entered. At that time, the couple had been engrossed in their meal in the kitchen, oblivious to the shattered window on the far side of the house, a potential escape route she could have utilized. Damn you, Zhao Peng, for causing me to break my legs. Just wait, I shall make you suffer, Li Feier vowed in her heart. Chapter 111. The most special ingredient. Zhao Peng placed Li Feier on a bench in the management center's lounge. With a fervent expression, he addressed her, Feier, since your legs are injured, take this time to rest. Rest assured, my team and I will take good care of you. As he spoke, Zhao Peng's mind was preoccupied with the thought of sharing a room with Li Feier under the guise of caring for her during the night. The notion of a solitary man and woman in close quarters surely promised some form of intimacy. He chuckled inwardly. Li Feier looked at Zhao Peng's greasy face, his dark skin and unremarkable features, feeling a wave of annoyance. She feigned politeness, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng va fait dismissively, Feier. Consider this place your home. I am more than happy to look after you." He. With a hearty laugh, he effortlessly lifted Li Feier, declaring, "Come on, let's go have some braised pork." The enticing aroma wafted through the air, momentarily distracting Li Feier from her disdain for Zhao Peng. "I haven't had braised pork in ages," she shyly replied. Zhao Peng carried her into another room, a transformed dining hall spanning about 50 to 60 square meters. One side housed a kitchen complete with a gas stove, cutting board, washing basin, and cabinets, while the opposite side featured several tables and chairs, accommodating dozens of diners at once. The entire room was permeated with a mouth-watering scent of braised pork, causing Li Feier to swallow involuntarily. "Serve the dishes," Zhao Peng bellowed. Laughter erupted as the crowd dispersed, some rushing to fetch bowls of braised pork, while others collected chopsticks and plates. Li Fugui took the opportunity to relax in the lounge. Zhao Peng gently set Li Feier down on a chair, as a young security guard approached with a steaming bowl of braised pork, placing it before her with a grin. "Boss, this is for you and your sister-in-law." Another guard followed suit, setting down 2 sets of utensils and cheerfully adding, "Boss, the finest meat for you and your sister-in-law." Zhao Peng roared with laughter. "Excellent. You all have worked hard. Hurry and enjoy your meal." Li Feier gazed longingly at the bowl of braised pork before her, saliva pooling in her mouth. Zhao Peng picked up a piece with his chopsticks and held it to her lips. "Quick, try it. It's absolutely delicious." Li Feier opened her mouth and eagerly savored the morsel, chewing with delight. Instantly, a rich flavor enveloped her palate. She sensed that this pork was distinct from any she had tasted before, possessing an extraordinary tenderness and a deep, succulent aroma. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she seized the chopsticks from the table and helped herself to another piece. Zhao Peng, witnessing her delight, promptly handed her a bowl with a broad smile. "It's so delectable. Zhao Peng, have you stockpiled pork here? What breed is this? It tastes far superior to ordinary meat," she inquired between mouthfuls. Zhao Peng's smile faltered abruptly, as several members of the security team at a nearby table, who had been merrily indulging, froze at her question. Struggling to maintain his composure, Zhao Peng placed another piece of meat into her bowl. "It's just regular pork. Eat up, you'll need your strength." Li Feier dismissed any further thoughts and continued to feast, and within 5 minutes, she and Zhao Peng had polished off the entire bowl of braised pork. After their meal, Zhao Peng carried Li Feier to his single dormitory. The room, though modest in size, boasted air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a small balcony, making it one of the best accommodations in the staff quarters. Although Li Feier was reluctant to sleep in Zhao Peng's bed, the alternative would be to share a bed with another man, so she begrudgingly accepted the situation. Once Li Feier was settled, Zhao Peng summoned Li Fugui and 2 other subordinates to venture out in search of food. Meanwhile, Zheng Shuqin had established a separate group for the property owners, excluding all personnel from the management center. Consequently, Zhao Peng and his team could no longer gather intelligence from the group to ascertain the locations of fresh corpses. They were now forced to drive out each night in search of sustenance. As Li Feier wheeled herself to the entrance of the cafeteria, the lights were still aglow. 2 security guards, with their backs turned to her, crouched on the ground, seemingly engrossed in some task. "I'm thirsty. Could you pour me a glass of water?" Li Feier commanded. To her horror, she noticed that each guard held a bloodied kitchen knife, and beneath them lay a naked body. More precisely, it was the lifeless form of a person missing limbs. Li Feier gasped, her voice rising in panic. Are you killing someone?" Only then did the guards realize her presence, hastily concealing their knives behind their backs. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. We haven't killed anyone. This person died on their own. We were simply—" One guard faltered, unsure of how to continue. The other chimed in, "Sister-in-law, you know the current state of affairs. There is hardly any food left. The government has overlooked us property management staff when distributing supplies. We have no choice. If we were to be picky, We truly starve. Regarding the consumption of unusual ingredients, any rational human would harbor a sense of trepidation. Zhao Peng and his companions only resorted to such measures when they found themselves in dire straits. They longed to partake, yet feared the act. In a moment of silence, Zhao Peng suddenly bellowed, "Damn it! Humans are also animals. The corpses of humans are fundamentally no different from those of pigs, dogs, cattle, or sheep. Let us eat. Someone fetch a kitchen knife. We shall chop it up and brew a stew." Ever since they first tasted the peculiar delicacy, Zhao Peng and his group became accustomed to its flavor, even developing a fondness for it. After their meal, Zhao Peng led his men outside in search of new ingredients, leaving the two young security guards behind to process the remnants, washing, drying, and freezing as necessary. Li Feier beheld the ghastly scene before her, her entire being enveloped in a chill. This was the most horrifying sight she had ever encountered in her life, surpassing even the terrors depicted in horror films. Chapter 112. Surveillance of the entire community. Noticing her pale complexion, the two security guards set down their knives and approached her. As they advanced, their hands and faces were still smeared with fresh crimson blood. Li Feier, now terrified, desperately attempted to turn her wheelchair around, but, in her panic, tumbled to the ground along with it. Once on the floor, her gaze fell upon another horrific sight. In a nearby corner lay a cardboard box filled with bones stripped of flesh, atop which rested two human heads, carelessly placed. The heads were unprocessed, retaining their hair and complete facial features. Overwhelmed with shock, Li Feier felt her scalp prickle, her limbs stiffening, paralyzed by fear, her body refusing to obey her instinct to flee. That, she stammered, pointing shakily at one of the heads, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. The face of the head was a deep reddish brown, the skin and muscles severely contracted, the result of moisture loss due to high temperatures. Yet, despite its condition, Li Feier recognized it as Lin Hauern's head. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she violently expelled the braised pork she had just consumed, followed by the instant noodles and compressed biscuits she had eaten, ultimately retching up bile until she was utterly drained. By the time the two security guards helped her to her feet, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. In Su Yan's residence, she found herself increasingly irked by the incessant intrusion of those lacking a sense of boundaries, who persistently encroached upon her domain, disrupting her tranquil existence. Venturing down to the surveillance room on the second basement level, she sought to observe the scene outside her backyard, only to discover that the bodies had vanished. This was a relief, sparing her the distress of witnessing the deceased. However, her curiosity was piqued by the swift disappearance of the corpses. Adjusting the surveillance footage to an hour prior, she discerned that it was the patrol vehicle from the property management center that had removed the bodies. This revelation stirred a sense of intrigue within her. After all, they were not relatives of the deceased, so what could their motive be for collecting the bodies? She then accessed the feeds from several cameras near the property management center, amplifying the images to peer through the windows. There, she observed a group of security guards bustling with enthusiasm as they prepared a meal and dined together. In an instant, the realization dawned upon her. Zhao Peng and his associates were scavenging the corpses for their own sustenance. In her previous life, her own body had been consumed by others. Wasn't the apocalypse precisely like this? To survive, people initially resorted to devouring the corpses of strangers. Once the strangers were exhausted, they turned to the bodies of acquaintances, and when acquaintances were no longer available, they began to consume their own children and elderly. Throughout history, there are countless instances of cannibalism. With so many people in the neighborhood, it was entirely possible that beyond Zhao Peng and his group, others were also resorting to feasting on corpses. If everyone were to engage in mutual slaughter, devouring one another, would it not result in a diminished population within the community? Consequently, this would reduce the number of those who might covet her supplies, rendering it a fortuitous circumstance for her. Su Yan was on the verge of restoring the surveillance footage to its original ratio when, unexpectedly, she caught sight of a woman's silhouette seated beside Zhao Peng. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Feier, the infamous schemer. It appeared that after Lin Hauern's demise, Li Feier had ensnared Zhao Peng as her pawn. The tragic fates of Lin Haoran and Ding Yaozu brought a peculiar sense of satisfaction to Su Yin. She had no immediate desire to eliminate them. Instead, she relished the thought of torturing them slowly, reveling in their anguish. This was a different form of enjoyment amidst the apocalypse. Su Yin was acutely aware that the entire community had set their sights on her supplies. The residents had ceased communication in the owner's group, leaving her unable to gather intelligence through group messages. Thus, she relied on the hundreds of surveillance cameras to gauge the situation outside her safe house. As she meticulously scanned through the myriad of feeds, her first observation was of the security team's patrol vehicle. Zhao Peng, accompanied by his subordinates, was currently inspecting each street one by one. The residents had collectively agreed to refrain from burning corpses within the community to prevent fires that could endanger their homes. Should a family member perish, the body was to be buried in the yard. However, many were unwilling to toil in the sweltering heat outdoors, leading them to discard the deceased on the road outside their homes at the first opportunity. Zhao Peng and his crew would then seize the chance to collect the bodies. Soon after, she noticed several residents driving toward the home of Zhang Shuqin in Building 18, where a multitude of private vehicles was already parked. Zhang Shuqin still wielded the highest influence within the community, drawing the more compliant residents together to devise new plans, the specifics of which remained unknown to Su Yan. Her attention then shifted to Luo Fei and Bai Shui in Building 76. At that moment, the windows and yard of Building 76 were shrouded in darkness, with an unmistakable increase in iron thorns adorning the walls. In Su Yan's eyes, Luo Fei was a formidable character, brave, strategic, and a natural leader. Should he join her ranks, he could significantly benefit the team. However, should he become an adversary, vigilance would be paramount. To prepare for any eventuality, Su Yan dispatched 2 additional security robots to patrol, 2 on the rooftop and 2 in the yard. She also ensured that the 2 robots deployed later were equipped with skills for using crossbows and handguns. At the property management center, a frantic voice called out, "Boss, sister-in-law has fainted." "What?" Zhao Peng exclaimed in shock, hastily rushing to the dormitory without shedding his thermal gear. Li Fei lay in bed, her complexion ashen and her body frail. Upon seeing Zhao Peng, she startled upright in fear. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Zhao Peng, perplexed, gently inquired, "Fire. What is wrong? Are you unwell?" With fury etched on her face, Li Fei retorted, "Zhao Peng, you actually made me eat human flesh. How revolting." Zhao Peng, upon hearing this, initially thought it was something grave, only to realize it was over this matter. He sat at the edge of the bed, chuckling, "What is the matter? Did you not say it was delicious yourself?" Chapter 113. The outburst of the sycophant as he spoke, Zhao Peng extended his arms to embrace Li Fei. The scent of his unwashed body and sweat filled her nostrils, causing waves of nausea to wash over her. She raised her right hand and struck him across the face. "Keep your distance. Don't disgust me." Zhao Peng momentarily froze, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How ungrateful could Li Fei be? Were it not for his intervention, she would have surely met a dire fate at the hands of those 2 ruffians. He had provided her with ample food and a cool room to sleep in. How many others in the entire neighborhood could boast of such comforts? And yet, she dared to strike him? The smile vanished from Zhao Peng's face, replaced by a scowl as he seized her arm with both hands, his voice low and furious. "You should be grateful. Had it not been for me, Zhao Peng, you'd be dead by now." Li Fei winced at his grip, struggling in vain against his hold, her disdain for him growing ever stronger. "You're lying. I have supplies. I only came here because thieves broke into my home." Her words only fueled Zhao Peng's fury. He despised the fickleness of women, which made him feel like a fool. "You sought my help in your time of danger, and now you find fault? How shameless can you be? Do you not believe they would kill you and feast upon you?" As he spoke, a sinister grin spread across his face, and Li Fei recognized his intent to intimidate her. She loathed the way sycophants spoke to her. They should remain subservient, not turn the tables. Spitting at him, her saliva landed squarely on his lips. "I see you are deliberately avoiding capturing those 2 robbers, aren't you? You want me to feel cornered enough to seek refuge with you. You know I despise you, yet you still harbor ulterior motives. How dare you?" a mere property manager. Think you could have designs on me? Zhao Peng paused, speechless, pressing his lips tightly together to prevent her spit from entering his mouth. Silently, he released her arm, retrieved a tissue from the bedside, and meticulously wiped away the saliva from his lips. Li Feier chuckled softly, finding him utterly pathetic, lacking in resolve. Willing to endure any humiliation in pursuit of a woman, too afraid to retaliate even when insulted. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a rough hand suddenly clamped around her throat. In an instant, he threw her onto the bed, forcefully pinning his 180-pound frame upon her. Li Feier, weakened by injury, could not muster the strength to resist Zhao Peng. Despite her desperate struggles, cries, and bites, she remained ensnared in his grasp. That night, Zhao Peng spared her no reprieve. It was not until dawn broke the following day that he finally released her. Li Feier lay motionless on the bed, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, her expression devoid of emotion, resembling a lifeless corpse. Zhao Peng cast a glance at her, rose to don his attire, and proceeded to the canteen, instructing the two security guards who were simmering meat soup to bring a bowl to his room. Your sister-in-law has been weary throughout the night. She must replenish her strength. Hurry and prepare it, he commanded with an impassive demeanor. Last night, the entire property management center had been privy to Li Feier's cries, which had stirred a tumult of curiosity among them, leaving them restless and anxious. Had Li Feier not been the leader's woman, they would have certainly ventured forth to investigate. Understood, boss. We shall have the soup delivered to the sister-in-law momentarily. The two guards responded with ingratiating smiles. Half an hour later, a junior guard knocked on the door, bearing a large bowl of steaming meat soup. Boss, the soup for the sister-in-law has arrived. We even added some cured meat for enhanced flavor. The cured meat, he spoke of, referred to the dried corpse of Lin Chao. Seizing the moment while Zhao Peng opened the door, the junior guard craned his neck to peer inside. Zhao Peng smacked his head lightly, admonishing, "What are you gawking at? Hurry and step aside. Right away, boss. Do let me know if you require anything else." The junior guard replied with a mischievous grin as he departed. Zhao Peng closed the door, cradling the meat soup in his right hand as he settled by the bedside. "Get up. You must be hungry," he said to Li Feier. Li Feier had indeed been famished, but the aroma of the meat soup wafting into her nostrils made her feel nauseous. "I won't eat," she shouted, clenching her fist and striking the bed vehemently. Zhao Peng despised when women shouted at him, throwing tantrums that rendered him akin to a dog devoid of dignity. Yet, recalling the pleasures Li Feier had granted him throughout the night, his ire dissipated. He patiently coaxed, "How can you refuse? They mentioned you were unwell last night and restless. Surely, you must be hungry." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp her arm. Li Feier's disdain for Zhao Peng had reached its zenith. The moment his hand made contact with her arm, she erupted. She sat up abruptly, delivering 3 resounding slaps to his face. Before Zhao Peng could comprehend the situation, she seized the bowl of soup from his hands and hurled it at him with all her might. The soup, still scalding, splattered across his face, neck, and chest. Zhao Peng leapt up, exclaiming, "What the hell, you crazy woman!" The burned areas felt intensely itchy and painfully hot, compelling him to claw at his face and neck in distress. "I'm burning alive," he cried, flinging open the door and racing toward the canteen. The grease from the soup obscured his vision, causing him to stumble and fall repeatedly as he careened into the canteen, where he appended a basin of ice water over himself. Observing his plight, the other security guards rushed forward to inquire about the situation. His face, neck, and shoulders were as red as if he had just emerged from boiling water, and several patches of skin had been scraped away, revealing raw flesh beneath, a gruesome sight to behold. "Boss, what happened to you?" the guards asked in concern. "That crazy woman threw soup at me. Go, bind her up and throw her into the warehouse," Zhao Peng shouted with his eyes closed. The security guards displayed expressions of astonishment, hesitating to inquire further. A few remained behind to attend to Zhao Peng, while Li Fugui led others to apprehend Li Feier in Zhao Peng's room. Li Feier had already climbed into a wheelchair and was anxiously gliding towards the exit of the property management center. However, as soon as Li Fugui and his companions emerged, they collided directly with her. "Vile woman, trying to escape?" Li Fugue stepped forward and seized Li Fei, lifting her effortlessly without uttering a word, dragging her towards the warehouse. Li Fei struggled violently, cursing and shouting, "Let go of me! A bunch of ruffians, filthy scoundrels! Do you know who my parents are? My father is the academic director at a university, and my mother is a judge. Everything you do to me will eventually face the full brunt of the law." Li Fugue scoffed dismissively, replying, "This is the apocalypse. What law remains? I am the law. I couldn't care less who your parents are. They might very well be dead by now." Turning a corner, they arrived at the warehouse door. Li Fugue produced a key and unlocked it, revealing a dark, stifling interior accompanied by an unpleasant odor. "In you go," he commanded, shoving Li Fei inside before promptly locking the door behind her. Meanwhile, the security guards frantically searched for burn ointment to apply to Zhao Peng. But after a lengthy search, they could only find a small bottle of fish oil in the refrigerator, likely left over from a previous chef's use. They applied the fish oil to Zhao Peng's wounds and wrapped him in bandages, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed, while the rest of his head was completely swathed. "How's the vile woman?" he inquired of Li Fugue. "She's in the warehouse," Li Fugue replied. "There's no air conditioning. She probably won't last long. Should we set a time to let her out?" Zhao Peng contemplated and said, "No need. Have 2 people bring in an ice block and check on her every hour. Once the ice melts, replace it." "Understood, boss." Currently, City C still had power. In the cafeteria of the Yagwang Biyuan Property Management Center, there was a refrigerator and a freezer containing large blocks of ice. 2 security guards retrieved a block, placed it in a stainless steel basin, and carried it to the warehouse. Zhao Peng abruptly sprang up from his cot, anxiously asking, "Where are they going? Are they coming for us?" The property management center was located to the north of the community, while the back gate was to the south, indicating that they were not headed towards Zhao Peng and his group. Sighing with relief, Zhao Peng thought they might have learned of his scavenging bodies for sustenance and were coming to demand their relatives' remains. "How many vehicles are there?" he inquired again. "There seem to be quite a few. I estimate that half the residents have mobilized," came the response. Zhao Peng was taken aback, exclaiming, "So many people?" He hastily descended from his bed and made his way to the surveillance room, where a multitude of vehicles appeared to converge towards a singular destination. It soon became clear to him that these homeowners were heading to Villa number 76, the residence of Bai Shui and Luo Fei. Zhao Peng harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Luo Fei. Had it not been for Luo Fei's timely intervention during the last incident, the supplies would have rightfully belonged to him. Not only did Luo Fei thwart his plans, but he also resorted to violence against him. This grudge had lingered in Zhao Peng's mind, and now an opportune moment for revenge had presented itself. Consequently, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Shuqin. At that moment, Zhang Shuqin was seated in a gray sedan, driven by a middle-aged woman who typically sought to curry favor with her. As the orchestrator of the operation against Luo Fei, Zhang Shuqin's vehicle naturally led the procession. The gray car had arrived at the front gate of Villa number 76, with other homeowners' vehicles steadily arriving from all directions. The middle-aged woman parked the car and retrieved a white loudspeaker from the back seat, inquiring, "Sister Zhang, shall I use the loudspeaker now?" Zhang Shuqin nodded in affirmation. The woman rolled down the window, braving the sweltering heat as she leaned out, placing the loudspeaker atop the car. "Luo Fei Bai Shui, you have 10 minutes to surrender all our supplies. Otherwise, we shall raze your home to the ground and break your limbs." The warning echoed repeatedly from the loudspeaker, its volume sufficient to be heard within a radius of 200 meters. After 5 repetitions, the blaring sirens of a police vehicle pierced the air, resonating powerfully enough for half the neighborhood to hear. A mere 30 seconds later, the sirens ceased and the warning resumed. Thus, the alternating sounds of the warning and sirens urged by Shui and Luo Fei, who were hiding within their house. At that moment, Zhang Shuqin's phone rang, displaying Zhao Peng's name. Confusion washed over her. What could Zhao Peng possibly want at such a time? Following Zhao Peng's previous abduction of her and several aides, Zhang Shuqin had completely categorized him as an adversary, along with all personnel from the property management center. She decisively ended the call. 3 seconds later, The phone rang again. Frowning, she pondered Zhao Peng's intentions. Reluctantly, she answered the call. Zhao Peng, what do you want? Having finally reached her, Zhao Peng wasted no time and immediately articulated his purpose. Zhang Shuqin, I know you despise me, but for now, set aside our past grievances and listen to what I have to say. You're seeking supplies from Luo Fei, aren't you? I've seen it on the surveillance. He continued, Luo Fei is cunning and treacherous. He is not someone easily dealt with. Let us strike a bargain. I will procure supplies for you, and once acquired, you shall share a portion with me. What do you say? Zhang Shuqin, without a moment's hesitation, bestowed upon Zhao Peng a scornful smile. Assist me? What capabilities do you possess to aid me? Such a confidential matter is not something I would divulge to someone I do not trust. It has nothing to do with you, Zhang Shuqin asserted. Zhao Peng let out a cold laugh. Even if you remain silent, I can surmise the truth. Tell me, you certainly don't possess any firearms, do you? A sudden jolt coursed through Zhang Shuqin. The group of homeowners she led indeed lacked firearms. Had they been armed, the one they would be attempting to rob today would not have been Luo Fei, but rather Su Yan. Chapter 115. The Siege of Luo Fei. It is a well-known secret that Su Yan's household possesses a vast array of resources. During a gathering at Zhang Shuqin's residence, the homeowners unanimously expressed their desire to raid Su Yan's abode. However, the outcomes of the two groups that attempted such an endeavor are evident to all. Su Yan possesses firearms and has allies, rendering him untouchable. The intelligence they acquired came at a harrowing cost, paid in the sacrifice of 2 death squads. As for Zhang Shuqin and her group, despite their numbers, they could hardly claim any advantage. Consequently, the focus naturally shifted to Luo Fei. Although Luo Fei had merely over 40 supplies, a far cry from Su Yan's extensive reserves, he boasted one critical advantage. He was unarmed. His residence lacked the impenetrable fortifications of Su Yan's. It was merely an ordinary 2-story building, surrounded by a standard iron fence, a mere one. 5 meters high, easily surmountable. Zhang Shuqin and her associates contemplated seizing Luo Fei supplies first to satiate their hunger before devising a plan to acquire Su Yan's stockpile. Firearms, of course, represented the optimal weapon for such an endeavor, and Zhang Shuqin was keenly interested. She raised a hand, signaling a middle-aged woman to cease the loudspeaker announcements. Once silence enveloped the group, she turned to Zhao Peng, inquiring, Are you suggesting that you possess a firearm? Yes, Zhao Peng responded. Zhang Shuqin felt a jolt of surprise and pressed further. What kind of gun? How many? Then a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Zhao Peng was deceiving her. If he truly had a firearm, why hadn't he brandished it during the recent raid on government supplies? She chuckled lightly, adopting a more ominous tone. Zhao Peng, do not attempt to play tricks on me. You ought to recall how you offended me last time. Do not assume I will let it slide. Should you dare to mock me again, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Zhao Peng chuckled in reply, aware that Zhang Shuqin was not easily convinced. If I am deceiving you, may I be cursed to never stand upright again, living my days as a wild monk. Surely, that will lend some credence to my words. Zhang Shuqin's face flushed with indignation as she scolded, You shameless rogue. Speak plainly if you must. Otherwise, I have no time to waste here. Zhao Peng was taken aback that, as a man in his 30s, he could fluster a woman in her 50s. He laughed heartily into the phone. All right, enough jesting. Sister Zhang, I will speak earnestly. I possess a hunting rifle, fully loaded. I have tested it, and it is certainly capable of inflicting harm. With this against Luo Fei, he will surely capitulate. If one firearm is insufficient, our security team is well equipped with batons, steel forks, shields, and riot gear. We have an abundance of weaponry. Capturing Luo Fei is a trivial pursuit, and even overpowering that girl from Building 27 would be well within our means. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuqin felt a surge of interest. Although her group comprised around 50 individuals, accounting for 60% of the residents in the community, their combat capabilities were undeniably lacking. If that cunning rogue Luo Fei had set traps around his home, their chances of victory would be anything but assured. She lowered the car window and glanced around the streets. Nearly everyone had arrived, with vehicles lined up neatly along the roadside, waiting patiently. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shuqin spoke earnestly. Within 5 minutes, bring your weapons and equipment here. I only require the gear. Your men are unnecessary. Once the task is accomplished, we shall distribute the supplies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng felt a surge of discontent. Zhang Shuqin seemed intent on extracting his resources without reciprocation. Not only was she demanding his weapons, but the distribution of supplies post-mission hinged solely on her discretion. He scoffed. Zhang Shuqin, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. I propose collaboration, not a mere loan of arms. If we are to cooperate, let my men join us to confront Luo Fei, and afterward, let us distribute resources according to our respective contributions. Zhang Shuqin glanced at the time. Their planned operation was about to commence. She retorted coldly, understand this. It is you who need us, not the other way around. Do not think that without your hunting rifle, we cannot subdue that man named Luo. With that, she terminated the call and turned to the middle-aged woman, instructing, activate the loudspeaker. Inform all teams that the operation will commence in 3 minutes. Yes, Sister Zhang. The middle-aged woman relayed Zhang Shuqin's orders in the mutual watch group, and upon receiving the command, each team stood ready for action. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, enraged by Zhang Shuqin's rejection, seethed for a moment, realizing she seemed to harbor a grudge against him. Although the security team had access to a supply of human flesh to stave off starvation temporarily, relying solely on such sustenance was unsustainable. Eventually, they would tire of it, and the nutritional imbalance would lead to deficiencies, notably the lack of vitamin C, which could result in scurvy. Moreover, they were in dire need of medicines and cooling agents. Thus, they too coveted Luo Fei's supplies. With Zhang Shuqin's team acting ahead of them, the risk of losing all resources to her was palpable. He could not allow them to divide the spoils unchallenged. Zhao Peng immediately instructed Li Fugue to grab the hunting rifle, declaring his intent to assess the situation firsthand. He also ordered his subordinates to stow the security team's equipment in the vehicle to accompany him. Shortly thereafter, 2 patrol cars departed from the property management center, deliberately circumventing Zhang Shuqin's team by taking the outer road to approach the back entrance of the community. They sought a concealed vantage point to observe the situation surrounding Building 76. At that moment, Building 76 was encircled by an array of vehicles of various colors. Luo Fei and Bai Shui huddled by the second-floor window, peering cautiously through the curtain's gap. There are so many of them, Bai Shui said anxiously. Luo Fei, filled with determination, replied, no matter their numbers, I, Luo Fei, will ensure your safety and the security of our supplies. Do not worry, Shui'er. I will handle everything. Bai Shui gazed up at Luo Fei, feeling a profound sense of security emanating from him, which deeply moved her. Unable to contain herself, she threw herself into his embrace, holding tightly to his chest. Yes, I believe in you, she whispered softly. With a swift motion, Luo Fei drew back the curtains and flung open the window. Standing with his hands on his hips, gazing down at the crowd of homeowners below who were watching him intently, he called out loudly, Zhang, you wretched old hag, why are you barking like a dog on my doorstep? Chapter 116. A clever diversion. Zhang Shuqin was taken aback. She always prided herself on her appearance and had invested significantly in skincare, with others often mistaking her for someone in her early 40s. How could she be labeled a wretched old hag, and to be insulted as a dog? No one had ever spoken to Zhang Shuqin so rudely before. Stunned with anger, she found herself at a loss for words. A middle-aged woman seated in the driver's seat softly advised, Sister Zhang, call him a worm, a thief, or a murderer. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Shuqin cast aside her high-status demeanor and shouted into the horn. You thief, Luo! You are a murderer! You have stolen our supplies, leaving countless families to suffer from hunger, some dead, some driven mad. May you meet a dreadful end. No sooner had her words left her lips than a man's upper body emerged from the window of a blue luxury car behind her, holding a steel pipe over a meter long, one end bound with a glass bottle, the mouth of which was sealed with ragged cloth. The man provocatively raised his middle finger at Luo Fei before producing a lighter. He held it to the bottle's mouth, indicating his intent to ignite it. Luo, if you don't return our supplies, we will burn you alive. The man shouted. He was Zhang Tao, a young director in his 30s whom Zhang Shuqin often sought to impress. In this endeavor, he served as her right-hand man, leading the homeowners alongside her. As he spoke, others in their vehicles leaned out, echoing his threats. Luo, return our supplies, or we will burn you alive. Luo Fei threw back his head and laughed heartily before bending down to pick up a supply bag from the ground. He opened it wide and declared, "You want supplies? Very well, let me show you what's inside this bag." He retrieved a can of pork, lifting it high for all to see. 2 cans of pork, no less. Isn't this a delectable treat? Do you wish to taste it? The crowd stared hungrily at the tin can in his hand, saliva pooling in their mouths. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began, and these individuals had long exhausted their food reserves, enduring on mere water or resorting to slaughtering their pets for sustenance. A can of pork? What a delightful morsel it was. With a swift motion, Luo Fei popped open the can and, without hesitation, hurled it to the ground, shattering it against the unyielding concrete. He repeated the action, scattering the meat and broth across the pavement. The sizzling ground quickly dispersed the tantalizing aroma, and those nearby inhaled deeply, captivated by the delicious scent. How fragrant! How utterly delightful! Ah, the tantalizing aroma of meat. People found themselves both entranced and infuriated. Such delectable food, and yet, Luo Fei had the audacity to hurl it to the ground. 2 cans, no less. Subsequently, he retrieved a large brown jar from his supply bag. This was a container of multivitamins, containing 500 capsules, sufficient to sustain an adult's health for an entire year. He twisted off the lid and turned the jar upside down, allowing the vitamin capsules to cascade down, scattering across the ground. Particularly enraged were Zhao Peng and his subordinates, who stood far behind the crowd, their anger boiling over as they yearned to confront that scoundrel Luo Fei. They feasted daily on human flesh, and how they longed for something enriched with vitamins. Luo Fei continued to toss various supplies from the upper floor: nuts, cooling agents, air conditioning refrigerants, glucose, medical kits, and more. The sight of these resources, rightfully theirs, being squandered incited deep sorrow and fury among the onlookers. One owner could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Luo Fei, you are utterly inhumane. You would rather waste these supplies than return them to us." Some owners wept, lamenting, "My elderly father died the day before yesterday, and my young son passed away yesterday. Had we had these supplies, they might have survived. Luo Fei, your wicked deeds will not go unpunished." Others, unable to tolerate Luo Fei's despicable demeanor, shouted at Zhang Shuqin and Zhang Tao, "Sister Zhang, brother Tao, let's not waste our breath on such a villain. Let us set him ablaze." Many joined in, extending makeshift incendiary devices from their car windows. "Yes, let us burn the wretched scoundrel. Let us see how he boasts then." Unfazed by the cacophony of curses, Luo Fei erupted into laughter once more. "You wish to burn me? Come on, ignite the flames. These supplies lie right behind me, and should you dare set fire to me, I assure you, they shall be incinerated alongside me." Ha ha ha. With that, he lifted the empty supply bag and ignited it with a lighter, hurling it towards the yard's exit. It landed squarely on the hood of Zhang Shuqin's car. The sweltering heat of over 70 degrees outdoors caused the flames to spread rapidly, prompting Zhang Shuqin and a middle-aged woman to hastily retrieve a fire extinguisher to douse the blaze. From a distance, Zhao Peng cursed, "Damn it, that Luo is truly despicable. I've always said he was cunning." Li Fugui inquired, "Does that not leave the Zhang family at a loss?" Zhao Peng replied, "Do not be hasty. We shall observe quietly, and our opportunity will surely arise." Meanwhile, within the Mutual Watch group of brothers and sisters, inquiries were made to Zhang Shuqin regarding whether their squad could proceed as planned. At the entrance of the backyard of Building 76, a number of private cars were parked. Upon receiving instructions from Zhang Shuqin, the owners within the vehicles began their operation. 2 individuals emerged from a car, crouching low as they sprinted towards the iron gate beneath Building 76, one carrying an electrician's toolbox. The 2 individuals first scrutinized whether there was an electric net entwined atop the iron fence. As anticipated, 2 slender black wires ran through it. They then raise their heads to examine the top of the fence for any electrified iron thorns. This fellow isn't foolish. He knows to employ such elaborate measures to thwart our entry, one remarked softly. The other scoffed, is this the best they can do to challenge me? Let us dismantle it. With that, he opened his toolbox and extracted an electric pen, insulated gloves, scissors, and other tools. In mere moments, the electric net at various points was rendered inoperative. Chapter 117. Experience the might of my rolling stick Zhongjie. The electric net on the back wall has been dismantled. The front yard can be entered with confidence, one reported in the group chat to Zheng Shuqin. The other homeowners, upon receiving this good news, flooded the chat with expressions of approval. It turned out that Zheng Shuqin and her associates had devised a strategy of collaboration. The first team occupied Luo Fei in the front yard while the second team targeted the destruction of the electric net on the fence. Achieving a diversionary tactic, Zhang Tao, the deputy, commanded in the group, third team, prepared to enter Luo Dog's residence from the backyard immediately. Second team, provide assistance, while the first team continues to distract Luo Dog in the front yard. Zhang Tao, accustomed to directing on film sets, now found himself orchestrating the homeowner's efforts to seize Luo Fei's house, demonstrating his expertise in command, and everyone complied readily. Soon, on the road outside the rear yard of Building 76, a dozen individuals emerged from their vehicles, each wielding weapons such as hammers, frying pans, golf clubs, and baseball bats. Several others retrieved ladders from their car trunks and propped them against the iron fence of Building 76. Everyone go, someone shouted. Members of the third team ascended the ladders and, like dumplings being tossed into boiling water, eagerly leapt into Bai Shue's backyard. They dashed to the base of the house and began to vigorously smash the windows on the ground floor. However, Luo Fei and Bai Shui had already boarded up the windows with wooden planks from the inside, and despite their efforts, only the glass shattered. To address this issue, they had anticipated such a scenario. One individual outside waved to the two members of the second team responsible for dismantling the electric net, who promptly arrived wielding a chainsaw. This chainsaw, donated by a homeowner passionate about handcrafted wooden items, roared to life with an explosive sound, quickly carving a large circular hole through the tightly nailed wooden window. Cheers erupted among the crowd. Such a minor obstacle was no match for them. Let us slip through here and seize that Luo fellow and his little harlot, someone shouted. A dozen individuals swiftly gathered, flowing through the opening and into a compartment on the first floor of Bai Shue's home. However, just as they believed victory was assured, the first person to breach the villa's interior suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Three individuals clutched their eyes, seemingly in excruciating pain, unable to wield their weapons, their bodies collapsing to the ground. The air was filled with their anguished cries, echoing in despair. The two newcomers halted abruptly, intending to investigate the commotion ahead, when they heard a man exerting force. To their astonishment, it was the lad surnamed Luo, brandishing an unusual stick toward them. Swiftly, they leaped aside to evade the attack. However, this maneuver inadvertently led to the misfortune of those who followed closely behind. Luo Fei wielded a modified wooden club, adorned with hundreds of razor-sharp blades. With a mere flick, the faces of those struck would be grievously lacerated. The first three who had entered the room were the unfortunate victims, their eyes now gushing blood. Rendered blind. What shall we do? I cannot see. My eyes ache terribly. They lamented, rising unsteadily, arms flailing in a desperate attempt to grasp their surroundings. Their eyes and hands were smeared with blood, a sight that was utterly chilling. The two who had narrowly escaped gazed at Luo Fei and the fearsome weapon in his grasp. Astonishment etched across their faces. You were not upstairs? How could you? One stammered. Luo Fei erupted into laughter. You think you can play tricks on me with diversion? You are sorely mistaken. Enough chatter, behold my weapon. What business do you have running amok in my home? Bai Shui declared fiercely. Confronted by Bai Shui in front and Luo Fei behind, the two were engulfed by terror, hesitant to act recklessly. Beautiful lady, please let us discuss this calmly, they pleaded. Outside the window, 7 or 8 individuals awaited their turn to enter. Baking under the scorching sun, their heads spinning, eager to escape into the villa. With each entry, Luo Fei raised his weapon to dispatch another, and within mere seconds, Several bodies lay sprawled beneath the window, groaning in agony. Ouch! It hurts. The remaining individuals outside finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Their comrades were injured. And the perpetrator was none other than the scoundrel Luo Fei. Oh my! That lad surnamed Luo Yu the last four, engulfed by fear, turned to flee. Luo Fei stood at the window's edge, one foot perched on the sill, reveling in their disarray as he laughed heartily. Do not run, you little rascals. The lingering fear echoed among the group as they exchanged anxious glances. That rascal Luo has injured over a dozen of us. What should we do now, Sister Zheng? Brother Tao? The homeowners in the group were taken aback, particularly the members of the first team, who had believed they had successfully contained Luo Fei. How could he possibly appear at the back door simultaneously? What does this mean? Zheng Shuqin quickly inquired in the group chat. The four individuals succinctly recounted their harrowing encounter at the back door. Zheng Shuqin, filled with fury, abruptly lifted her gaze towards the second floor, only to realize that the figure of Luo Fei at the window revealed merely half of his face. Ever since he had discarded the burning supply pack, he had remained silent. Hand me the binoculars, she commanded. A middle-aged woman, with a serious demeanor, promptly produced a pair of binoculars and handed them to Zheng Shuqin. Through the lenses, she clearly discerned that behind the curtain stood a plastic mannequin, clad in garments identical to those worn by Luo Fei, adorned with a wig, and bearing a computer-printed likeness of his face. How dare you mock me? Zheng Shuqin seethed with indignation. Chapter 118. A double assault. Zhang Tao issued orders within the group. Luo is despicable and vile. He has injured our comrades. First, second, and third teams, arm yourselves. We shall storm in and confront Luo head-on. Fourth team, remain on standby. The homeowners, having long suppressed their eager anticipation, could no longer contain their excitement upon receiving the command to advance. They swiftly flung open their car doors, leaping out and rushing towards Villa 76. In an instant, the front and backyards erupted with over 30 individuals wielding cleavers, steel rods, katanas, hammers, baseball bats, and other implements of mayhem, as they scrambled over the iron fence into the villa's courtyard. Their initial target was the myriad windows on the first floor, employing various techniques to shatter glass and break wooden seals. The chainsaw operators diligently worked one window after another, and once an entry point was established, the throng surged through the opening. Luo, your end is nigh. Where's that Luo? Find him and dismember him. A cacophony of shouts, footsteps, and the sounds of destruction filled the air. The morale among the group was exceptionally high, inciting the fourth team members, who remained in the vehicles, to itch for action, eager to join the fray. Inside the adjoining room, Luo Fei and Bai Shui had just finished binding the 7 or 8 injured homeowners on the floor when they were startled by the tumultuous uproar from the front yard. Bai Shui exclaimed in alarm, Fei Ge, they've broken in. Luo Fei, perspiring heavily, muttered in a low, furious tone, Humph, they arrived rather swiftly. Quickly, let us hide below. Luo Fei and Bai Shui had spent days preparing traps and stockpiling supplies in anticipation of this moment. They had constructed a concealed safe room in the basement, impervious to fire. Luo Fei shoved Bai Shui gently, urging, hurry. Bai Shui, unwilling to leave Luo Fei to face the enemy alone, insisted on staying by his side. There are too many of them. I fear you won't be able to hold out. I must stay with you. Once the 30-plus homeowners flooded into the villa, they scattered like headless flies, some ascending the stairs to the second floor, others heading towards the back door, while some wreaked havoc in the living room and kitchen. Supplies. We need supplies. Kill Luo. Kill Bai. Where's the food? Bring it out. As a few individuals approached, Luo Fei felt an urgent panic and pulled Bai Shui towards the basement. Do not be reckless. Hurry and hide well. I will deal with these scoundrels and join you shortly, Luo Fei whispered. But there are so many of them. How can you handle it alone? Bai Shui's voice trembled with fear. Luo Fei, I do not want you to die. I want us to survive together. Luo Fei, both anxious and touched, maintained a stoic demeanor and insisted on pushing Bai Shui towards the basement. I will not die, nor will you. Enough talk, just listen to me. Just as Luo Fei opened a door, he spotted 2 figures at the basement entrance, peering down the staircase, apparently having entered from the backyard. Let us go down and take a look. The supplies might be hidden below, one of them suggested. Why is it so dark down there? I can't see the way. How can we go down? The other replied. Meanwhile, the sound of scattered footsteps echoed from the other side. Luo Fei quickly dashed over to close another door and locked it. Consequently, the two found themselves concealed in a cramped 4-square-meter space, merely a passageway. But with doors on either side, they managed to hide. The group attempting to reach Luo Fei through the back door found their path blocked and expressed their frustration. Knowing that the layout of the villa where some of them resided was identical to Bai Shui's home, they proposed, "Let us break the door down. We can't get through otherwise." They began to kick the door with a resounding thud. Luo Fei and Bai Shui quickly moved a tall coffee table behind the door to barricade it. "What should we do? They're about to break in," Bai Shui exclaimed, filled with dread. "Do not be afraid. I still have this." Luo Fei lifted the bloodied rolling pin for her to see. Bai Shui shook her head. "There are dozens of them, and we are just two." Luo Fei remained silent, pressing his ear against the door facing the basement entrance to listen for any sounds outside. Unsure if the two individuals had left, he cautiously unlocked the door and peered through the crack. The two figures illuminated the dark with their phone flashlights, slowly descending into the basement. "Damn it," Luo Fei cursed inwardly. "These two must be dealt with. Otherwise, Shuer cannot access the basement." He tightened his grip on the bloodied rolling pin, then said to Bai Shui, "Shuer, I will go down and eliminate those two. Find something for self-defense and follow closely behind me." This time, Bai Shui did not refuse. She resolved that once they were both in the basement, she would not let him come back up, and they would hide together in the safe house. "All right," she nodded. As the two prepared, Luo Fei quietly opened the door, ready to dash towards the basement stairs, only to be met with a sudden blow. "Aha, Luo, so you were hiding in here?" exclaimed a short man, triumphantly raising a steel pipe above his head. The impact cracked Luo Fei's skull, blood streaming down his face, dividing it into two. "Damn it," he cried, cradling his head in agony and crouching down. Seeing her beloved man ambushed, Bai Shui's heart ignited with fury. She picked up the fallen rolling pin and swung it at the man's head, causing him to collapse instantly. Hurriedly, she dragged Luo Fei back into the room and locked the door once more. "Feiga, how do you feel?" Bai Shui anxiously tore off the sleeves of her shirt to bandage his head. Luo Fei's mind buzzed, his skull feeling as if it might split open. I'm fine. I'll take the lead." "You stay behind me," he insisted, struggling to sit up. Suddenly, there was a series of loud knocks on the door, the frame showing signs of giving way. Voices emerged from the basement entrance. "How are you? Where's that Luo kid?" "What? He is right in there." "Brothers, the little rascal is hiding in there. Let us break the door down and see where he thinks he can escape." The pounding intensified. Caught between two fronts and injured, Luo Fei's predicament brought Bai Shui to tears. "Feiga, what should we do? They're about to come in. Are we destined to die here today?" She collapsed into his embrace, trembling. Chapter 119. A new collaborator, Luo Fei, steadied himself against the wall, gritting his teeth to reassure her, "I'll go out and confront them. Don't worry, we won't die. They will." He grasped the rolling pin, preparing to face the door. Bai Shui clung to him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "What if we just give them our supplies? It's better than being killed." Frustrated, Luo Fei wiped the blood from his face, exclaiming, "Those are the very things that ensure your survival. I cannot give them away. Let go of me. I will not allow these scoundrels to succeed." Bai Shui held onto him fiercely, pleading with her doe-like eyes, refusing to let him take the risk. In the midst of their argument, Luo Fei's phone rang, an unfamiliar number. He had no interest in answering, yet the caller seemed insistent. Irritated, he pulled out his phone, muttering curses under his breath. "Who the hell is calling me at a time like this? Damn it." "Hello?" A man's voice echoed from the receiver. "Why the anger? Did those owners give you a hard time?" "Huh." The banging on the doors continued, the frame showing clear signs of distress. Amidst such chaos, this person dared to call and mock him. "Who are you? What do you want?" Luo Fei demanded, his tone menacing. With a mocking smile, Zhao Peng introduced himself, recalling how the protagonist had previously robbed him of supplies and even assaulted him. He had yet to seek retribution. This provoked a surge of anger within Luo Fei. Was this individual reveling in his misfortune or seeking to exploit his vulnerability? What do you intend to do? Luo Fei gritted his teeth. I offer you an opportunity. I will assist you in dealing with Zhang Shuqin and her crew if you share half of the supplies with me. What do you say? This proposition left both Luo Fei and Bai Shui wide-eyed with disbelief. What do you do to help me? Luo Fei was skeptical of Zhao Peng, yet he recognized the necessity of support. Zhao Peng continued. Most of Zhang Shuqin's people must be inside your house by now, with over a dozen waiting outside for orders. Their final tactic will likely be to set your house ablaze. Our security team is equipped with batons and shields, capable of both offense and defense. But most importantly, I possess a firearm. If I simply walk over and aim it at that Zhang woman's head, she will have no choice but to cease all actions. Luo Fei and Bai Shui exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of shock and bewilderment. Bai Shui wiped away her tears and gestured for Luo Fei to inquire about their current location. Where are you? Luo Fei asked. He harbored resentment towards Zhang Shuqin, who had never humbled herself before him, always exuding an air of superiority, as if she were above him, viewing him as mere societal refuse. Had she not been the property owner, and he merely a servitor, he would have long severed ties with her. The incessant banging on the doors reverberated around them, the front and back doors nearly giving way. Blood streamed from Luo Fei's head wound, his vision clouded with stars. He glanced at the trembling Bai Shui, gently caressing her worried face, and made a decisive choice. You want half the supplies? He asked. Zhao Peng smiled silently, knowing Luo Fei would be intrigued by the prospect of collaboration. Indeed, half the supplies. I estimate you still have around 20 to 30 supply packages, right? Sharing 13 or 14 with me shouldn't significantly impact you, after all. Before Zhao Peng could finish, Luo Fei interrupted. Fine, I agree. Listening to the relentless banging and Luo Fei's anxious tone, Zhao Peng envisioned the urgency of the situation. All right, it's settled. After declaring this, he turned to his subordinates in the vehicle, commanding, Fugue, prepare the gun. Dachuan, drive the car next to that Zhang woman. Everyone else, gear up. Today we make a substantial move, and Luo Fei will ensure we receive our share of supplies. Understood, boss. His subordinates replied in unison. Moments later, Luo Fei and Bai Shui heard the sound of the car starting, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. Zhao Peng spoke into the phone again. Luo Fei. My crew is on the way. Rest assured, I, Zhao Peng, will stand by you through thick and thin today. Zhang Shuqin's fortunate days have come to an abrupt end today. It is imperative that you uphold your end of the bargain. With that, Luo Fei abruptly terminated the call. He once again grasped the rolling pin, lying in wait behind the door, anticipating the moment when the frenzied homeowners would make their entrance, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuqin sat comfortably in her car, relishing the cool air conditioning and sipping iced water, as the cacophony emanating from Bai Shui's villa filled her ears. Her heart swelled with satisfaction. This would undoubtedly be a triumphant endeavor. A signature smile graced her face, exuding arrogance, confidence, and an air of superiority. At that moment, a knock resounded on Zhang Shuqin's car window. She glanced up to see an unremarkable man, whom she presumed to be one of the participating homeowners in the operation. Without further thought, she lowered the window. Is there something you need? She inquired. The man wore a disingenuous smile, uttering not a word, before forcefully yanking open the car door and dragging Zhang Shuqin out. Of course there is something. She screamed help before anyone could react. Li Fugui's gun was aimed at her temple. Shut your mouth and get in the car. Zhang Shuqin was instantly silenced, with a firm grip on her wrists. The man swiftly pulled her towards their vehicle, while Li Fugui maintained his gun at the ready. The middle-aged woman, Zhang Tao, and other members of the fourth team in the cars opened their doors, prepared to rescue Zhang Shuqin. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as 300 iron pellets rained down from above, crashing onto the vehicles. I dare anyone to come closer. I will shoot her. Li Fugui ruarat. The onlookers promptly retreated, shutting their car doors in defeat. Zhang Shuqin was roughly tossed into the patrol car, where Chun waited in the back seat, holding a long hemp rope. As soon as Zhang Shuqin landed beside him, he swiftly bound her. The man responsible for knocking on the window quickly slipped into the vehicle. Aiding da chunin securing Zheng Shuqin. Boss, we have captured her, Li Fugue reported while lowering his weapon. Zhao Peng glanced at the terrified Zheng Shuqin in the rearview mirror and burst into laughter. Zheng Shuqin, we meet again. Upon recognizing Li Fugue's face, Zheng Shuqin's fury ignited. You again. Her gaze then shifted to a man beside her, whose head was entirely wrapped in bandages. You are Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng laughed heartily once more. Indeed, it is I. Chapter 120. Reinforcements arrived during the last government aid distribution. Zheng Shuqin and her companions had been captured by Zhao Peng and Li Fugue, forcing her to squat on the ground and endure a slap across the face. Gritting her teeth, she spat. Zhao Peng, you are truly despicable. You had the audacity to contact me, claiming you wanted to collaborate. I knew you were untrustworthy. Zhao Peng erupted into laughter again. Zheng Jie, this is where you have gone astray. Had you agreed to collaborate with me at that moment, my firearm would now be aimed at that rascal Luo Fei, rather than at you. Zheng Shuqin scoffed, asking what he intended to do. I have yet to seize any supplies. You are not contemplating some abduction scheme to extort resources, are you? Zhao Peng, while observing the movements of the homeowners in the mirror, deftly maneuvered the car through a series of twists and turns. Ignoring Zheng Shuqin, he commanded his two subordinates in the back seat. Retrieve her mobile phone. One of the men in the back handed Zheng Shuqin's phone to Li Fugue, who unlocked it and entered the WeChat group, issuing a command. Everyone, cease all attacks and immediately withdraw from Villa 76. Those who defy this order shall be expelled from this group. Li Fugue then raised his shotgun, aiming it at Zheng Shuqin's head, while another individual recorded the scene with her phone. From off-camera, Li Fugue pressured Zheng Shuqin. Tell them to withdraw from Villa 76 at once. Otherwise, I will put a bullet through you. The two men flanking Zheng Shuqin brandished knives, lightly grazing her cheek. Speak quickly, or we will scar your face and ruin your beauty. Zheng Shuqin glared at Li Fugue, gritting her teeth, exuding an aura of defiance and resentment. Zhao Peng, you are despicable. If you had any skill, you would seize Luo Fei's supplies yourself. Let me make it clear. You will not coerce me this time. You see all these homeowners? They are ravenous. Who will heed my words? Their sole focus is on supplies and food. My command to halt will not make them stop. With a sudden screech of brakes, everyone lurched forward. Damn it, enough with the incessant chatter. Zhao Peng halted the vehicle, turned around, and seized a knife from his subordinate, grasping Zheng Shuqin's right ear to cut it. Blood immediately flowed from her ear, and the excruciating pain forced a scream from her lips. Zhao Peng, you will meet a dire fate. Zheng Shuqin struggled desperately. Hold her down. Zhao Peng ordered his two subordinates. One restrained her shoulders while the other tightly grasped her head, allowing Zhao Peng to proceed with his grim task. Fugue, record this, Zhao Peng instructed. Understood, Li Fugue replied, kneeling to capture the scene with his phone. Inside Villa 76, Luo Fei lay in ambush behind the door with a rolling pin, while Bai Shui hid behind him. As the door was about to be broken down, Luo Fei shouted in readiness to strike. At the moment the door burst open, the two assailants stood frozen, staring at Luo Fei and Bai Shui, before lunging toward them in the next instant. Luo Fei's baton swiftly descended, striking one man's head, then quickly lifted again to deliver a harsh blow to another S. Strangely, both men fell to the ground without uttering a sound. It was then they realized that these two had been attacked by others. At the entrance stood two men wielding shields and electric batons, the batons crackling with electricity. Are you sent by Zhao Peng? Luo Fei inquired. Zhao Peng had come with 6 individuals. He and Li Fugue had taken 2 to abduct Zheng Shuqin, while the other 2 were dispatched to the villa to support Luo Fei. The duo noticed that there were people in the cars parked at the front, rendering entry impossible. Thus, they circled to the back, discovering the vehicles on the road were empty, presumably all having rushed into the villa. They stealthily scaled the wall, entering through a circular hole. After a thorough search, they found 2 individuals attempting to break down a door at the basement entrance, shouting, Luo dog, we know you're inside. Once we break down the door, your time is up. Consequently, they approached and incapacitated the 2 with electric batons, the electricity rendering them unconscious within mere seconds. Their misfortune was compounded when Luo Fei's baton struck them fiercely, leaving their heads bloodied with multiple wounds. Luo Fei felt a surge of appreciation. Zhao Peng was indeed a man of his word. "Thank you, brother," he expressed gratefully. The two security guards nodded, responding, "No need for thanks. This is what the boss sent us to give you." One of them produced an electrified baton from his waist, while the other revealed an additional shield from behind his own. "And this," Luo Fei said, accepting the shield and promptly handing it to Bai Shui. "Shui, take this." Bai Shui silently accepted the shield, feeling a newfound sense of security. With an electric baton in one hand and a baton in the other, Luo Fei addressed the guards solemnly. "I will rely on you two now." The guards nodded, their gazes directed towards Luo Fei's rear, where the doorframe had splintered halfway, revealing the figures of their adversaries outside. "It's Luo Dog. Everyone, smash it! Luo Dog, your time has come." With a cacophony of furious curses, the door was violently smashed to the ground. A horde of 7 or 8 individuals rushed in, brandishing kitchen knives, golf clubs, hammers, and other weapons, intent on attacking Luo Fei and his companions. Luo Fei forcefully shoved Bai Shui toward the room, urging, "Quickly hide." He then swung his baton wildly with one hand while discharging electricity with the other. "Come on, you filthy insects, wild boars. Face your Uncle Luo," he shouted vehemently. The two security guards, wielding shields and batons, engaged the ferocious intruders with both strikes and electric shocks. The scene was engulfed in chaos, with both parties consumed by animosity and exerting their utmost strength to engage in battle. Only the two security guards remained relatively unperturbed. Lacking resources, they had ample human sustenance at their disposal, allowing them to refrain from desperate measures. Should they gain the upper hand, they pressed forward. If the tide turned against them, they would retreat while continuing to fight. Before long, individuals began to collapse, and soon more followed suit. Chapter 121. Zheng Shuqin is controlled. Those rolling on the ground with their arms wrapped around themselves were marred by countless wounds, blood oozing from their bodies, faces, and heads. Some were convulsing from electric shocks, frothing at the mouth. The homeowners wielded little in the way of weaponry, resorting to indiscriminate flailing with knives, guns, and clubs. Only the two security guards exhibited any semblance of combat expertise, understanding the nuances of defense and offense. The floor soon became littered with bodies, accompanied by incessant groans of pain. At that moment, wails of despair echoed from other rooms. "Oh my God, it hurts so much. Damn it, there are traps. Ah, my foot." Luo Fei recognized that the traps he had set were now in action. A shadow lifted from his face as a smile crept onto his lips. "Let us go see," he said. "Those rascals must be writhing on the floor right now." Bai Shui and the two security guards followed Luo Fei out of the room and into the hall on the first floor. As they walked, they were met with the sight of homeowners ensnared in traps. Some lay lifeless on sofas, their spines shattered by heavy pots. Others were impaled by steel hooks dangling from the ceiling. Still others unknowingly drank from cups containing corrosive liquid, which burned their throats, esophagus, and stomach, leaving them to thrash in torment against the walls. To alleviate their suffering, Luo Fei exchanged a glance with the two guards, and without further ado, they approached and rendered the afflicted unconscious with electric batons. Subsequently, the four ascended to the second floor, where cries of anguish persisted. In hallways, rooms, and balconies, individuals ensnared by traps were bleeding profusely and wailing in agony. Luo Fei and Bai Shui had previously scattered thousands of thumbtacks across the floor and door handles, camouflaged with paint to render them nearly indistinguishable. Unbeknownst to the trapped, the second floor was shrouded in darkness, barely revealing the structure of the rooms. As the crowd searched for the elusive Luo Fei, they fell victim to the traps. When the thumbtacks pierced their hands and feet, they stumbled and fell, only to be further impaled in the process. Bai Shui switched on the lights, and Luo Fei, alongside the two guards, seized the opportunity to incapacitate the wailing homeowners one by one with their electric batons, quickly restoring silence to the house. Two homeowners, fortunate enough to escape the fate of their peers, stood frozen on the floor, gazing at Luo Fei and his companions. "Could you Spare us? We took nothing. The two individuals, gripped by fear, dropped the hammers and kitchen knives in their hands, raising their arms to their ears. Luo Fei, his expression impassive, uttered a soft sound and approached them with measured steps. Believing that Luo Fei had spared them, the two exchanged a fleeting smile, only for Luo Fei to unexpectedly raise his electric baton and strike one of them. At that moment, the phones of everyone present began to vibrate. Bai Shui retrieved a phone from the pocket of one individual nearby, opening it to reveal a group message. Zhang Shuqin. Everyone, cease the attack and retreat immediately. In the video, Zhang Shuqin was bound tightly with ropes, her hair matted with sweat, clinging to her scalp, her face streaked with tears and terror. The most horrifying sight was the absence of her right ear, replaced by a gushing flow of blood. Her neck, right shoulder, and entire right side were drenched in crimson. After speaking, her head drooped to one side, and even through the screen, one could feel her unbearable agony. Suddenly, a gun was pressed against her head, and Zhao Peng's ruthless voice echoed from off-screen. Did you all hear that? Get out of Luo Fei's house now, or I swear I will put a bullet through her. Zhao Tao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Who is this man? How dare he? How dare he even cut off Sister Zhang's ear? Another person inquired of Zhang Tao, Tao Ge, what should we do now? Teams 1, 2, and 3 are still inside. They might have already secured the supplies. Retreating now would be a tremendous loss. The first individual nodded vigorously. Exactly, what have we endured all this for? We are on the brink of obtaining the supplies. Are we really going to let 40 of us continue to starve for the sake of Zhang Shuqin alone? Everyone has reached their limit. Without food, we will all perish. Zhang Tao remained silent, his conscience compelling him not to stand idly by while others suffered, especially since the majority of this Operation S strategy was devised by Zhang Shuqin herself. However, the current predicament evidently did not allow them the luxury of sacrificing the survival hopes of over 40 individuals for one person. Ding dong. Another video popped up in the group chat. The middle-aged woman who had driven Zhang Shuqin appeared on screen, slumped on the ground outside the car, her hair clutched by an assailant, a large puddle of urine forming beneath her. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I will never do it again. I have children and elderly at home. I don't want to die. Her voice trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably despite the sweltering heat of over 70 degrees outside. Enough of the nonsense. A man's voice came from off-screen. Immediately, a hand gripping a knife entered the frame, and without hesitation, it slashed across the neck of the middle-aged woman, instantly showering the camera in blood. The person filming casually wiped the lens, revealing the horrific demise of the woman. She did not have time to cry out before her life was extinguished, her head drooping in resignation. As the camera shifted, Zhao Peng's audacious and unyielding visage came into view. With a mocking grin, he declared, I, Zhao Peng, hereby formally notify you, the homeowners, to vacate Luo Fei's residence immediately. You are not permitted to touch a single item of his supplies. Even if you insist on seizing his belongings, I assure you, none of you shall depart with anything. He then directed the focus to a middle-aged woman behind him. This is the consequence of defying me. However, I, Zhao Peng, am not devoid of compassion. Once you withdraw, you may choose to follow me, and I guarantee sustenance for you all. You shall not starve. Chapter 122. Submission. The more Luo Fei contemplated, the more he believed that Zhao Peng was indeed plotting this very scheme, causing an immediate sense of alertness to arise within him. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly observed the two security guards beside him, who were engrossed in reading WeChat messages. A thought crossed his mind. If not now, then when? The two guards, doubled over in pain, were acutely aware of the surprise attack, yet found their limbs too weak to retaliate. Before they could react, Luo Fei swiftly confiscated their electric batons. Handing one to Bai Shui, they simultaneously aimed the batons at the guard's chests, causing them to collapse instantly. Bai Shui voiced her concern. If Zhao Peng discovers we have killed his men, he will surely retaliate. He is ruthless. Luo Fei pressed his lips tightly together, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied, If we do not eliminate his men, they may very well come for us. Bai Shui immediately grasped Luo Fei's implication, nodding in agreement. Indeed, if they were to be killed at this moment, Zhao Peng would seize all their supplies. Thus, it was prudent to strike first. Luo Fei hurried to the window to peer outside, spotting Zhang Tao and the members of the fourth squad still seated in their vehicles beyond the iron gate, showing no indication of taking further action. Bai Shui inquired, had they truly heeded Zhao Peng's orders and decided to retreat? Luo Fei slowly shook his head. Not necessarily. Zhang Tao and the fourth squad members were engaged in a vocal discussion, fervently debating their next course of action. With a unanimous refusal to relinquish Luo Fei's supplies for the sake of Zheng Shuqin, everyone exercised caution. Lock the car doors tightly to prevent Zhao Peng from seizing the opportunity, he cautioned. If his men dare attempt to drag me out, I shall crush them with a single blow. Shall we leave a few behind to guard against Zhao Peng, while the rest charge in to claim the supplies? I can hardly wait. My wife just messaged that my mother is starving. That won't do. We must all enter together. Who knows if those who go and will hoard the supplies for themselves. Zhang Tao remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes, revealing his unwillingness to rescue Zheng Shuqin any longer. On the ground knelt an elderly man, a 10-year-old girl, and a middle-aged woman, their hands bound behind their backs. A gun pressed against the girl's nape, all three shedding silent tears. He deliberately left his words unfinished, and all that could be heard was the sound of the assailant reversing his gun, striking the little girl heavily on the back of her head with the butt. Instantly, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while a nearby woman and an elderly man cried out in shock. Following this, another individual plunged a short knife ruthlessly into the backs of the woman and the old man, causing blood to spurt forth violently. Zhao Peng remarked with a sinister smile, "Have you forgotten that I've been in this community for 3 years? I know every one of you homeowners. If you relinquish the supplies from Building 76, I assure you and your families will remain unharmed. Otherwise, well, each additional life taken means more food for our security team, and thus, we care not how many we kill. If we cannot seize Luo Fei supplies, we shall simply invade the residents' homes and take hostages at random. The others, frightened, fear they might be the next targets. Perhaps we should retreat and concede the supplies to Zhao Peng. By aligning with him, we might still receive a share," one suggested. I agree," Zhang Tao spoke up. "No, we still have over 30 brothers inside. They may have already secured the supplies. We cannot sacrifice the greater for the lesser." Zhang Tao, living alone without dependence, was among those who had no vulnerabilities. If the group retreated now, there would be no recourse, and he certainly did not wish to beg for scraps alongside someone like Zhao Peng. The group hesitated, ultimately deciding to side with Zhao Peng. Everyone, do not act impulsively. Do not fall into Zhao Peng's trap. Even if you align with him, he will not. Just as Zhang Tao fervently cautioned. A window on the second floor of Building 76 shattered, and a figure leaped out, shouting, "They're all dead. All of them. Such a gruesome demise. Everyone flee." Hardly had the words left his mouth when he crashed violently against the hard ground. This individual had rushed into Building 76 with the main group, ascended to the second floor, but in the dim light, his companions fell victim to a hidden trap, and his foot was pierced. However, fortune favored him as he was near a wardrobe, when Luo Fei, Bai Shui, and 2 security guards ascended the stairs wielding electric batons. He concealed himself within the wardrobe and narrowly escaped. Chapter 123. Despair and Arson. Yet once silence enveloped the scene. He emerged from the wardrobe only to find his companions lying lifeless on the floor, their bodies soaked in blood. Meanwhile, Luo Fei and Bai Shui had descended the stairs, prompting him to stealthily approach the corridor on the second floor and peer down, where he saw his comrades on the first floor met with a far more brutal fate. The members of the fourth squad in the front yard, having heard his final cries, were engulfed in terror. It was no wonder that the first, second, and third squads had vanished without a trace. No matter how they attempted to reach them, not a single call was answered. This Luo Fei was utterly terrifying, having single-handedly dispatched over 30 individuals. Building 76 had evidently become a den of slaughter. The more than 10 homeowners from the fourth squad are now resolutely refusing to take any further action, frantically rushing to start their cars in a desperate attempt to seek refuge with Zhao Peng. Two homeowners sharing a vehicle with Zhang Tao are urging him to drive faster, insisting that they must escape for their lives. Tao, go. Surely you don't intend to go back in now, do you? Hurry up, if that scoundrel Luo comes out. We're finished. Zhang San is in another homeowner's car, which has already been started and is speeding away, having witnessed the brutal murder of his family. Zhang San is mentally shattered, devoid of any will to live. Suddenly, he flings open the car door and rolls out, taking with him 2 Molotov cocktails. He dashes to the side of Building 76 and hurls one of the incendiary devices with all his might at the first-floor window. Damn the supplies, damn this apocalypse. I'm done with it, he shouts, simultaneously launching the second Molotov cocktail. If we're to die, let us all perish together. Everything is over. He screams and howls, his face flushed and veins bulging, resembling a beast pushed to the brink of fury. Zhang San has lost his sanity. The Molotov cocktails, filled with gasoline, shatter the window and first ignite the curtains. The extreme temperatures inside and outside create the perfect accelerant. With a resounding explosion, the targeted house is engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Zhang San stands before the iron railing, singing and laughing. Haha, it's all gone. We're all finished. Hooray, hooray. Witnessing his deranged antics, Zhang Tao and the others dare not ease their escape speed, pressing the accelerator harder. Zhao Peng and his group are currently at Zhang San's home, where they can see the burning Building 76 through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. Seeing the house ablaze, Zhao Peng slams his thigh in frustration. What the hell? All the supplies are gone. Zhang San is such a bastard. Li Fugue, ever astute, interjects, boss, that kid Luo Fei might have already moved the supplies elsewhere. Is that so? Zhao Peng's eyes dart with intrigue. This possibility cannot be dismissed, for Luo Fei is exceedingly clever and would likely think to hide the supplies in advance. Has that kid Luo Fei already met his end? We haven't seen him emerge. What is happening with Xiao, Hu, and the others? Let's call and find out. Li Fugue attempts to reach the 2 security guards sent to support Luo Fei. But after 2 rings, there is no answer. Could they have been eliminated? Li Fugue wonders aloud. Zhao Peng contemplates this and concludes that it is indeed the only plausible explanation. In reality, those 2 security guards, having been incapacitated by Luo Fei and by Shui, now lie motionless, surrounded by the rapidly spreading flames, with no hope of survival. Damn you, Zhang Shuqin. You've cost me 2 valuable men. Zhao Peng furiously kicks Zhang Shuqin, who lies on the ground. In his mind, the perpetrators of his men's demise must surely be Zhang Shuqin's people. He never considers Luo Fei as a suspect. Zhang Shuqin, who fainted from the pain of her ear being cut, was rudely awoken by a couple of kicks. Upon seeing Zhao Peng's brutish face, she spat on his shoe in a fit of rage. Damn you, Zhao Peng. May you suffer a miserable fate. This was the first time Zhang Shuqin had uttered such vulgarities, having learned it from Zhao Peng himself. With only 5 subordinates, Zhao Peng was furious at the loss of 2 of them. Seizing his anger, he grabbed Zhang Shuqin by the collar and dragged her towards the window. What were you doing? Zhang Shuqin trembled in fear as she gazed at Zhao Peng. With a swift motion, he flung open the window and pushed her head out, gritting his teeth as he declared, Zhang Shuqin, you are utterly arrogant, never once deigning to regard me. Zhao Peng. What do you think you are? Always feeling superior? Now you see, in this apocalypse, degrees, wealth, and social status are all worthless. Only strength and resources matter. You, in your self-importance, have now fallen into my grasp. Huh. As Zhang Shuqin glanced down, she realized they were on the second floor, over 4 meters above the ground, with a solid surface beneath her. Though a fall might not guarantee death, it would surely render her crippled. In a desperate plea for survival, she shook her head and begged, Zhao Peng. I was wrong before. I was too arrogant. I never respected you. Please forgive me. Zhao Peng scoffed. So now you realize your mistakes, you filthy woman? It's too late. You've already killed 2 of my men, and I will not let you escape. After cursing, he seized Zhang Shuqin's collar with both hands and violently hurled her head first out of the window. She let out a scream, but before it could fully escape her lips, a sickening thud echoed as her skull struck the hardened ground, silencing her forever. Zhao Peng and his 3 remaining subordinates peered over the windowsill and confirmed that Zhang Shuqin was dead. "Go retrieve her. Let us have a barbecue with her brain tonight," Zhao Peng commanded. "Understood," answered Li Fugui and the others as they turned to head downstairs. Meanwhile, Luo Fei and Bai Shui had taken refuge on the 2nd level of the basement, an area originally intended for storage, equipped with water, electricity, and air conditioning. Luo Fei had concealed all the supplies he had seized in this space, aware that the property owners would eventually seek him out. Thus, he had prepared in advance, relocating all resources and essential items to the 2nd basement. To obscure the entrance, he hid it behind a wine rack on the 1st basement level, sealing it off with a steel door to protect against the outside world. Even in case of fire, the 1st and 2nd basements would remain unscathed. After eliminating everyone who had entered the villa, Luo Fei set fire to the 2nd floor, intending to consume the villa in flames. This would lead everyone to believe that he, Bai Shui, and their supplies had perished in the blaze, dissuading the property owners from pursuing him any further. Chapter 124. Zhao Peng seeks collaboration with Luo Fei. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. The fire ignited by Luo Fei and the Molotov cocktail thrown by Zhang San erupted almost simultaneously, fueled by the intense heat and dry air, causing a rapid and ferocious spread. The ground floor of the Bai Shui villa was soon reduced to mere skeletal remains. The entrance to the basement was secured by a steel door, which, while preventing the flames from entering, allowed smoke to seep through the gaps between the door and the walls into the basement's lower level. This steel door, originally removed from another room by Luo Fei, did not fit the basement's entryway perfectly, leaving several conspicuous gaps around its edges. Consequently, the lower level quickly filled with acrid smoke, which of course also spread to the 2nd basement. In a desperate attempt to stave off the smoke, Luo Fei and Bai Shui wet their clothes and sheets to block the gaps, believing this would afford them some reprieve. However, they were unprepared for the steel door to expand rapidly under the heat, ultimately causing it to warp and detach from its frame. This catastrophic failure allowed the fierce flames to invade the 1st basement, and within minutes, the 2nd basement was engulfed in thick smoke. Luo Fei and Bai Shui were choked to the point of agony. How could this happen? What are we to do now? If this continues, we will suffocate. Bai Shui, overwhelmed by the relentless influx of smoke, was utterly panicked. Damn it. Isn't this akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot? Luo Fei, filled with regret, stomped his feet in frustration, lamenting the fire he had set. He berated himself for failing to ensure the safety of the refuge, and was bewildered as to how the fire he ignited on the 2nd floor spread so swiftly to the 1st. With no time for further contemplation, he made a decisive choice to abandon their supplies and prioritize their escape. Forget the supplies. Let us get out of here. He grasped Bai Shui's hand and rushed towards the hidden door leading to the 2nd basement. Shouldn't we take something with us? Bai Shui protested, halting him. The concealed door led to a drainage entrance adjacent to Villa 76, situated on the side of the front yard. Within less than a minute, they reached the exit, where Luo Fei lifted the drain cover, crawled out, and then pulled Bai Shui to safety. Breathless from their narrow escape, they looked up to find Zhao Peng's astonished face staring back at them. Zhao Peng, along with 3 of his subordinates, had collected 3 small vehicles with ample fuel, and while passing Villa 76 in their patrol car, they deliberately slowed down to observe the burning structure. Spotting the drain cover being moved from behind the iron gate, they naturally stopped to investigate, suspecting it might be one of their own. To their surprise, the figures emerging were none other than Luo Fei and Bai Shui. "Brother, you're still alive," Zhao Peng exclaimed, reaching out excitedly from the car window. Luo Fei, equally astonished, responded, "Zhao Peng, what brings you here?" Upon observing the joyful expression on Zhao Peng's face, Luo Fei found himself uncertain whether the man's elation was genuine or merely a facade. After a brief moment of hesitation, he extended his hand. "Brother Luo, hurry and get in the car. It's much cooler inside," Zhao Peng exclaimed as he pulled Luo Fei up from the ground and proceeded to unlock the vehicle. Reluctant to enter Zhao Peng's car, Luo Fei had already mentally positioned Zhao Peng as his adversary after dispatching the latter's two subordinates. There are so many cars. I shall select one for myself, Luo Fei declared, striding towards an Audi parked diagonally across from Zhao Peng's vehicle. Zhao Peng, lost in his own thoughts, continued, "It's truly wonderful that you're still alive. That bunch led by Zheng Shuqin went in with 20 or 30 men, and you eliminated them all. I must say, you are indeed formidable. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Zhang San set fire to everything, didn't he? I suppose all the supplies were incinerated?" At the mention of Zhang San's arson, Luo Fei momentarily froze. How did he set the fire? He pondered as he opened the car door and took a seat, with Bai Shui following closely into the passenger seat. Zhao Peng gestured. "Isn't it obvious?" He tossed in a couple of Molotov cocktails. Both Luo Fei and Bai Shui turned to gaze in the direction indicated by Zhao Peng, noticing that two windows on the first floor had been shattered. They exchanged glances, their emotions tinged with complexity. No wonder the fire spread so rapidly. It turned out someone had ignited the flames on the first floor. According to Luo Fei's original plan, the fire he had set was intended to burn only on the second floor. Had it not been for Zhang San's arson, perhaps the underground sanctuary that he and Bai Shui meticulously crafted would have remained unscathed. With a sigh, Luo Fei lamented, "Indeed, all the supplies have been destroyed, and Snow and I were nearly burned alive. I never imagined Zheng Shuqin would dare to commit arson." Zhao Peng, scowling, interjected with a grunt. "That wretched woman's people even killed two of my subordinates. Otherwise, I would not have had to eliminate her. Damn it." A sudden chill ran through Luo Fei and Bai Shui as they realized that Zhao Peng believed the two security guards had been slain by Zheng Shuqin's men. Yes, those two security brothers saved Snow and me. I was in the midst of expressing my gratitude when two homeowners rushed in and smashed their heads with hammers. They were still alive at that moment, and before I could relay this to you, the fire broke out. Luo Fei fabricated a story, which Zhao Peng accepted without question. "Let be. 2 are dead, but 2 more have arrived. Brother Luo, your house has been burned down. From now on, you shall accompany me. We can collaborate and seize the supplies from Building 27. What do you say?" Zhao Peng proclaimed loudly, leaning out the car window to ensure Luo Fei could hear him clearly. Confronted with Zhao Peng's proposition, Luo Fei remained noncommittal. He harbored doubts about Zhao Peng's generosity, suspecting that the man would not overlook the past incidents of Luo Fei pilfering his resources. In this apocalyptic world, the most unreliable aspect was human nature, a truth Luo Fei had come to understand through years of survival. Just as he had been rescued by Zhao Peng's men one moment, he had taken lives the next. "Did you say Zheng Shuqin has already been eliminated by you?" "Huh. To be honest, that seems quite implausible. However, at this moment, our collaboration is undoubtedly preferable to opposition. You possess intellect, while I am equipped with resources and personnel. Together, we can seize the supplies from Building 27, which stands as the most advantageous choice for both you and me. What do you think?" Zhao Peng gazed at Luo Fei with profound significance. Luo Fei remained silent. The prospect of partnering with Zhao Peng, fostering mutual support, indeed seemed to present a more favorable path. Chapter 125, To Follow or Not to Follow. From Luo Fei's expression, Zhao Peng discerned that he was weighing the pros and cons. He was not in a hurry, for he was confident that Luo Fei would eventually be inclined to collaborate with him. Previously, Zhao Peng lamented the destruction of Luo Fei supplies by fire. However, it now appeared to be a fortuitous turn of events. With his resources gone, Luo Fei would naturally seek alternative avenues, and at present, could he discover a better option than collaborating with Zhao Peng? Zhao Peng chuckled lightly and suggested, "Brother Luo, why not come rest at my place? I have ample rations that you and your companion will surely appreciate." Luo Fei was taken aback. It seemed Zhao Peng also had resources. "Well, that complicates matters," Luo Fei replied politely. Zhao Peng started the car, with Luo Fei's vehicle trailing behind, followed by Li Fugui and the others. Thus, the 5 vehicles wove through a lengthy convoy, making their way toward the property management center at the community's front gate. As they approached the square at the intersection, several vehicles advanced toward Zhao Peng's convoy. The opposing cars were not speeding, suggesting they did not intend to cause trouble. Consequently, Zhao Peng and his companions slowed down, awaiting clarification of their intentions. 3 men emerged from the lead vehicle, each brandishing a Molotov cocktail, their expressions a mix of fear and hesitation. Zhao Peng had already surmised their purpose. He smiled and lowered the car window. "Ah, it's you 3. What can I do for you?" Zhao Peng inquired. The trio replied, "Zhao Peng, we wish to follow you, provided you guarantee the safety of our families." Zhao Peng smiled faintly. He had anticipated these fellows would seek to ally with him. "Very well. I assure you that no harm will come to your families. Moreover, I will provide you with sufficient provisions. By joining me, Zhao Peng, you will experience comfort rather than hardship." Seeing Zhao Peng's sincerity and warmth, the 3 exchanged glances, their taut nerves immediately relaxing. "From this day forth, you shall be our leader," they declared, presenting their Molotov cocktails to Zhao Peng as a symbol of their commitment. At that moment, several other men descended from the remaining vehicles, likewise offering their Molotov cocktails. "Zhao Peng, we too have decided to follow you." The 10 or so individuals before him were none other than the 4th Squad, led by Shang Xuqin, the team responsible for launching the incendiary assault on Luo Fei's villa. Trailing reluctantly at the rear of the group was Zhang Tao, the deputy commander responsible for the assault on Luo Fei's team. Like Zhang Xuqin, he was an arrogant individual who categorized people into ranks, and were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would never have submitted to someone as coarse as Zhao Peng. From across the crowd, Zhao Peng spotted Zhang Tao, who kept his head lowered, his expression distinctly different from the others. A wave of secret satisfaction washed over Zhao Peng. "Aren't you quite the hotshot? Look who's bowing down to me now. Just wait and see how I'll torment you in the future." In the face of the crowd's determination, Zhao Peng chuckled heartily, disembarking from the vehicle and approaching the patrol car, where he forcefully swung open the door. The onlookers were puzzled by his intentions as they watched him bend down and extract a long object wrapped in a blanket from the back seat. Li Fugue, the driver of the patrol car, stepped out to assist, and together they lifted the elongated object, laying it on the ground. Instantly, a strong stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. "Come over here and take a look," Zhao Peng shouted. The bewildered crowd hesitantly moved closer. "Pay attention," Zhao Peng commanded. He and Li Fugue untied the blanket, revealing a person bound within, someone they recognized, Zhang Xuqin. She lay rigidly, her neck shrouded in a black plastic bag, her face hidden. Her neck, right shoulder, and the right side of her clothing were stained with dark brown clots of dry blood. Her exposed skin had turned pale. It was evident she had succumbed to death. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, rendering them speechless. Subsequently, Zhao Peng and Li Fugue retrieved another smaller rectangular object from the vehicle, unwrapping the blanket to reveal a girl of about 10 years. Her head was similarly encased in a black plastic bag, her body stiff with the unmistakable signs of death. The crowd vaguely recalled this child as the one who had been struck unconscious by the butt of a gun in a previous video, Zhang San's daughter. The selection of ingredients today is quite ample, featuring both the old and the young. There are 2 more in the car, but I won't bring them out for you to see, he chuckled, referring to Zhang San's wife and father-in-law. At first, the crowd was taken aback, but soon, each individual could no longer suppress their nausea. To use neighbors as barbecue fare was an unconscionable act. Just an hour ago, Zhang Xuqin had been their leader. Now, she had been designated as food for consumption. This was utterly horrifying. As for Zhang San's family, though they were not intimately known to the group, they had at least exchanged pleasantries in the neighborhood. Now, they were to be reduced to mere sustenance. Any normal person would find such a reality unbearable. "Boss, we can't eat this. This is too grotesque. We cannot accept it," the crowd protested amidst their retching. Bai Shui clutched her chest, retching uncontrollably, while Luo Fei gently patted her back to help her breathe easier, his face reflecting a similar expression of disgust. It turned out that Zhao Peng's claim of possessing resources was, in fact, a reference to private corpses. "You must think this through. Even Luo Fei has chosen to ally with me. Currently, within the entire Yawangbien, only I, Zhao Peng, possess the strength to contend with that woman surnamed Su. Only I can procure the tons of resources from her household, whether to follow or not. Reflect on it carefully. His tone grew increasingly menacing, and before he could finish, two security guards brandishing batons emerged from the vehicle, their faces stern as they gazed at Zhang Tao and the others. Each person's mind raced as they contemplated Zhao Peng's words. Zhao Peng had even dared to consume the families of Zheng Shuqin and Zhang San, demonstrating that he had devoured many. There had been rumors of corpse thefts within the community, and it seemed that Zhao Peng's group was indeed responsible. If they chose not to align with him, would that not imply that one day they and their families could also fall prey to Zhao Peng's insatiable hunger? Moreover, even the astute Luo Fei opted to side with Zhao Peng, indicating that following him was a prudent decision, or rather, the only means to ensure the safety of oneself and one's family. After much deliberation, the crowd realized that, at present, there appeared to be no alternative but to join Zhao Peng. Chapter 126. Nationwide water shortage. Li Fu Gue bellowed. Stop dawdling. Are you with us or not? Damn it. In this sweltering heat, we don't have time to waste. The crowd, gripped by fear, nodded in unison. Yes, we will follow. Barbecue, no problem, barbecue. Zhang Tao, trembling from a distance, was engulfed in inner turmoil. To follow Zhao Peng meant partaking in cannibalism. To refuse meant starvation, or worse, being devoured by them in the near future. His hatred and contempt for Zhao Peng deepened. The two buildings stood side by side, with the front structure serving as the property management office and meeting hall, while the rear was designated for the cafeteria and staff dormitory. Each floor of the buildings spanned over 200 square meters, comfortably accommodating Zhao Peng and his 20 companions. Additionally, 50 meters from the property center lay a row of bungalows, designated as the security team's workspace, including a reception area, monitoring room, mediation room, and dispatch room, collectively exceeding 150 square meters, capable of housing a considerable number of refugees. Upon arrival, under Zhao Peng's arrangements, the group entered the property hall to rest. Initially, the temperature inside mirrored that of the outdoors, but soon, with the air conditioning system in operation, a refreshing breeze filled the space. How delightful! How refreshing! Brother Zhao, we will wholeheartedly follow you from now on. As long as you can guarantee U.S. air conditioning and food daily, we are willing to do whatever you ask. The crowd lavished praise on Zhao Peng, whether sincerely or insincerely, and he relished the attention. The homeowners, once regarding themselves as masters and the property personnel as mere servants, now found their roles reversed, with Zhao Peng emerging as the leader of this group of erstwhile lords. Zhao Peng chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "Those who discern the times are indeed wise. You have recognized the situation. Aligning yourselves with me, Zhao Peng, will surely bring you benefits." After a day of toil, it was time to procure some food, and he called for a few individuals to assist in preparing barbecue ingredients. Who will volunteer? What Zhao Peng referred to as preparing the barbecue ingredients involved the dismemberment of several fresh corpses. The atmosphere, once vibrant, turned icy as no one volunteered for the grim task. After a few moments of silence, two individuals eager to make an impression boldly raised their hands. Zhao Ge, I will do it. Encouraged by their resolve, a few others followed suit, exclaiming, I will help too. Excellent. For now, you five will take the lead. Next time, it will be another group. No one is allowed to shirk their responsibilities. Zhao Peng instructed the selected individuals to follow Li Fu Gue to the cafeteria, while the rest were permitted to rest, with a promise of water being delivered shortly. Zhao Peng purposefully assigned a security guard to oversee the remaining individuals, while the 5 volunteers assisted Li Fu Gue in transporting the 4 corpses to the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, following their customary procedure, the ingredients needed to be cleaned before being butchered. Cao Ping, Li Fu Gui, and a security guard expressionlessly stripped the corpses of their clothing and removed the plastic bags from their heads. The 5 homeowners, stifling their urge to vomit, joined in the grim task. With the 4 ingredients neatly arranged on the floor, Li Fu Gue turned on the faucet, directing water onto the ingredients to cleanse them of dirt and blood. However, after less than half a minute, the water ceased to flow. Li Fu Gue and the security guard checked the main water valve in the utility room, only to discover that the entire community was without water. Boss, The water has stopped, Li Fu-Gue shouted. Stopped? Zhao Peng rushed over to inspect the main valve himself. Having spent years in property management, he quickly identified the issue. He took out his phone to access the internet, where an outcry was already echoing across the nation as netizens expressed their grievances regarding the water shortage. The absence of food was already a dire situation. Now, the lack of water compounded their despair. A full day had passed without any government intervention to address the issue. It felt as though the heavens conspired against them. City government, Water Conservation Bureau, XX Street Office, when will the water be restored? We need water. We need food. We need to survive. Please, save us. Beyond questioning the authorities, many netizens poured forth their anguish over the apocalyptic scenario. I had contemplated numerous ways to meet my demise, yet I never imagined succumbing to thirst. Who would have thought I would witness the end of the world in my lifetime? Comrades, while we may not share the same birth date, let us at least perish together on the same day. With so many accompanying me in death, it is worth it. I have only been married for a month, and now this tragedy has struck. My husband's body lies at home, having left me all the food and water, but I know my time is short as well. Having drained the water tank entirely for my own consumption, I boldly predict that I shall be reincarnated in 3 days. In this time, I must ensure that I am born on a planet abundant with water. After perusing several online pages, I found nothing but the cries for help and despair from netizens, devoid of any official communication. In a state of urgency, Zhao Peng rushed to the office, turned on the television, and discovered that the network signal was still operational. Various provincial television stations were broadcasting the same announcement from the central authority regarding the water suspension. But it was merely a scrolling text moving from right to left, stating, "Our country is experiencing a widespread water outage, primarily due to continuous extreme heat and severe drought. The end of the suspension is unknown." Local stations did not even air this announcement, displaying only a screen filled with static. The fear of a water outage had materialized into reality. Zhao Peng calculated that their stored water, totaling merely 20-some tons, would undoubtedly be insufficient for the multitude. He sent a message to Li Fu-Gue, instructing him to discreetly lock the kitchen refrigerator, freezer, and water tanks, prohibiting unauthorized personnel from accessing the water supply. Upon returning to the cafeteria, the 5 bewildered owners eagerly awaited Zhao Peng's guidance. He reassured them, "The water supply has been temporarily suspended. Do not panic. Our property center has a reserve of drinking water sufficient for everyone. It would be wasteful to attempt anything else. Let us refrain from washing the ingredients. Instead, let's chop them and proceed directly to roasting." Li Fu-Gue and the security personnel nodded in agreement, their expressions calm as they retrieved knives. However, the 5 owners exchanged glances, their faces betraying discomfort, yet they dared not voice their concerns. Reluctantly, they averted their gazes from the ingredients laid out on the ground and trudged over to collect knives from Li Fu-Gue and the security team. In the past, when water was plentiful, the property center's cafeteria could prepare ingredients through boiling, steaming, frying, or roasting. Now, with the water supply cut off, it seemed that roasting would be the only viable option moving forward. Given the current trajectory of this disaster, the cessation of water, electricity, and gas appeared inevitable. In such a scenario, resolving the issue of meals would necessitate the manual ignition of fire. Contemplating this, Zhao Peng resolved to process all available ingredients while gas was still accessible, as roasted food had the longest shelf life and did not require refrigeration. After assigning the task of preparing rations to Li Fu-Gue, he proceeded to the warehouse to check on Li Fei-Er. Li Fei-Er had been confined in the warehouse for nearly 3 hours, and the ice placed around her had entirely melted. Fortunately, the ice had helped to lower her temperature, preventing her from succumbing to the heat in the small, airless warehouse. Curled up on the floor, her head resting against the basin's edge, she endured hunger and sweltering heat. Covered in dirt, her expression vacant, she could not fathom how she, once a princess, had fallen to such a state. As Zhao Peng unlocked the door and entered, Li Fei-Er struggled to lift her head and glanced at him, her once proud demeanor now transformed into fear and anger. Zhao Peng approached and crouched beside Li Fei-Er. "Do you realize your mistake?" Li Fei-Er stared defiantly at Zhao Peng, her lips tightly sealed. remaining silent. Her expression held no power over Zhao Peng. He smirked slightly and produced a piece of jerky he had taken from the kitchen, presenting it to her. Starving, are we? Here, have a bite. His feigned tenderness was laced with mockery. Li Feier glanced at the jerky, fully aware of its origin. The realization ignited her anger even further. She glared at Zhao Peng's smirking face, wishing to slap him, yet the intimidation of his presence held her back. Zhao Peng waved the meat enticingly, chuckling. Take a bite and savor its flavor. It's fresh meat, just cut today. Do you know whose it is? Stop talking. I'll eat. Li Feier abruptly bit into the jerky, chewing it while forcing herself not to think about which neighbor it might belong to. After being confined in the warehouse for several hours, she felt an unprecedented hunger, and her singular thought was to survive. Witnessing Li Feier's capitulation, Zhao Peng felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed heartily. That's it, just eat. Don't waste your energy opposing me. It won't do you any good. My influence in this community is unmatched, Feier, so just follow me. Zhao Peng reached out to caress Li Feier's face. She suppressed her revulsion and dared not resist. In the property management hall, Zhao Peng instructed the security personnel responsible for guarding Luo Fei and the others to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring that not a single person could escape. The guards locked them in the hall. Luo Fei, Zhang Tao, and the others anxiously awaited the arrival of water from Zhao Peng's men. An hour passed without any delivery, yet the aroma of grilled meat wafted in. So fragrant, the hungry group couldn't help but swallow, desperately wanting to rush toward the source of the enticing scent. However, someone quickly recalled that this was no ordinary meat. But it's human flesh. Are we really going to rely on this to survive? Once this batch is gone, will we be forced to kill for food? Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the group. Then someone, resigned to their fate, exclaimed, "What does it matter? We're all going to starve anyway. Who cares what it is? As long as it's edible. I've already told my family. No one can look out for anyone else now. They have to fend for themselves." Another added, "If Zhao Peng wants to expand his ranks, I'll bring my wife here too. Eating human flesh is better than starving to death. Indeed, let us bring our families here. It's better to eat than to be eaten." The crowd began to murmur in agreement, realizing that the current situation left no room for alternative thoughts. With a collective closing of their eyes, they resigned themselves to following Zhao Peng. The crowd proceeded to pound on the glass doors of the hall, demanding that the security guard relay their message to Zhao Peng. They had collectively decided to involve their families in the situation. At that moment, Zhao Peng was pulling Li Feier towards the cafeteria, and upon receiving this news, he felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that these individuals would take the initiative to recruit others. It was precisely what he desired. The more people who joined his ranks, the easier it would be to deal with Su Yin, and at the very least, he could utilize them as expendable resources. Certainly, inform them that for every individual they bring in, they will receive an extra portion of food. And the one who recruits the most will be rewarded with an additional glass of ice water. Moreover, it is imperative to emphasize that at Zhao Peng's establishment, there's not only meat and water, but also air conditioning, and I have grander plans that will ensure a comfortable life for each one of them. The security guard hurried off to convey this message to the homeowners, who were instantly filled with excitement, eagerly pulling out their phones to contact their families and urge them to find a way to reach the property center. Only Luo Fei and Bai Shui, seated at the back of the crowd, remained devoid of joy, their expressions heavy with concern. Following Zhao Peng had been a matter of desperation, and the thought of surviving on human flesh was utterly revolting. Meanwhile, Li Fugue was preoccupied with grilling meat jerky, neglecting to provide water to the dozen or so individuals locked inside the property hall. The group endured the pangs of hunger and thirst, struggling against the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat. Before long, family members began to arrive, and the security guard escorted them into the property hall, where the homeowners' relatives gradually gathered. As darkness fell, Li Fugue completed the task of grilling the meat jerky. In the hall, Zhao Peng publicly distributed the grilled meat. Over 40 homeowners, seated cross-legged on the floor, formed distinct groups by family units. 2 security guards brought forth large, stainless steel trays laden with grilled meat, placing them before the eager crowd. The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, rendering the attendees restless, for in their eyes, it represented nothing short of delectable sustenance. They had cast aside notions of neighbors, compatriots, and victims, salivating in anticipation of the food to be served. Chapter 128. Zhao Peng distributes supplies Yangguangming. Having recruited 4 individuals, received 4 portions of food, and each recruit received 1 portion. Feng Jiangwo, who brought in 3 people, obtained 3 portions for himself, with each recruit receiving 1 portion. Li Fugui was responsible for calling out names, while the 2 security guards counted, and Li Fei took the grilled meat from the guards to distribute to the homeowners. Each portion consisted of a single slice of grilled meat, comparable in size to a piece of Wang snow cake. Zhao Peng allocated the grilled meat based on the number of recruits each person had brought, with most individuals receiving 4 slices, while the most successful family received 8 slices. In contrast, a bachelor like Zhang Tao could only claim a meager single slice, receiving it last. As soon as the fragrant jerky was in their hands, the people devoured it ravenously, and the hall was soon filled with the sound of crunching and chewing. The thin slice of roasted meat was so delectable that, despite its insufficiency to satiate hunger, it ignited within these individuals a yearning for human flesh, even while they feasted yet remained unsatisfied. Ha ha! Zhao Peng chuckled. I understand that initially, you all found this notion intolerable, but once you have savored its flavor, none can resist the temptation of second taste. Can they, Fei? Zhao Peng gazed at Li Fei with a smile that bore a hint of mockery. Earlier, he had brought her from the warehouse to the dining hall, where she consumed a small bowl of roasted meat and a large cup of ice water. Her will to survive rendered her unable to refuse Zhao Peng's benevolence. In her quest for survival, she acquiesced to his demands, to remain by his side and heed his every command. Li Fei turned her face away, unwilling to meet Zhao Peng's bandaged visage. Zhao Peng chuckled softly, finding her obstinate nature amusing. After the distribution concluded, the 2 security guards silently carried the remaining half-basin of roasted meat to the kitchen. The 40-odd homeowners swiftly devoured their allotted portions, cautiously inquiring of Zhao Peng whether they might receive additional meat, for such meager rations left them unsatisfied. Brother Zhao, we have already pledged our allegiance to you. Grant us a bit more sustenance. After enduring hunger for so many days, a mere couple of pieces of meat cannot suffice. Indeed, Brother Zhao, you surely wish for us to assist you. Yet without adequate nourishment, how can we muster the strength to work? He addressed the crowd sternly. My provisions do not come from thin air. You cannot consume as you please. Today, distribution is based on the number of recruits, and in the future, it will correspond to the contributions made. I, Zhao Peng, do not support idlers. His tone was severe, silencing any further protest from a crowd. That evening, the 40 homeowners were arranged to sleep on the floor of the property hall, with Li Fugui and 2 security guards stationed as sentinels. Also resting in the hall, only Zhao Peng and Li Fei occupied a separate dormitory. Before lights out, Li Fugui granted half an hour for everyone to attend to their needs, confident that no one would be foolish enough to abandon Zhao Peng's organization, and thus relaxed his vigilance. Yet, before even reaching the basement, his heart sank. The basement had been scorched. Upon returning to the property hall, Luo Fei informed by Shui of the situation, and they both fell into a contemplative silence. Luo Fei was certainly not one to willingly remain subservient to another. Even in partnership with Zhao Peng, he intended to assume the lead. That night, Luo Fei pondered many things. The following morning, under Li Fugui's direction, everyone rose for breakfast. Due to a water shortage, all washing and dental hygiene were neglected, with even Zhao Peng foregoing brushing his teeth. However, he was willing to spare water for Li Fei, specifically preparing a basin for her to wash and cleanse herself. Once again, breakfast was distributed in the property hall, similar to the previous night, consisting of a scant amount of roasted meat allocated according to the number of individuals and recruits. In terms of hydration, 2 security personnel were responsible for ladling water into disposable cups, with individuals queuing to drink sequentially. The disposable cups had been intentionally truncated, leaving only the lower halves. thus limiting each person's intake to merely 2 sips. This arrangement elicited considerable dissatisfaction among the crowd. Zhao, my child is ill and currently on medication. Could you possibly provide him with a bit more water? Another voice chimed in. Zhao, you mentioned yesterday that those who work harder earn more. Whatever you need us to do, just say the word. I am willing to do anything for a bit more sustenance. I am truly famished. Receiving such a meager portion feels akin to receiving nothing at all. Indeed, Zhao Peng, we are following you. You cannot allow us to go hungry, lamented another. Last night, many were so hungry they could not sleep. And as for the water situation, your generosity leaves much to be desired. 2 sips each time is quite insufficient. These individuals had initially aligned themselves with Zhao Peng in the hope of securing a meal, yet upon arrival, they found themselves starved and dissatisfied, prompting their complaints. Zhao Peng chuckled coldly. If you wish to eat your fill, then by all means, dare to accompany me in seizing supplies from that wretched woman, Sue. Once we take from her, you may indulge as much as you desire. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged uncertain glances, and someone promptly voiced dissent. Zhao, sending us to raid Building 27 is akin to playing with our lives. Another added, everyone knows the perilous state of that place. Her walls are laced with poison and high-voltage electricity, making it utterly untouchable. Even if by chance we were to breach her yard, we would surely meet our demise. She wields a firearm. An agitated woman exclaimed, my brother was among those who followed that Lin Howren to raid Building 27. They had made extensive preparations. But what was the outcome? My brother perished in such a brutal manner, sobbing. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Amidst the crowd, Luo Fei remained silent, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He was acutely aware of the events surrounding Lin Howren's ill-fated raid on Building 27, having been present at the scene. During the chaos, he had slipped into the small group organized by Lin Howren, learning of their plan to assault Su Yan's residence. On the day of the attack, he stealthily positioned himself near Building 27, bearing witness to the harrowing scene as Lin Howren and his companions were mercilessly slaughtered. It was on that day that Luo Fei first experienced the chilling grip of fear, when Bai Shui was targeted by the unscrupulous Zhang Shuqin. It was Su Yan who extended a helping hand, twice offering sustenance to both Bai Shui and himself. Though Luo Fei had never encountered Su Yan personally, he had gathered from neighbors that she was a young woman in her 20s who not only amassed a substantial stockpile of supplies, but also possessed a handgun, crossbow, and other weaponry, seemingly supported by several allies. Chapter 129. Reconnaissance of Su Yan's villa on the night of Lin Howren's assault on Su Yan. Luo Fei, concealed in the shadows, witnessed 2 figures emerge from behind the walls, though obscured by the dim light of the street lamps. Their robust physiques and movements clearly indicated that they were formidable men. Such a stark disparity in strength was enough to instill fear in anyone. As the crowd engaged in a fervent discussion about the daunting task of robbing Building 27, many expressed their unwillingness to participate. Zhao Peng let out a cold snort, declaring, not going? It is said that one cannot simply consume without labor. I provide for over 40 of you daily, and within a week, my resources will be utterly depleted. You consume my provisions yet refuse to heed my commands or exert any effort. Do you truly believe I, Zhao Peng, am a fool? With that, he drew a baton from his waist and approached the 2 loudest dissenters, delivering a jolt of electricity. Li Fuguwei and 2 security guards followed suit, brandishing their own batons against those who had previously opposed the raid on Building 27. The shocked individuals emitted anguished cries, collapsing to the ground, while others scattered in panic. The hall echoing with screams, pleas for mercy, and curses descending into chaos. In that moment, the crowd learned the harsh truth of the saying, one who eats from another's hand must be mindful. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Those struck by the electric shocks writhed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, while those unscathed hastily sought to appease Zhao Peng, promising, we will go, Brother Zhao. Please spare us the shocks. We shall heed your every command. Zhao Peng and his 3 subordinates finally ceased their assault. I warn you, Zhao Peng asserted, wielding his baton and rhythmically striking his palm. I am now the most powerful figure in this community, and only I possess the means to ensure your survival in this apocalyptic world. From now on, you will follow my orders without question. To defy me will result in punishment by electric shock, or, at worst, a swift throat cutting, rendering you into jerky. Though wrapped in bandages, his expression obscured. The malevolence in his voice instilled a palpable fear among the crowd, especially with his chilling final words. They believed him capable of such heinous acts. Savoring the fear reflected in their eyes, Zhao Peng felt a profound satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. He instructed 2 security guards to remain and oversee the group while he, along with Li Fugue and Luo Fei, prepared to depart. Zhao Peng was determined to devise a strategy to breach Villa 27 swiftly, for he foresaw an imminent blackout and gas outage. A scenario where mere cannibalism would not suffice for survival. The trio took measures to cool themselves down and then drove a salvaged luxury car towards Villa 22. Situated adjacent to Villa 27, the rooftop of Villa 22 afforded a clear view of the latter's backyard. Upon knocking, the weary mistress of Villa 22 was visibly distressed at the mention of their intention to observe Villa 27 from a rooftop. "No, you cannot go. She has a gun. My husband was killed by a gun," she pleaded, gesturing frantically. Her husband had ventured with Ding Yotsai's group to assault Su Yan's villa, hoping to seize an opportunity for gain, only to be met with robotic sentinels wielding firearms against them. As Ding Yukai retreated, he used the male occupant of Villa No. 22 as a human shield, resulting in a man being riddled with bullets and meeting a gruesome fate. Li Fugue remarked, "It is of no concern. Simply allow us to take a look at the rooftop." He handed a few pieces of roasted meat to the woman, who had been enduring days of starvation with only diluted soy sauce to sustain herself and her child. Upon seeing the roasted meat, her hands trembled with excitement. "Do not speak of this. Once we procure supplies from that little wretch, you shall not be left wanting," Li Fugue added. The woman, left with no further objections, permitted the 3 to enter her dwelling. They ascended directly to the rooftop, where the sun blazed fiercely as noon approached. The trio crouched against the wall, taking turns peering through binoculars at the backyard of Su Yan's residence. At that moment, the yard lay in eerie silence. Aside from the house's distinct architectural features, there were no apparent anomalies. Her house and surrounding wall are no ordinary structures. They seem to possess an additional layer of fortification, Li Fugue commented. Zhao Peng seized the binoculars, observing with indignation. If she were not privy to some information beforehand, she wouldn't have transformed her house in such a manner. When she first moved in, there were renovation teams coming and going, and I initially thought it was just standard work. Evidently, she was concocting something far more intricate. Luo Fei squinted at the dark green facade of Building 27 and the steel-forged wall, his mind racing with thoughts. He had previously sneaked in at night to survey the unique villa, seeking a method to breach it. "Brother Luo, what is your assessment?" Zhao Peng inquired, passing the binoculars to Luo Fei. Instead of responding, Luo Fei set the binoculars aside, picked up a pre-prepared stone from the ground, and hurled it outward before swiftly crouching down with his back against the wall. A resounding thud echoed as the stone struck the floor-to-ceiling window of Building 27. There was no sound of shattering glass. Listen to that sound. One cannot ascertain what material the window is made from. It does not resemble ordinary glass, Luo Fei remarked. The trio cautiously peered out, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. For the window that had been struck bore not a single crack. "Brother Luo, what do you think the material is?" Zhao Peng whispered. Luo Fei shook his head, unable to determine. He carefully resumed his search with the binoculars, scanning the area where the stone had struck, ultimately locating the stone in the corner but finding no trace of damage on the window. With a grave expression, he stated, "It appears to be reinforced with blast-resistant glass. Not even a grenade could breach it. Is it truly that formidable?" Zhao Peng deflated instantly. "And what of its door? Is it likewise constructed of some advanced material?" After closing the attic door, Luo Fei raised his voice and declared, "I have previously surveyed the premises. The 2 doors in front and behind the courtyard are crafted from iron and are sturdier than any grade A security door. I am uncertain of the techniques employed, but they are certainly impervious to forceful entry, as others have attempted to breach them before. In Chapter 130, The Enemy Approaches, Luo Fei shared his findings regarding Su Yan's villa with Zhao Peng and Li Fugui. The trio engaged in extensive analysis and forecasting, ultimately devising a strategic plan for their operation. In Su Yan's villa, within her luxurious bedroom, her robotic boyfriend was attending to her when suddenly an unusual sound disrupted the tranquility. Her phone emitted a 3-tiered alarm. The safe house was under attack. Su Yan furrowed her brows and picked up her phone to check the situation. The floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor had been shattered. She approached the window and gazed across, noticing 3 furry heads peeking out from the rooftop of Building 22, furtively observing her. The design of the window prevented outside visibility, allowing only the interior to behold the exterior. Zhao Peng and his companions believed they were well concealed, unaware that every move they made was being thoroughly monitored by both Su Yan and the patrolling robot station on the roof. Ever since the last intrusion led by Ding Yukai, which Su Yan repelled with her pistol, the palpable fear exhibited by the residents of the community had greatly pleased her. She harbored no desire for indiscriminate violence. The ideal scenario was a mutual avoidance, where the homeowners refrained from coveting her property and supplies, and she, in turn, did not initiate harm upon anyone. Consequently, Zhao Peng and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that the rumored ally of Su Yan was, in reality, a mere robot, not a living being. Su Yan was abruptly interrupted during her moment of tranquility, a surge of anger igniting within her. With a grim expression, she retrieved a cup of ice cream from her space to quell the flames of her frustration. She descended to the monitoring room on the second basement level, determined to uncover the latest antics of the foolish residents. The community was in disarray, with private vehicles haphazardly parked across the roads, and an unsightly accumulation of refuse, including excrement carelessly tossed from windows, littering the area. Scattered remnants, indistinguishable as either human or animal bones, added to the grotesque scene, and the foul stench permeated the air, palpable even to the eye. Strangely, not a single soul was in sight. Surely, they were congregating in some building, plotting their next move against her. As she recalled monitoring the property management center, she remembered seeing Li Fei's face and found it curious that she was mingling with the property staff. Could it be that those in charge had resources at their disposal? She adjusted the screens, observing the property management, and to her astonishment, discovered a clue. One camera was focused on the glass entrance of the property hall, and upon zooming in, she could see several figures moving within. Some were seated, others stood, while a few lay sprawled on the floor, either conversing in small groups or resting. Su Yan counted subtly, estimating there were around 30 or 40 individuals gathered. Li Fei sat expressionless in a chair behind the reception desk, gazing out the window. Although it was unclear what these people were engaged in, it was evident they had food and drinks, and the temperature in the hall was quite comfortable. How did they come to assemble in this place? Su Yan felt a sense of confusion. Suddenly, 3 men appeared in the frame. Someone opened the door for them, and as they entered, everyone turned to look at them, as if these 3 were their leaders. When the trio finally seated themselves, Su Yan recognized their faces with a jolt. These were the very men who had been hurling stones at her villa from the rooftop of the 22nd floor just moments ago. Su Yan pondered for a moment and soon grasped the underlying intricacies. It appeared that the next wave of intruders would be the personnel from the property management center. Although they were numerous, their effectiveness was questionable. In confronting the invaders, Su Yan had made ample preparations. Su Yan manipulated them from the background of his phone, directing one to the second floor and the other to the yard, each positioned forward and backward. The robot in the yard wielded a handgun, while the one on the second floor was equipped with a crossbow. Su Yan felt that this was insufficient. After some contemplation, he decided to bestow upon the robot on the rooftop a new skill: how to wield an AK-47 rifle. The white sand burning heart powder, which had been used to fortify the front and back gates, as well as the surrounding walls, had been depleted by the previous waves of intruders, and the stock of this lethal poison was now exhausted. With the first line of defense rendered obsolete, the second line of defense could not be taken lightly. Su Yan adjusted the current of the walls and the gate to its maximum, a staggering 1,000 V. The third line of defense comprised security robots strategically positioned throughout the courtyard, on the second floor of the villa, and on the rooftop. During tranquil moments, they were tasked with patrolling, but once intruders approached, they transformed into lethal sentinels. With these preparations in place, Su-Yin felt a sense of tranquility as she descended to the entertainment area on the basement level, retrieving 3 robots to engage her in a game of mahjong. That very night, the intruders launched their assault. At that moment, Su-Yin was enjoying her dinner. The table adorned with steaming sweet and sour carp, kung pao chicken, garlic prawns, and a delicate spinach egg drop soup, accompanied by fluffy white rice, which delighted her palate. Suddenly, her phone emitted a warning. An intruder was scaling the wall. What? Su-Yin spat out the large shrimp he had just placed in his mouth, set down his chopsticks, and swiftly made his way to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He drew back the curtains and surveyed the surroundings. Finding no intruders at the back door, the alarm continued to blare. Suddenly, the sound of a crossbow being fired echoed in the courtyard, followed by a series of unusual noises. Su-Yin hurriedly dashed towards the basement, and only then did she notice a figure sprawled over the eastern wall of the villa through the surveillance monitor. The individual dangled limply, with their head and arms hanging down, the upper body in the courtyard while the lower half remained outside. An arrow was embedded in their body. How could this person attempt to scale my wall without any protection? Su-Yin found it utterly astonishing. Yet, the figure continued to writhe, seemingly unwilling to relent until they managed to clamber over. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out. The robotic sentry on the second floor fired at the intruder, striking them squarely in the head. Remarkably, the individual resembled an indomitable cockroach, still writhing despite the injury. With a thud, the entirety of their form tumbled into the courtyard. Could it be a zombie? A twinge of anxiety crept into Su-Yan's heart. In her previous life, she had witnessed the large-scale outbreak of zombies, recalling how a bullet to the head was sufficient to incapacitate them. Yet this one, despite being shot, had not succumbed. Chapter 131. The rifle mobilizes. Su-Yin grasped the binoculars and hastened to the rooftop. Peering down, he observed yet another audacious intruder attempting to scale the wall. Much like the previous trespasser, this individual hung his head low, with his upper body dangling over the wall, while his lower half remained outside. The patrolling robot once again sent an alert to Su-Yan's phone. An intruder is scaling the wall. In the courtyard, a robot armed with a crossbow swiftly loosed an arrow, striking the intruder squarely on the crown of his head. Su-Yan smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself how utterly foolish this person was. Even as he witnessed the individual ahead being struck by arrows and bullets, he still charged forward with his eyes closed. Wait! Su-Yin suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The individual, after being struck in the head, exhibited no typical reactions one would expect from a gunshot victim. There were no cries of anguish, and instead, he continued to crawl fervently towards the wall. What appeared to be crawling resembled more of a writhing motion. His actions triggered the robots on the second floor, which fired 2 shots at him, hitting both his cranial cavity and spine. Yet, such a fierce assault failed to halt his advance. The intruder persisted in his writhing, attempting to scale the wall. Could it be a corpse? But how could a dead person scale a wall? At that moment, it was nighttime, with the moon concealed and the wind howling. To prevent the intruder from detecting the presence of the patrolling robots, Su-Yin extinguished all sources of light within and around the villa. Outside the villa, 2 street lamps stood along the road, casting a limited glow. In a fit of anger, Su-Yin took control of the lighting system through her mobile device. Instantly, powerful searchlights mounted on the main walls of the villa erupted into stark white brilliance, illuminating the villa's courtyard and extending a radius of 50 meters beyond the outer walls, rendering the surroundings as bright as day, with a full 360-degree visibility that left no corner unseen. A corpse? A jolt of shock coursed through her. She continued to observe and soon discovered that the lifeless body was ensnared by a hook-like apparatus. Following the trajectory of the hook, she realized that the location where the corpse had attempted to scale the wall was just over 10 meters away, where a small excavator stood, its boom extending at a 45-degree angle towards her residence. Beneath the boom dangled a black rope, at the very end of which an iron hook was latched onto the deceased's belt. Su-yin suddenly realized with a cold laugh, so this is the method employed to ensnare individuals. Don't even think about escaping. Su-yin deftly activated the button on the robot beside him, prompting it to swiftly raise its rifle and aim at the occupant of the excavator's cabin. In an instant, a piercing sound echoed, and within less than a second, the window of the excavator's cabin was splattered with a crimson spray of blood. The excavator, now bereft of its operator's control, careened forward and collided violently with the wall of a nearby villa, bringing it to a sudden halt. Inside the cabin, the individual lay lifeless on the ground. Su-yin once again succeeded in eliminating an intruder. However, her nerves remained taut. The phone emitted another alert. An intruder was scaling the wall. More? Su-yin furrowed her brow. It was then she noticed a small excavator on the west side of the villa, utilizing a boom to hoist a corpse over the wall. With two sharp cracks, the robot on the second floor struck the head of the corpse with its pistol. So it was a pincer movement. In Su-yin's eyes, a fiery indignation was about to erupt. She had not anticipated that this latest intruder would be more cunning than any before. Without hesitation, she issued commands to the armed robots stationed on the rooftop, and within mere seconds, the cabin of a nearby excavator was splattered with blood. I possess 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Come forth if you dare to meet your demise. Su-yin scoffed at the surveillance footage on her phone. Suddenly, her smile vanished. Weren't there two? She pondered. Where has the other one gone? She realized that one of the robots armed with a crossbow was missing from the yard, and despite her efforts to locate it on the monitor, it was nowhere to be found. No wonder the intruder on the west side had been swiftly neutralized by the robot on the second floor, which had shot him dead with a handgun. According to Su-yin's original programming, the robots in the yard were supposed to engage the intruders first with their crossbows. Only if they failed to halt the invasion were the robots on the second floor to intervene with firearms. When had it vanished? Why was it absent? A wave of panic surged through her, her body tensing as this was the first time since the onset of the apocalypse that she felt genuinely anxious. The disappearance of the security robot posed a grave threat to the defense system of her safe house. The adversary had somehow managed to abscond with the robot. How careless of me. Su-yin lamented. She had always been cautious not to expose the existence of the robots. It seemed this intruder had long since uncovered that secret and devised a targeted plan. So, you wish to play games with me, do you? Su-yin clenched her fists, a blaze of fury igniting within her. She resolved to deploy additional robots to combat these nefarious intruders and was about to enter her space when her phone chimed. In the long-dormant property owner group, someone had sent her a request to add her on WeChat. The message read, "Are you searching for your robot?" Su-yin felt a surge of warmth enveloping her. The other party was clearly initiating a provocation. She clicked on the profile information and discovered that this individual was Wang Bin from Building 33.